Off topic. Director Rosenberg. There are rumors about domestic political issues in the U.S. Apologies. Duke interrupted immediately, gesturing toward the entrance of the cinema. Mr. Han is waving at me. Without giving the reporter a chance to finish, Duke headed toward the cinema entrance, avoiding sensitive questions. Some questions have no satisfactory answer. The best approach is not to hear or respond, as even silence could cause complications. What were they trying to ask? Tina Fey, who had followed Duke into the interview area, whispered as they walked. Political issues, Duke replied quietly. Tina nodded in understanding. She, too, understood that while movies are entertainment products, they have always been influenced by politics and never separate from it. At the film festival's opening ceremony, despite being an Oscar-winning director, Duke wasn't the main attraction. The jury and the opening film shared the spotlight, attracting media and audience attention. Duke had no desire or need to overshadow them. Given his global status in the film industry, there was no necessity to seek attention on such occasions. Later, Duke entered the main theater of Shanghai Cinema to watch the opening film, accompanied by staff from the China Film Group. The opening film was relatively unfamiliar, a movie titled Self-Amusement, starring Zun Long, who had won an Obie Award on Broadway, and Taiwanese singer Coco Lee. For a country transitioning to commercial cinema, the film's quality disappointed many in the audience, including Duke. Simply put, the title aptly described the production, a project for the crew's self-amusement. The opening film was mediocre. However, for a nation whose film industry had only recently begun to marketize, the effort was commendable. Anyone familiar with the industry knows that success requires more than excellent scripts, directors, or crews. Movies have become an industry dependent on countless upstream and downstream businesses. Without developing a comprehensive industrial chain, relying on a few films or directors to lead a national cinema to dominate global markets is impossible. The journey is arduous, but many here recognize the potential and future of the market, with the industry moving in a positive direction. Like Hollywood, building a film industry takes time. How many years did it take for Hollywood to surpass European cinema and become the world's movie factory? The foundation of a thriving film industry includes theater chains. After the opening ceremony, Duke returned to his hotel and met Warner Brothers' China representative, Phil, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Here's the situation, Duke, Phil said directly upon entering the suite sitting room. The Chinese side wants to know if you could film a movie here in the next few years. Film in China? Duke frowned. Batman stories primarily unfold in the fictional Gotham City, with external scenes often portraying villains. Shooting in China wouldn't fit and might risk censorship. After thinking for a moment, Duke said, maybe in the future when the opportunity arises. What's happening? Duke asked, looking at Phil. The China Film Group wants deeper cooperation with us, Phil explained candidly. They aim to co-invest with Warner in developing the theater market here and seek our support in film resources. By film resources, Phil referred to production elements rather than finished films. What's the company's stance? Duke inquired. The group sees great potential in this market, Phil replied. They want closer collaboration, especially with you, Duke. Your works have unmatched influence here and are Warner's ace for promotion. Duke shrugged, saying nothing more. The market here was still in its early stages, not yet entering rapid growth. Duke understood that his films wouldn't yield substantial returns for now. This was merely an investment in the future. Chapter 508. Chapter 508. The Greatness of a Father's Love. Although the crew only sent Duke to represent them, Warner Brothers had paid considerable attention to this market. Warner's subsidiary in this region collaborated with China Film Group to promote Taken. This film did not touch on any sensitive issues. Even if there were any, they were related to France's immigration problems. The PG-13 rating ensured no overly graphic scenes were included. Whether it's official capital or private capital, the pursuit of profit is always the goal. Duke had proven countless times that his films could generate unimaginable revenues, so China Film spared no effort in promotion. After all, the painstaking efforts of China Film Group to invite him here were not about Sino-American friendship or goodwill, but about maximizing profits. Of course, in Duke's view, this was a win-win cooperation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have flown over. During the film festival, reports and advertisements for Taken could be seen everywhere in the local media. Duke Rosenberg's films have, to a great extent, pushed the international promotion of Hollywood commercial films forward. In the minds of ordinary Chinese audiences, Duke is the most well-known Hollywood director. His works, such as Speed, The Rock, Saving Private Ryan, The Matrix, and the Lord of the Rings trilogy, have all been introduced to domestic theaters and are deeply loved by fans. After just winning the Oscar for Best Director, this globally acclaimed master of commercial blockbusters brings his latest counterterrorism thriller Taken to China. It's said that this film includes all the elements of a commercial blockbuster: star-studded casts, thrilling car chases, slick action scenes, and more, making it highly anticipated. On June 10, 2004, before sunset, a large crowd of movie fans had already gathered in front of Shanghai Film City. They eagerly awaited the chance to witness the charisma of a top Hollywood director. In addition to the fans, numerous entertainment reporters and industry professionals also assembled, including Jiang Xiaojun and Gu Guangtou, who had arrived early. This is incredible. Truly incredible. Standing in the waiting area at the front of the film city, Jiang Xiaojun spoke in a Beijing accent to Gu Guangtou. This director is no ordinary figure. 2 years ago, when I attended the Cannes Film Festival, he showcased one film, and it overshadowed the entire festival. The organizers were deeply embarrassed. I heard the Cannes board decided they wouldn't invite him again unless he formally participated in the competition category. World's #1 in personal box office earnings, Gu Guangtou adjusted his bow tie and looked at the director walking the red carpet below. If you can manipulate film festivals or Oscars behind the scenes, box office success is hard evidence. Exactly, Jiang Xiaojun gave a thumbs up. In my opinion, he's the king of commercial films. The box office says it all. Just like in Hollywood, Duke walked briskly along the red carpet. While there were plenty of fans around, they weren't overly enthusiastic. After all, he wasn't a celebrity who captivated fan bases. Directors here weren't as prominently celebrated as in the West. Maintaining his usual style, Duke refrained from signing autographs for fans or posing for photographs. As the highlight of the premiere, he quickly traversed the long red carpet. Taken was not a competition entry, but part of the exhibition section. After a routine interview, Duke, along with Warner Brothers personnel, entered the large theater hall. Before the screening, he took the stage to deliver a brief speech, following local customs. His remarks, prepared by Warner Brothers' Greater China PR team, were nothing more than compliments about the festival, local audiences, and the promising future of the regional film industry. Then the film began. Compared to the lengthy Lord of the Rings trilogy, the carefully edited Taken ran for just over 90 minutes, much like Duke's earlier works Speed and The Rock. The pacing was tight, and the tempo fast. While retaining the original framework, Duke made numerous edits, especially to the opening sequence. After the standard intro, there were no lengthy opening credits. The film immediately dove into the action. Brian Mills, a retired CIA operative, stormed a warehouse, taking down criminals one by one with sharp efficiency before taking out the core members of a human trafficking ring in their office. This opening sequence lasted less than 5 minutes. Brian's combat style lacked any flair. Every move was direct and deadly, conveying the realism of actual combat. "This isn't kung fu," Gu Guangtou remarked to Jiang Xiaojun. "Didn't they say kung fu is trending in Hollywood? Ever since Duke Rosenberg's The Matrix, it's been popular there. Why did he abandon kung fu? Who knows?" Jiang Xiaojun shrugged. "He's one of the best directors globally, at least in commercial cinema. To reach where he is now, his market instincts must be sharp. Could it be that kung fu films are declining in Hollywood?" Not only an actor, but also a director, Jiang Xiaojun had a keen sense despite his inability to direct films for the time being due to certain circumstances. The plot of the movie was straightforward. Brian, after completing his last mission, retired early to care for his daughter. During a farewell gathering with 3 close colleagues, he frequently mentioned his estranged family and beloved daughter, subtly highlighting his fatherly love. Like any typical Hollywood action film, after the opening action scene came the plot setup. Through Brian's nostalgic photo album moments, the audience learned about his heroic but wounded past, complete with a broken family, much like all classic heroes. Brian's relationships with his ex-wife and daughter were strained, but these did not overshadow his unwavering paternal love. One of the world's greatest emotions, clicked yet undeniably moving. Due to his line of work, Brian was keenly aware of the world's darker sides. With a beautiful, naive daughter, it was inevitable for him to shoulder immense responsibilities. Thus, when his daughter, through some deceitful maneuvering, traveled to France for a trip, she and her friend were abducted by a human trafficking gang, leaving the father with only 96 hours to rescue her. Like a hurricane, Brian was about to sweep through Paris. As they say, no enmity surpasses that between a father and his child. The same could be said for fathers and daughters. To fulfill their dream of following U2's European tour, the daughter lied about visiting museums in Paris. Her companion, unreliable and infatuated with a charming man at the airport, not only shared a cab with him to their accommodation, but also fantasized about sleeping with him. She even encouraged the still innocent daughter to embrace the French romance and complete her life evolution. But before half an hour passed, the charming man had his gang abduct them. As she wasn't a virgin, the companion lacked the high resale value to wealthy clients. Injected with drugs to be prepared for prostitution, she died from an overdose, a tragic end. Youth often idealizes the world, imagining romantic encounters and serendipitous adventures, oblivious to its dangers. At this moment, a father with deep love for his daughter and a past filled with unique skills, a man fueled by anger and determined to save his child, could do anything without drawing audience criticism. In fact, parental love, more universal than romantic love, resonates deeply with audiences. Brian's actions personified the greatness of a father's love, effortlessly touching hearts. Perhaps another actor, swift and muscular, could make the film enjoyable. Still, Liam Neeson's performance elevated Brian, imbuing him with the grandeur of a mythical hero. Tall and agile, polite, yet brimming with latent energy, Neeson's restrained emotions erupted in the torture scene of an Albanian criminal, delivering a chilling performance. The moment Brian drove a nail into the man's leg, the audience could feel his pain as a father seeking vengeance, not just a former operative pursuing justice. From America to Paris, Brian, a former CIA operative and aging father, embarked on a ruthless quest to prevent his daughter from falling into despair. He left a trail of destruction in his wake. To save his daughter, Brian stopped at nothing. This was a classic Hollywood action film, but Brian differed from traditional heroes. His methods were harsher, his strikes more unforgiving, yet no one found fault in his actions. Duke's films never lacked immersion. The plot was meticulously structured to make audiences wonder. If a loved one were abducted, would they, in a fit of rage and with enough ability, make the same choices as Brian? The answer was clear. Blood is thicker than water in this world. When Brian exacted bloody vengeance, sparing none of the human traffickers who deserved to burn in hell, the audience couldn't help but wish for fathers like him to ensure a harmonious society. "Hey, Xiaojun," Guguanto suddenly said. "You should make your daughter watch this film." Thinking about his rebellious daughter, Jiang Xiaojun nodded. She really should. Chapter 509. He's a dad, after all. Chapter 509. Chapter 509. He's a dad, after all. I think, if we must give this film some significance, its significance lies in the fact that it successfully educates underage girls and their fathers. Jiang Xiaojun paused for a moment, pointed at Guguanto, and said, "Including future fathers like you." Huh. Guguanto looked at him. The movie is simple yet brilliant. Most importantly, it provides some valuable lessons. Jiang Xiaojun lowered his voice and said, "For instance, it reminds troublemakers to listen to their dads, call their dads more often, not to casually talk to strangers, and to avoid associating with overly daring classmates." Hearing this, Guguanto couldn't help but laugh. But Jiang Xiaojun didn't seem to be joking as he continued. "The old men in the Bureau should collaborate with the Ministry of Education and screen this film in middle schools across every city in the country." "Xiaojun, you should probably save your breath." Guguanto, recalling something, advised. "Be careful, or those old men might ensure you can't even remain an actor." Jiang Xiaojun gave a bitter smile and simply shut his mouth. On the big screen, as Brian sped the wrong way along the Seine, death loomed closer and closer. The ethereal glow of near-death moments repeatedly illuminated his increasingly resolute face, moving the audience deeply. At that moment, the greatness of paternal love became easily understandable. With such a father, who wouldn't feel moved? Of course, every father is like this. Even though they may not possess the extraordinary skills of Brian, the former U.S. operative depicted in the drama, they are all the same when it comes to loving their children and being willing to make any sacrifice for them. Regardless of differing abilities, parents everywhere are willing to brave fire and water for their kids. The so-called God blocks, kill God, Buddha blocks, kill Buddha, is likely fueled by this kind of parental love. This is an infinite love. Of course, the only kind of infinite love in this world. There are moments when such people seem to transform, sometimes into gentle Santa Clauses, sometimes into omnipotent superheroes, sometimes into ruthless demons. Occasionally, they might lick the blood off their lips, turn around, and flash a smile. In the film, Brian Mills is this kind of person. Alone in a foreign land, he rampages through the seemingly romantic streets of Paris. Armed with a gun, he eliminates countless scoundrels and villains, tortures one on an electric chair, shoots an old friend's wife without hesitation, and then knocks the friend down with a punch. All of this was for one woman, a young woman. A young woman he deemed more precious than his own life. So who is this man? It's simple. He's a dad. And the young woman he saved is his daughter, who is dearer to him than his own life. After leaving behind a mess in Paris, Brian, with the help of former colleagues, takes his daughter back to the U.S., marking the film's end. The theater erupted in thunderous applause. Many audience members stood up to clap for the film. Although the screening had ended, Duke didn't leave immediately. Accompanied by Warner's PR personnel, he entered a nearby press room for an interview with the media. Since he was the only one from the production team present, all the questions inevitably fell on Duke. However, the entertainment reporters here were still in a fledgling stage compared to those in Europe and America. Their questions weren't particularly challenging and were mostly centered on the film that had just been screened. With Duke's experience, handling them was a breeze. Director Rosenberg, what do you think is the most crucial aspect of this film? Hearing the question, Duke thought for a moment and replied, the most crucial aspect is achieving the most effective action impact. This is directly tied to the protagonist's professional background and work history. So, the audience sees Brian skillfully and effortlessly clearing all obstacles. A reporter, selected by the host, stood up and asked, during your work on The Matrix, you successfully introduced Chinese Kung Fu to Hollywood, sparking a Kung Fu craze in North America. However, the combat style used by Brian in this film is clearly not Kung Fu. It's indeed not Kung Fu. Duke wouldn't mention that audiences in North America had started experiencing aesthetic fatigue with Kung Fu. Instead, he casually said, every actor has their unique style of performance and action. My action direction team tailored the current combat style specifically for Liam Neeson based on his characteristics. Liam also underwent extensive and rigorous training because I wanted him to perform as many of the stunts as possible. Of course, I wouldn't have him jump off a bridge or crash into a car, he added. But Liam had plenty of combat scenes that required countless hours of practice. It was a very strict regimen for him because I didn't want the action to appear overly fast on screen. In fact, Liam genuinely became tougher through the combat training. The room burst into laughter. While Liam Neeson wasn't an A-list Hollywood star, he was far from unknown to the audience here. Next, another reporter asked, we noticed a scene in the film depicting a terrifying torture session where the protagonist struggles internally. How did you approach this scene? Filming that scene was incredibly intense and terrifying on set, Duke replied after some thought. In the movie, after Brian discovers that his daughter's friend has died from a drug overdose, he begins to reflect. He realizes the darkest aspects of the situation, and his fatherly instincts sweep away all hesitation and restraint. Thus, I believe this scene was necessary to show his loss of control. Duke, based on your experience, will Liam Neeson become a focal point of public attention because of this film? Liam has always been a public focal point, Duke stated truthfully. I've even had to close sets for him. He dislikes being disturbed by fanatical behavior during work as it makes it difficult for him to immerse himself in his role. He's an exceptional and highly charismatic actor, which is one of the key reasons I chose him. Moreover, Liam's temperament suits the role of Brian perfectly. I can't imagine anyone else playing Brian. His personality and attributes are outstanding. A height of 1.95 meters combined with a sensitive nature. When you meet him, you wouldn't think he's a belligerent individual, but you can sense the potential lurking beneath his calm exterior. Finally, a male reporter stood up and, in a playful tone, asked, "Director Rosenberg, while watching the film, I suddenly felt like this was a live warning. I couldn't help but wonder, did you make this film to scare your disobedient daughter?" This question elicited laughter from everyone in the press room, including Duke, who understood it was a good-natured joke. He played along, joking, "If I said this movie was made especially for schoolgirls worldwide, would you believe me?" The press room erupted in laughter again. The interview ended, and Duke soon left Shanghai Film City. With the North American release just around the corner, he needed to return and stay actively involved. The day after the screening, Duke spotted numerous reviews of Taken in local newspapers. The overall reception was positive. The plot is still the classic formula. A resourceful, skilled lone hero infiltrates enemy territory and eliminates all the bad guys. But the film's emotional core and the relationships between characters give it a fresh perspective. It not only offers thrilling action sequences, but also delivers subtle, heartwarming emotional beats that quietly touch the viewer. Additionally, the film boasts a well-paced narrative, exceptional visual quality, and outstanding psychological tension. Director Duke Rosenberg once again delivers a superb commercial blockbuster, one that not only provides exhilarating entertainment, but also leaves you reflecting deeply as you walk out of the cinema. In summary, this is a masterpiece you cannot afford to miss. Since he was in Shanghai, Duke had to attend several events, especially those related to Warner and the film. These events were the primary reason for his visit, as they helped lay the groundwork for future endeavors, at the very least, making himself known to local media, audiences, and industry professionals. Duke attended 2 formal banquets hosted by the China Film Group and the Shanghai municipal government. Throughout, he was careful with his words and actions, mindful of the hypersensitivity of certain departments here. With numerous tasks awaiting him in North America, Duke couldn't stay for long. After the banquets, he proceeded with the final 2 events on his itinerary. One was a television interview, and the other, a lecture at Fudan University. To avoid political controversies, Duke declined an invitation from the most viewed television network, opting instead for a relatively private program. Of course, the chosen program also boasted a significant audience and considerable influence across Asia. Yes, among the various invitations, Duke chose Yang Lan's talk show. With her experience studying and working in the U.S., Yang Lan understood the political and social climates of both sides. Moreover, during communications with Tina Fey, she readily agreed to keep the interviews focused on film-related topics, steering clear of sensitive subjects like politics and human rights. On Monday afternoon, Duke stepped into Sunshine Television Studio for his first-ever interview with Chinese media. Chapter 510. Chapter 510. The Greatest Power of Movies. He is the most successful commercial director in Hollywood history, one of the most attention-grabbing directors of the 20th century. Every film he creates sets a new personal box office record and establishes new benchmarks for future movies. In just over a decade of filmmaking, his works have earned more than $7.5 billion in total box office revenue. He is persistent, hardworking, and determined, hailed by North American media as the representative of the American dream. He is Duke Rosenberg. Standing backstage, Duke listened to the voiceover accompanying the music in the front hall, patiently waiting. The occasional applause clearly told him that, apart from the host Yang Lan, there were many other people in the audience. Last week, the 8th Shanghai International Film Festival opened. At this film festival, the arrival of Hollywood's famous director Duke Rosenberg became one of the biggest highlights of the event. Another round of applause rang out. Seeing the director's signal, Duke walked onto the stage, waved to the audience, and smiled slightly as he sat across from Yang Lan. For Duke, who had appeared on the cover of Time magazine multiple times, this was just a small affair. He wore his usual dark casual suit, exuding a natural and easygoing demeanor. His short, tidy hair and youthful energy made him appear as if he were still in his 30s, a mature, stable, and charismatic age. Yang Lan shook hands with Duke and said, "We can communicate in Chinese, right? As long as you don't speak in local dialects." Duke replied in fluent Mandarin, even better than many people from Shanghai, and no idioms. Upon hearing this, the audience let out a series of admiring gasps. I've spent a long time in the United States, and for many linguistic geniuses in the West, Chinese is like a nightmare. Yang Lan was clearly controlling the interview's pace. How long did it take you to reach this level? About 3 years, Duke thought for a moment. It took about that long. I do have some talent for it. So, are you a language genius? Yang Lan asked. Duke shook his head. No, I only know English and Chinese. I've tried to learn other languages, but made no progress. For example, French, I only know a few basic words. Maybe it's fate, but I found Chinese easy to learn. Then, just as he did in France and other countries during promotions, Duke began to talk about his interest in Chinese culture. Since you're interested in Chinese culture, have you watched Chinese films? Hearing the question, Duke gently responded, I've seen some, but not many. For example, Jackie Chan's action comedies and Ong Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Yang Lan asked again, what do you think is the biggest difference between Chinese films and Hollywood films? The industrial foundation. This answer clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. The audience even gasped in surprise. Yang Lan, curious, asked, isn't it something else? Of course, there were other factors, but they involved cultural, political, and economic issues, and Duke didn't want to get too far into them. He said, personally, I think it's the industrial foundation, or you could say it's the technology. Before she could ask again, Duke continued, before the 1990s, Hollywood films weren't as prosperous as they are now. European films still had the strength to compete with Hollywood, but this all changed starting in the early 1990s. If you look carefully, over the past decade, the most successful Hollywood films globally have relied heavily on technology. Does Chinese cinema need to focus on developing technology next? Film is the result of many combined factors, and technology is only one aspect. Duke paused for a moment. Every director has their own style. For me, only with sufficiently advanced film technology can I turn the images in my mind into reality. That's why some people consider me a director focused on technology. At this point, Yang Lan suddenly realized that Duke had unwittingly taken control of the conversation, which was a taboo in interview-type shows. She quickly switched the topic. In your films, exceptional special effects always create jaw-dropping, exhilarating visual effects. Currently, 4 out of the top 10 highest-grossing films of all time were made by you. What do you think has contributed to your success? Dreams, persistence, and effort. Duke paused, then added, and the constantly developing cinema industry. For example, 10 years ago, if a film premiered in 3,000 theaters in North America, it was considered a huge achievement. But now, it's not difficult to get into 4,000 theaters. The development of theater chains and the increase in the number of screens are among the basic conditions for a film's box office growth. This was an easy concept to understand, and both Yang Lan and the people in the audience nodded in agreement. Duke continued, although TV, the internet, and DVDs are all developing rapidly, the cinema-going experience will remain irreplaceable for a long time. Movies like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, when viewed on the big screen, offer a completely different experience than when watched on a smaller screen. Yang Lan quickly reacted and immediately asked, is this why you focus on making special effects films? Duke shrugged and didn't deny it. That's one of the reasons. Now that the audience has more ways to view films, why must they go to the theater? You must showcase things that cannot be seen on smaller screens. Yang Lan, clearly well prepared for the interview, asked, in your opinion, if a film does well at the box office, does the use of film technology play a significant role in that success? I first used large-scale CGI in Independence Day. The Matrix and the Lord of the Rings trilogy also used a lot of high-tech. Duke didn't avoid the audience but directly answered, I believe the audience doesn't care about how a film is made. They want an experience. They enjoy films that can take them on a journey. Films like The Matrix and the Lord of the Rings trilogy are just that kind of movie. Upon hearing this, the people in the audience nodded unconsciously. Duke had done plenty of research and found that the average viewer doesn't care about the production details. They just want simple enjoyment. Noticing that Duke had again taken control of the conversation, Yang Lan switched topics once more. Your film Taken has received excellent feedback. I have the latest box office statistics here. Since its release last Thursday, the film has earned 28.65 million yuan in China. She looked at Duke and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I'm happy that the audience likes my film." The number might not seem huge, but in 2004, films earning over 100 million yuan in a year were rare, so 28.65 million renminbi was already quite impressive. This film premiered simultaneously in both China and the US. Yang Lan continued. Has the North American box office been calculated? Seeing Duke nod lightly, she asked, "Can you share the figures with us?" Of course. Duke recalled the data he received at noon and said, in North America, it made $51.25 million over the weekend. Box office champion? Box office champion. Taken was not considered a big-budget blockbuster, but its opening weekend gross of $51.25 million satisfied both Duke and Warner Brothers. Congratulations, Yang Lan said with a radiant smile. Another film of yours is about to become a box office hit. Thank you. Duke graciously accepted. If Taken hoped to perform as well as The Lord of the Rings, that was absolutely impossible. But given its opening weekend performance, achieving profitability was certainly not difficult. Since entering Hollywood, you've made so many films. Yang Lan shifted the topic to box office performance. And since the new century, the cost of filmmaking has been rising, and there's a lot of market pressure. Do you ever feel nervous before a film is released? Of course, I get nervous. Sometimes I even lose sleep from anxiety. Duke pointed to his forehead. Various thoughts run through my mind, including the consequences of failure, and only when I see the box office numbers can I finally relax. Yang Lan shifted the topic to pressure. Your films have extremely high expectations globally, and that's no exception in China. What kind of pressure does that create for you? Pressure is something every director has to bear. Often, pressure becomes the driving force for progress. Duke's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest of his chair. There are different ways to view attention. Although it's a lot of pressure, it's also a great opportunity. I've also made small-budget films, and the biggest challenge with low-budget films is how to attract an audience. The advantage of making blockbusters is that you know they will have the opportunity to be seen by global audiences. As a filmmaker, that's the best opportunity. The interview was drawing to a close, and after a few more questions, Yang Lan opened the floor to the audience. A man in his 30s stood up first and asked, "Director Rosenberg, I've been a fan of yours since the 90s. Thank you, it's my honor." Duke gestured for him to continue. The man went on. "You've made films almost every year. How do you maintain such a strong creative energy?" After thinking for a few seconds, Duke said, "I enjoy the filmmaking process, especially when I'm collaborating with a team of creative people. The creative sparks flying around the room. It's an incredibly exciting thing. For example, when filming The Lord of the Rings, we had to create a new world and design entirely new creatures. I absolutely love that process. If you're doing something you love, it doesn't feel like work. If you're interested in what you're doing, you never have to work a day in your life. So, my plan is to never work. Filmmaking is my greatest passion." Next, a female audience member asked a question related to passion. Why is filmmaking your greatest passion? I believe the greatest power of film is that it can give the audience experiences they've never had before, whether they exist in reality or are just fantasies. Film is an excellent way to show people things they've never imagined or seen. Half an hour later, the interview came to an end. Duke's trip to China was nearing its close. Chapter 511, Still in a Cold War. Chapter 511, Still in a Cold War. Just walked out of the film studio, Duke saw Tina Fey approaching, as if she had been waiting for a long time. "Irene Lauder just called you." She handed her phone to Duke and said, "She just arrived in Shanghai this afternoon, and she'll be leaving tomorrow. You'd better give her a call back." Duke nodded and asked Tina Fey to take care of the follow-up matters. He then found a quiet place, dialed Irene Lauder's number, said a few words, and arranged to meet her at the Peace Hotel. He then hung up the phone. Turning down Yang Lan's dinner invitation, Duke rushed back to the hotel as quickly as possible. In recent years, Irene Lauder's cosmetics brand was in its critical development phase, and she was constantly on the move. Aside from regular phone calls, they rarely saw each other. In fact, in order to break into the European market, Irene Lauder even settled in Paris for a period of time. Upon returning to the hotel, Duke directly headed to the prearranged Western restaurant. He asked the waiter a simple question before following him to a corner booth. From a distance, he spotted his good friend, whom he hadn't seen in half a year. Irene Lauder's golden hair was neatly tied back, and her face was almost makeup-free. Although she was the same age as him, she took excellent care of herself, and the years hadn't left obvious marks. The youthful softness had faded, replaced by quiet maturity, especially as her blue eyes sparkled with intelligence when she turned to look at Duke. But alongside the wisdom was also happiness. She quietly sat there, not standing up, but the curve of her lips clearly showed her good mood. With so many years of friendship between them, there was no need for formalities. Duke walked over and sat down opposite her. "Don't recognize me?" Duke noticed that Irene's eyes followed him as he moved. Irene Lauder smiled even more happily and teased. "I just wanted to see if the world's #1 box office director and Oscar-winning Best Director are any different now." Duke opened the menu. "Have you noticed? You're still the same." Irene Lauder spoke to the waiter. Briefly, she then added, "Still as tough as a stone." "I've already ordered. You can just order for yourself," she added. Duke nodded and casually ordered some Western dishes. After the waiter left, he said, "Aren't you the same?" They exchanged looks and both laughed. They both carried enormous pressure, but they kept moving forward under that weight, becoming successful in their respective fields. Soon, the small steak Duke ordered and the vegetable salad Irene Lauder chose were brought to the table. Duke looked at the vegetable pieces without much dressing and wasn't surprised. Except for a few people with special constitutions, whether men or women, after they passed 30, maintaining a good figure required paying some price. "Why did you come to Shanghai?" Duke asked while eating. "There's an issue with the store. I came to check on it." Irene Lauder seemed somewhat helpless. "I have to leave early tomorrow and head to Tokyo." "Did you resolve it?" Irene nodded, and Duke couldn't help but sigh. "You've been busier than me these years." "No choice. You've already become the most successful director on this planet," Irene shrugged playfully. "My career is still in the early stages. Over $1 billion in sales, and it's still in the early stages." Duke raised his eyebrows. Irene Lauder laughed. "It just exceeded $1 billion last year. You might not know, but the quick growth of my Aaron series is thanks to the entire Estee Lauder Group's channels." Duke certainly knew this. Although the Aaron brand was fully owned by Irene Lauder, its current scale was largely thanks to her efforts, and the support of the Lauder family played an important role too. Standing on the shoulders of giants made success easier, and it wasn't just talk. "But it'll be much better in the future," Irene said, having eaten very little. She put down her fork, picked up a napkin, and gently wiped her mouth before continuing. "The company has basically completed its layout in the major global markets, and in 5 years, I've formed a relatively mature team. I won't have to fly around so much anymore, and I'm sure I'll have more free time. Should I say congratulations?" Duke didn't eat much either. Irene handed him a napkin, pointing at the corner of his mouth, then said, "With our relationship, no need for that." This side, Duke took the napkin and wiped his mouth. "Where have your stores opened?" "Several first-tier cities," Irene Lauder said. "Sales here aren't very good." Duke rested his chin in one hand, thinking for a moment, then said, "My personal opinion is that you should prepare early. Irene, the market potential here is astounding. With over 1 billion people and rapid economic growth, there will definitely be huge demand for high-end products in the future." I'll have someone keep an eye on it." Irene looked at Duke. "Is that the reason you came over?" They had known each other for more than 10 years, and she understood Duke well. When he wasn't holding a camera, he was very similar to her, a businessman. "You know me too well." Duke didn't deny it. No matter the excuse, he came here for the same reason as in North America, to make money. Although they weren't making much yet, the future potential profits were immense. After all, when the number of screens in this region exceeds 20,000, a global $500 million box office becomes just the entry threshold for blockbuster films. It would be hard to call a movie a massive hit if it doesn't make $1 billion worldwide. Even though the box office share for Hollywood imports was still 25%, after China's film group took taxes and promotional costs into account, that figure was basically pure profit. Of course, the China film group wasn't a pushover, and its credibility wasn't much better than Hollywood's. There had been cases of delayed payments or even lawsuits with Hollywood companies. Do you know any popular actresses here? Irene Lauder suddenly asked. No. Duke shook his head. What are you planning? Irene wasn't hiding anything and directly said, I want to find the top ones to endorse my products. Go talk to the people at Warner. Duke stretched out his hand. Give me a pen and your notepad. Taking the pen and notepad Irene handed him, Duke opened his phone, checked, and left Phil's personal number. This is the head of Warner Brothers China. I'll give him a call when I get back. Irene didn't hold back either and casually said, Thanks then. Duke smiled and shook his head. With Estee Lauder's reputation, as soon as Irene spread the word, the people lining up for this endorsement would likely fill Nanjing Road. The two of them continued talking about work-related matters, and amidst their busy schedules, this casual conversation between old friends was undoubtedly a great way to relax. Gradually, the topic shifted to Duke's personal life. Are you two still not talking? Irene asked. Duke was momentarily stunned. We? Not talking. You and Ivy, Irene reminded him. Ever since the Oscars, the tabloids have been gossiping about problems between you two. Although you never brought it up, I always find out a little. Are you still separated? We're still in a Cold War, Duke sighed. There are some things I don't want to compromise on, and she doesn't want to give in either. Irene thought for a moment, then still advised him. Darling, you're a man. You should have a bigger heart. This isn't like you. Duke just replied, It's about my mother and Scarlett. I see. Irene nodded and didn't say anything more. She knew how much Duke valued his mother. Actually, the stalemate wasn't just about Lady Leah and Scarlett Johansson. During a board meeting at Instant Share, Duke had David, his agent, reject a round of financing, and there were subtle signs pointing toward Donald Trump behind this funding. To be blunt, Donald Trump had made Duke a lot of money, and due to Ivanka, Duke kept making concessions. But human greed never ends, and Trump had obviously exerted some pressure on Ivanka. Just as Lady Leah was important to Duke, Ivanka also placed great importance on her father. Even though Donald Trump was Ivanka's father, Duke couldn't tolerate this indefinitely. He wasn't going to let him share in the huge potential future profits of a company. Duke had even considered inviting Ivanka back to the Duke estate, but Trump's repeated actions raised concerns. As much as Duke didn't want to admit it, he couldn't change the fact that their relationship was no longer just about the two of them. Ivanka had issues with his mother, and Duke had concerns about Ivanka's father. That was the reality of the past few months. Until now, they were still in a Cold War. Duke had wanted to talk to Ivanka, but she had rejected him. Duke decided to wait a while longer, hoping that both of them would cool down before discussing the future. Otherwise, discussing things with prejudices would only drive them further apart. As an old friend, Irene still gave Duke one last piece of advice before they left. Ivanka is a good girl. You should think of a way. I know, Duke said helplessly. But Donald Trump, he's hard to deal with. Irene didn't push the issue any further. I'm leaving. See you after I return to North America. Chapter 512, Marvel and Pixar. Chapter 512, Chapter 512, Marvel and Pixar. Irene Lauder flew to Tokyo early the next morning. Duke not only personally went to the airport, but also arranged for his private plane to take her there. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already nearing noon. After a simple lunch, he declined several invitations for events, finally having a free afternoon. Duke didn't plan to watch the films at the film festival, nor did he have any desire to stroll around Shanghai. He had visited this city countless times, so there was no sense of novelty or curiosity. Perhaps due to his age, his interest in unnecessary social interactions was diminishing, and he preferred quieter environments more and more. The higher one stands, the further one can see. Coupled with his own personality, his mindset was much calmer than before. Maybe it was the years of pressure that had shaped him, and he had grown accustomed to living under heavy burdens. He sat quietly in the suite's living room, watching TV, when Duke suddenly lost focus, seemingly drifting back to the past, to those days when he was struggling at the bottom of the film industry. It wasn't until Tina Fey walked out of the study, and the sound of the wooden door closing that his thoughts returned to the present. Though back in his former homeland, Duke didn't intend to seek anything from it. He had no attachments to the past, it was long gone, and his gaze was always directed forward, never stopping in his march. He would overcome all obstacles and seize every rare opportunity in this life to move forward. No one, nor any reason, could make him stop. The Duke studio just sent this over, Tina Fey said as she walked over, sitting beside him and handing him a fax document. There are a few items that need your signature to proceed. Opening the document, Duke quickly skimmed through it. The first item was the North American box office data for Taken. In terms of raw data, this film was leagues behind the epic Lord of the Rings trilogy, but compared to the film's investment, it still yielded satisfactory results. In its opening weekend in North America, Taken grossed $51.25 million across 3,624 theaters. CinemaScore audience ratings were 88%, with an average grade of A+. IMDb users gave it a score of 86 from 18,775 reviewers, and the audience's popcorn score was 89%. Metacritic gave the film an 84 from 45 critics. Overall, the film's market reception, while far from the Lord of the Rings trilogy or The Matrix, was still a high-scoring success within the action film genre. Apart from North America and China, Taken was also released in the UK and France, where it grossed $16.56 million and $14.11 million respectively in its first weekend, surpassing both Duke's and Warner Brothers' expectations. Importantly, the film didn't experience a significant drop in box office sales the following weekday. With $10.85 million in single-day revenue, the film was on a steady path to profitability. After reviewing the report, Duke was reassured about Taken. Even if the box office drops later, the film was already well-positioned to turn a profit. Next, Duke turned his attention to two new films co-produced by Duke Studio and Warner Brothers, both nearing the final stages of approval: Zack Snyder's 300 Spartans and Wallace Lee's Underworld. After the Oscars, Zack Snyder ended his half-year break and began preparing for his next project. Having led The Matrix Reloaded and The Matrix Revolutions, which grossed $715.6 million and $733.56 million respectively, he had already proven his capability and earned the full backing of Duke and Warner Brothers. His project proposal was quickly approved. Moreover, the film's actual production costs were not particularly high. Zack Snyder's project had already been included in Duke and Warner's plans, and Wallace Lee's opportunity to direct was also a result of his hard work. In the past few years, Wallace had left a great impression on Duke, particularly in the post-production of Return of the King and the planning of Taken. Despite a few shortcomings, such as rumors involving some actresses when he worked as a casting director, these were minor issues in Hollywood. Underworld was now on track, with just final formalities left. These two projects were fully supported by Duke, so there was no reason to stop them. He instructed Tina Fey to stay on top of things and maintain communication with Warner Brothers. At the end, there were 3 business matters related to Warner Brothers, mainly concerning negotiations with Pixar, distribution, cooperation with Marvel Studios, and Warner Brothers' renewed attempt to fully acquire Duke Studio. With The Incredibles releasing in North America, Pixar had fulfilled its animated feature contract with Walt Disney. Due to Michael Eisner's lingering position, negotiations between Pixar and Disney had been stalled. Steve Jobs, true to his business style, would never hang himself on one tree, especially not Disney. Over the years, Pixar had kept in contact with Duke and Warner Brothers, and now, Pixar's future was nearing a conclusion. Within 2 years, Jobs would certainly find a new distributor. Distribution was far more complex than it seemed, requiring years of accumulation and support from a huge platform. This was why second-tier Hollywood companies, such as Harvey Weinstein's Miramax, New Line Cinema, Pixar, and DreamWorks Animation, were quick to either sell out to bigger companies or sign seemingly unfair contracts. Distribution channels were incredibly important. This was not something a single person could solve. Even someone as brilliant as Steve Jobs, who once focused mainly on Pixar, was stymied by distribution issues. Compared to Walt Disney, Warner Brothers was at a disadvantage when it came to children's content promotion, but it held the advantage in global distribution and marketing channels. No matter how talented Michael Eisner was, he couldn't change the fact that Disney only transitioned into a media conglomerate in the mid-90s. In contrast, Warner Brothers was already ahead of Disney in certain respects. However, Pixar was no longer the ugly duckling. It had transformed into Hollywood's swan, and Steve Jobs, holding absolute control, had the upper hand. For Duke and Warner Brothers, a long and challenging negotiation had just begun. Standing out among several powerful competitors would not be easy. On the other hand, the negotiation with Marvel Studios for distribution was much smoother. With Duke as the go-between and the massive success of Spider-Man and X-Men, even competitors were willing to set aside differences and cooperate when enough profit was at stake. Moreover, DC and Marvel had cooperated several times in the past. The talks were entering the final stages, with only the signing of a formal contract remaining. Both Marvel and Warner had one demand in common. Duke would direct Marvel's flagship project, Iron Man. Superhero films would dominate the next decade or more, and if the series succeeded even more than before, Duke, as a major shareholder in both Marvel and Warner, would undoubtedly be one of the biggest beneficiaries. Although wealth was just a number to Duke by now, like any billionaire, once in the game, he had no intention of stopping before he was thoroughly bored with it. After pondering for a few minutes, Duke said to Tina Fey, "In principle, I agree to direct Iron Man. Please inform Nancy. The details can be worked out with her." The last item was the ownership of Duke Studio. Even today, Duke Studio remained a small company with a limited scale, and Duke had no intention of expanding it significantly. Management had always been handled by Tina Fey's team. If we looked only at the number of employees and scale, Duke Studio couldn't even compare to the film studios of Tom Cruise, Drew Barrymore, and Brad Pitt. But unlike the others, Duke Studio held partial or full rights to several blockbuster films. Not to mention other projects, just the rights to The Matrix, The Lord of the Rings trilogy, and Harry Potter were enough to make every Hollywood studio drool with envy. Years ago, Warner Brothers had offered to fully acquire Duke Studio, but at that time, with The Lord of the Rings still in development and Harry Potter not yet a global sensation, Duke didn't sell. Even when Warner offered a stock swap deal, he still refused. Now, the situation had changed completely. Duke was clear-headed, knowing that Duke Studio could never grow too large. Other big companies in Hollywood would never allow it. And to become one of the 6 major studios today, could he really rely solely on making blockbuster films? He wasn't that naive. "Tina, when we return to North America, you'll represent me in the negotiations with Warner Brothers." Duke thought for a moment before adding, "Remember, we're not lacking in cash." Tina Fey nodded. "I know what to do." After finishing the few remaining documents, Duke left the room and took a walk along the Bund. By evening, he was back at the hotel, revising a speech. This was his first time giving a university lecture, and he took it quite seriously. After this lecture, Duke's schedule in Shanghai would officially come to an end. It might be a long time before he returned here again, perhaps not until the film market here had fully exploded. Chapter 513, Duke's Speech. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Duke's Speech. The sunlight shone on the stone path of the campus as 2 young people hurriedly walked through the tree-lined road, their speed almost a run, as if something particularly important awaited them ahead. One of them was complaining while running. "Jiang Qingfeng, it's all your fault. You actually forgot where the document is. I could kill you right now. It's my fault, it's my fault." The person named Jiang Qingfeng tightly held onto a file folder, urging, "Zhuochang, stop talking. Let's hurry up. Faster, faster." They were heading towards the school's grand auditorium. Though the speaker wasn't a political figure or a famous billionaire, the lecture by the world's best director still attracted their attention. Both Zhuochang and Jiang Qingfeng were from the literature department and were especially interested in films. They had prepared questions for the director during the interactive session. Entering the grand auditorium, they turned their heads to see the place was packed. Fortunately, this event wasn't open to the public, so those who could enter had all been screened and had their seats arranged. The scene gave an impression of being full, yet not chaotic. Zhuochang and Jiang Qingfeng's seats were near the front. After squeezing in, they quietly waited for the speech to begin. There were members of the student council maintaining order, and though there were whispers, the atmosphere was not disorderly. After about 10 minutes, a group of people entered from the doors of the auditorium. Zhuo Chang and Jiang Qingfeng immediately spotted one figure. The person was about 185 centimeters tall, slightly thin, but gave off a sense of strength. He was dressed simply but appropriately, with sharp facial features and short dark brown hair standing on end, giving him a sharp and efficient appearance. Without any special ceremony, he held a speech script and walked directly to the podium. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here." Although Zhuo Chang and Jiang Qingfeng had seen the director's Chinese proficiency in interviews before, hearing him speak with perfect but slightly stiff Mandarin created an inexplicable sense of familiarity and recognition. A foreigner could speak Chinese so fluently, clearly having spent a lot of time learning and practicing, which showed that he must have a strong affection for this country. Unlike the seasoned veterans at film festivals, Duke knew that these young, inexperienced students were more likely to be influenced, and this was the perfect occasion to show off his Chinese skills. In front of people like those at the film festivals, even if you spoke Chinese more fluently than a news anchor, it wouldn't have much impact. But in front of regular people, it could unknowingly close the gap between them. In North America, according to university lecture traditions, the speaker is supposed to say things like, "Chase your dreams." Standing at the podium, Duke surveyed the audience. With hundreds of people seated below, he prepared an unconventional speech, as his style was never full of lofty, vague concepts. "But I don't want to say those things because I don't believe in them. I believe you all have dreams, the determination to pursue them, and don't need me to say anything. What's more important is to grasp reality." The auditorium was quiet, with only Duke's voice floating in the air. "I've often had this feeling. On some level, we've begun to view reality as a tragic cousin of our dreams. But I want to convey this idea to you. Whether it's our dreams or the reality we face, all the abstract concepts we are passionate about are subsets of reality, and these subsets are what we can more easily grasp." After glancing at the script one last time, Duke began to speak without it. "Like my work in the film industry for over a decade, films are dream machines, but the process of creating dreams is very realistic. You can't afford any romantic imaginations. If you don't approach film with a practical attitude, the only thing waiting for you is failure. This is a personal view, a lesson I've learned. In the early stages of my career, I faced failure after failure. To shoot speed, I went to every major film company in Hollywood, met with at least 30 producers, and tried to sell my dream. But dreams didn't outweigh reality. No company or individual was willing to invest in my movie until my mother showed up." A burst of laughter echoed from the audience, and Duke laughed as well before continuing. "I'm a lucky person, I don't hide that. My family's support helped me avoid many detours. When the opportunity came, I seized it. But to turn that opportunity into success, a lot of knowledge was needed. I always felt I had accumulated as much knowledge as a block of brie cheese," he joked. "But when directing a film, I realized that the knowledge I'd accumulated for over 10 years was far from enough. What I had was more like Swiss cheese. Those gaps in my understanding were the real problem. Knowledge is important because even if you leave here, you'll still need to fill in the gaps in that cheese, gaps you may not even know you have. You'll use experience to fill them. During that time, your life and work will have both brilliant and miserable moments, but through it, you'll learn more. The achievements you get here will help you through difficult times. You didn't just learn a set of knowledge here, you learned how to learn. You learned the value of learning," Duke continued. "Most importantly, some of those gaps will be filled by the most important things, the new ideas, new concepts, and all the things that can change the world." A round of applause erupted from the audience. Duke gestured for silence and said, "One can implant certain ideas and believe in them unconditionally. As someone who has been through it, I want to remind you that when you leave campus, you should remember to keep moving forward and never stop your steps, no matter what obstacles you face." Duke spoke earnestly, giving great importance to this speech. "When I see you, I think back to when I graduated from college. Society was unfair, income disparity, wars everywhere. You all probably know what the early 90s world was like, and you know this because, in fact, today's world is still that way." Another round of laughter broke out. Duke shrugged. "What have we done in the past 20 years? the world is still a mess. It's not easy to succeed in this world. If you have knowledge and opportunities, you also need to remember one thing. Never ignore teamwork. Many people have asked me, why can you keep succeeding? Why do you have today's accomplishments? Why are you so successful? Duke paused slightly before answering. I've won an Oscar for Best Director, and the combined box office of the films I've directed is astronomical. It seems like all these are my personal honors. But in reality, behind me, there are countless people who have supported me, like Tina Fey, who is sitting among you, or the production team I've worked with for over 10 years. If I didn't have these people, I'd have the confidence to shoot Speed and The Rock, but I couldn't have completed the Lord of the Rings trilogy in such a short time. Throughout the filmmaking journey, I've learned a lot. What I've learned isn't just scientific knowledge, but also leadership. Many people think that as a director, you must have strong leadership skills, but I've learned how to lead a team through the process of filmmaking. He knew very well that even with his special experiences, without a cohesive team, he wouldn't have reached his current position. During the production of a film, I sometimes ask myself, why am I here? Why continue making films? What have I gained from it? To challenge myself, films are like oceans and mountains awaiting our exploration. To discover, also for a strange relationship, a tightly knit team. My core production team has worked together for many years, often spending most of the year together. In this relationship, I found the most important thing is respect. I'm here for you, and you're here for me. The work each person does cannot be explained to others. We must build a relationship based on respect. When I began shooting the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I tried applying this leadership principle of mutual respect to the film's production. Soon, things changed. My team was large, working in uncharted territories, creating new worlds. This was very interesting, very challenging. Over the years, we became a family, and this completely changed the way I made films before. In the end, the speech followed a familiar pattern, always circling back to himself. Some articles say that Duke Rosenberg put some monsters on Earth, and that's why the Lord of the Rings succeeded. But for me, the basic principles of how I do things and the process itself led to today's results. Finally, let me share the key factors I think contributed to my career success. Duke raised his first finger, curiosity. This is the most important thing you have. Then he raised his second finger, appropriate imagination in line with reality. This is your most important power. As he raised his third finger, he added, respect for the team. This is a law more important than any other in the world. Moving closer to the podium, Duke said to the young faces in the front rows, many young filmmakers ask me for advice on how to succeed. I tell them, don't set limits for yourself. Others may draw boundaries for you, but you mustn't. You need to take risks. Failure is one option, but fear is not. No film has ever been made with complete safety. You must be willing to take on those risks. Thank you. The auditorium erupted in applause. Though the speech had ended, the event would continue, and the essential interaction session of a celebrity lecture would follow. Chapter 514, Communication Interaction. Chapter 514. Chapter 514, Communication Interaction. Hollywood movies have now penetrated most countries' markets. Saying they are rampant across the world is not an exaggeration. The first question these students raised, as Duke expected, was related to this. Hello, Director Rosenberg. The questioner was a girl wearing glasses from the third row. My name is Zhuang Qiwen, a student from the Social Sciences Department. I would like to ask, why have Hollywood movies been so successful worldwide? After receiving the microphone from the staff, Duke didn't immediately answer, but instead said in Chinese, what do you think? A boy in the first row spoke up, continuous innovation, turning imaginative ideas into movies. The girl beside him said, Hollywood has many hard-working people. Undeniably, what you said are some of the reasons for Hollywood's success, but not the key ones. After a brief pause, Duke quickly organized his thoughts and, amidst countless curious eyes, said, in my many years of working experience, the industrialized and procedural filming model, along with the full industry chain from production to screening to marketing, is the key to Hollywood's success. In other words, Hollywood's success is inseparable from its assembly line production model. This answer clearly surprised some students in the front row. After a brief pause, one of them asked, are you part of that? You're absolutely right. Duke smiled, The North American professional critics don't like me. They criticize me and my movies as mere assembly line products. Hollywood movies have never been developed as an art form, Duke said without hesitation. They have been developed as an entertainment industry. Hollywood displays a series of elements that the public loves to see, such as the reward for good and the punishment for evil to soothe people's traumatic experiences, stories of Cinderella and the Ugly Duckling, where lovers end up together to provide a collective dream, and spectacles and strong sound effects to stimulate people's visual and auditory habits. These form Hollywood's unique dreamlike mechanism, plot structure, spectacle style, emotional rhetoric, and mainstream narrative tradition. These are all part of the assembly line. Decades have passed, society has changed, one generation has aged, and another has grown, but Hollywood still persists in its mass-market assembly line model. A hand was raised, and Duke nodded towards the person. The person then took the microphone and said, "But Hollywood also has art films." Duke tried to keep it simple. Hollywood can wrap popular films with art films and use popular films to promote the film industry, which allows Hollywood films to maintain their mainstream appeal while still maintaining a certain level of artistry. This keeps Hollywood films consumer-friendly. Hollywood is universally acknowledged as the world's movie factory, and it truly deserves the title. The student with glasses in the second row. The host chose the second person to ask a question. The boy stood up and asked, "Director Rosenberg, Chinese films are still quite behind. How can they quickly break into the global market? There's a saying here, what is national is also global. Is that the way to success? Do you know Ong Li?" Once the hall responded, Duke continued. "As a Chinese person, Ong Li understands Chinese cinema better than I do. 2 years ago, when he visited the Warner Studios, he gave an interview where many Chinese journalists asked him the same question. I believe his perspective is more persuasive than mine." Then, Duke began to recount what Ong Li said. Ong Li visited all the major Hollywood companies, including Warner, and at every stop, he asked the same question. Why can American films succeed in any corner of the world? I remember clearly that when he was interviewed by Chinese journalists, he said, "The answers I received were almost unanimous. They said that when making films, they never thought about making them American." In other words, Hollywood does not subscribe to the idea that what is national is global. Many people emphasize the need for films to have national characteristics. This is a difference in philosophy, and it's worth studying. It's not that we shouldn't have national characteristics, but we shouldn't make films just for the sake of national characteristics. If we do that, the film will feel like an experimental film, and no matter how much attention it receives, it will only appeal to a niche audience. Perhaps my words are not perfectly accurate, Duke added, but the meaning is clear. Duke was present during that interview because Ong Li was selecting a suitable studio for the film The Hulk. Although Duke knew Ong Li wasn't suitable for this film, he couldn't stop it. Long before his investment in Marvel, the movie rights for The Hulk had been sold to Universal Pictures. Now that superhero films were becoming increasingly popular, Marvel wanted to reclaim the rights, but Universal wasn't willing to easily give it up. This movie eventually failed, and according to the supplementary terms of the adaptation agreement, if the movie performed poorly, Marvel had the right to reclaim the rights at a relatively low cost. Currently, the two parties were negotiating, and it wasn't difficult to get the Hulk back. Actually, this is a very simple matter. In terms of film, what is national is not always global. Cultural differences are not as simple as they seem. Anyone with a little sense can understand that China is rapidly rising, but this is still a world dominated by Western culture. Duke used Ong Li's words as a more tactful way of expressing this. Zhuo Chang and Jiang Qingfeng had raised their hands several times, but had not been selected, so they couldn't help but exchange glances with the host, whom they knew well. The host had already been informed, so the next question went to Jiang Qingfeng. "Director Rosenberg, my name is Jiang Qingfeng, a movie enthusiast from the literature department." Duke nodded at the short boy and said, "Hello, Jiang." Jiang Qingfeng asked his question. "I am interested in screenwriting, but I understand that the position of screenwriters in Chinese cinema is not high. In Hollywood, are screenwriters and scripts taken seriously?" Of course, anyone who contributes to a movie's success is taken seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng quickly added, "What about new screenwriters?" I've seen many rumors and articles stating that if a screenwriter produces an excellent script, it's often fought over by major Hollywood companies. Is this true? It's possible, but the premise is... Duke raised a finger. The screenwriter is a gold-plated professional. For new screenwriters. Duke shook his head. Let me put it another way. I am a shareholder and executive director at Warner, and I know a bit about the situation. Every year, about 5,000 to 6,000 scripts are submitted to Warner, but the acceptance rate is less than 0.05%. The chances of a new screenwriter's work being adopted are less than 1 in 10,000. Hollywood has never lacked scripts. Warner's script library contains at least 30,000 scripts waiting to gather dust, many of which have new ideas and groundbreaking creativity, but the chances of them being used are extremely low. Let me put it this way. Trying to get a script accepted by a Hollywood company is essentially a dream. You might not know this, but many Hollywood projects, when seeking funding, have only an idea and a plan, without a script. Only after finding investors and partners do well-known producers seek out famous screenwriters to write the appropriate script. Every Hollywood project undergoes rigorous review, and even a movie studio CEO doesn't have the power to single-handedly approve a project. So, don't expect to impress Hollywood with just a script. Don't even think about being hailed as a genius by Hollywood just because of one script. Zhuo Chang grabbed the microphone from Jiang Qingfeng and asked, "What if it were your company? If you encountered an extremely creative script from a new writer, would you adopt it?" 99% of the time, no. Duke replied calmly. My company only makes commercial films. For Hollywood-style commercial films, innovation equals massive risk, which might result in the inability to recover tens of millions of dollars in investment. This is the harsh reality in Hollywood. Production companies would rather use known screenwriters and producers with mediocre ideas than take a risk with a new, highly creative script. The famous creative script list, the blacklist, contains many scripts that have been up there for years with no company willing to touch them. Very few scripts from the list are turned into movies, and their commercial performance is usually average at best. Here in China, with Duke being a world-renowned director, the conversation inevitably steered back to Chinese films. The next male student raised his hand and asked, "What is your favorite Chinese film and Chinese director?" My favorite film is Farewell, My Concubine. The actor who played the role of Yu Ji still amazes me. Duke thought for a moment. My favorite director is Zhang Yimou. The colors used in Hero left a lasting impression on me. Another person stood up and asked, Director Rosenberg, will you ever make a film with purely Chinese elements? Probably not. At this point, Duke's tone shifted. Now, more and more Hollywood movies are starting to incorporate cultural and ethnic elements from around the world. Diversification and the integration of other excellent cultural elements have always been a trend in Hollywood films. I personally love Chinese culture and am using elements of it in my films, such as the Kung Fu and the Matrix. I will continue exploring this direction in the future. The live interaction lasted for about 20 minutes, and with the end of the event, Duke's trip to China also came to a close, preparing to return to North America to begin preparations for Batman. Chapter 515, Conversation with Steve Jobs. Chapter 515, Conversation with Steve Jobs. The Shanghai Film Festival had not yet concluded when Duke boarded his private jet and flew to Los Angeles. During his trip to China, aside from expanding the brand of Rosenberg-style films through several promotional events, the results were average, especially with Taken, which had a synchronized release in both China and the US. Its actual revenue could only be considered modest. Due to the market scale and the number of cinemas, when Duke left China, Taken had been showing for a full week, grossing 42.28 million renminbi at the box office. While this was a decent box office result compared to most films of this era, the 13% revenue share offered very little in terms of actual benefits. Luckily, the future looked bright. As long as his brand remained strong, there would be plenty of harvests in a few years. Compared to China, North America was the foundation of Duke's career. Taken had maintained stable performance in its second week, grossing $41.17 million over 4 working days. Adding the $51.25 million from the opening weekend, the North American box office had reached a total of $92.42 million. Although it didn't break 100 million in its first week, considering the film's genre and investment scale, it was still a remarkable achievement. Moreover, the audience feedback for the film had been consistently positive. The CinemaScore audience approval rate had remained above 85%, and without much artificial promotion, the IMDb score had reached an impressive 8.5. However, in its second weekend, Taken encountered Spielberg's The Terminal. In Hollywood, the genre and investment scale of a commercial film were equally crucial to its market performance, often as important as the director and stars. For instance, even if Duke had directed The Shawshank Redemption instead of The Lord of the Rings, it wouldn't have had the same box office success. Many Hollywood films wouldn't intentionally avoid Taken either. Duke had carefully chosen this release window. He had an inkling of which films were more likely to succeed, so he aimed for the ones that were softer targets. Most of the time, Spielberg was not an easy target, but The Terminal was an exception. It was one of Spielberg's rare misfires. In recent years, DreamWorks had been struggling. Whenever DreamWorks faced difficulties, Spielberg would release a film, resulting in a curious phenomenon in Hollywood. When DreamWorks was in trouble, Spielberg would step in to save it. However, even the greatest directors couldn't single-handedly prop up a massive company like DreamWorks. Duke couldn't do it, James Cameron couldn't, and even Spielberg couldn't. Moreover, even the best directors had their failures. The Terminal was undoubtedly one of Spielberg's failures. Despite starring Tom Hanks, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Spielberg himself, the film underperformed and far exceeded the low expectations of DreamWorks and the public. During the weekend, The Terminal earned just $19.05 million in North America. Aside from the now classic line, "I've been waiting my whole life, but I don't know who I'm waiting for," it didn't feel like a success. Although Taken's box office dropped by 40% in its second weekend, it still grossed $30.75 million. Enough to keep it at the top of the North American box office and push its total to $123.17 million. Back in Los Angeles, after a weekend of rest, Duke dove back into work. Taken didn't require too much of his attention. With Warner Brothers handling the promotion, it was bound to turn a substantial profit. The priority now was to form a negotiating team with Tina Fey and the investment agent David to begin acquisition talks with Warner Brothers. Duke's studio owned many valuable film rights, including The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and the Matrix trilogies. Although it wasn't a massive company, it was highly profitable. If Warner Brothers wanted to acquire it, they would need to offer a substantial amount of money. However, Duke wasn't short on cash. What he wanted were equivalent shares in Warner Brothers or Time Warner. Negotiation was never simple, and this was just the beginning of a drawn-out process. Duke was also involved in another negotiation, a partnership between Pixar Studios and Warner Brothers. After years of increasing his stake, Duke now owned nearly 9% of Warner Brothers. Their profits were closely tied to his own, and once Duke's studio was acquired, his stake in Warner would only increase. Moreover, he had other ideas. With Pixar Studios' current size, if Warner wanted to complete the acquisition, they would need to offer stock for stock and cash. Compared to large film companies that needed to maintain huge amounts of liquid assets, Duke had plenty of cash, much of it untouched from the earnings of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. This was a multi-stage negotiation. Tina Fey and Warner's talks would have a foundational condition closely tied to Pixar Studios. Duke then traveled to San Francisco to meet with Steve Jobs, who was recovering from an illness. Of course, Duke wasn't foolish enough to try to convince a stubborn person like Jobs to undergo Western medicine treatment. If Jobs' own family couldn't sway him, why would he listen to an outsider? This was a conversation about interests. "Duke, there's no need to beat around the bush," Steve Jobs said, sitting under the vines in the hallway as he poured tea for Duke. "There are 6 major Hollywood companies. Excluding the weaker Sony Columbia, there are 5. Why should I choose Warner Brothers? 5 companies?" Duke took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. "Steve, are you really considering all 5 options?" Before Jobs could respond, Duke continued, "Your talks with Disney haven't progressed. The condition you put forward is that Michael Eisner must step down. But given Eisner's control over Disney, I doubt that will happen, don't you think?" Perhaps triggered by his appearance, Michael Eisner's position at Disney had remained extremely stable. 20th Century Fox owns Blue Sky Studios, and has been cooperating with them for years. They don't lack an animation department. Even if they wanted to collaborate, are you sure Pixar will remain within Disney's framework? Universal Pictures is negotiating with Illumination Entertainment, a promising animation company. Their sincerity is the issue. Paramount Pictures is indeed looking for the right animation partner. But have you noticed that DreamWorks has been underperforming, and the three giants are trying to separate DreamWorks Animation? It's rumored that Paramount will become DreamWorks Animation's new distributor. Steve Jobs quietly looked at Duke without any immediate response. Undoubtedly, even if everything Duke said was true, he had the upper hand in the negotiations. Warner is different, Duke continued. Warner has extensive distribution channels worldwide and is the #1 media company by market value. Duke wasn't naive enough to think a few words would sway someone like Jobs, but he wanted to remind him of Warner's advantages. Although Warner has an animation department, it's small enough to be almost negligible. We will give Pixar the most creative freedom, more than Disney could ever offer. Price negotiations were specific details for later, and Duke didn't need to bring them up. To acquire Pixar, a price that satisfied Jobs would have to be offered. This tea was brought from India. Jobs suddenly changed the subject to the tea. How does it taste? Is it fresher and more natural than the red tea we usually drink? It's good. Duke gently swirled the cup. But not to my taste. I'm more accustomed to Chinese tea. He abruptly changed the topic. Steve, your life can only be described as legendary. I'd love to make a biographical film about you in the future. Jobs' eyes lit up briefly, but he didn't say anything. For someone in business, the ultimate pursuits were fame and fortune. Duke knew that, for Jobs, money was just a number game. But the allure of leaving a legacy? That was something else entirely. Just like how Schindler's List immortalized Oskar Schindler, a successful film could create an enduring monument to someone's life. Getting through to Jobs wasn't easy, and Duke couldn't expect him to be moved by a few words. Even after he left, Jobs didn't give any special indication. But Duke believed his words would have some impact. If it could make Jobs lean towards Warner, that would be enough. Duke took the helicopter back to Los Angeles. But before he could reach his destination, news of his meeting with Jobs had already reached the upper levels of Disney. Other companies' chances of collaborating with Pixar Studios aren't high. In a spacious office, Cook Dick sat in his swivel chair, looking at Michael Eisner behind the desk. Warner and Duke Rosenberg are our biggest competitors. Eisner crossed his hands on the desk. What about Marvel Studios? Duke Rosenberg has already agreed to direct Iron Man. Cook Dick replied quickly. Marvel is more inclined to cooperate with Warner. He reminded, Michael, we can't lose Pixar. We must make some concessions in the negotiations. No Pixar? We still have Disney Animation Studios. Since Tarzan, Disney Animation Studios had been focusing on developing 3D computer animation. Their previous successes made Eisner confident that Disney Animation would rise again. We can make concessions, but we can't let Jobs take full advantage. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Eisner added, don't set a release date for the new film with Ovitz and David Ellison. Wait until the new Batman release date is confirmed. We need to save Batman. A cold smile curled his lips. Chapter 516, Rebooting Batman. Chapter 516, Rebooting Batman. It's not easy to save the Batman film series. The awful experience brought by Joel Schumacher's Batman and Robin still lingers in many viewers' minds, and these memories inevitably affect their confidence in the series. As a result, when a new Batman film is released, they may choose to wait and watch or even give up entirely. Creating a successful film series requires the effort of many people, but destroying a successful one only requires one bad movie. If we say Joel Schumacher's Batman Forever was a commercially successful film, then after Batman and Robin, his subsequent works, including Phone Booth, performed terribly at the box office. Strictly speaking, Duke's task at the beginning of the new series, apart from explaining Batman's origin, is to clean up the mess left by Joel Schumacher. Duke was riding an electric scooter along the Warner Brothers lot. When he passed by the back exit of the Warner building, he stepped on the brakes and waited for about 5 minutes. The sound of high heels clicking approached, and Tina Fey came out of the building and got into the scooter, leaning heavily against the seat. Starting the scooter, Duke drove toward the film studio and asked, "How did it go?" Tina Fey took a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open, and took a sip before replying. Warner agreed to your $140 million budget, and Nancy also finalized your personal terms. $15 million base salary, plus a 20% capped box office revenue share, along with a 7.5% share of peripheral income. This was already the top director contract in Hollywood, and Duke had no objections. He asked about the other aspect. What about the acquisition negotiations? Warner Brothers, and we are still differing on price. Doug Walter has essentially agreed to our terms, but Tina Fey shrugged. Time Warner has concerns about our additional clauses regarding Pixar Studios. Let's continue negotiating, Duke said, not in a rush. Warner also asked about the release date for the new Batman. Tina Fey added, they want to know when you'll finish. Duke thought for a moment. If everything goes smoothly, we should be able to make it for next summer's blockbuster season. The scooter passed a flat open-air set and stopped in front of Studio 17. Duke got off and entered the studio with Tina Fey, heading toward the temporary office area on the left. This was the headquarters for Underworld, a film that had officially started production last weekend. The studio was busy with many people coming and going, obviously recruiting staff and selecting actors. Hello, Director Rosenberg. Suddenly, a tall woman walked up and greeted Duke. He nodded at her. Hello, Miss Beckinsale. Duke only exchanged a greeting and didn't say much. Since their collaboration at the turn of the century, the two had drifted apart. In Wallace Lee's report, Kate Beckinsale was the first choice for the female lead. The British actress had gone through some turbulent years, experiencing major highs and lows. She had played the female lead in Pearl Harbor and Van Helsing, released at the end of last year, but both films had mediocre responses. They even dragged her down in Michael Ovitz's eyes. She had once fired Nancy Josephson but had returned to ICM a few months ago. For such an important role as the female lead, director Wallace Lee didn't have much say in the matter. He suggested Kate Beckinsale, and Duke, remembering the female vampire role, didn't oppose her. Duke went straight to the director's office, which was empty. Wallace Lee had been involved in casting and didn't return until half an hour later. Hi, Duke. Hi, Tina. After greeting them, Duke immediately asked, how's the work progressing? Going smoothly so far, Wallace Lee replied seriously. With your and Warner's full support, the hired crew members are mostly experienced, especially in firearms and action direction. They come from the teams of Joss Whedon and Jimmy Carter and will help me tackle many challenges. Once we finalize the cast, they'll be in charge of training the actors. He then asked with concern, Duke, do you think Kate Beckinsale is suitable? Duke didn't answer immediately, just looking at him. Wallace Lee scratched his head and said, I like her, but I promise, nothing beyond professional has happened between us. Raising his hand, Duke interrupted him. Lee, you know my principles. Kate Beckinsale can be the female lead, but if you mess up this film, I'll send you to San Fernando Valley to direct movies. I promise, Wallace Lee said seriously. Duke, I understand the importance of this opportunity. I'll never take this job lightly. Duke nodded and asked a few more questions about the film's progress before leaving. However, he didn't leave the Warner Brothers lot. He and Tina Fey headed deeper into the studio area, where another project he was involved in had been underway for longer and was already starting actor training. They didn't enter the studio but went directly to the nearby gym, where Zack Snyder was, of course. What attracted more attention than Zack Snyder was the nearly 40 muscular men sweating it out under the guidance of professional trainers, including Gerard Butler, whose rock-hard muscles stood out among the group. When he saw Duke walking in, he smiled, and Duke waved back as a response. I had Michael Fassbender on the list for Bruce Wayne, Duke said, looking at one of the actors with a Germanic face. But you pulled him over here instead. This shows I have more pulling power than you, Zack Snyder laughed. Michael Fassbender's mentality was easy to understand. Compared to the film's male supporting role, his chances of landing the role of Bruce Wayne were slim. Plus, in Duke's mind, he was only a backup, and a very distant one at that. The natural shape of human muscles is something CG animation cannot provide. Looking at the actor's training, Zack Snyder turned the conversation to the film. Their muscles must meet the film's requirements, or they'll be eliminated. Duke nodded. Muscles were one of the film's selling points. For female audiences, the muscle-bound soldiers in red pants would play a crucial role in attracting them to the cinema. This was North America, and flowers and beauty types weren't popular. Even Orlando Bloom, who was a flower vase, had a strong build. As for flower boys, they were synonymous with effeminacy and were mostly associated with gay culture. If you look at Hollywood's leading and supporting male actors, it's clear they may be decadent, quirky, exaggerated, or arrogant, but they wouldn't turn themselves into effeminate pretty boys. Duke, I'm not planning to shoot on location, Zack Snyder continued. I plan to shoot entirely with green screen. Unlike Wallace Lee, Duke had over 10 years of collaboration with Zack Snyder. He was very familiar with his abilities and style, and directly said, as long as you don't exceed the budget or violate the principles of commercial films, you can go all out. No director wants their film to fail. Zack Snyder had done well in the past, and the enhanced version of Zack Snyder had already been through ample discussions with Duke. The envisioned style for the film wasn't far from the style of the Spartans in 300. These two films were both medium-sized productions, though. Compared to what Duke was preparing for with Batman, they were much smaller projects. As funds allocated by Warner Brothers began to arrive, the new Batman series was nearing the stage of official announcement, and Duke's team members were returning to Los Angeles from vacation spots worldwide. Hannah Selina, John Schwartzman, Charles Roven, Anna Prince, and others were quickly back in action, and Josh Williams, who had been away for some time, also returned. Essentially, the new Batman trilogy still belongs to the science fiction genre. After gathering his team members for a preparation meeting, Duke said, but it will be significantly different from traditional Batman. I want to give it a more realistic style, and the script, character designs, props, and action scenes all need to match this style. The dark style of the film didn't need much explanation. Apart from Joel Schumacher's oddball approach, most Batman films had been in a dark style. In my film, Bruce Wayne is no longer a god. He's just a man, Duke continued. He has flaws, sorrow, emotions, and will lose himself, but he will need to find himself again. Batman movies need redemption, and Bruce Wayne himself needs redemption. Ignoring other successful factors, humanizing Bruce Wayne was undoubtedly a key reason for the film's popularity. DC Comics' main characters often seem too perfect, making them hard for the public to relate to. The failure of the Superman reboot was a prime example. In contrast, DC's better-known characters were the villains, like the Joker and Two-Face. The reboot of Batman was a major event for Warner Brothers, and they, of course, prepared for a grand press conference. Chapter 517, Rebuilding Gotham, Rebooting Batman. Chapter 517, Rebuilding Gotham, Rebooting Batman. In the Warner Building's newsroom, one reporter looked at Duke and the Warner press officer and said to another reporter, "This is really not a good choice. Is that right, Tony? For other directors, this is a terrible decision. But he's different, Jarvis." The reporter named Tony said, "Who else but Duke Rosenberg?" Hearing the discussion from the two colleagues in front, Sarah from the Los Angeles Times couldn't help but sigh to herself. Rumors had been circulating in Hollywood that Duke Rosenberg wanted to reboot Batman with Warner Brothers. When Sarah had heard about it, she was also quite surprised. With so many choices, he chose the most difficult one. In recent years, superhero films had gradually risen in popularity. For superheroes, it was an unprecedented golden age. However, the successful superhero works all had one thing in common: produced by Marvel. When was the last time DC's superheroes ruled the big screen? That would go back to 1989 with Tim Burton's Batman, which is still regarded as the best Batman film ever. Could he surpass that? If it were another director, Sarah would certainly have given a negative answer. But seeing the familiar face in front of her, she believed that all of this would not be difficult. Duke Rosenberg would definitely be able to save Batman. This was Sarah's true thought, and it came from his past numerous successes. Hollywood is a place heavily reliant on formulas. For example, at this press conference, after going through the usual procedures, the conference moved to the most important segment: questions from reporters. As a famous supporter of Duke, Sarah was the first to be called upon by the press officer. She stood up and asked, "Director Rosenberg, can you give us a glimpse of the new Batman's general plot and theme?" The microphone was already in front of Duke. He lightly nodded and said, "The new film is temporarily titled Batman: The Moment of War. It tells the story of Bruce Wayne's quest to eliminate the evil forces in Gotham City." He travels the world seeking solutions, and we will follow his journey to becoming Batman. This is the first film about the Dark Knight to offer a perspective from outside Gotham City. Audiences will get to see how the world views Gotham. I plan to merge it with great cities like London, New York, and Paris. Jarvis became the second reporter to ask a question. Duke, as we all know, Gotham is a fictional city, and each director has depicted it differently. How do you plan to shape Gotham? Duke, how do you plan to shape Gotham City? Jarvis asked. A more exaggerated version of modern New York, a sprawling metropolis that makes you feel suffocated. It pulls you in. It makes you feel vast and boundless. Duke shared his vision of Gotham. I want the audience to feel that Gotham is a place both familiar and dangerous. He thought for a moment and then emphasized, my definition of Gotham is New York cubed. To capture this essence of the city, the film will use as much live-action shooting as possible. Duke had already decided on the location for Gotham's exterior scenes. It wasn't New York, as he mentioned, but another famous city in the U.S. known for its crime, Chicago. The city's exterior scenes would be filmed as much as possible in real locations. But when CGI was needed, Duke wouldn't hesitate. He wasn't Christopher Nolan, who insisted on shooting all scenes with real locations or models. With today's advanced computer graphics, the costs of CGI were steadily decreasing, making it more cost-effective and time-efficient than using props and models. Additionally, Duke had started familiarizing himself with digital equipment since last year. From the Batman trilogy, he had been preparing to abandon film and fully transition to digital technology. Not just shooting, but editing and production would also be entirely digital. He was never a film purist and had never resisted advanced technology. Just as sound films replaced silent films and color films replaced black and white films, the rise of digital technology was inevitable, and no number of directors could change that. Like James Cameron, Duke was more inclined towards new filmmaking technologies. People like him would never dwell on past glories. The changing of the old and new is a timeless theme in this world. Soon after the press conference, major media websites updated their related content. Most of the media were taking a wait-and-see approach to Duke's new film. Duke Rosenberg's commercially driven filmmaking style, opting for an even more commercialized film, isn't surprising, but is rebooting the Batman franchise too risky? The New York Times. Instead of choosing Batman, he might have been better off handling a Marvel superhero film. That would have been much easier to succeed. The Hollywood Reporter. Compared to the media, Duke's fans were generally supportive. They shared their thoughts enthusiastically on instant-sharing websites. If anyone can save Batman, it's definitely Duke. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Duke's Batman will be like. Once Batman is in Duke's hands, it will be an epic film. No matter what the media or fans thought, nothing would stop Duke from proceeding with his planned preparations. Charles Rowan continued to serve as his production manager. Anna Prinz was responsible for script planning and assisting with filming as the second director. John Schwartzman, who had become quite overweight, would be in charge of cinematography. Jimmy Carter was responsible for training actors and choreographing fight scenes. Hannah Selina would recreate Gotham's crime-ridden yet grandiose atmosphere. And Joss Williams would handle all explosion scenes. A well-seasoned and coordinated team made things much easier for Duke, and it was one of the key reasons for his continued success. I need actors, Duke. In the Duke Studios meeting room, Jimmy Carter looked at Duke and said, I need to train them to look like skilled fighters. It will take some time. The only confirmed actor is Liam Neeson, and he's the one who needs the least training. Since last year's Taken, Liam Neeson had been training his body, and his condition remained excellent. We'll finalize soon. Duke turned to Charles Rowan. How are things going with Christian Bale? No clear answer yet, Charles Rowan said. He's still considering. Duke didn't hesitate. If he's still unsure in a week, drop him. No one in Hollywood is irreplaceable, especially in superhero films. It's always the character that makes the actor famous. Anna. Duke turned to his assistant. Send audition invitations to Michael Caine, Gary Oldman, and Lawrence Fishburne. Though Morgan Freeman had gradually recovered from the scandal in recent years, Duke had no intention of using him. Morgan likely wouldn't want to work with him anyway, so Duke had chosen the character of Morpheus from The Matrix instead. He vaguely remembered that Lucius Fox's first choice had been him, and Morgan Freeman had only been a backup. And the female lead? Anna Prinz reminded him. Yeah, I know. Duke turned back to Charles Rowan. Get the word out. We're holding a large-scale audition for the female lead. Rachel Dawes was indeed just a pretty face, but the second film required a certain amount of acting. Katie Holmes wasn't even on Duke's radar. Her acting was just too poor. As for Maggie Gyllenhaal, how many people would consider her a competent actress? Charles, you're in charge of the team for now. Anna, handle the script and planning. Duke turned to the others. Hannah, John, starting tomorrow, we're heading to Chicago and Iceland to scout locations. The story's opening scenes took place in the Himalayas, but Duke had no intention of shooting in such a harsh environment. The altitude and conditions made it unsuitable for large-scale filming. Iceland's Vatnajökull Glacier, Europe's largest glacier, covered 1/10 of Iceland's territory. The rugged, rocky terrain was perfect for portraying the harsh environment in the film's Himalayan scenes. As for Chicago, the film's close-up city shots would be taken there, with all of Gotham's panoramic views generated through models and CGI. The brief meeting ended, and Duke returned to his office, preparing for a long scouting trip. Before leaving, he checked the box office for Taken. It was now early July, and Taken had crossed its fourth weekend in North America, grossing $181.06 million. Although the film's screen count and showings were steadily dropping, its final North American gross of over $200 million was almost certain. By the third weekend of its North American release, the film had opened in 88 countries and regions worldwide. As of now, including the UK and China, which opened simultaneously with North America, Taken's overseas gross had reached $172.66 million, with a global total of $353.72 million. It wasn't realistic to expect such a film to reach the Lord of the Rings trilogy's box office numbers, but based on current trends, it would easily surpass $400 million globally and might even push towards $500 million. After paying some attention to Taken's box office and communicating with Warner Brothers, Duke and his team first flew to Chicago. The filming conditions in the city were relatively simple, and after staying for just 4 days, they flew to Iceland. Meanwhile, in Hollywood, news about the casting for the roles in Duke's films spread like wildfire. Many actors were eager to try their luck. Chapter 518, A Sea of White. Chapter 518, A Sea of White. Christian. In the living room of the apartment, a well-dressed agent looked at his client. It's time to make a decision. Leaning back in his high-back chair, Christian Bale's right hand gently tapped the table. Next to him were 2 scripts, one from a cutting-edge director and the other a commercial film. Charles Rowan just called me. The agent continued. The production team can't wait indefinitely. Christian Bale glanced at both scripts, still undecided. The first was from a director who could barely be considered second-tier, telling a story about magic. Even from the script alone, you could see a strong personal style. The second was from one of Hollywood's top-tier directors, Duke Rosenberg, a new Batman film with a very commercial flavor. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely choose the first one, as it was his preferred genre. But the situation now was different. He knew full well what Duke Rosenberg meant, and this script also had a strong personal style, with a dark realism that previous superhero films had never dared to show. I still haven't decided, Christian Bale said. The preparation for both films almost overlapped, and he couldn't possibly take on both. Plus, playing Batman required intense physical training, leaving no energy to consider the other project. He was calm, but his agent grew more anxious. What agent wouldn't want to have an A-list or super A-list actor under their belt? Who would want to be stuck managing second-rate actors for life? Chris, the agent spoke very seriously. The person inviting you is Duke Rosenberg. 10 years ago, you had a chance to change your destiny. The agent stared at him. You were almost the lead in Titanic. You could have been the next Leonardo DiCaprio. That opportunity slipped away, and we've been waiting all these years, and you're still stuck in the independent film scene. Do you want to be stuck in this messy circle forever? He continued, if your goal is Daniel Day-Lewis, then I have nothing to say. Christian Bale absolutely didn't want to be that kind of actor. The agent knew this very well, or else they would have already parted ways. But the Nolan brothers' script. Christian Bale hesitated. The agent no longer danced around the issue. One is an obscure cutting-edge director, Christopher Nolan, and the other is the mainstream director Duke Rosenberg. Even a fool knows which one to choose. He stood up, showing a bit of disappointment on his face. If you only want to be a small actor, Chris, I won't say anything more. On one side was the continued struggle in the independent film world, and on the other, possibly endless fame and fortune. What should he choose? Hollywood wasn't without exceptions like Daniel Day-Lewis. But such actors were few, and although Christian Bale's thinking was unique, he was still within the realm of typical Hollywood actors. How many were really pursuing art? This place was a dream factory, but also a factory for fame and fortune. Christian Bale slowly closed his eyes. Many names appeared in his mind: Keanu Reeves, Nicolas Cage, Will Smith, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, etc. These people all took huge steps forward in their careers by collaborating with Duke Rosenberg. He had been a child star. He had worked with Steven Spielberg and had once tasted the sweetness of fame. It was an addictive and intoxicating feeling. How many years had it been since he had tasted that feeling? Was he really willing to stay in the independent film world to hone his skills? That was only because the mainstream commercial world had no interest in actors like him, who lacked market appeal. Tomorrow, the Batman production team will finalize the candidates for the audition. Upon hearing his agent's words, Christian Bale finally made up his mind. Although he had hesitated and been indecisive, choosing between Christopher Nolan and Duke Rosenberg wasn't difficult, was it? I'll go for the Bruce Wayne audition. There were many people in Hollywood who wanted to audition for Batman. This was a society that worshipped success, and Hollywood was a circle that idolized successful people. Countless companies and actors were willing to follow the success of others, even if it meant working on a bad project, rather than spending a second on a creative new project. As Duke was away from Los Angeles scouting locations, Charles Rowan and Anna Prinz temporarily became the heads of the production team. In just a few days, they had become gods to many agencies and agents in Hollywood. Everyone knew that Duke didn't mind delegating power, especially for smaller roles or even significant supporting characters. They had the final say on these. A light knock on the door sounded, and Anna Prinz called out, "Come in." A blonde girl, no more than 20 years old, pushed the door open. She walked up to the desk and greeted casually, "Hey, Anna, long time no see." Anna Prinz quickly motioned for her to take a seat. "Scarlett, what brings you here?" "I'm here to sign up for the audition," Scarlett Johansson said without hesitation, casually sitting in the chair and pointing at the ceiling. "My agent is upstairs looking for Charles Rowan." "You want to audition?" Anna Prinz asked curiously. "For the female lead," Scarlett said as if it were obvious. "I think I'm the right fit." Anna Prinz glanced at her. As Duke's assistant, she knew a few things. Apparently, the Cold War between Duke and his girlfriend started because of Scarlett. She didn't want to get involved and directly said, "Scarlett, you know I don't have the final say on roles like this." "Yeah," Scarlett nodded. "The decision is up to Duke. I'm just here to check in with you." She glanced at her watch. "It's almost time. I won't keep you any longer." "Goodbye, Scarlett." "Goodbye, Anna." After leaving Anna's office, Scarlett didn't meet up with her agent, but instead sat in the studio lobby and waited for a while. A few minutes later, the sound of a car horn came from outside. She stood up, looked through the window, and then quickly left Duke's studio. She opened the door of a sky blue sports car and said, "You're late." "Traffic," Sofia Coppola replied, starting the car and driving along the road to Beverly Hills. Once they were out of the busy area, she suddenly asked, "What do you want to do, Scarlett?" Looking at Sophia's furrowed brow, Scarlett couldn't help but say, "Hey, Sophia, we're on the same team. Do you really want to be just a pretty face in Duke's film?" Sophia turned to glance at her, steering the car into a restaurant parking lot. "This is no joke." "Am I joking?" Scarlett unbuckled her seatbelt and looked at Sophia. "I've made my decision. I'm giving up on the art house style and switching to commercial films." Sofia Coppola sighed. "Darling, is it worth it? Have you never heard this saying?" Scarlett said seriously, "What you can't get is always the best." Not to mention the already famous Scarlett Johansson, many well-known actresses and their agents were in the running for the female lead role, and Hathaway, Jennifer Garner, Amy Adams, Rachel McAdams, Katie Holmes, and more. They all knew that just being the female lead in a Duke film would make them the center of attention, even without any remarkable performance. Moreover, the actors Duke had specifically named Gary Oldman, Michael Caine, and Lawrence Fishburne, all accepted the audition invitations. But Duke wasn't participating in the initial auditions. He was still in Iceland scouting locations. Although Iceland's temperature in July wasn't particularly low, when walking on glaciers and high-altitude areas, thick down jackets were necessary. The group was investigating Vatnajökull Glacier, located in the southeastern part of Iceland near HFN, covering an area of 8,300 square kilometers. Not only was it Iceland's largest glacier, but also the largest in Europe, second only to the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland. Walking on the vast glacier, the sound of the wind howling in the air, occasionally seeing geothermal springs, it was like a virgin land far from human civilization. Nature had sculpted the uneven terrain, offering a stunning visual feast. John, standing on a raised hill, Duke pointed to the vast glacier and said to his cinematographer, "Make sure to shoot wide-angle close-ups. The scenery here is even better than I imagined. Use both overhead and flat shots," John Schwartzman said, looking out at the scenery. "Then mix them together." "Great idea." Duke patted John Schwartzman's shoulder and said to the Icelandic government staff, "Let's go check out the mountains on the other side." It seemed like a plain, but in reality, it was a bowl-shaped plateau. Surrounding Vatnajökull Glacier were numerous towering mountains, with some peaks reaching over 6,000 feet. Getting in the car, Duke and his team drove toward the distant peaks. Along the way, all that greeted their eyes was a sea of white. The ground was white, and the sky was white. The endless expanse of white was overwhelming, a true wonder of nature. The glacier, cold, brutal, and primordial, made one feel awestruck and almost as if they had entered a time tunnel. This perfectly matched the atmosphere at the beginning of the film. Chapter 519. Chapter 519. Chapter 519. The Normanov agents' off-road vehicle stopped at the foot of a small mountain. Guided by a local guide sent by the Icelandic government, the group slowly made their way along the rugged mountain path. The Vatnajökull Glacier region had only one two-lane road. Neither the glacial lagoon and ice fields Duke had scouted earlier, nor the mountain peaks now under consideration had suitable roads. If the crew wanted to shoot here, a temporary road would need to be built first. For just a few scenes, Steadicam equipment could solve the problem. However, the scenes here not only involved fights, but also required constructing a village resembling those in the Himalayan region. Without access for large equipment, relying solely on manual labor would mean the work might not be completed even by this time next year. That said, the area's natural scenery was pristine. Without prior explanation, the shots could easily be mistaken for the roof of the world. Compared to the more complex and harsh conditions of the Himalayan region, the Vatnajökull Glacier's environment was already quite favorable. Before coming, Duke had already communicated with the Icelandic government, so setting up a filming site here was not an issue. Hannah. Reaching a relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain, Duke called over his art director and pointed to a barren area backed by rugged rocks. "If the village is built here, how difficult would it be?" Hannah Selina walked over to inspect the area. After surveying it, she replied, "As long as we resolve the road issue, half a month would be sufficient." Duke nodded and pointed to a slightly higher point on the mountainside. "Find a suitable location there to construct the League of Shadows Monastery." "That's simple." Hannah Selina was confident. Compared to constructing an entire village from scratch, the League of Shadows Monastery required only a porch. The interior scenes could be shot in a studio, and the panoramic shots could be done using models. The model could also be used to film the monastery's explosion scenes. Such fiery sequences could not be filmed in the Vatnajökull Glacier area, or the Icelandic government and environmental organizations would go berserk. "This place is indeed excellent," said John Schwartzman, panting as he joined Duke. Looking ahead, you can see ice peaks, and turning 180 degrees, it feels like you're at 20,000 feet altitude. Duke pointed at his protruding belly. "Most importantly, this place can help you lose weight." "That's unlikely." John Schwartzman chuckled. Over the next week, Duke stayed in the Vatnajökull Glacier region, exploring better filming locations under the guide's lead. He continuously exchanged ideas with Hannah Selina on set design and John Schwartzman on on-site shooting. Before leaving, he signed a letter of intent with Icelandic authorities, finalizing plans to film parts of Batman Begins on location in Iceland. Back in Los Angeles, the crew held their first round of large-scale auditions. For now, Anna Prince handled the process. Duke planned to participate only in the second round for the main roles. His focus remained on other critical aspects of the production, starting with the Batmobile. The Batmobile wasn't just a prop. According to the commercial development plan, a limited edition collectible would later be produced for the market. The production partner, Lamborghini, presented 8 versions of concept sketches, all of which Duke rejected. "Chloe, this isn't a comic book." Standing in the meeting room, Duke pointed at the projected designs and told the design team leader, "Though different, all 8 versions are too sleek. I want a fierce beast, not a sports car taken to the extreme. We'll come up with new designs as soon as possible," Chloe quickly replied. Duke reiterated his vision. "My ideal Batmobile is a cross between a Lamborghini and a Hummer, a combination of sports car agility and tank-like robustness." Typically, prop vehicles are fitted with plastic shells over existing car bodies. But Duke insisted that the Batmobile in the film be genuine, from its wheels and chassis to its body. As the project was officially greenlit, Duke fully immersed himself in the work. Unlike the relatively relaxed process of Taken, this film had a massive budget and was key to determining the success of a series. Duke approached Batman Begins with the same level of dedication he'd shown for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. As a silver screen failure in the 1990s, Batman faced significant challenges in staging a comeback. Every detail of the work demanded perfection. This meticulous attitude was consistent with Duke's work ethic. He never took anything for granted, knowing that making a film and watching one were worlds apart. Every step of the preparation was laid out before Duke. He personally reviewed and examined each aspect, from progress updates to individual tasks. As a director overseeing the entire project, he had to understand the preparatory work in detail to ensure smooth shooting. These tasks couldn't be delegated to assistants like Tina Fey or Anna Prince. This foundational work was essential for any director aiming to helm a successful film. During breaks from reviewing preparations, Duke visited the Hughes Aircraft Facility in Los Angeles, where he rented 2 massive hangars. Both the Batcave and the dilapidated Narrows would be constructed there. The massive hangars offered spacious filming conditions unavailable in conventional studios. Previous films depicted the Batcave as highly sophisticated. However, the tone of Batman Begins demanded otherwise. Duke envisioned a damp and messy cave filled with bats, showing Bruce Wayne personally constructing his Batcave. The planned cave set would measure about 250 feet long, 120 feet wide, and 40 feet high, with 24 water pumps installed. These pumps would circulate 12,000 gallons of water per minute to create waterfalls, streams, and dripping wet walls. As for the bats, given the limited ability to train them to behave as desired, they would be created using CGI. While Duke busied himself with the Batman series, another project connected to him was also gearing up. With Duke's funding in place, Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible 3 was about to begin pre-production. To prioritize his flagship series, Cruise even turned down Steven Spielberg's War of the Worlds. Of course, Spielberg's projects never lacked star power. He chose to collaborate with Tom Hanks again. DreamWorks, struggling financially after separating its animation division, seemed to be going all in by investing heavily in 2 blockbusters, Spielberg's War of the Worlds and Michael Bay's The Island. However, unlike what Duke remembered, War of the Worlds had a new leading man, and The Island replaced its female lead. "I turned down Michael Bay's offer to be in your movie," Scarlett told Duke. At a party hosted by Tom Cruise, Duke accepted the invitation but found himself cornered by Scarlett Johansson. Lifting his wine glass, Duke clinked glasses with Javier Bardem, who passed by. After nodding briefly, he shifted slightly to avoid the direct glare of a light behind Scarlett. "You've already been eliminated, Scarlett." "Why?" Scarlett took a step forward, glancing cautiously at the uneven grass underfoot. Duke shook his head. "You're not suitable for the role." "Really not suitable?" Scarlett's bright eyes locked onto Duke. "I want to transition to different roles. Can we talk privately? Maybe you can give me some advice." Seemingly afraid Duke might ignore her, Scarlett added, "I'm sorry for some things I've done. They were a bit over the line. But Duke, we've known each other for over 10 years. You understand me, and I understand you. Was it really just my fault with you and Ivanka? If you're prejudiced against me because of that and dismiss our 10 years of friendship, that's unfair to me. I don't understand you. Duke turned away. This wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Duke walked toward the brightly lit corner of the lawn, and seeing Scarlett following, he added, "Work and personal feelings are unrelated. You're simply not right for the role." "But I didn't even get to audition," Scarlett Johansson said, following closely behind Duke. "Won't you give me even one chance? I practically grew up following you around." Hearing this, Duke stopped. Old memories surfaced. The chatty little girl Scarlett used to be. He sighed, turned to her, and said, "You're part of my future plans." Scarlett's eyes lit up instantly. Duke continued, "For now, work with Sophia. Next year, I'll direct Iron Man. You want me to play Pepper Potts? Pull out the comics and learn about Black Widow." Duke didn't wait for Scarlett's response and added decisively, "She's a crucial member of the Avengers plan, connecting many team members." Scarlett blinked her bright eyes. "If you need me, I'll never say no. You'd better mean it." Duke warned, "My expectations for you aren't high. Just try not to appear in front of Ivanka." Her golden hair suddenly fell over her eyes. Scarlett hesitated for a few seconds before carefully asking, "What if I frequently appear in front of her?" The question nearly made Duke's nose flare in anger. He raised a hand and pointed at her. Scarlett Johansson tucked her hair behind her ears, a hint of fear crossing her face. "Would you hit me?" "I would," Duke said sharply. He knew better than to show Scarlett any leniency. "Then go ahead and hit me." Scarlett suddenly smiled, taking a small step closer. "You know I'll never refuse any of your requests. My patience is limited." Duke glared at her before walking off toward the crowd. Behind him, Scarlett muttered in a low voice, "You and Ivanka. It's clearly her dad who's the real issue." Chapter 520, Google IPO. Chapter 520, Google IPO. Before the second audition had even started, Duke had already struck Scarlett Johansson out of consideration. During the subsequent auditions, several supporting roles were confirmed early on. After reviewing the auditions, Duke decided to cast Michael Caine as Alfred, Gary Oldman as Commissioner Gordon, and Lawrence Fishburne as Lucius Fox. Alongside Liam Neeson, already confirmed to play Henri Ducard, most of the key supporting roles were finalized. However, they wouldn't join the production immediately as Charles Roven still needed to negotiate their contracts with their agents. For the leading roles, after Christian Bale showed strong interest, Duke stopped considering other candidates and decided he would be the actor to play Bruce Wayne. In fact, during the Iceland shoot, Duke almost vetoed Christian Bale because Bale only agreed to audition on the last day of the invitation period. Initially, Duke had planned to cast Ben Affleck after receiving no news from Bale by the last day of the invitation. However, Bale managed to catch the last train. Christian Bale wasn't entirely as people often saw him, only interested in independent films. As a Warner Brothers board member, Duke knew that Bale had auditioned for the role of Robin in the 1990s, but was rejected by the production team. In the end, every actor in Hollywood understands the importance of opportunities. For the female lead, Duke was more hesitant. Although Katie Holmes auditioned, she wasn't under consideration. Jennifer Garner, Amy Adams, Anne Hathaway, and Rachel McAdams all had their strengths and weaknesses. Duke personally leaned towards Anne Hathaway. Known for her role in The Princess Diaries, she had been in a low point in her career over the past few years. While her audition performance wasn't on par with her later work, it was sufficient for the role of the female lead. Besides, as long as she didn't smile too broadly, she could qualify as a suitable vase actress. Indeed, Hathaway had a relatively robust build, what Duke described as big and strong. But this was a classic all-American girl look, aligning well with American aesthetic preferences. His team unanimously recommended Hathaway. "I think her audition was the best," said Anna Prince in the screening room after watching the audition tapes. "And Hathaway has a unique charisma. Her performance conveys a mix of innocence and perseverance, which closely matches the character of Rachel Dawes in the first installment." Charles Roven nodded in agreement. "I second Anna's opinion." After a brief consideration, Duke concluded, "And Hathaway it is." As for Catwoman in the future, Hollywood is teeming with actresses who meet the criteria. Suitable candidates are plentiful. Charles Roven worked efficiently, resolving the contractual issues with the cast within 10 days. Other actors could begin preparing their roles with relative ease. Meanwhile, Christian Bale, Liam Neeson, and a group of stunt performers were called to Warner Brothers Studios for 3 months of endurance and combat training under Jimmy Carter. Preparations were progressing steadily. By August, Duke's attention inevitably shifted toward business matters in Silicon Valley. One of the most significant investments of his life, Google, was about to go public. Initially, Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin were in no rush to list the company. However, the decision to hold an IPO this year was largely driven by regulatory requirements from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. According to SEC regulations, companies with more than 500 shareholders and assets exceeding $10 million must disclose their business information and financial status within 4 months of the fiscal year's end. This rule had previously prompted many U.S. companies to launch IPOs. Google, meeting these criteria, with over 1,000 employees holding stock options and assets far exceeding the threshold, was no exception. Before the IPO, Page and Brin had made extensive preparations to retain control of the company. In April, Google executed a stock split, issuing a non-voting B-class share for every A-class share with voting rights. This halved the stock price, providing opportunities for small investors while diluting the voting power of major shareholders, thereby safeguarding the founders' control. Such measures are typical of rational entrepreneurs. No one wants their hard-earned company to fall into someone else's hands. Duke wasn't particularly concerned. He had no interest in running the company. His investment in Google was purely for profit. On August 19th, after just 6 years since its founding, Google went public in a highly anticipated IPO. Wall Street valued the company at an astonishing $23 billion, a remarkable figure for such a young enterprise. At the time, Google had an annual revenue of $2.7 billion and a net profit of $286 million. Unlike most IPOs, Google used an auction method to sell its shares, reducing the associated costs. According to market trends, an IPO of this scale, aiming to raise nearly $3 billion, would typically incur a 4% marketing fee. However, Google's auction strategy brought the fee down to just 2.8%. Theoretically, auctions should achieve the highest possible offering price while allowing individual investors access to shares in the primary market. However, when Google's IPO took place amid weak demand, the company had to scale back the offering and lower the price. Despite initially setting a price range of $108 to $135 per share, Google ultimately went public at $85 per share, offering just 22.5 million shares and raising only $1.9 billion. To make matters worse, Google's stock price rose 18% on its first trading day, closing at $100.34 per share. This indicated that the auction had not achieved its intended goal of setting the offering price close to the stock's market value. Even as an outsider, Duke could see that this was not a successful IPO. However, for him personally, it was a different story. The auction method provided an opportunity for his funds to acquire a significant portion of the shares, restoring his previously diluted stake to 25%. If not for the SEC's disclosure requirements, Duke could have secured even more shares. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with the outcome. Though Google's IPO wasn't entirely successful, it made the company a star in the market and media. By the day's close, Google's market value had risen to $27 billion, creating hundreds of millionaires. Unquestionably, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, and Duke were the 3 most prominent figures in this IPO. Of course, shares and actual liquid assets are 2 different things. Stock transactions aren't as straightforward as buying vegetables at a market. Restrictions on public companies often prevent shareholders from selling their shares before the lockup period ends. Still, Duke wasn't short on cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't have purchased more Google shares. While Google doesn't distribute dividends, his primary goal was wealth preservation, especially given the rapid depreciation of the US dollar. With Google's IPO, Duke officially joined the ranks of America's wealthiest individuals. As Google's stock price continued to rise post-IPO, the value of Duke's shares increased correspondingly. Afterward, Duke returned to his film preparations. Just reviewing and tweaking the designs for Batman's equipment consumed significant time and energy. Lamborghini temporarily set up a production line in its factory to handle the primary design and manufacture of the Batmobile. Unlike the four Batman films from the 80s and 90s, the new trilogy leaned toward realism. Duke chose to omit overly sci-fi equipment. Marvel's success with its films stemmed from their all-ages appeal and somewhat juvenile tone, but the realism of the Batman trilogy was a key factor in its success. Not every superhero can be depicted realistically. Bruce Wayne's characterization naturally lent itself to this style. Conversely, Duke planned for Iron Man, the beginning of Marvel's cinematic universe, to adopt a completely different approach. Tony Stark's personality and numerous high-tech gadgets necessitated a less realistic tone, leaning instead toward a simplified, all-ages style, a crucial reason for Marvel's success. Trying to make Iron Man a realistic film would be as disastrous as turning Batman into a comic relief character. Immersed in work, time passed quickly. Duke spent all of August and September in busy preparation. Although he met Ivanka once during this period, their relationship did not improve. Scarlett's involvement merely exposed the latent conflicts between them. Donald Trump was an unavoidable obstacle. Ivanka insisted on bringing Trump's group into the financing and equity expansion, but Duke, holding 45% of the shares and the corresponding voting rights, disagreed. This made it impossible. Human greed knows no bounds. Duke had already made enough concessions to Trump in the past and wasn't willing to compromise further. Fortunately, both Duke and Ivanka were rational individuals, especially Ivanka, who had invested significant funds and effort into the company and wouldn't let personal conflicts affect their work. Even the deepest love can't withstand the erosion of time. While Duke and Ivanka's relationship hadn't reached a breaking point, it inevitably cooled. Without concessions, it would be difficult for them to move forward together. Chapter 521, Batman Begins. Chapter 521, Batman Begins. After experiencing the intense challenges of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the preparation for the Batman series felt relatively easier for Duke and his team. The complexity was far less compared to recreating Middle-earth. As October approached its end, the crew's preparatory work was nearing completion. According to the plan, the first scenes to be filmed were the outdoor shots in Iceland. Props like the Batmobile, which were more intricate, could be built while filming proceeded. Over the past few months, Lamborghini had completed 6 designs for the Batmobile, incorporating Duke's modifications. Duke found the type he was looking for among them. In previous Batman films, the Batmobile aligned with its era and was pushed to the extreme in terms of boldness. Lamborghini succeeded in merging the precision and agility of sports cars with the robust strength of a tank, creating a swift and muscular beast. In Batman Begins, the Batmobile is essentially a prototype military vehicle named the Tumbler, developed by Wayne Enterprises for personnel and equipment transport over trenches and open terrain. However, due to its high cost, Wayne Enterprises never mass-produced it. Bruce Wayne discovered it and adapted it into a tool for Batman's pursuit of justice. In early November, Lamborghini delivered a concept car to Los Angeles. Once Duke approved, additional prop cars could be quickly manufactured. This Batmobile was equipped with a 5.7-liter, 340-horsepower engine capable of outputting 400 pound-feet of torque. The vehicle measured 9 feet 4 inches wide, 15 feet long, and weighed 2.5 tons. It could accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 5 seconds and perform long-distance jumps. The most unique aspect of the Batmobile was its lack of a front axle, with the wheels supported by the sides of the body. Lamborghini's engineers enlarged the rear wheels and positioned the engine and transmission nearby. The Batmobile even featured an insect-like waist that twisted when more power was applied. Additionally, the Batmobile had 6 truck tires. To achieve specific sliding effects, tires with varying levels of wear could be used, and tire pressure could also be adjusted. According to the plan, Duke intended to use 6 to 8 Batmobiles in the film. Among them, 5 were fully equipped. One had an electronic version with a movable top 4, easy entry and exit, and 2 were engine-less lightweight models designed for special action scenes involving ejection. I never expected them to create a Batmobile that incorporated every idea, but they did. It's a monster, a beast. This was Duke's evaluation of the Batmobile, and he was highly satisfied with Lamborghini's work. Of course, the Batmobile's rights were co-owned by two companies. Once the film was released, the Batmobile would be officially marketed as a product, becoming one of the revenue streams for merchandise. Additionally, Bruce Wayne's sports car in the film would exclusively feature Lamborghini's latest models. To promote their products, Lamborghini gifted Duke and Christian Bale their newest concept cars. However, Duke was indifferent to cars and rarely drove sports cars, so he gave the car to Tina Fey. Negotiations between Tina Fey and Warner Brothers were not going smoothly. Time Warner was hesitant about stock swaps. Duke was already the largest individual shareholder of Warner Brothers. Adding more shares would make it harder for Time Warner to maintain control of Warner Brothers. The negotiations also involved Steve Jobs' Pixar Studios. If Pixar could not be acquired and Duke's shares increased further after the swap, Time Warner would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But Steve Jobs held the upper hand and was in no hurry, ensuring the negotiations would be a marathon. Duke's main focus remained on his new film, which was both his passion and the foundation of his career. There was a minor disagreement between Duke and Warner over the release date for Batman Begins. The reason was simple. The catastrophic failure of Batman and Robin had left Warner Brothers deeply scarred. Warner's suggestion is to release the film in late July or early August when competition is relatively moderate. In Duke's studio, Jamie Johnson, who had been promoted to Warner Brothers' distribution manager, shared Warner's perspective. Batman cannot afford another failure. Otherwise, the series will be shelved indefinitely. After a brief consideration, Duke responded, "My preference remains early May." With the launch of Marvel's first installment later that year, Duke couldn't afford to push Batman Begins too far back, as it would divert too much of his attention. Besides, Duke vaguely remembered that Batman Begins had been a summer release and had achieved relatively successful market reception. Moreover, Christopher Nolan's influence back then in the summer market couldn't compare to Duke's current standing. May is already packed. Jamie Johnson thought for a moment, but didn't insist on his opinion. Memorial Day isn't suitable. George Lucas's Star Wars Episode 3 is scheduled for that date. Duke nodded, already aware of this, and wouldn't compete with what Lucas referred to as the final Star Wars film. Mid-May has Spielberg's War of the Worlds, a sci-fi film. What about early May? Duke asked directly. 20th Century Fox's major production Kingdom of Heaven is set for the first weekend of the summer. Hearing this title, Duke's eyes lit up. "Jamie, let's pick the first weekend." Before Jamie could respond, Duke explained, "Have you noticed that the market has grown tired of epic films? Warner's Troy didn't meet expectations, did it?" "Yes," Jamie Johnson nodded. "Although it eventually turned a profit through merchandise and home video, it fell far short of our projections. King Arthur, released in July, performed terribly, and it's clear the film will lose money," Duke continued. "And last year's Alexander the Great. Its commercial performance was disastrous." Jamie Johnson's eyes suddenly brightened. Duke's grasp of the film market had always impressed him. Even films he didn't produce, such as Titanic, Mission Impossible, and the Harry Potter series, had proven his insight. Particularly with Alexander the Great, Warner avoided financial loss by heeding Duke's advice and not distributing Oliver Stone's epic. "Every genre of film in Hollywood, after reaching its peak, will inevitably lead to market fatigue," Duke stated, citing well-established trends in the film industry. In recent years, Hollywood has been flooded with epic war films, saturating screens inside and out. He shook his head at this point. It wasn't just epic war films. Superhero movies in the future would follow the same trajectory. Duke wasn't a magician, but his analysis wasn't difficult to deduce. Jamie Johnson pondered briefly and couldn't help but nod slightly. The exact release date for Batman Begins still required further research after Jamie returned to his office. A week later, Warner Brothers agreed to Duke's suggestion. Batman Begins was officially scheduled for release in North America on May 6th, kicking off the summer movie season. It would premiere on the same day as Kingdom of Heaven. Whether or not Kingdom of Heaven would change its release date was not Duke's concern. By mid-November, he reviewed all preparatory work and contacted Hannah Serlina, who had already traveled to Iceland, before preparing for filming. The first shot would take place at Vatnajökull Glacier in Iceland. While Warner held a press conference announcing the release date for Batman Begins, Duke and his crew boarded a private charter plane, leaving North America and flying directly to Iceland. Before his departure, Taken, released in June, completed its North American run. After a 5-month-long screening, it grossed $235.78 million domestically, a massive success given its production scale. Taken was still running overseas, with a global box office total of $482.76 million. Breaking the $500 million mark worldwide seemed well within reach. Although it was one of Duke's more modest box office performers in recent years, Taken easily secured a spot in both the North American and global top 10 for the year. Moreover, the audience response to Taken remained highly positive until its final day in North American theaters. With an IMDb score of 8.3, its subsequent home video sales were bound to be impressive. After 2 days of rest, the crew began shooting in Iceland. The first scene featured Liam Neeson and Christian Bale battling on a frozen lake. Chapter 522. A Man Descending from the Altar. Chapter 522. Chapter 522. A Man Descending from the Altar. Los Angeles in November was still basking in the scorching sun, but Iceland was already blanketed in snow. The howling wind, mixed with fine snowflakes, swept across Vatnajökull Glacier, turning the white world even whiter. Having lived in Los Angeles for many years, Duke was unaccustomed to such an environment. But just like every difficulty he encountered, the temperature would not become an excuse for him to stop moving forward. Along a temporarily constructed road, he led the crew to a small ice lake on Vatnajökull Glacier, preparing to shoot the first scene. The road had been built jointly by the crew and the Icelandic government, which provided considerable support to the production. According to their agreement, Duke also recruited temporary staff locally during the filming in Iceland. Giving to receive is one of the most fundamental rules of the world, and Duke adhered to these rules most of the time. Getting out of the SUV, Duke and Anna Prinz went separate ways to coordinate the crew, preparing for the upcoming shoot. Though the sky was overcast with snowflakes drifting down, the setting was perfect for filming. This gloomy sky and color tone were a natural backdrop for Batman, even saving the need for additional lighting adjustments. John, extend Crane 1 and Crane 2 directly above the ice lake. Duke shouted towards the team adjusting the equipment while standing on a thick patch of ice. Camera 1 will shoot at a 45-degree downward angle, and Camera 2 at a 60-degree diagonal angle. He beckoned towards the art director, Hannah Selina, who quickly approached. Hannah, set up the nighttime scene location. We should finish this shot during the day. Compared to the Himalayas, Iceland's conditions were better, but still unsuitable for prolonged shooting. Duke had crafted a tight schedule, aiming to leave Iceland as soon as possible. It was already mid-November, and any delay might push them into Iceland's deep winter, causing issues with the equipment. The crew worked efficiently, and once the equipment and site adjustments were complete, the makeup-done Liam Neeson and Christian Bale arrived at the shooting location. Duke stood behind the director's camera, saying nothing. This was an action scene, and the actor's choreography was being handled by professional stunt coordinator Jimmy Carter. However, as Christian Bale and Liam Neeson stepped onto the ice lake, Duke immediately called them back. Walking to the edge of the lake, Duke stomped hard on the ice. A faint cracking sound continuously echoed, prompting him to ask, "Is this the sound of ice breaking?" "It seems so." Jimmy Carter repeated Duke's action, producing the same sharp cracking sound. "It shouldn't break, right? What's going on?" Duke directed his question at the local Icelandic crew member. The staff member calmly explained, "This is a characteristic of Vatnajökull Glacier. Many ice layers creak when stepped on, but they won't actually break. I can guarantee it." The liaison officer assigned by the Icelandic government also arrived to provide assurance. "This ice lake often hosts tourists. It's early winter now, so there's absolutely no problem." Despite the Icelandic staff's reassurances, Duke took extra precautions. He had safety ropes attached to Liam Neeson, Christian Bale, and their stunt doubles. These could easily be edited out in post-production, but avoiding actor injuries would save the crew from bigger troubles. Each action scene was divided into countless small segments for filming, and the fight training sequences for Liam Neeson and Christian Bale were no exception. Given the wind and complex environment, Duke decided against on-site audio recording, which also reduced the difficulty of their performances. Having undergone months of rigorous training, both Neeson and Bale were in their best physical states. Although the filming was interrupted by constant changes between live action and stunt doubles, the progress of this first scene went relatively smoothly overall. Unexpectedly, right after lunch, the wind on the glacier suddenly intensified. Despite this, Duke insisted on completing the scene. By the time the crew started packing up equipment to leave, the wind speed had reached 75 miles per hour, with some crew members being blown over and unable to stand without assistance. The harsh conditions made it impossible for the crew to leave temporarily. The convoy, led by guides, found a sheltered spot to avoid the gale, waiting for calmer weather before heading to the next location. Care for a cup of hot coffee? Inside a spacious trailer, Tina Fey handed a hot drink to Duke, who took it, cupping it in both hands. His wind-chilled palms gradually warmed up. "Thanks," I asked the guide, Tina said, pouring herself a cup and sitting across from him. "This is just a gust. It won't last long." Listening to the howling wind outside, Duke's brows remained furrowed. If it comes every day, it'll still be a headache. As the guide had predicted, the strong wind subsided within an hour. Although it was still breezy outside, it no longer hindered the crew's movements. Switching to the SUVs, Duke led the team toward a rocky area on the glacier. The two locations weren't far apart, and they reached their destination in less than half an hour. But upon arrival, Duke saw Hannah Selina looking disheartened. The sets she had arranged were all blown over, with lighter pieces scattered who knows where. After surveying the rocky terrain along the glacier's edge, Duke told her, "Hannah, forget about the sets for now. Let the crew rest. We'll film after dark." In Hollywood productions, many night scenes were actually shot during the day and then converted to nighttime settings in post-production. Shooting at night often required more complex lighting and environmental adjustments. As the sky darkened, the temperature continued to drop. Apart from setting up cameras and adjusting lights, Duke avoided additional preparations for this temporary filming site. To conserve energy, he sent everyone to the large trailers for warmth, waiting until nightfall to resume shooting. Working with Duke often means embarking on an incredible journey, Liam Neeson remarked inside one of the spacious trailers, where key crew members were gathered, sipping hot coffee. "Christian, can you imagine this? At over 50, I'm taking a huge leap forward in my career." "That's because you're working hard enough," Duke interjected. Christian Bale smiled at the group, but said nothing. From Duke's observations, Bale was often a relatively silent actor who didn't enjoy much communication with others. His dedication was unquestionable, but the number of discussions he had with Duke about the film and his role since joining the crew had been minimal. After half an hour of rest, the outside sky had fully darkened. Duke stood up, clapped his hands, and announced, "All right, folks, back to work." This location featured only one scene, a dialogue between Henri Ducard and Bruce Wayne about anger, determination, and vengeance. A campfire was lit, its flames crackling in the wind and casting flickering light on Liam Neeson's and Christian Bale's faces. Duke stood behind the main camera, observing every movement and expression of the actors. Unlike his previous commercial films, this trilogy demanded more from the performances. This was also why Duke had waited until the last day to let Bale decide. Compared to another actor he had considered, Ben Affleck, Christian Bale's acting skills were noticeably superior. "Rub your chest hard. Your hands can help warm you up," Liam Neeson said, adding dry wood to the fire while addressing the curled-up Christian Bale. "You're stronger than your father." Bale looked up at him. "You didn't know my father, but I know the anger in your heart." This anger, stemming from Bruce Wayne's pain after losing his parents, was pivotal. Your anger temporarily masks the pain until you can no longer bear the longing for your loved ones. One day, you might wish they never existed, just to rid yourself of the pain. Bale's face showed a hint of doubt. Neeson calmly continued, "I haven't always lived in the mountains. I once had a wife, the love of my life. She was brutally murdered. Like you, I learned not to tolerate evil, to show no mercy to wrongdoers. Anger gave you great strength, but if you don't learn to control it, it will destroy you. Anger almost destroyed my life." "How did you calm your anger?" Bale asked. "Revenge. That won't work for me." "Why not?" Why don't you avenge your parents, Bruce? These lines underscored the philosophical differences between Bruce Wayne and Henri Ducard, or the League of Shadows. Ultimately, their paths would diverge. Cut. Duke called out, then waved the two actors over. He addressed Neeson first. Liam, your expression was a bit too much. You're not a villain. You're someone upholding the philosophy of the League of Shadows. In Ducard's mind, this is the correct worldview, and he firmly believes in it. He then turned to Bale. Christian, what happened to your acting? Where did it go? In the footage, all I saw was a wooden-faced Bruce Wayne. I couldn't sense the anger and fear buried deep inside you. Sorry, Bale said sincerely. I didn't adjust my state properly. You have 10 minutes, Duke instructed. Remember, Christian, you're not playing an emotionless god, but a man descending from the altar. Chapter 523, Guiding Bale. Chapter 523, Chapter 523, Guiding Bale. This trilogy will inevitably weaken Batman's abilities. Perhaps some people won't like this, but compared to its four predecessors, Batman stepping down from his pedestal and becoming a flesh-and-blood person compensates for one of the greatest shortcomings of many DC superheroes, being overly idealized. The era of Superman and Batman once ended. For modern movies to succeed, they must bridge the gap with the audience. In this regard, it's no surprise that DC's relatively aloof superheroes lost to Marvel's more down-to-earth ones. Under Duke's vision, Batman isn't like other superheroes with all sorts of superpowers. In comparison, he's more like an ordinary person who has learned ninjutsu and possesses advanced technology. This seems more realistic and gives the impression that a superhero could be someone nearby. And as for the villains, Ra's al Ghul relies on ninjutsu and technology, Scarecrow on his gas, and Joker and Bane on straightforward threats and brute force, creating the illusion that these villains might actually appear in my life. Consequently, it leads to the thought, can I become Batman? For other films, relatability might not matter much, but for superhero films, it's incredibly important. Not only are the characters realistic and believable, but so is Gotham City. Dark, corrupt, full of murder and crime, Gotham fits perfectly with such a superhero. The crime is laid bare before the audience, making it feel less like science fiction or fantasy and more like tangible reality. Compared to the action scenes, Christian Bale's performance state is clearly off. It took nearly 10 NGs for this relatively simple scene to be completed. Duke could tell that Bale had some issues with understanding Bruce Wayne's psyche and clearly didn't give enough weight to this superhero role. This isn't to say Christian Bale isn't dedicated. His work ethic is actually very serious. The problem is that he treats Batman like just another currently popular superhero. However, given the film's established tone, portraying Bruce Wayne as if he were another standard superhero won't work. On the way back to the crew's lodging, Duke decided to find time to talk to Bale properly. But the next morning, while Duke was out for a morning jog, Christian Bale approached him, initiating a conversation about the character. The two walked out of the hotel grounds and stood atop a tall rock, gazing at the distant, white glaciers. Bale spoke softly. Last night, I reread the script. I lay in bed thinking for a long time. This character is more challenging and complex than I imagined. Don't treat it as a superhero movie. Duke pulled up his collar to shield his ears from the biting wind. Think of it as a psychological crime drama. You'll discover something different. Christian Bale nodded lightly. When an actor proactively seeks guidance, Duke is more than willing to provide it. He continued, what do you think the film's core theme is? Bale thought for a moment before answering. Fear, anger, determination, and strength. Exactly. Duke's gaze shifted to where the sun was about to rise. Right now, Bruce Wayne is dominated by fear and anger. What do you think of fear? Duke asked. From a physiological perspective, fear is an emotional experience where an organism feels helpless to escape or avoid a certain situation. It can manifest as intense contraction of physiological tissues, dramatic increases in density, and a rapid release of energy. Hearing the non-academically trained Bale articulate such an academic perspective, Duke couldn't help but smile. I see fear as a very paradoxical phenomenon. The more you're afraid, the more you cower, yet it can provoke greater resistance or even counteraction. Christian Bale showed a curious expression. Duke continued, to be honest, I've never agreed with the idea that opposing and mutually exclusive things can coexist, but this phenomenon indeed exists. The only explanation is that fear itself restrains anger, but when anger is triggered, fear-induced strength emerges. This is the other side of Bruce Wayne's fear, anger. In fact, I think fear fuels anger, and anger, in turn, unleashes power. Bringing the topic back to the character, Duke said, Bruce Wayne's initial fear of bats stemmed purely from their image. At this stage, Bruce couldn't feel the power derived from fear. However, after his parents were murdered, Bruce's fear took on the color of anger. Through learning and training, he gained his strength. Unlike his father, who lost his chance for revenge and didn't dare to challenge Gotham's gangsters, Bruce's anger gave him the courage to defy them. This marked the beginning of his departure from Gotham and eventual return. Until he finally learned to master fear, he became fear itself. He became Batman. Christian, Duke patted Bale's arm. What you need to do is highlight Bruce Wayne's fear, anger, and determination in the appropriate scenes with the appropriate performance. I'll give it my all, Christian Bale responded. As the sun gradually climbed above the horizon, yesterday's gloom was replaced by today's brightness. Duke stepped off the rock and called Bale. Let's head to the restaurant and discuss further over breakfast. The two entered the hotel restaurant, grabbed a few simple dishes, and sat at the same table, slowly eating while exchanging their thoughts on the character. Of course, as the director, Duke spoke most of the time, while Christian Bale listened. The trilogy starts with Batman Begins, which primarily tells Batman's origin story, Duke explained, pushing his barely touched breakfast plate aside. Essentially, it's about Bruce Wayne's journey from experiencing fear, overcoming it, and becoming Batman. His identity is unique. His family, the Wayne Corporation, is one of Gotham's most respected and wealthy families. Christian Bale recalled Bruce Wayne's background while continuing Duke's explanation. By conventional standards, Bruce should be a traditional young master, living a luxurious upper-class life, embodying Rachel's expectations, someone with a sense of justice but who doesn't actively combat crime. After pondering a moment, Bale added, his childhood fear of bats indirectly caused his parents' death, and he watched Gotham, the city his father dedicated his life to protecting, fall into decay. Fear and anger consumed him. Thus, Bruce Wayne's growth can be divided into 3 stages. As a director, guiding an actor to better understand their character to deliver an outstanding performance and elevate the film is part of Duke's job. He raised one finger. The first stage is before his parents' death, where he was plagued by fear due to the bat's terror. During this phase, his father's teachings significantly influenced his later actions. Raising a second finger, Duke continued. The second stage begins after his parents' death. During this time, Bruce suppressed his fear with anger, guilt over his parents' deaths, and hatred for their murderer. But as Ra's al Ghul said, this stage would destroy him, much like Joe Chill, his parents' killer, a desperate, angry man crushed by fear of mob boss Carmine Falcone. Finally, Duke raised a third finger. So, in the third stage, after Chill was killed by Falcone and revenge became impossible, Rachel's reminder led Bruce to realize that unbridled anger would leave him directionless. He began his crusade against crime, immersing himself in the underworld to understand them. Hearing Duke's analysis, Christian Bale gained a deeper understanding. He said, as Ra's al Ghul mentioned, Bruce was always searching for his own fear, not the criminals. He feared the power within himself, the force unleashed by anger that he couldn't control. Under Ra's guidance, he found a symbolic way to channel and master this power, becoming fear itself to confront those who truly needed to be feared. That is Batman. Duke smiled, stood up, and lightly patted Bale's shoulder as he walked past him. I'm looking forward to your next performance. Chapter 524, Ways to Combat Crime. Chapter 524, Ways to Combat Crime. Duke could discuss roles with actors and directly tell them the results he wanted, but when it came to how they adjusted their performances, he was an outsider. However, in subsequent filming, Christian Bale's condition noticeably improved. His action scenes maintained a high physical standard, and his performance in dramatic scenes also improved rapidly. The character he played even sparked a mentor and father-like dynamic with Liam Neeson's Henry Duckard. This was precisely the effect Duke wanted. As Bruce Wayne's guide, despite their fundamentally opposing ideologies, the role of Ra's al Ghul undoubtedly played a significant part in Batman's genesis. After a brief adjustment period and continued communication with Duke, Liam Neeson also began to master his role, particularly with his appearance and demeanor lending great help in shaping the character. From his appearance, Henry Duckard exudes righteousness. Psychologically, this ninja master also believes that his cause is absolutely just. To a certain extent, Henry Duckard and Bruce Wayne share a hatred of evil, both fueled by the tragedy of losing loved ones, their hearts filled with anger. Yet, the two chose different paths. Ra's al Ghul channels his anger into revenge against those connected to his wife's death, forming his principle: annihilate and punish all he considers evil or unredeemable. Thus, the League of Shadows, under his leadership, adheres to the principle of destroying evil and rebuilding anew. The concept of destruction and rebuilding is not inherently wrong, as history has always been a process of continual renewal. However, the uncertainty in Ra's al Ghul's stance lies in the fact that the criteria for determining what deserves destruction and punishment rests solely in the hands of the League of Shadows. In other words, the League holds the power of life and death over all things. Therefore, Bruce Wayne refers to them as executioners and vigilantes. It can be said that the League's only driving force for continued existence is destruction and reconstruction, with standards defined solely by themselves. For everything they deem beyond redemption or evil beyond salvation, it must be punished and eradicated, then rebuilt upon suitable objects. Huddled behind a glacier for shelter from the wind, Liam Neeson held a cup of hot coffee in his hands as he shared his understanding of the League of Shadows with Duke. This principle is the necessary driving force for the League's existence. Strictly speaking, they themselves are not the creators of evil, but in destroying everything, the concept of fairness and justice ceases to exist. In fact, Duke sipped his coffee, shrugged, and said, "Fairness and justice have always been relative." The difference between Batman and the League of Shadows is clear. Christian Bale chimed in. The difference is that Batman does not kill. He hands crime over to the system for judgment, whereas the League destroys all evil, evil as they define it. He looked at Duke and added, "This touches on another theme of the movie and script: how to confront crime, or rather, what methods to use to fight it." It was a long break during filming. The shooting schedule was entirely in Duke's hands. The Batman trilogy was by no means a traditional popcorn superhero movie. To make this series more exceptional, such discussions with the lead actors were invaluable. Christian Bale's portrayal of Bruce Wayne was especially critical. After their conversation a couple of days ago, Bale seemed to find his rhythm. While still reserved in daily interactions, he had many insights when discussing the film and his character. In commercial blockbusters, Duke's demands for acting were generally not strict. Batman could be considered the film with the highest performance requirements among all his typical blockbusters. After more than a week of shooting, he admitted that working with an actor like Bale, talented, perceptive, and leaning toward darker roles, saved him considerable effort. Bale's ability to analyze and adjust himself appropriately assured Duke of his choice. If Ben Affleck had been in Bale's place, his stiff expressions and overconfident acting style would have likely caused endless headaches. Hollywood might not have indispensable individuals, but actors whose styles align with a director's vision can reduce many challenges for a production team. Christian Bale was undoubtedly such an actor. Hearing Bale's analysis, Duke became intrigued and directly asked, "Can you elaborate on your perspective?" The saying, "100 people will have 100 Hamlets in their hearts," was not merely rhetoric. Even within the same crew, interpretations of a script and characters often varied. Discussions and exchanges between actors and directors were always beneficial to the film. Duke was never the kind of director who couldn't listen to others. After pondering for a few seconds, with Duke and Liam Neeson looking on with interest, Christian Bale said, "In contrast to Frank Miller's comics, Duke's script presents 4 approaches to combating crime." Nodding approvingly, Duke gestured for him to continue. Christian Bale said, "The first approach is like Bruce Wayne's father, who does not address the root causes of crime, but instead adopts a relatively gentle, patch-up-the-pieces method, addressing the immediate needs of the poor. This is undoubtedly the least effective method in the short term. He sighed. In the script, not only does he fail to solve problems in the long run, but he is also killed by the very people he tries to help. The second approach is like Rachel Dawes, combating crime through lawful and legitimate means. This approach can achieve long-term results as it is the most reasonable and socially aligned method. This is indeed the most reasonable and legal way to combat crime in real society. However, it is clearly unsuitable for the movie. Otherwise, why would Batman be necessary? Bale added. In Gotham, where even law enforcers have been corrupted by evil, relying solely on legal means to fight crime is incredibly difficult. This is why before Batman's emergence, the law was powerless against people like Falcone. The third approach is like Ra's al Ghul's League of Shadows, combating crime through destruction and reconstruction. This method is the most effective but also problematic. First, it carries significant uncertainty, as the criteria for destruction depend entirely on the enforcer's interests, lacking universal acceptance. Second, determining how to rebuild and the process itself demands a colossal cost, making it potentially counterproductive compared to reforming before destruction. At this point, Liam Neeson interjected, "From my understanding of the script, although Ra's al Ghul and the League of Shadows internally believe they are just, their actions are ultimately driven by the need to sustain their existence rather than truly considering feasible ways to fight crime." The fourth and final approach is Bruce Wayne's Batman. After Neeson finished, Bale continued, using a freer, more powerful form of vigilantism, operating above the law to combat crime. No errors in that analysis. Bale's analysis closely aligned with the themes of Batman Begins. Rather than calling it a superhero film, it was more aptly a crime movie. Duke glanced at his watch and added, "I'd like to supplement this. All four approaches involve personal factors and are not truly transcendent methods of maintaining order. A truly transcendent approach to maintaining order, in fact, does not exist. Humans have thoughts and emotions. They are not mere machines executing commands. These attributes inevitably lead to personal biases. Methods that overlook human subjectivity can only exist in utopias. Batman is no exception. All right, let's end the discussion here," Duke said to his two leading actors. "Let's resume filming." The break lasted half an hour. Liam Neeson and Christian Bale went for makeup touch-ups while Duke called Anna Prince to review the progress of various departments on set. The next scene to be filmed featured Bruce Wayne undergoing ninja training. Duke moved the setting out of the monastery to the vast, magnificent ice plains. Under Henry Ducard's guidance, Bruce Wayne learned to use the night, props, and his surroundings to hide his presence. Ninjutsu can be considered crucial to Batman's transformation into the Dark Knight. Especially for a realistic Batman, the trilogy would not feature scenes of him taking on hundreds of enemies directly. Utilizing advantageous conditions to launch ambushes in the dark was undoubtedly a key tactic for Bruce Wayne in fighting crime. However, as Iceland had already entered winter, night shoots posed too many uncertainties. Duke opted to use a green screen and shoot the scene during the day. To minimize certain unpredictable elements, the setting for Bruce Wayne and Henry Ducard was established as the Himalayan region of Bhutan. In short, all sources of evil would be kept unconnected to the opposing side. Duke had never been the type to refuse change, nor was he like Christopher Nolan, insistent on maintaining politically correct anti-China sentiments. In the biting cold wind, Christian Bale and Liam Neeson weave between two groups of ninjas. The shoot was fragmented into countless pieces, with Duke frequently calling cut to bring in action director Jimmy Carter and the two leads for discussions about the fight choreography before resuming. The Iceland shoot lasted half a month. Before the harsh winter fully set in, Duke led the crew back to North America. Chapter 525, Explosion Scene. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, Explosion Scene. After returning to Los Angeles, Duke gave the crew a 5-day break. He himself rested for only 2 days before gathering with John Schwartzman's cinematography team and Josh Williams' pyrotechnics group inside the massive hangar at Hughes Aircraft Factory, preparing to shoot explosion scenes without using any actors. There were quite a few explosion scenes in the film involving actors in the thick of it. For example, Bruce Wayne blowing up the League of Shadows monastery. But few directors would actually let actors enter the explosion site to shoot. Some directors, in pursuit of authentic effects, might use misaligned shooting methods, but technical directors like Duke would rather use compositing than put actors at unnecessary risk. The reason was simple. If an actor got injured, beyond the financial issues, even the delay in shooting was something he couldn't afford. With today's computer technology, filming the explosion background and the actors' performances separately and then compositing them together was a very simple task. "Josh, how's the preparation going?" Walking into the hangar that had been transformed into a temporary studio, Duke greeted Josh Williams and walked toward the model in the depths of the hangar while saying, "I've only prepared one model. If there's any mistake, the entire filming schedule will be affected." "Don't worry, Duke," Josh Williams said with extreme confidence. "I guarantee we'll achieve the effect you want in one take." Explosions could be said to be Duke's earliest means of making a name for himself and attracting audiences. But ever since The Matrix, due to the nature of the films he directed, he hadn't recklessly used large-scale explosions in his movies. Compared to the films he made in his early years, the explosions in the Batman trilogy were definitely much more restrained. Upon arriving at the blast-protected area of the hangar, over a dozen crew members were busy working around the model that had already been set up. This was a model 20 feet tall, featuring the League of Shadows monastery built halfway up a mountainside. Aside from being used to shoot wide-angle shots, its most important purpose was for an explosion scene. Bruce Wayne blew up the monastery, also severing the mentor-student and father-son bond between him and Henri Ducard. "John," standing in front of the model, Duke called out. When John Schwartzman walked over briskly, Duke said, "Are the cameras set up?" "The miniature cameras inside are ready." John Schwartzman pointed to the crane arm above the model. "Once we finish calibrating camera 1 for aerial top shots, we're good to go." Duke reminded him, "Be sure to stay safe." Just like before, when shooting explosion scenes, Duke would use miniature cameras to simultaneously shoot the internal explosion of the structure. In the early 90s, this was considered an innovative filming method, but with the success and popularity of several of his films, almost every explosion scene in Hollywood now used this technique. Like bullet time and explosion delay shots, this was a filmmaking style branded with an unmistakable Duke signature in Hollywood and the broader North American market. Only compared to his initial obsession with explosions, after years of filmmaking experience, Duke had become much more calm and objective when shooting. He was no longer the madman director who fanatically worshipped explosions. However, when it came time to use explosions to shock the audience's visual and auditory nerves, he would still use them without hesitation. Half an hour later, Duke retreated to a safe distance. He picked up the microphone and shouted, "Clear the area! Clear the area now!" Except for Josh Williams' explosion team who were doing final checks, the other staff all withdrew to beyond the safety line. Another 10 minutes passed, and after Duke received confirmation from Josh Williams, he called out to start filming. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown echoed through the hangar. 3, 2, 1, detonate. With a thunderous bang, a fireball shot upward. The explosion was visually striking, but had limited force. The flames lost all momentum long before reaching the hangar's ceiling and slowly dispersed. Wisps of smoke curled upward, only to be sucked away by exhaust fans overhead and expelled into the atmosphere outside. Josh Williams had long been one of the best pyrotechnicians in Hollywood. The explosion had been meticulously calculated and tested beforehand, and the effect basically matched Duke's expectations. Standing behind the monitor, Duke reviewed the footage just captured. He nodded in satisfaction and said to an assistant, "Tell Josh and John to switch locations." He had come today specifically to cause destruction, to blow up all the models the crew had painstakingly built. The crew relocated to the opposite corner of the hangar. Models of the high-speed rail and underground building basement had already been constructed. John Schwartzman's team quickly set up the cameras, while Josh Williams' team stood aside, waiting until the film crew finished their work before placing the explosives. Since he had already had thorough communication with Josh Williams and John Schwartzman beforehand, Duke simply stood on the sidelines. After all, professional tasks should be left to professionals. Directors are coordinators most of the time, not executors. After watching for a while, An assistant walked over and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Doug Walter is here." Upon hearing that the CEO of Warner Brothers had arrived, Duke temporarily handed the set over to Anna Prinz and walked toward the hangar entrance. He hadn't gone far when he saw Doug Walter coming to meet him. The two greeted each other familiarly and walked deeper into the hangar together. "Is the shooting going smoothly?" Standing at the edge of the temporary set, Doug Walter asked. "I heard you ran into quite a few problems in Iceland." "Mostly the weather." Duke adjusted his coat slightly and said, "The winter climate in Iceland was harsh. The cold and wind were worse than in previous years, but fortunately, the crew completed the shooting schedule on time." "I just came over from Marvel Studios," Doug Walter said directly. "I've basically reached an agreement with Kevin Feige and Avi Arad. Warner Brothers will be Marvel Studios' distributor for the next 3 years." Duke's eyes lit up immediately. That's good news. Anyone with even a little understanding of this industry knew just how important a solid distribution network was for a film. "Duke," Doug Walter suddenly sighed. "DC's superhero films have been in decline for far too long. Batman." He shook his head lightly. "Bruce Wayne can't endure another big-screen failure." "I know." Duke thought for a moment and said, "No one wants this movie to succeed more than I do. How many directors are weird enough to want their own film to fail?" Doug Walter's thinking, as well as that of Warner Brothers, wasn't hard for Duke to guess. DC's superheroes had indeed been in decline for too long, and now, seeing Spider-Man and the X-Men raking in cash at the box office and in the merchandise market, how could they not be envious? Moreover, if Duke's proposed unification plan succeeded, it would surely create an unprecedented pinnacle in superhero film history. As the CEO of Warner Brothers, Doug Walter was obviously a busy man. After briefly discussing the promotional plans for Time of War with Duke, he took the initiative to leave. From beginning to end, neither of them mentioned the long-delayed negotiations between Duke's studio and Pixar Studio. In reality, these two closely related negotiations had already gone beyond Doug Walter and Warner Brothers management. Because of the massive stock and capital transactions involved, the Time Warner Group had taken over the negotiations. In fact, it wasn't that complicated. If the equity swap between Pixar Studio and Duke Studio with Warner Brothers went through, the shares Duke and Steve Jobs would receive could very well affect Time Warner Group's control over Warner Brothers. Negotiations involving billions of dollars were never simple matters. Let alone having been in formal talks for less than a year. Even if it dragged on for several years, it would still be normal. Of course, neither Duke nor Steve Jobs opposed becoming shareholders in a world-class media conglomerate. In fact, during a recent phone call, both had even subtly expressed their desire to join the board of directors if possible. After seeing Doug Walter off, Duke resumed filming with full focus. It was an explosion scene following a collision and required precise control of the timing between the model crash and the detonation. Fortunately, Josh Williams, after years of training, had little problem in that area. Duke called cut after just one take. That wrapped up today's work. Over the next few days, the actors would be on break, and Duke would focus on shooting explosion scenes. He aimed to wrap up most of the explosion sequences during this time. He waited in the office area of the hangar for a while before his car arrived with Tina Fey. He got into the car, glanced at the silent assistant beside him, and said directly to the driver, "Head to Malibu." Once the car started and hit the main road, Tina Fey suddenly reached out and pressed a button. Raising the partition between the front and back, she seemed to have something important to say to Duke. "Did something happen?" Duke asked. Tina Fey didn't answer immediately. Instead, she opened her briefcase, took out a document folder, and handed it over. "This is from Lawyer. He asked me to give it to you." Duke took it, opened it, and began reading. The contents weren't exactly a secret. They were some pieces of evidence Lawyer Ord had collected on Donald Trump profiting from his, Duke's, name. According to North American law, Duke could demand that Donald Trump pay him a portion of the profits from those activities. But after thinking for a moment, he handed the folder back to Tina Fey. "Let's put this on hold for now." He was well aware that Ivanka valued her father deeply. Tina Fey clearly didn't want to see Duke and Ivanka head down a path of no return either. She quickly put the folder away and changed the subject. Taken has finished its global release. I've just received the latest box office statistics. Chapter 526, The Batmobile. Chapter 526. Chapter 526. The Batmobile. Since its simultaneous release in early June in both China and the United States, Taken had screened globally for 6 months and finally ended its theatrical run in early December in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The film concluded its journey with a North American box office gross of $235.78 million, and though the earnings afterward were not particularly high, it still brought in $34.78 million. However, this $34.78 million was enough to push Taken past the $500 million mark worldwide, with a final global box office total of $517.54 million. For a film with a production cost of only $40 million, the profit could truly be described as astronomical. But Warner Brothers did not intend to stop there. They soon negotiated with Duke, preparing to find a new team to produce a sequel to the film, probably inspired by the profits and influence generated by the Matrix spin-off animations. Before the new sequel film, Warner Brothers' television department planned to produce a series of television shows depicting the stories of Brian Mills before his retirement. Since the timeline would shift quite a bit earlier, the show would inevitably feature a brand new cast. And to get a popular actor like Liam Neeson to star in a TV series was simply impossible. Even if he agreed, it would only come after paying an unimaginably high price. Perhaps many popular film stars would make guest appearances in hit TV shows like The Long List of Cameos and Friends, but few actors whose careers were on the rise would be willing to star in a television series. On the contrary, those TV stars with massive income and fame often squeezed their way into the film industry. But those who truly made a successful transition from hit TV series to movies were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Indeed, many film stars did start their careers in television, but with a bit of research, it's easy to find that they only played insignificant minor roles on TV. Those who became famous through TV series, if they failed to transition successfully after the show ended and couldn't find a way, like Jennifer Aniston, who could always bring up Brad Pitt for a few headlines, would quickly be forgotten. Take, for instance, the once popular lead actor of Prison Break. After the series was canceled, he was basically forgotten. Even if he managed to get a few film roles, they were insignificant supporting roles at best. Likewise, aside from a few directors like James Cameron repaying favors, Spielberg insisting on investment control, and Woody Allen, whose brain seems wired entirely differently, very few film directors who haven't reached a dead end in their careers would truly get involved in TV production. Even when listed as producers, it was often just a name only. In most countries and regions around the world, the status and prestige of big-screen stars and small-screen actors are worlds apart. After all, the world has only one Jennifer Aniston. Not only was Warner Brothers planning a Taken television series, but they also had bigger plans in mind. However, they were waiting for Duke to revive Batman before producing TV series based on some of DC's second-tier heroes. After completing an explosion scene in the background, the hangar at Hughes Aircraft was being redesigned, and Duke gathered the actors and moved into Warner Brothers Studios' soundstage to continue filming according to the schedule. Inside the soundstage, Duke sat behind the monitor, watching Christian Bale standing in the Batcave. Perhaps because he had mostly starred in low-budget indie films before, Bale had little experience acting in front of a green screen. Or perhaps the 5-day break had caused his peak performance during the Iceland shoot to wane. Standing in the jagged, rocky Batcave, Christian Bale failed to convey that feeling of Bruce Wayne's reunion with the Bats. Cut. Duke called for a stop, left the monitor, walked into the temporary set, stepped onto the polystyrene rock floor, and approached Christian Bale. Bale tilted his head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that he was thinking, Duke didn't speak either and walked a circle around the Batcave. He hoped Bale could quickly regain his form. The bats would be added in post-production. He couldn't possibly catch hundreds of bats and release them here. Even if he did, they wouldn't follow commands. Once Bale came to his senses, Duke returned and said directly, "Christian, this is a very symbolic scene. Bruce Wayne, from fearing bats to standing tall and dancing with them. This is a major psychological shift for him. Fear gives him strength. He is about to become the embodiment of fear." "I understand, Director," Christian Bale replied. "I'll adjust quickly." Back in Iceland, He'd communicated enough about the character with Bale and Neeson, so Duke said no more and returned to his director's monitor. He gave Christian Bale 10 minutes to adjust. Once time was up, Duke told the script supervisor, "We can begin." Scene 47, Take 1. The script supervisor held the clapperboard in front of the main camera lens. Starting now. Christian Bale walked into the Batcave, lowered his head to turn on the glow stick, then looked up with the light's reflection. He closed his eyes and turned his head slightly, as if facing something terrifying, even crouching down in fear. However, thanks to Henry Ducard's training in the Himalayas, both physically and mentally, he could now bravely face his inner fear. Although there were no bats present, Christian Bale performed significantly better than the previous take. He slowly stood up, faced his fear, and rose courageously, arms spread wide, head slightly raised. All past shadows seemed to vanish at that moment. A man who coexisted with darkness stood tall. "Great." Duke praised him with a word, but before Christian Bale could relax, he added, "You did well, but I believe you can do even better. Take 5 minutes, and then continue this scene." In the actor's rest area, Liam Neeson, already in makeup, stood beside Tina Fey. After watching for a while, he rubbed his chin and said, "Looks like Duke and Christian have found a connection." Tina Fey nodded in agreement. He's usually not too demanding with actors' performances. As long as they're above the passing line, he'll let it go. This film is an exception. Indeed, Duke had taken a stricter than usual approach in demanding better acting performances. Compared to his previous films, the Batman trilogy had less dense and less intense action scenes. If the actors' performances were mediocre, the dramatic scenes, especially those involving character development, would magnify the flaws and affect the entire film. If Bruce Wayne was like Legolas, only showing off during fights and acting as background in dramatic scenes, Duke would not be pushing Christian Bale this hard. For this scene, in which Bruce Wayne rises from his fear, Duke had filmed 5 takes intermittently before finally shouting, "Pass." Afterward, Christian Bale went for makeup while Duke took the crew to a nearby set to shoot a scene between Liam Neeson and Christian Bale. Much like the dynamic between Joker and Batman, the peculiar relationship between Bruce Wayne and Henry Ducard was also a major highlight of the film. This scene involved Henry Ducard using a hallucinogen extracted from the blue flower, combined with field training, to guide Bruce Wayne in overcoming his inner fear. Though it included some action, the action elements were nearly negligible. Liam Neeson's tone and lines were the key focus. Feel how fear blurs your senses, how its power twists your mind and body. Taking control of everything, only then will this power of fear belong to you. Embrace your deepest fear, Bruce. Since the scene was being filmed in a soundstage, Duke opted for on-site audio recording. Liam Neeson's voice fluctuated unpredictably, like a messenger from the shadows. Merge with the dark force of fear. Focus completely. Put your heart into it. Control your entire being at will. Though actors' performances weighed heavily in the shoot, Duke was also doing his best to motivate both Liam Neeson and Christian Bale and to adjust their conditions. Actors' performance states could fluctuate when both were in form. Shooting progressed swiftly. But when their states dropped, it was often hard to complete even a single day's plan. Throughout December, aside from his trip to New York to spend Christmas with his mother, Duke spent his time filming back and forth between Warner Brothers Studios and Hughes Aircraft Factory. Starting in mid-December, Liam Neeson and Christian Bale entered their best phase. By the time 2004 ended and 2005 began, filming was already about a week ahead of schedule. If things continued at this pace, all scenes could be wrapped before the end of January 2005. Of course, some of the remaining scenes still posed challenges. Because only one prototype vehicle was available, the other Batmobiles wouldn't arrive until the new year. All high-speed Batmobile chase scenes were left for last. One major chase scene even required on-location shooting in downtown Chicago. Right after the 2005 New Year, 8 Batmobiles and models custom-made by Lamborghini were delivered to Los Angeles and sent straight to the hangars at Hughes Aircraft Factory. Just as Duke requested, the few operational Batmobiles were all monster-level vehicles. He even test drove a few himself to feel the thrill of being Batman. Though the Batmobiles weren't very refined and appeared a bit rough, they were absolutely packed with cool factor. Lamborghini and Warner Brothers also planned to release a consumer version of the Batmobile after the movie's premiere. Of course, this would be a watered-down version. After all, the ones used by the crew weren't suitable for long-term driving. Each mile consumed as much as a gallon of fuel. As the short New Year holiday ended, Duke led the crew and 8 Batmobiles to Chicago. Chapter 527, Alien Spaceship. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Alien Spaceship. Night gradually deepened. Tonight, Chicago seemed somewhat quiet. Beckelman pushed open the bar door, let out a loud belch, shook his dizzy head muddled from drinking, and staggered forward. Not far ahead was Wacker Drive, a major artery in the Chicago area, where cars typically came and went. It was usually easy to flag down a cab without having to call for one. But tonight was different. He drunkenly pulled apart 2 barricade tapes and stood by the side of Wacker Drive, looking strangely to the left and then to the right. Not only were there no moving vehicles in sight, but the entire street apart from a few cars parked on the roadside felt extraordinarily empty. What happened? Beckelman scratched his head, his brain dulled by alcohol and slow to react. Why were there no people in this bustling neighborhood? A plague? War? Zombie siege? Or maybe an alien invasion? He had always been a sci-fi fan, and with the alcohol's influence, a bunch of bizarre ideas leapt into his mind. Suddenly, Beckelman saw someone. On the other side of the wide street, a person was waving at him and shouting loudly, seemingly urging him to get away from this place, as if there was danger here. Had something serious really happened? Though Beckelman was groggy from the booze, he still cautiously took a few steps back. It was at that moment a loud roar suddenly erupted from the intersection a few hundred feet to his left. The sound was so deafening that even from such a distance it felt ear-splitting. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky and illuminated that area, and the sound of helicopter rotors followed. Sirens, car engines, all sounds suddenly erupted. Were the police chasing a fugitive? Given Chicago's long history with gangs, such situations weren't all that rare. Just as Beckelman thought this, a bright light suddenly lit up from the direction of the intersection and then turned around. The light was so intense it almost illuminated half of Wacker Drive. Seeing the monster in that light, Beckelman's mouth dropped open uncontrollably. What the hell is that thing? It looked somewhat like a car, but its design was odd. It didn't resemble any ordinary vehicle, especially with the black material covering its exterior like armor. But were there any armored vehicles, tanks, or cars like that in the world? Beckelman immediately shook his head. Just then, the monster raced past on the road ahead of him at nearly 100 miles per hour. The ground-shaking tremor and gust of wind it stirred up almost knocked him over. The dozen or so police cars following it seemed like weaklings compared to this beast. Were the police chasing that monster? At this point, Beckelman understood, but he couldn't figure out what exactly that monster was. What kind of thing would require so many police officers and the evacuation of the entire Wacker Drive? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began to tremble with excitement. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the number for the Chicago TV station. "Hello, is this the TV station?" Upon receiving confirmation, Beckelman, speaking in drunken slurs, shouted, "I saw an alien. This isn't a joke. I saw a spaceship on Wacker Drive. The police are chasing it." Up in the sky, the helicopter was still circling. Duke sat inside, examining the images constantly transmitted to the monitors. Occasionally, he would glance out the window at the frenzied chase scene below, overseeing everything from above. To shoot this car chase, the crew had made extensive preparations. After his scouting trip to Chicago with Hannah, Serena, and John Schwartzman, 18 stunt drivers came to the Chicago area to train in car handling and familiarize themselves with the local roads. They'd been preparing for months. Duke's fame also played a key role. Not only did the Chicago city government fully cooperate with the crew, but they also provided unprecedented support. Several city blocks had been temporarily closed to traffic to facilitate the intense car chase shoot. Such scenarios had become increasingly common in recent years. Governments across the U.S. were competing to attract large Hollywood crews, offering various conveniences and tax incentives. Hollywood productions had been increasingly shooting outside of Los Angeles. A successful film can significantly impact a city. Even the staunchest Duke critics had to admit that he turned New Zealand into a global tourist destination with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Moreover, Chicago's financial situation was worse than Los Angeles's. Though not as dramatic as Detroit, this heavy industry city had also faced repeated bankruptcy rumors. The helicopter continued to follow the Batmobile as it raced down the meticulously designed route like a rocket. It occasionally stopped to make adjustments, then crashed into police cars in its path. Even though it was only a film shoot, the power of this supermonster was still unmatched. In a city facing ordinary criminals and lightly equipped police, Batman was simply unstoppable. Filming continued until the early hours before Duke finally called it a wrap. The cleaning company hired by the production moved into these blocks, beginning to clear away all the debris left behind by the staged car crashes. Once Duke disembarked and joined the ground crew, swarms of media reporters who had rushed over surrounded the area, even blocking the exit route. They clearly weren't going to let him leave without saying something. Duke had no choice but to give an interview. However, he only gave formulaic, perfunctory responses. When a reporter mentioned that someone had called the TV station claiming the Batmobile was an alien spaceship, he was momentarily stunned. This just proves that the Batmobile our crew built is truly unique and spectacular. Leaving this remark, Duke got into his car with the help of security personnel and left Wacker Drive, heading straight back to the hotel. All filming in the Chicago area was scheduled at night. Even with the city government's support, Chicago's heavy daytime traffic made normal shooting impossible. The fast-paced scenes of the Batmobile bursting forward were all completed in one night, but the crash scenes required far more complex and time-consuming shooting. These crash sequences were Duke's forte. In fact, the actual filming didn't take long. Most of the time was consumed in the preparations. A crash scene lasting only a few seconds often took several hours to set up. It's undeniable that there are many tricks in filmmaking, but preparations for on-location shoots couldn't be faked. Otherwise, the consequence might be injuries to the actors or other troubles. Duke never fought a battle unprepared. Every shoot was the result of meticulous pre-production planning. However, this time, he ran into a bit of trouble. The exterior location for Wayne Manor still hadn't been settled. Unlike the modern villas scattered all over America, the Wayne family was a typical example of an old and noble lineage, and the manor needed to exude a sense of ancient solemnity. Otherwise, Duke could have easily borrowed or rented a villa estate in Malibu. Originally, the crew had secured an old manor on the outskirts of Paris, reportedly owned by a duke. But after the crew arrived in Chicago, the owner suddenly backed out. He preferred to pay the penalty rather than let the crew use his property. Faced with such a situation, Duke could only shrug. The owner wasn't short on money and had no ties to the film industry, so he simply didn't care what Duke thought. More importantly, he was willing to pay the breach of contract fee. Duke had no choice but to give up on the location and sent the crew's lawyers to Paris to handle the settlement and penalty matters. If it had been a hot-tempered director, there would have definitely been a big scene. Fortunately, Duke had always been calm and rational. He also understood he wasn't the center of the universe. While changing the filming plan, he asked Charles Roven to find a suitable location as soon as possible. "Your dark circles are showing." In the hotel's Italian restaurant, Irene Lauder, who had come to visit the set, looked at Duke, who had been working nights recently, and said, "Are you worrying about that matter? Is it that obvious?" Duke couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Living with reversed day and night wasn't pleasant. "It'll be fine soon. The Chicago shoot is almost over." Irene picked up the glass of water beside her, took a slow sip, and continued, "Maybe I can help you solve this problem. Then I won't say thank you." Seeing that Irene Lauder wasn't joking, Duke didn't hold back. "Darling, the sooner the better." In fact, he didn't need to shoot inside the villa. The interior could be recreated on a soundstage. What he needed most was exterior wide shots. "My cousin owns a manor in the northern suburbs of London." Irene pulled out a pen and wrote an address on a napkin, sliding it over to him. The manor was built by the Rothschild family in the 1850s, and it's only an hour and a half drive from London. Duke glanced at the napkin and then heard Irene say, "I'll give my cousin a heads up. There should be no problem. I'm just filming some exterior scenes." Duke didn't reject the offer. "We won't be going inside the villa." The meal lasted just over half an hour. Irene Lauder had other work to attend to in Chicago and left shortly after, agreeing with Duke to visit the night shoot later. Duke returned to his room and went back to sleep. After more than a week of continuous shooting, his biological clock was a mess. Fortunately, the Chicago shoot went smoothly without any major issues. This was Duke's specialty. After 12 days of intense work, all Chicago scenes were wrapped. Irene Lauder also got in touch with her cousin. Duke led the crew straight to London, filmed a few exterior scenes, and returned to Los Angeles. The only actress with a relatively large part, Anne Hathaway, also joined the crew. Chapter 528, The Richest Director. Chapter 528, Chapter 528, The Richest Director. Rachel, no? All of this. In front of the set inside the studio, facing Anne Hathaway who played his childhood sweetheart, Christian Bale seemed at a loss for words, stammering. This isn't the real me, deep down. I'm not that shallow. Come on, Bruce. From the sports car on the other side, two hot blonde chicks shouted this way. Hurry up, Bruce, let's go by a few more restaurants. Anne Hathaway slightly shook her head, pulling the corners of her mouth into a very forced smile. Bruce, deep down you're still that upright little boy. It doesn't matter who you pretend to be on the outside. What matters is what you do. She turned and walked into the distance. Cut. Duke called for a stop and poked his head out from behind the monitor. He first praised Bale. Well done, Christian, keep it up. Then, he waved at Anne Hathaway. The actress immediately walked over in her high heels. She asked tentatively, did I do something wrong? Control your smile. Duke didn't beat around the bush and said directly, don't laugh too much. It ruins the character's image. Anne Hathaway probably knew her own flaw and quickly said, I'll make sure I do. Duke nodded and didn't concern himself further. He turned to an assistant director nearby and said, 5-minute break, then we'll go again. Just like during auditions, Anne Hathaway looked very photogenic, but she had to control her smile. Otherwise, not only would the camera, which magnifies flaws, be unforgiving, even the naked eye would find it hard to bear. However, ever since joining the crew, Anne Hathaway had been extremely cautious and diligent. She didn't come off like a well-known actress at all, but rather like a newcomer who had just climbed up from the bottom. But no matter what, those who know how to handle relationships and are willing to work hard are always more popular in any crew. Actually, Duke could guess this probably had a lot to do with Anne Hathaway's rather awkward situation. The Princess Diaries made Anne Hathaway famous, but it also limited her. As a product of Disney's teen idol factory, anyone who knows Hollywood understands well what kind of treatment she'd face as she aged. Because of its brand positioning, Walt Disney is the biggest producer of teen idols in all of Hollywood. But teen idols have a very short shelf life. When these young actors and singers grow older and urgently need to transition, Disney never makes any plans for that. Instead, it abandons them and moves on to manufacture fresher young idols. This approach is also much cheaper. As a result, Disney's teen idols often become synonymous with downfall after they grow up. For the lucky ones, their careers merely stall. The unlucky ones end up in a state of neither human nor ghost. Of course, you can't put all the blame on Disney. Their parents share part of it too. Teen idols are basically child stars. Most of their parents focus only on short-term gains and neglect their education. It's an undeniable fact that education is absolutely vital to a person's growth. When these idols grow up and can no longer rely on their youth, they need independence and transformation. Without proper education and knowledge, when setbacks hit, many go down the wrong path. After all, not everyone is Jodie Foster or Natalie Portman, with nerves and minds that strong. Disney teen idols who become famous young are practically synonymous with fragility. Anne Hathaway could be called an outlier among Disney's teen idols, one of the very few who successfully transitioned. To make a successful transformation, aside from talent, opportunity, and being willing to take bold steps, one's own effort is a factor that must never be overlooked. As long as she can control her awkward smile, with Anne Hathaway's current acting skills, playing someone like Rachel Dawes won't be a problem. After shooting 2 more takes, Duke announced it was good, then moved the crew to the next setup to continue Anne Hathaway and Christian Bale's scene together. The biggest difference this time was that Bale had put on the Batman suit. Camera. Okay. Lighting. Okay. Duke did the routine checks, then let the script supervisor call for action. The set had been arranged to resemble the rundown rooftop of the Narrows district. Batman had just saved Rachel Dawes and was about to turn and leap off the building, but she called out to stop him. "Wait." And Hathaway stepped forward. Bale, dressed in the full Batman suit, turned his head to look at her. Hathaway quickly said, "You'll die if you go like that. At least let me know who you are." Bale hesitated slightly and said in a muffled voice, "Who I am underneath doesn't matter. What I do is what defines me." After saying that, he turned and jumped off the building. And Hathaway exclaimed in surprise, "Bruce? Well done." The two actors were in great condition, and Duke directly called out, "This take is good." Afterward, the actors went to remove their makeup and rest, while Duke left this temporary soundstage and went to the adjacent hangar. Anna Prinz and Jimmy Carter, along with a group of stunt actors, were filming the scene of Bruce Wayne flying over Gotham City there. A green screen setup had been built in the hangar to serve as the filming site. Except for the stunt actor used for the flight scenes, the background would be entirely generated using CGI. The flying movements were accomplished using wires. The crew suspended the camera on wires, allowing the stunt actor who stood in for Bale as Batman to glide 800 feet inside the hangar. After a day of filming, all the footage was handed over to Duke. Regardless of whether it was shot by himself, Anna Prinz, or Jimmy Carter, Duke would review it again to see if any adjustments needed to be made the next day. That's it for today. In the temporary office, Duke stood up and clapped his hands, reminding everyone, "Work's over." Many people let out a breath of relief simultaneously and began packing up to leave. Duke walked alongside Anna Prinz, discussing the next day's shooting schedule. As time went on, the number of scenes left to be completed grew fewer. Liam Neeson, who had finished his scenes, had already left the crew early to rush off to another studio's production. Walking out of the hangar entrance, the two of them ran into a couple coming out from a nearby makeup trailer. "Hi, Duke." "Hi, Anna." And Hathaway, arm in arm with a man, greeted Duke and Anna warmly. "Hello, Ann." Duke gave her a light nod. Stopping in their tracks, and Hathaway took the initiative to introduce the two. "Duke, Anna, this is Raffaello Flaherty, my boyfriend. Raffaello, this is Director Rosenberg and his assistant, Miss Prinz." After the introduction, Duke and Anna Prinz each shook hands with the man. The group then walked toward the parking lot together, and Hathaway's boyfriend was very talkative. "I'm Italian, mainly in the real estate business." Raffaello is the Vatican's representative in the United States, and Hathaway added. "Oh." Duke couldn't help but take a serious look at the man. The Vatican represents not just religion, but also enormous wealth. To become the church's agent in the U.S., one's status must be quite exceptional. And Hathaway's choice of partner wasn't without reason. The man named Raffaello Flaherty smiled modestly and said, "I wouldn't call myself a representative. I just help the church manage its real estate business in North America." Duke responded politely, "That's still very impressive." After arriving at the parking lot, Raffaello Flaherty took out a business card and handed it over with both hands, saying, "Director Rosenberg, if you ever need some historic properties, feel free to contact me." "If I do." Duke accepted the card and put it away. "I certainly will." Duke and Anna Prinz got into their respective cars. After leaving the parking lot of the Hughes Aircraft facility, they each drove in different directions. Duke first went to Burbank to collect some documents from Duke's studio before returning to Duke Manor. After parking his Bentley, Duke walked into the villa with his briefcase, handing both the briefcase and his coat to the butler, Emma. He then walked over to the sofa and sat across from Tina Fey, who was reading documents. "I heard the negotiations have reached a preliminary agreement," Duke asked. Tina Fey put down the documents and pushed a folder on the coffee table toward Duke, saying, "Steve Jobs has agreed in principle to sell Pixar Studios, but the deal must be conducted through a combination of cash and stock exchanges." This result was not unexpected for Duke. Steve Jobs had dragged things out till now primarily to secure the greatest benefit for himself. Time Warner has also agreed in principle to this deal and will complete the acquisition of Duke's studio through a stock exchange as well. Tina Fey continued. "They've agreed to let our capital be part of the Pixar acquisition and convert it into a corresponding share of Time Warner's stock." After briefly organizing her thoughts, Tina Fey added, "But the specific stock exchange ratios and the amount of capital we'll contribute still need further discussion." No rush. Duke opened the folder and began reading carefully. Take your time negotiating. A media conglomerate like Time Warner might seem enormous, with assets worth hundreds of billions, but those are not liquid funds. A conglomerate requires massive amounts of operating capital and can't possibly match Duke, who held a large cash flow while having minimal expenses. In today's Hollywood, it was universally acknowledged that Duke had definitely surpassed George Lucas as the richest director. Chapter 529. The protagonist is a trap. Chapter 529. Chapter 529. The protagonist is a trap. After Google went public, its stock price continued to climb. This could be said to be the greatest source of Duke's wealth. In the latest issue of the Forbes Global Billionaires list, he entered the top 30 globally for the first time with a net worth of $9.2 billion. More importantly, Duke was not like some seemingly glamorous but secretly struggling billionaires. He had no debts or bad assets. His $9.2 billion net worth was almost entirely net assets. Of course, since Google did not pay dividends and imposed restrictions on major shareholders' transactions, the vast majority of Duke's shares could not be liquidated. But Duke's investment had always been for the purpose of preserving value. He also knew just how massive Google would become in the future, so there was no way he would sell his hard-earned shares. And when Google once again took the initiative to approach him, what he proposed again was an equity swap. Larry Page and Sergey Brin both came to see Duke, and the three had a face-to-face meeting that lasted the entire morning. In the end, no conclusion was reached. The two Google founders had their sights set on Instant Share, the company founded by Duke and Ivanka Trump. Instant Share was now the #1 social networking site in the United States and the most visited video site. It was only natural for Google to be interested. Whether the company was going public or being acquired, Duke, who held 45% of the shares and corresponding voting rights, was a figure that could not be bypassed. Although he did not have a strong desire to sell his shares, this was basic business activity. If Google's price was high enough, Duke wasn't unwilling to consider it. Moreover, he proposed a condition that the equity swap be done for A shares. The two Google founders were certainly not going to agree easily. Why had they reallocated Google's shares before the IPO if not to increase control of the company? Larry Page and Sergey Brin said they needed to think about it. Duke was in no rush, because even if they agreed, Google would still need to persuade Ivanka Trump in order to acquire Instant Share. From last March until now, more than half a year later, Ivanka and Duke had been in a cold war, especially after Duke made up his mind to no longer compromise with Donald Trump. His agents had clashed with Ivanka multiple times over the company's equity financing, and they still firmly blocked the Trump Group's capital from entering the company. If no one was willing to bow and compromise, it would be hard for the two sides to reconcile. Despite his strong personality, Duke also felt uncomfortable when thinking about the relationship he had once taken seriously. After all, people have feelings, and in his interactions with Ivanka, he hadn't been someone who only took without giving. But he always had a clear vision of his goals and future. Whether it was women or any kind of difficulty, nothing would slow his pace. Just like every man and woman in America, breakups and reconciliations in relationships were perfectly normal. Whether it was the man or the woman, they might feel sadness over a lost love, but few people would react like characters in movies or novels, as if it were life or death. Moreover, no one would tolerate indefinitely. There were always limits to patience. A man like Duke would never wallow in springtime sorrow over such matters. He still had work to do, and massive film plans for the future awaiting implementation. In Warner's outdoor filming area, a pile of ashes was still smoldering, and Hathaway carefully moved through the set and found the busy Christian Bale. This pair of childhood sweethearts, doomed to tragedy, looked at each other with deep emotion, their eyes full of complexity. Duke stood behind the monitor, watching the two perform. This was the final scene of Batman. The War Begins, a long take. Perhaps it was the relief of wrapping up that made Hathaway and Christian Bale slightly relaxed. They had already had multiple takes previously, but this time they clearly adjusted their states. Unlike James Cameron's style, Duke wasn't the type to lose his temper on set. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you." Christian Bale delivered his line with underlying meaning. After all, this was a realistic-style film, and Batman, in his pursuit of justice, was destined to live in solitude. You don't need to apologize, Bruce. I've always been thinking about you and about us. And Hathaway walked closer and closer. The two finally kissed. It seemed to be a typical Hollywood happy ending, but she took the initiative to pull away. You're Batman, the nemesis of evil. Bruce has been left in some corner of the world, and perhaps only when Gotham is truly at peace will he return. The two held hands and walked toward the set background. Then Duke shouted, "Cut." He looked around the set and announced loudly, "Filming is officially over." There weren't many people on set. After Duke spoke, only a scattered round of applause followed. Pressing the playback button on the monitor, Duke reviewed the just-filmed shot. After confirming there were no problems, he had his assistant notify the crew to wrap. This wasn't a traditional Hollywood ending. Compared to the next installment, The Dark Knight, it wasn't too heavy. After all, Duke had to consider audience reception. The investment in the Batman series alone determined that this couldn't be an indulgently artistic cut. It had to be a mainstream commercial film cloaked in a dark, realistic tone. As for lovers who can't end up together, that meant little to Batman fans. In countless past comics and films, Bruce Wayne had always been a bottomless emotional pit for female characters. Any woman who got involved with him rarely had a happy ending. Many even shared the belief that unless you had the demigod physique and abilities of Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, it was best not to fall in love with Batman. Only a woman as powerful as Wonder Woman could sleep with both Superman and Batman and still walk away unscathed. With filming concluded, the crew held a wrap party that evening at a hotel near the Warner Studios. Many chose to bring a date. Compared to the wild and indulgent parties of the 90s, today's wrap parties were much more formal. In an age where information spread at lightning speed, the production and distribution teams wouldn't miss any chance for publicity and hype. Warner Brothers' publicity and PR department rolled out a red carpet in front of the hotel hosting the party and had already notified a large number of media reporters. This is a Duke film, never short of attention. Not just media reporters, Warner Brothers also rallied hundreds of fans through instant share fan circles. At first glance, the party looked more like a mini awards ceremony. Unlike others who showed up as couples, Duke walked the red carpet alone. With the filming complete, the all-important promotional phase had begun. He no longer avoided the press and stood at the interview area in front of the hotel, accepting questions from reporters. The difficult part is always the actual shooting. Filming is always exhausting. These kinds of interviews are always the same. Talk about filming challenges and interesting anecdotes, then reveal a few so-called secrets for the media to hype up. After so many years, Duke is a seasoned veteran and handles it all with ease. However, entertainment reporters care about more than just the movie. After a few movie-related questions, a reporter quickly asked, "Director Rosenberg, are you currently single again?" "Sorry." Duke remained as calm as ever. "I don't answer questions unrelated to the film." With that, he gave a signal to the side, and several security personnel immediately stepped in to clear a path. Without looking back, Duke walked straight into the hotel. Compared to the drug and pill-filled wrap parties of the last century, this party was much more formal, more like a networking business event. As soon as Duke entered the banquet hall, he inevitably became the focus of many people's attention. Among them were celebrities, probing the possibility of future collaborations, agents, eagerly pitching their actors, sponsors, hoping to get product placement deals in his commercial films. After making a round at the party, Duke didn't stay long. He left the hotel intending to return to Malibu. Over 2 months of filming had drained much of his energy, and with age, he now placed greater importance on keeping a regular routine, unless work demanded otherwise. Even though he was still physically fit, he was just a regular person and had to take care of his health. In Hollywood, premature aging among both men and women is extremely common. The most typical example is Angelina Jolie. Duke had seen what she looked like without makeup, absolutely ghastly. She was clearly paying the price for an unrestrained youth. Duke's private life had also been rather chaotic in the past, but by Hollywood standards, he was definitely one of the more disciplined ones. On his way out, Duke again ran into Anne Hathaway and her boyfriend. The wide-mouthed actress was beaming brightly, constantly flaunting her happiness and affection at the party. Duke didn't pay it any mind. Any woman who landed such a high-status boyfriend would likely act just like Anne Hathaway. And Anne Hathaway certainly had reason to be happy. She had fought her way through fierce competition to win the female lead in Duke's new film, signaling a career revival. And with a boyfriend who handled Vatican commercial affairs, her expenses would be well covered for a long time. From any angle, she seemed to be on the path to becoming a winner in life. In fact, Anne Hathaway had already set her sights on another actress of the same generation, a representative figure among Hollywood actresses born in the 80s. Perhaps, with the help of Duke's major film, she could catch up to Natalie Portman or even surpass her. Just like when people mention actresses born in the 60s or 70s, the first name that comes to mind is Julia Roberts, and Hathaway also wanted to become the face of the 80s generation. However, achieving all that wouldn't be easy. In ways she couldn't see, the fierce competition between films often dragged actors down with it. Chapter 530, The Key to Success or Failure. Chapter 530. Chapter 530, The Key to Success or Failure. The movie we're working on will complete post-production by the latest in March. Walking out of the rented editing room at the Disney studio, Michael Ovitz said to David Ellison as they walked, "I've already seen a few of the edited segments. The film's quality is absolutely guaranteed." "I believe that," David Ellison replied confidently. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have starred in this movie myself." This was a romantically styled aerial combat film. Even before the filming and production began, David Ellison had a specialized company conduct market research. In recent years, war films had become popular in Hollywood. From the performance of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, it was evident that war scenes filled with romantic fantasy elements had strong commercial appeal. Indeed, the first film he invested in was not something in the realistic style like Saving Private Ryan. In the judgment of countless people, realism in commercial films had become synonymous with outdatedness. For example, in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, some critics questioned whether in real war 6,000 Rohan cavalry could defeat an army of 100,000 orcs armed with spears, and if that wasn't just suicide. Realism doesn't matter. It's the imaginative romanticism built on top of a realistic base that makes war-themed films popular with audiences. Following Michael Ovitz into a nearby office, David Ellison's thoughts still hadn't stopped. He couldn't help but think of the film Duke Rosenberg was currently making. Filming a superhero movie in a realistic style, what a joke. He was completely blinded by his past glory. But that was fine too. He could use this chance to give that guy who had flat out rejected him a harsh lesson. Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Ovitz, "Michael, why did you and Disney reject my proposed release date?" "David, calm down." Michael Ovitz patiently explained, "You suggested releasing on the first weekend of May, but that weekend is not only the release slot for Duke Rosenberg's Batman. The War Begins. It also includes the launch of Kingdom of Heaven from 20th Century Fox. If we add our film into that mix, the weekend will be too crowded. Even with heavy investment, we won't be able to secure an ideal number of screens or favorable scheduling. Not even Disney can do it." David Ellison frowned deeply. Michael Ovitz could only sigh. Duke Rosenberg is still Duke Rosenberg. David Ellison frowned even more deeply, but didn't say anything further. Arrogant as he was, he understood what the name Duke Rosenberg represented in the world of commercial films. Indeed, theaters wouldn't treat Batman. The War Begins the way they did The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, pouring in unlimited resources. After all, the failures of the previous Batman films were still fresh. No one could guarantee that Duke Rosenberg's so-called realistic approach would be well received. But over the past few years, Duke Rosenberg had become a golden brand in Hollywood. His name alone as director carried more influence than any other filmmaker in the business. Under such circumstances, theater resources would inevitably lean in his favor. After thinking for a while, David Ellison finally gave up on his original plan and asked, "Then what's the release date for our film?" "Michael, you know why I poured $100 million into making this film. This grand aerial combat film wasn't just his entry into the movie industry, it was also meant to recover the pride he lost when Duke Rosenberg rejected him. It was to teach him a lesson as well." The second weekend of May, Michael Ovitz clearly already had a plan. "We can sit back and watch Kingdom of Heaven and Batman. The War Begins go head-to-head on the first weekend, then adjust our strategy accordingly. Our goal is to strike at Batman. The war begins during its second weekend. His confidence was just as strong as David Ellison's. Trust me, David. Realism in superhero movies is extremely difficult for audiences and the market to accept. Sure, people might flock to the theaters during opening weekend because of Duke Rosenberg's name, but once they realize it's stylistically different from the hits like Spider-Man and X-Men, Batman, The War Begins is bound to take a hit in its second week. What if the realism angle is just a smokescreen? Hearing David Ellison's concern, Michael Ovitz raised his hand to interrupt. I know Duke Rosenberg. I also asked people about what's been going on during filming. There's no need to worry about that. David Ellison nodded. He had seen plenty of superhero movies and simply couldn't imagine what a realistic Batman would even look like without seeming completely off. Sure, there were realistic comic versions of Batman, like Frank Miller's, but comics and movies are two completely different mediums. Michael, are we just going to watch Batman? The War Begins get all the promotion and hype? David Ellison asked again. Of course not. Michael Ovitz let out a cold smile. Competition has never been limited to the screen and box office. He looked at David Ellison. Do you really want to restrict competition to just theaters? Michael Ovitz didn't believe that for a second. He had long heard from people around David Ellison that the latter was investigating Duke Rosenberg and several main actors from Batman. The War Begins. David Ellison didn't hide it either. With a trace of helplessness in his tone, he said, I had people look into Duke Rosenberg, Christian Bale, and Liam Neeson. He only has some tabloid rumors, and the possible breakup news with Ivanka Trump won't affect the movie. As for the two male actors, they're among the rare low-profile types in Hollywood. At this point, he couldn't help but shake his head, then broaden the scope. Michael Ovitz said without hesitation. Start with the lead. Actress and other major actors. I'll get people on it when I'm back. David Ellison nodded and added, the PR department I set up has already established connections with many media outlets. As long as there's appropriate material, they'll definitely follow up. Problems solvable by money are never problems to me. In fact, David Ellison was doing more than that. His people were also trying to contact Duke's studio. As someone with some competence, he wasn't blind to Duke's value. If the other party was willing to cooperate, it would certainly be a powerful alliance. Still not giving up? Inside Duke's studio, Duke had just finished a round of editing. Upon hearing what Tina Fey came to say, he responded directly. Send a reply to David Ellison. I will never cooperate with him. The Ellison surname certainly carried weight, but let's not forget, this is Hollywood, not the IT industry. Unless he lost his mind, he wouldn't give up a company like Warner Brothers to foolishly partner with David Ellison. I got some news, Tina Fey added. Michael Ovitz and Walt Disney are reportedly planning to release David Ellison's new film in early May, though it hasn't been finalized. Waiting for my answer? Duke couldn't help but chuckle and said, then let's make the rejection even more direct. Tina Fey rolled her eyes helplessly, then left the editing room. Duke had Tina Fey look into the film David Ellison invested in. It was an aerial combat film starring James Franco. Though it surfaced a little earlier, Duke believed there shouldn't be any significant improvement. Since the 1980s, aside from Tom Cruise's Top Gun, few air combat films had achieved massive box office success. Facing off against Kingdom of Heaven and Flyboys as competitors, he actually felt more at ease. Perhaps they believed that even if the new Batman ended up in his hands, it still couldn't completely shake off the shadow of its disastrous past. So far, 20th Century Fox hadn't changed the release schedule for Kingdom of Heaven. To be blunt, many in Hollywood weren't optimistic about his choice. If not for his past achievements being right there, the media would probably already be full of skeptical commentary. The media and Hollywood insiders aren't stupid either. Given Duke's string of successes, they naturally wouldn't jump out carelessly. Even if they wanted to criticize, they would wait until Batman Begins performed poorly after release before launching their mockery. That wouldn't be too late. When the short break ended, Duke returned to the editing room and resumed post-production. Editing was once again entrusted to his personal editor, Mike Dawson. The two had worked together for many years and, barring accidents, planned to continue the partnership. For Batman Begins, except for action and chase scenes, Duke didn't plan to use his signature sharp, rapid-cut style. Instead, he would extensively use long takes to suit the film's realistic tone and add. Wait, Especially the long takes of Batman alone in the dark, they would better highlight Bruce Wayne's situation and mental state. Duke was quite satisfied with Christian Bale's performance. He truly met the script's demands for the role. Who Bruce Wayne appears to be on the outside doesn't matter. What matters is what he does. Additionally, many scenes in the film required Liam Neeson and Christian Bale to re-record their lines, especially those where Bruce Wayne becomes Batman. Nearly all required Bale to change his usual tone in the dubbing process. Of course, Batman absolutely couldn't be speaking with Christian Bale's British accent. Regardless of the film's tone, Batman is a quintessential American superhero. This directly affected whether the film would succeed or not. After living in North America for so many years, Duke never underestimated the public's resistance to foreign cultural symbols. Chapter 531, The Third Round of Testing. Chapter 531, The Third Round of Testing. Besides editing and dubbing, the key point of post-production also includes CGI compositing. Duke used a large number of green screen scenes during filming. As a director who leans toward technical style, he doesn't care whether it's shot on location or composited with computer technology. He will choose whichever method saves the most time and effort. With the development of technology and advances in computer graphics, CGI generation has become vastly different from before. On the contrary, model shooting has seen a continuous rise in costs due to labor and raw material prices. Additionally, the digital shooting technology used by Duke has gradually become mainstream in Hollywood. The number of directors who still use film is decreasing. It is said that Kodak, the main manufacturer of motion picture film, is not doing well, and even rumors of halting production have emerged. Reality now is the exact opposite of the previous century. Film shooting is becoming increasingly expensive, while the formerly costly digital technology continues to drop in price. Although directors like David Fincher insist that film is irreplaceable, the advancement of new technology is something no one can stop. I don't need a clear bad image. In the studio that Industrial Light and Magic stationed at Warner's production facility, Duke said to the head of the computer effects team, "Joe, the sample you drew is exactly the opposite of what I have in mind." Joe Hart glanced at the sketch in his hand. It was a very clear bat figure, a traditional Batman emblem. Before he could say anything, Duke reiterated his demand. The opening scene I envision is a large number of bats flying across the screen, only vaguely forming the image of a giant bat. Simply put, this is a kind of symbolism for Batman. To go deeper, for most viewers who are not explicitly told, upon first seeing this scene, a psychological sense of fear should be evoked. This is one of the themes the film aims to convey. And the reason for forming a giant bat image is to represent a fear that can be utilized, which in fact lays the groundwork for the film's later plot development. Of course, the most important thing is to match the dark tone of the opening and immediately deliver the film's style to the audience. Although the film's realism sounds completely mismatched with CGI technology, technology has always served the film. In Hollywood, it is never technology that dictates the style of a movie. Since post-production started in late January, and the annual North American celebration event, the Super Bowl, was just around the corner for Batman, begins to appear during the Super Bowl halftime commercial slot. Duke had to rush to cut a trailer. In the following days, he was almost entirely occupied with this part of the work. It wasn't until 5 days before the Super Bowl, at the final submission deadline, that a 30-second teaser trailer was submitted to the Super Bowl organizing committee. Unlike the past, the trailer didn't reveal much content. After all, the film's post-production had just begun. Most of the footage was fragments of Bruce Wayne entangled with bats. The main highlight was the theatrical release date, as the summer season was not far off. Besides the routine Super Bowl commercial, Duke and Warner Brothers also launched a series of promotional campaigns for the rebirth of the Batman franchise. Decades have passed since Batman, this comic book character, first appeared in Detective Comics. But the character has not faded from public view with the changes of the times. Instead, he has grown more layered and vibrant with the passage of time. To this day, Batman's story has undergone many revisions. Not only have his appearance and gear changed, but his style has also significantly evolved. Once a smiling friend of justice, a chivalrous hero who won easily, now, As times change, his realism and limitations have grown stronger. His enemies are more powerful, cunning, and insane than before. Batman's psychological trauma is repeatedly emphasized. He becomes increasingly hesitant and lonely, drifting toward paranoia and darkness. Numerous print and online media outlets published extensive retrospectives on Batman's past and present. Warner Brothers was clearly using this method to reignite public interest in the famous superhero. There is no doubt that Superman is the most globally influential superhero from DC Comics. Batman is the only character from DC who can rival Superman in popularity. In the past few decades, Warner Group, the parent company of DC Comics, has dominated half of the Hollywood animated film market solely through Superman and Batman. Although these two superheroes have been off the radar for too long, they have never lacked attention. The retrospectives were aimed at promoting the film and were clearly based on the tone of Batman Begins. Since revealing the plot early wasn't possible, Warner Brothers simply used Frank Miller's Batman Year One comic in chronological form to review Bruce Wayne's life. Whether in the past or the present, Batman Begins is fundamentally derived from Frank Miller's Batman Year One. Year One, Bruce Wayne returns to Gotham City and begins fighting crime alone, disguising himself as a bat to frighten his enemies. James Gordon is transferred to Gotham to serve as deputy commissioner. Aside from Warner Brothers' various promotional measures, Duke's personal website and instant share account continuously released character designs and poster images from the movie. They even used the video sharing feature to post a short 10-second clip, which sparked quite a few responses. Although I have some concerns about the Batman series, I firmly believe that if it's a Duke production, it must be a quality film. I'll definitely watch Batman Begins. I think Duke will give Batman new life. The character designs and poster images seem to have a darker tone. I'm really curious what Duke's Batman will be like. Although there are many supporters, the negative influence of Batman and Robin still lingers. Even among Duke's supporters, there are those who aren't fond of the series. I don't like superheroes like Batman. Especially after Joel Schumacher's 2 movies, I have zero affection left for Batman. I feel the same. Although it's a Duke film, I don't want to go to the cinema. What if he makes another Batman Forever or Batman and Robin? How would I deal with that? That's perfectly normal. There has never been a film in the world that pleases everyone. Even one's own supporters aren't an exception. For every film, there are always people who like it, others who watch indifferently, and still others who dislike it. What Duke has always done is strive to win the support of the mainstream majority. In his established understanding, only such a film can be considered a successful one. Some types of films, even when hyped up by media and critics, can never achieve widespread popularity. Their audience appeal is often a towering mountain that cannot be crossed. People are always affected by fame and profit. Duke is no exception. What he wants is the kind of fame that spreads globally, like James Cameron's, not one confined to a small circle like Stanley Kubrick's. Batman's past failures not only brought about differing opinions among fans, but also raised concerns among theater chains. Even though the director is now Duke, that alone can't completely erase the negative impact of Batman and Robin. This is quite normal. The North American Theater Alliance is a profit-driven commercial alliance, never a charitable organization. During The Return of the King, they did give Duke their maximum support, but that was thanks to the success of the previous 2 films. Anyone with a working brain knew the 3rd installment would be a blockbuster, but a reboot of a once-failed franchise can never receive the same treatment as the Lord of the Rings trilogy. If a film performs poorly at the box office and doesn't bring in enough profit, even a Duke production will be forcibly taken off screens. Moreover, looking at Hollywood's most successful commercial directors, examples of failure after major success are countless. Spielberg's The Terminal and Michael Bay's Bad Boys 3 are just recent cases. To put it plainly, the foundation of any commercial activity is profit. The theater chains insist on a test screening. In Warner Brothers' office, Doug Walters said to Duke, Warner Brothers also needs to build audience word of mouth through test screenings. Duke was never one to be blindly arrogant. He nodded in agreement. How many test screenings are planned? At least 3. Doug Walters thought for a moment and added, the usual media, general audience, and theater representatives. Since the rise of online media, professional film critics have become increasingly irrelevant during summer blockbusters. Nowadays, Hollywood rarely invites professional critics to summer tentpole test screenings, let alone pays corresponding PR fees. This is also the root of Duke's conflict with the community of professional critics. However, after winning the Oscar for Best Director, Duke has completely disregarded the critic community. Roger Ebert, his sharpest opponent, was said to have relapsed. Although he was saved in time, he could no longer walk or speak, confined to a hospital bed for the remainder of his life. With their leader gone, the rest of the critics are nothing more than a loose coalition. Just like when Sean Connery retired early, Duke planned to call it quits here. He wouldn't argue with a dying man. Of course, even if Roger Ebert wanted, as before, to leave a name on the Walk of Fame on behalf of the critic community, that was no longer possible. Duke, the timeline is really tight. Doug Walter was still a little worried and reminded him, "You must complete all post-production work for Batman. Begins before the end of April." Warner Brothers was going to conduct 3 rounds of test screenings, so they needed to leave enough time. Duke thought about the current progress and the schedule, then seriously said, "Doug, don't worry. I guarantee it'll be finished on time." His words finally put Doug Walter at ease. Warner Brothers absolutely did not want to see another mishap with a beloved property like Batman. Chapter 532, Pepper. Chapter 532, Chapter 532, Pepper. The black Batmobile charged forward like a prehistoric beast, unstoppable. Its dark body and rough design lines made it look incredibly cool. Then the scene shifted. A black figure stood alone atop a tall building, gazing down upon the city he loved and swore to protect. Finally, accompanied by countless bats leaping into the night, he spread his cape and soared through the pitch-black sky. Looks pretty good. Sitting in front of his computer, Marshall finished watching. The just-released trailer for Batman begins on an instant share site and muttered to himself, "Way better than Batman and Robin." Marshall was a textbook Batman fan. He was a huge admirer of Bruce Wayne. Although the trailer was less than 2 minutes long, it gave him a far better impression than that dreadful Batman and Robin, which had basically been filmed like an indoor costume show. Joel Schumacher's 2 Batman films, especially Batman and Robin, were Marshall's least favorite Batman works, even when including all the comics, animations, and TV series. After watching the trailer, he naturally had a thought perhaps Duke Rosenberg really could revive this franchise on the big screen. Wasn't there a Batman test screening next week? Suddenly, Marshall remembered a piece of information he got from a friend who was also a Batman fan. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and started dialing, hoping to secure a few tickets for the test screening. With 1 week to go until the film's test screening, Duke completed all the post-production work on Batman Begins. After nearly 3 months of effort, the new Batman series was about to set off. Aside from coordinating with Warner Brothers' promotional team and arranging the test screenings, Duke also gathered the cast and crew to start attending various events, making a high-profile effort to build momentum for Batman Begins release. Liam Neeson, Anne Hathaway, and Christian Bale appeared at events frequently, constantly showing up in public. And when facing the media and reporters, they naturally talked about Batman Begins. In an exclusive interview with Premiere, Christian Bale even revealed 2 comparison photos of himself, one gaunt from shooting The Machinist and the other muscular during the filming of Batman Begins, exposing to the media his insane workout and bulking up plan, as well as how he endured hellish training. Liam Neeson also spoke about how magical and wonderful it was to work with Duke for the second time, calling it an extremely enjoyable experience. Anne Hathaway used the typical actress approach, constantly showing off her romance with her Italian boyfriend, and even publicly took on a position on her boyfriend's foundation board of directors, drawing plenty of public attention. For a cultural symbol as enduring as Batman, there was no need for outrageous publicity. Duke only participated in routine promotional events. While focusing on online promotion, he also gave timely interviews to the press. How does one change the world? That's what Duke said in an interview with the Los Angeles Times. Compared to comic heroes like Superman and Spider-Man, Batman is relatively ordinary. He wasn't born alien like Superman, nor did he mutate genetically like Spider-Man to become a superweapon. He's a real human being, without any exceptional gifts. What he needs is solid training. He wasn't born Batman. nor did he suddenly become Batman. Becoming Batman was a long journey. Batman Begins tells the story of how Bruce Wayne became Batman, why he became Batman, and how he came to psychologically accept the identity of Batman. This, in fact, was Batman's greatest distinction. Unlike other heroes who gain powers after some twist of fate, he didn't become a hero passively, he chose to become the embodiment of fear. Amid the busy promotion of Batman Begins, Duke also visited Marvel Studios in Burbank. After years of preparation, the company had drawn up a detailed plan for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the first step in the entire plan was particularly crucial. If the opening film, Iron Man, ran into trouble, it would undoubtedly impact the whole franchise. Therefore, Marvel Studios, and even Marvel Comics as a whole, strongly invited Duke to direct Iron Man. As Marvel's largest shareholder, the success or failure of the series directly affected Duke's personal interests. After some thought, he had already decided last year to take on the role of director for Iron Man. This was a superhero film completely different in tone from Batman. Whether it was the overall style of Marvel's heroes or Tony Stark's personality in the comics, a realistic approach would not fit. A realistic, sarcastic Iron Man was simply unimaginable. If heroes like Captain America or others were filmed with a realistic approach, it might not be too problematic. But Tony Stark's cheerful and cheeky personality clashed violently with a realistic style. No. Film is made however the director wants, especially not Iron Man, which had a $150 million production budget and served as the launchpad for the entire Marvel series. Let's not forget it wasn't an original film. Although significant adaptation was necessary, it couldn't completely depart from the comics. Moreover, a film close to a family-friendly tone had a better shot at commercial success. The market size of PG-13 and PG-17 films simply wasn't on the same scale. Of course, Batman Begins has not yet been released. Duke has just come to Marvel merely to discuss some preliminary preparations. Robert Downey Jr. Hearing Duke's proposed candidate for Tony Stark, producer Kevin Feige showed some doubt on his face. He's not really suitable, is he? Although Hollywood rumors said that Robert Downey Jr. had kicked his drug habit and was ready to turn over a new leaf, hiring such an actor undeniably came with many uncertainties. Having been in Hollywood for some time, Kevin Feige was well aware that the seemingly glamorous and upright actors often had decadent private lives that only those close to them truly knew. Robert Downey Jr. was going around claiming to be fighting his drug addiction, but whether he was still using or not, no one could say for sure. Duke understood that Kevin Feige was concerned about this. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Kevin, he's just one of the candidates. Even if he gets the part, we can set a lot of terms to restrict him." The current Robert Downey Jr. was no longer in his prime like in the early 90s. His star had long fallen. If it weren't for the Downey family's legacy and the connections he'd made in the industry, calling him a third-tier actor would be generous. Big productions barely considered him, and he had no leverage when negotiating with producers, especially when facing a director of Duke's caliber. If he can pass the audition, Robert Downey Jr. was the top candidate, but not the only one. If he was still heavily addicted to drugs, Duke would absolutely not use him. "We can have him sign a restrictive contract. Before the film starts shooting, we only pay him a quarter or even less of his total salary. The rest would be paid after the film is taken off the screens. If he uses drugs and breaches the contract during that time." At this point, Duke shrugged. "That's actually a good idea." Kevin Feige nodded. As long as Robert Downey Jr. could pass the audition just like Christian Bale, Duke would definitely have Marvel sign him to a long-term contract, and the restrictive agreement would apply to all future collaborations between Downey and Marvel, even if he became a future A-list superstar. No one could say for sure whether this prodigal son would return to his old, junky ways in the future. In today's world, where information spreads instantly and globally, scandals involving lead actors can have significant negative impacts on a film. On the flip side, if something happens to the lead actor that draws public attention, like suddenly dying, the producers and distributors can use that to the film's huge advantage with just a bit of marketing. What about the female lead? Kevin Feige fully deferred to Duke. "Do you have ideal candidates in mind for Pepper Potts and Black Widow?" "I've already found a pretty suitable actress for Black Widow." Duke thought for a moment, then said, "As for Pepper, Let's wait until we officially begin preparations and hold a large-scale audition. The character of Pepper Potts by design couldn't be played by a very young actress. She was a mature assistant, so the most suitable choices were actresses born in the 1970s. Duke did not intend to cast the original Gwyneth Paltrow. While she had a decent temperament, she wasn't exactly stunning, and Duke had no connections with the Paltrow family. In fact, by Duke's standards, Charlize Theron was the most suitable actress. But given the South African Diamond's salary and status, she would never take on such a role. Even though after winning the Oscar for Monster, Charlize Theron, like other Best Actress winners, fell victim to the Oscar curse. Her next two films received mediocre responses. She was still firmly among the even super-list actresses. Her pay for commercial films remained as high as $20 million. For a Marvel movie that was just getting started, such an actress was simply too extravagant. Duke and Kevin Feige were able to agree on Robert Downey Jr. not only because they could restrict him, but also because of his dramatically fallen salary. Even if Duke wanted to invite her, Charlize Theron would never lower her pay to take part in a commercial blockbuster like this. An actor's salary wasn't just about themselves. It also affected a whole entourage of assistants, publicists, agents, and more. After a brief discussion with Marvel, Duke returned to working on Batman Begins. In late April, the film held 3 consecutive test screenings. The feedback from the screenings was mixed. Chapter 533, Conservative Release. Chapter 533, Chapter 533, Conservative Release. 3 consecutive test screenings were held, with over 1,000 movie fans, hundreds of media reporters, and screening experts from theater chains getting an early look at Batman Begins. Perhaps due to the fact that this kind of superhero movie style had never appeared before, although the overall reception of the film was quite positive, it still sparked some controversy. First came the media. This kind of film style clearly appealed more to those media individuals who considered themselves high-end cinema viewers. Coupled with Warner Brothers' public relations efforts, by late April, praise for Batman Begins could be seen all over mainstream media throughout America and even the Western world. A great script, great performances, great direction. This is a powerful production that's surprisingly strong and absolutely worth the ticket price. The Hollywood Reporter. Having Duke Rosenberg direct Batman Begins was definitely a wise choice. The characters are tough, the scenes intense, and the substance rich enough to make people scream. Premiere. Duke Rosenberg's Batman maintains the consistent quality of his works. The secret to the film's success lies in staying real. Rolling Stone. Beyond professional magazines, preview journalists from major North American newspapers and online media also gave Batman Begins high praise. A bold and outstanding superhero film, the best of all Batman movies. Duke Rosenberg uses a rough, daring, darkly realistic style to outline the operatic grandeur he envisioned. The film elevates the superhero genre to an unprecedented height. The dense, dark, and realistic tone is both chilling and stunning. Los Angeles Times. Director Duke Rosenberg imaginatively filled in and interpreted how billionaire heir Bruce Wayne took the path of becoming the dark savior, Batman. Batman Begins also completely departs from the overly exaggerated, dumbed-down comic style of Batman and Robin, opting instead for a more rigorous realism. Details such as Batman's inexperience when first hitting the streets, and the primitive, wild, and outdated nature of his early vehicles and suits, all make the film feel real and believable. In addition, Duke successfully infused his usual style, explosions where explosions are due, and car chases where car chases are due, making the film highly watchable. Yahoo Entertainment. The controversy mainly arose among ordinary moviegoers. While the overall audience reaction to Batman Begins was good, there were certainly dissenting voices. Many people wrote the following in feedback surveys. When I saw Batman Begins, I was really shocked. Duke's stylistic shift was pretty drastic. This is absolutely not a typical Rosenberg-style film. The film's oppressive and dark atmosphere was somewhat uncomfortable. The first half of the film, which depicted Bruce Wayne's internal transformation, was way too long and boring. The alternating between reality and flashbacks, with its reverse and intercut structure, was dizzying. Compared to Duke's previous films, I think Batman Begins is overly detailed and serious, lacking in entertainment value. Obviously, this film, whose style differs significantly from Duke's past works, triggered divided opinions among his fans. The fans' opinions were directly relayed to theater chains, as this was an important basis for them to decide the screening schedule. This isn't a typical Duke-style film. In the president's office at AMG Theater's headquarters, their chief screening expert, Grotzman, said to Lynch, who was in charge of theater operations, and compared to the test screenings of his previous films, the amount of controversy this time is slightly higher. Lynch frowned slightly and asked, "What about the statistical data?" Grotzman pushed a file over and said directly, 979 viewers participated in the feedback survey. 327 people gave it an A+ rating, 449 people rated it A, and the overall test screening score was an A. Our 9 screening experts also gave it a composite market index rating of A. Compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Lynch kept frowning. The numbers are a bit lower. Frankly, my personal opinion, Grotzman continued. Compared to Duke's previous films, Batman Begins does fall a bit short in terms of entertainment. Fingers tapping lightly on the desk, Lynch made his decision. Let's adopt a more conservative release strategy. After all, this was a reboot of a failed series. No one could guarantee it would be a massive success at the box office, and a conservative release strategy was undoubtedly in the best interests of theater chains. So, when Duke saw that Batman Begins would open in only 3,925 theaters in its first week, he wasn't surprised. In fact, the relatively high number of theaters in North America was thanks in no small part to his past success and strong reputation in the commercial film sector. In any case, Batman Begins wasn't a sequel like The Two Towers or The Return of the King. The cautious approach of theaters was entirely reasonable. He didn't know what kind of response and impact the trilogy would eventually have, but the problem was, others only saw how poorly the Batman franchise had ended in the 1990s. The opening film of any series is always the hardest, and telling a superhero's origin is often the least appealing part. Duke never expected Batman Begins to explode at the box office right away. That was clearly unrealistic. The film market has its own rules. Up to this point in Hollywood's development, not counting sequels, only Spider-Man 1 had managed to gross over $100 million on its opening weekend. Not just theater chains, even Warner Brothers had adopted a relatively conservative release strategy. Batman Begins would premiere only in North America first, and Warner would adjust its overseas strategy based on the film's performance domestically. If it sold well in North America, overseas box office would basically not be a problem. Aside from clicked comedies, romantic comedies, and certain genre films, sci-fi, war, and action films that perform well in North America usually do big numbers overseas too. By this day and age, even if many refuse to admit it, it doesn't change the fact that Hollywood has already become the center of global cinema. Any film that conquers North America can basically dominate the world. With only 10 days left before Batman Begins premiered in North America, after finalizing the opening and ending scenes and making some refinements to Hans Zimmer's updated score, Duke, along with Liam Neeson, and Hathaway, Gary Oldman, and Christian Bale, frequently appeared at public events across the country, tirelessly promoting the film to increase exposure for both themselves and the movie. Thanks to Duke's presence as director, the crew remained relatively harmonious overall. Even if the actors had some grievances with each other, they never showed it in front of him or in public. For a Hollywood production crew, that was good enough. At the very least, the public saw a friendly, unified team full of camaraderie. Even though most people knew such a crew couldn't realistically exist anywhere in the world, everyone still wanted to believe in the beautiful illusion. There had never been a major conflict on a set directed by Duke. His growing fame as a director had played a huge role in this. Given his personality, as long as it didn't interfere with work, he basically turned a blind eye to the stars behind-the-scenes drama. The actors he worked with weren't stupid. No one would be dumb enough to provoke a director-producer like him. Those who had seriously crossed him before basically never ended up well. Have you heard? Seeing Duke head to the restroom, and Hathaway whispered mysteriously to Christian Bale and the others, "I heard Roger Ebert can't walk or even speak anymore." That's supposedly what happens when you offend Duke. This was the bar at the Hilton Hotel in Chicago, where the crew was staying. After wrapping up the day's work, many people came here for a drink. Since Chicago was serving as the location for Gotham City, it was also the premier city for Batman Begins, so the crew would be here for a while. Strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with Duke. Liam Neeson, who had known Duke for a long time, clearly knew more. He also knew Duke never cared when people gossiped about him. Roger Ebert had a relapse of his old illness during the live Oscars broadcast when he saw Duke win an award. That's how he ended up like that. Those critics are all the same. Christian Bale had clearly suffered at the hands of critics before. Besides taking money for reviews and nitpicking, what else can they do? They're also petty. Gary Oldman chimed in, thinking they're the gods of the film industry. Everyone at the table revealed expressions of disdain. As insiders in Hollywood, they naturally knew what kind of people professional critics were. A bunch who wanted to suck the life out of others while pretending to be the gods of cinema, truly disgusting. Returning from the restroom, Duke walked back into the bar. He didn't sit down. Glancing at the time, he reminded everyone, "It's getting late. Better get some rest. You have a morning show to attend tomorrow." The others stood up obediently, chatting about Hollywood gossip as they left the bar. Duke and Hathaway deliberately walked next to Duke and whispered, "Laffey's Foundation has an event next month. Can we invite you?" Duke thought for a moment and said, "I can't confirm my schedule right now. Let's talk later." He didn't want to get too involved with Hathaway in that regard. After all, they only had a simple working relationship. As the group entered the hotel lobby and was about to head to the stairwell, a few men in suits suddenly blocked Duke and Hathaway's path. Their expressions and demeanor carried a faint air of officialdom. Chapter 534, The Fraudster. Chapter 534. Chapter 534, The Fraudster. Looking at the few men in black suits blocking the way, Duke couldn't help but frown slightly. But those people ignored him and directly stopped Hathaway. The leader among them took out his ID and showed it to Hathaway, then showed her something else and said, "Miss Hathaway, we are agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We suspect that you are involved in a fraud case." Hearing this, Hathaway was taken aback, her face full of disbelief. She seemed so shocked that she couldn't say anything for a moment. The people around, including Duke, all heard what was just said and couldn't help but look over. Although Hathaway wasn't a top Hollywood star, she was still a well-known actress. Compared to everyone else's shock, Duke quickly regained his composure and signaled to the bodyguard following behind. The bodyguard immediately took out his phone to notify Hathaway's agent. As the director of the crew, and after years of toiling in Hollywood, Duke instinctively felt something was off. People like him never hesitated to look at North America's highly commercialized society with the worst perspective. He stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me." Before Duke could finish his sentence, another man stopped him and directly said, "Sorry, Director Rosenberg. We have solid evidence that Miss Hathaway is involved in a fraud case and need to take her back to assist in the investigation." After speaking, the men escorted Hathaway out of the hotel. With a slight frown, Duke followed at a distance and then stood behind the hotel's glass wall, looking outside. The FBI agents had just walked Hathaway out of the hotel. Nearby, camera flashes lit up. It was clear the moment was captured by reporters or paparazzi. The FBI didn't seem to intend on keeping the operation secret. They boldly led Hathaway across the street to two black Chevrolet vehicles before driving away. During this time, several reporters stood less than 10 feet away taking photos. The crew was staying at the hotel, and they had just done a promotional event that afternoon. It wasn't surprising that reporters were nearby, but Duke still felt something was off. Even if Hathaway was involved in a case, the timing and location chosen by the FBI seemed too coincidental. "You all go rest." Duke turned around and said to Liam Neeson and the others, "Don't delay tomorrow's activities." He then gestured for the bodyguard Charlie to come over, gave him a few instructions, and took out his phone to get in touch with Warner Brothers and Panny Callis. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the news of Hathaway being taken away by the FBI would definitely create a negative impact. Photos of the scene had already been taken by reporters. It was only a matter of time before they spread. Just as Duke expected, when he returned to his room and turned on his computer, many entertainment and portal websites were already reporting the news of Hathaway being taken away by the FBI. with quite a few including pictures from the scene. The most important thing now was to find out what actually happened. Although countless Hollywood films depict the FBI as fools, anyone with a bit of reason knows that the FBI always acts cautiously, especially when it involves public figures. This isn't the 60s or 70s anymore. Duke made call after call and also received several. After about an hour and a half, he finally got the general picture of what had happened. Another woman with no judgment. That was all Duke could sigh, though he wasn't too surprised. There had always been actresses like Jessica Alba in Hollywood now, and Hathaway was just another. The only thing Duke hadn't expected was that the problem stemmed from Hathaway's boyfriend, who by all appearances seemed to be someone of high status. Raffaello Falieri, who claimed to be the Vatican's North American real estate business representative, was officially arrested by the FBI for fraud that afternoon. The case involved his foundation, and Hathaway, who had just become a board member, inevitably got dragged into it. That was just the gist. Tina Fey was still investigating the full details. Back after 9/11, Duke had made some connections with high-ranking FBI and CIA officials. This type of case wasn't strictly confidential, and his old network was now proving useful. By midnight, Tina Fey called again. The case was basically clear. It was almost a repeat of the Jessica Alba situation. The incident was triggered by a transaction. A $20,000 plus bounce check from Raffaello Falieri led to a tip-off, and various pieces of evidence regarding illegal operations of his foundation were sent to the FBI. This launched a series of investigations, exposing him as a massive fraud. Raffaello Falieri had falsely claimed to be the Vatican's representative in the U.S. and used the bait of acquiring and used church properties at below-market prices to scam investors, amassing up to $6 million. In addition, leveraging Hathaway's fame, he raised vast sums of money through so-called charity donations. By the next morning, Jamie Johnson from Warner Brothers and their legal counsel, along with Duke's team Penny Callis and attorney James, as well as Hathaway's publicist and agent, had all arrived in Chicago. At the same time, news that Hathaway was involved in a massive fraud case was already being blown up all over the media. Hathaway, star of Batman Begins, implicated in fraud, taken in by FBI for investigation in Chicago. That was one of the more polite reports. Online platforms and gossip media were far more extreme. What you didn't know about Hathaway, star of Batman Begins and her history of fraud. Duke Rosenberg got it wrong. His new film Batman Begins stars a disgraced actress. Hathaway, a fraudster, cast as the female lead in the A-list Hollywood production Batman Begins. What dark secrets lie behind this decision? There were numerous such sensational headlines, and over 70% of them had one thing in common besides exposing Hathaway's alleged crimes. They emphasized her role as the lead actress in the soon-to-be-released Batman Begins. If Duke still couldn't see that someone was deliberately targeting his movie, he'd have to be a fool. In the meeting room of the presidential suite where he was staying, the relevant parties sat together to discuss how to handle this PR crisis. If it had been at any other time, Duke wouldn't have cared even if Hathaway was dragged into the sea and buried there. But this was different. She was the female lead of his film. Her negative press was essentially targeting Batman Begins. The worse her reputation got, the worse it would affect the film. If she had been cast in another type of film, or even as a notorious villain, that might have been acceptable. But her character in the film symbolized justice and the law. What would the audience think when they saw an actress accused of major fraud playing a righteous district attorney? Besides, with the film about to release, even Duke couldn't cut her scenes and reshoot with someone else in just a few days. It was simply impossible in such a short time frame. The best option is to distance Hathaway from this case. Penny Callis, the most experienced PR expert present, leaned toward Duke and whispered a few words before continuing aloud, and the sooner the better. Every day she stays in FBI custody, the negative press surrounding Batman Begins will deepen. Although this kind of fraud case wouldn't usually cause an uproar in North American society, one should never underestimate the so-called moral cleanliness of the mainstream. I agree with Penny, said Jamie Johnson, representing Warner Brothers as a whole. Warner definitely didn't want anything to happen to Batman. Warner has already begun reaching out to the appropriate parties. It was a frustrating mess. In Duke's impression, and Hathaway, who had started as a Disney teen idol and successfully transitioned into one of Hollywood's for leading ladies, must have been a smart and level-headed woman. He never imagined she could do something so foolish. Could it really be that women are easily blinded by love? Why had Ivanka Trump remained clear-headed when dating him? If she had let her emotions get the better of her, the two of them wouldn't have ended up like this. At that thought, Duke shook his head. If Ivanka had been foolish, they would never have gotten together in the first place. He turned to Anne Hathaway's agent. Brian isn't really involved in all this. The agent named Brian knew full well that the people in this room were Anne Hathaway's biggest lifeline. He pondered silently for several minutes before slowly shaking his head. I can guarantee that Anne is one of the victims. How much weight that guarantee held was hard to say. But for now, Duke and Warner had no choice but to get Anne Hathaway out. They couldn't allow her reputation to completely go down the drain, or else nobody could predict how badly Batman Begins' box office would be affected. James. Duke turned to James, the lawyer. Find a way to get her out on bail. Brian, Panny, Jamie. He looked at a few of the people familiar with PR matters. And is a woman who was deceived by love, tricked and betrayed by her boyfriend. She should be seen as someone worthy of sympathy. I know exactly what to do. Penny Callis nodded. That was the best course of action. For a case like this, it was impossible to be completely cleared. The best route was to reframe Anne Hathaway as one of the victims. Chapter 535, The Victim. Chapter 535, Chapter 535, The Victim. The telephone reservations and online ticket bookings haven't met our expectations. In the hotel lounge, Tina Fey, who had just rushed over from Los Angeles, sat beside Duke with a slight frown and said, "The Hathaway incident broke out right at the peak of ticket pre-sales." Duke nodded slightly. Around 1 week before a film's release, ticket pre-sales usually hit their peak, and Hathaway happened to get caught in a scandal at this critical time. For some people with psychological cleanliness, especially many parents across America, Batman Begins would naturally be removed from their first-choice list. So far, the film's pre-sale box office stands at around $20.1 million, Tina Fey continued, which is still some distance from Warner Brothers' expected $25 million. Moreover, the growth rate of ticket bookings has clearly slowed down. It's certain we won't hit the target before the premiere. Looking at his watch, Duke stood up. Let's go. The two left the lounge and passed through a corridor closed to the public, entering the rear of a press conference room. Duke nodded to Attorney James and Panny Callis, then stood there, listening to the voices coming from the press conference. This was a press conference specially convened by the production team and Warner Brothers for Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway had only spent 48 hours at the Chicago branch of the FBI before being bailed out by Warner Brothers and Attorney James. This actress wasn't entirely foolish. She knew this was a key moment that could determine her public ruin or redemption. She actively cooperated with all kinds of PR efforts, striving to rebuild her public image. In fact, at this point, the best approach was to act like a White Lotus. The production team and Warner Brothers' PR department were working hard in this direction as well. After all, it concerned the market reception of Batman Begins. Once the film ended, whether Anne Hathaway was a White Lotus or a green TB*TCH had nothing to do with them. The decision to break up with Raffaello left me in unbearable pain, but I never expected the person I loved most to deceive me like this. Anne Hathaway's choked voice came from the front. Deception is what I can't stand the most, especially when he used me for money. Even through the partition, Duke and the others could clearly hear Anne Hathaway's sobs. Then her agent said that while Anne Hathaway was busy working, her boyfriend would still flirt with other women from time to time, including some beautiful models. The accumulation of new and old issues eventually led and to decide on a breakup. Originally, Anne Hathaway had always lived on the East Coast of the U.S. and hadn't gone to Hollywood, all just to accompany her boyfriend. In short, they were doing everything to portray Anne Hathaway as a victim and a pitiful figure. Standing at the back, Duke appeared calm. That's how this industry was. Actually, for anyone with a clear mind, it wasn't hard to realize that a celebrity's public persona was just that, an image. Take Anne Hathaway, for example. Because of this incident, Duke and Warner Brothers had both investigated her thoroughly. To devise targeted PR strategies, one must understand what the other party had done. Anne Hathaway was indeed a victim, but to say she was victim, innocent not necessarily. Her release on bail wasn't just because Duke and Warner Brothers stepped in. It was also because she actively cooperated with the FBI. A luxury apartment in New York, several branded watches, and jewelry worth millions. These were what Anne Hathaway voluntarily handed over to the FBI, all gifts from Raffaello Falieri. In addition, during their relationship, Anne Hathaway had enjoyed various mansions, yachts, private jets, and countless expensive gifts. Rather than saying she was blinded by love, it was more accurate to say she was dazzled by wealth. The current Anne Hathaway was no longer the future star she once hoped to be. She was still relatively well known, but after being dropped by Disney, her career had hit a low point. Even during the height of the Princess Diaries fame, her income wouldn't have been very high. Disney's exploitation of the teen idols it manufactured was well known throughout Hollywood. Judging just by sound, Anne Hathaway must have been crying her heart out up there. But Duke was instead considering whether she should be replaced in the sequel if she couldn't reverse her image. Strictly speaking, Anne Hathaway was indeed a victim, but that had nothing to do with business. What Duke produced were commercial films, and everything was based on commercial interests. An actor who couldn't generate profit was of no use to him. The press conference ended amid chaos. Duke in panty callous returned to the lounge, and a few minutes later, Anne Hathaway and her agent Brian walked in, gently wiping her red, tear-streaked eyes. With a tissue, Anne Hathaway walked up to Duke. "Thank you, Duke. I'm so sorry." Duke raised a hand to interrupt her. "During the film's release period, watch your words and behavior." "I promise. I absolutely will." Anne Hathaway knew full well that the crew was her biggest support right now. It wasn't just the press conference. Duke's online PR team was also stirring up discussion. For the sake of the film, they were doing their best to whitewash Anne Hathaway. But the internet was an open medium. Completely reversing the image of a scandal-ridden celebrity wasn't easy. Public opinion about Anne Hathaway had split into three camps. The first believed Anne Hathaway was merely a love-struck victim. The second were just onlookers, unconcerned about what kind of person she was. The third were critics and abusers. Like the first group, this one also contained a large number of paid commenters. Especially after the press conference, they denounced Anne Hathaway as fake, pretending, and putting on an act, calling her the typical two-faced female star. In any case, after crying like a white lotus at the press conference, Anne Hathaway managed to recover some image points. But as for completely erasing the impact, there's simply no way. And it's not just online. In traditional media as well, such as the tabloids under News Corporation and the media controlled by Walt Disney, during the run-up to the release of Batman Begins, they firmly criticized and attacked Anne Hathaway, constantly bringing up the new movie she starred in. Affected by this, although the pre-sales of Batman Begins increased after the press conference, there's still a noticeable gap from Warner Brothers' original forecast. 20th Century Fox and Disney's media just won't let us go. Hearing Tina Fey say that, Duke stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of Chicago, and said, "I made a mistake, Tina." Tina Fey looked at him curiously. It was rare for Duke to admit to a mistake on his own. "I was blinded by some things." Duke sighed softly. "I underestimated the enemy." Although he would never underestimate any opponent. When the competition was films like Kingdom of Heaven and Flyboys, Duke inevitably relaxed a bit in his heart. Even though he didn't assume he would win outright, he still hadn't given it the full attention it deserved. It was clear that a string of continuous successes had subtly changed his mindset. Even with a head that was clear and calm enough, he was still an ordinary person. However, realizing this, Duke clearly knew how to adjust himself. In some ways, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Instead, it served as a wake-up call. Slowly walking up beside Duke, Tina Fey suddenly said, "By the way, I haven't had the chance to tell you Warner Brothers just called. David Ellison wants to attend the film's premiere." Him. Duke slightly raised his eyebrows. Even without digging deep, Duke knew that behind this incident, there was no way David Ellison and Michael Ovitz weren't involved. To this day, many media outlets were still flooding the internet with negative press about Anne Hathaway and Batman Begins, clearly backed by large sums of sponsorship. The corners of Duke's lips curled slightly. Send him a formal invitation. Since David Ellison wanted to come, then let him. At this stage, not to mention David Ellison, Even if his father came, Duke wouldn't care. While Duke was preparing for the premiere of Batman Begins, under the night sky of Los Angeles, Ivanka Trump leisurely walked into a CAF in the city of Burbank. Guided by the waiter, she arrived at a booth. "Hello, Irene." "Hello, Ivanka." After greeting each other, Ivanka Trump sat across from Irene Lauder, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and asked directly, "Will you go to Chicago?" The other woman was a friend of Duke Rosenberg on par in closeness with Sofia Coppola. Ivanka knew this well. "What about you?" Irene Lauder looked at her and asked. Ivanka Trump paused for a moment, then firmly said, "I won't go. I originally wanted to invite you to go together." Irene Lauder let out a soft sigh. That was her reason for inviting Ivanka Trump out. But hearing her tone, she knew her plan had fallen through. "Between Duke and me." Ivanka shook her head. The issue between them had long stopped being just about Scarlett Johansson. It had become a collision between two families, even two capital groups. She didn't continue talking. Instead, she pulled out a box and pushed it in front of Irene Lauder. "Can you do me a small favor? Give this back to Duke." Irene Lauder stared at Ivanka for a while before finally nodding lightly. Seeing Irene accept the gift box, Ivanka Trump stood up. "Thank you, Irene." "You're welcome." Irene Lauder smiled faintly. Ivanka Trump added a polite farewell, then turned and walked out of the CAF without looking back. Chapter 536. Time is Money. Chapter 536. Chapter 536. Time is Money. In a mansion in Beverly Hills, Megan Ellison picked up the invitation letter specially delivered by someone from Warner Brothers, sat on a brand-new wrought-tan chair, opened it, and looked at it, then curiously looked across. "Are you going, David?" she asked her brother. David Ellison reached out to take the invitation and said with a bit of pride, "Why wouldn't I go? Don't you really dislike Duke Rosenberg?" Megan Ellison said, "That's exactly why I must go." David Ellison said as if it was only natural, "I really want to see what Duke Rosenberg looks like after a box office flop. Will he be as disgusting as that Roger Ebert guy?" Megan Ellison had just picked up her glass of water and almost spat it out when she heard that. But thinking of the rumors she had heard after entering USC's School of Cinematic Arts, she couldn't help but say, "So narrow-minded that he nearly died of anger. Disgusting, indeed." Even though she had only just stepped into the film industry, she also looked down on those so-called professional film critics who tried to sell themselves at a high price while acting all pure and noble. "I'm not just going to see Duke Rosenberg make a fool of himself." David Ellison's face rarely showed a trace of seriousness. "According to my estimates, the projects he's holding on to have great investment value. But as long as he keeps succeeding, I have no chance to step in. Only by breaking his so-called myth of success will Marvel, DC, and Warner possibly accept my investment." His battle with Duke Rosenberg was not just about venting, there were real interests hidden behind it. "I think you should throw a party after the first weekend box office numbers for Batman Begins come out, then invite Duke Rosenberg over." At this point, Megan Ellison asked, "What's their box office estimate for the opening weekend?" "Warner's estimate is $45 million. David Ellison's lips curled slightly. "Pre-sales are at $25 million, but after the Anne Hathaway incident blew up, it's impossible to reach that target." "You did a good job," Megan Ellison praised him for once. David Ellison looked slightly proud. "The North American media are also commercial enterprises. Why would they go against money? As long as you're willing to throw money, quite a few media outlets have no bottom line when it comes to slinging mud." Though he inherited his arrogance from Larry Ellison, David Ellison was very aware of what his greatest capital was in the relatively unfamiliar world of film and media. "Exactly," Megan Ellison agreed. "Any problem money can solve isn't really a problem." David Ellison nodded. "The spending now is all for future returns." The siblings chatted a bit more, and Megan Ellison asked, "I remember premiere guests can bring a date. Let me go with you." "You want to go?" David Ellison was a bit surprised. Megan Ellison put down her coffee cup and said, "I also want to develop in the film industry. Don't forget, I've already enrolled in USC's School of Cinematic Arts. Once I reach the age where I can access my trust fund, I'll also invest in Hollywood." After hesitating a bit, David Ellison slowly nodded. "Then let's go together." With only one day left until the premiere, entertainment journalists from all over the U.S. and reporters from the entertainment sections of major media outlets flocked to Chicago for the Batman Begins premiere. Guests invited to the event also began to arrive. Among them were many of Duke's old friends, such as Irene Lauder. "What's this?" After welcoming her into the hotel suite's living room, Duke couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the gift box she handed over. "When did you get so polite with me?" The two of them, like most close friends, occasionally exchanged gifts, but what Irene Lauder had given him before was mostly items from her namesake men's product line. This gift box was unusually exquisite, and its contents were surely valuable, especially since Duke found the gift box very familiar. Irene Lauder stuffed the gift box into Duke's hands and sat down on a single sofa. Only then did she explain, "I came from Los Angeles, and before I left I met with Ivanka Trump. She asked me to pass this on to you." Hearing Irene's words, Duke more or less guessed what it was. Sitting across from her, he opened the gift box. Just as he thought, inside was a Patek Philippe Haute Couture watch, and from every angle, he could see Ivanka's facial silhouette on the dial. This was the gift Duke had given Ivanka for her 21st birthday. Now that it was back in his hands, the message was very clear. Duke shook his head lightly and wasn't surprised. He closed the gift box and handed it directly to Tina Fey, who was nearby. "Find an auction house and sell it," Duke said straightforwardly. "Donate the money to hungry children in Africa." Tina Fey took the gift box, opened it, and glanced inside, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Though she had a good relationship with Ivanka Trump, her principles of conduct were entirely based on Duke's standpoint. Seeing Tina Fey put away the gift box, Duke unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. Some of the problems that had plagued him over the past year or so also seemed to dissipate with it. This was a modern society. Breakups between men and women had long been a normal part of the social landscape. "You're single again." Hearing Irene Lauder's words, Duke replied, "The same way. Don't talk about me. You're single too." "I'm single because I'm busy with work." Irene Lauder shrugged and said, "My career just passed its most critical early stage. These past years I've been practically a flying machine. Where's the time for romance?" Duke spread his hands. "I'm busy too." Irene Lauder looked at him, adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position, and said, "For people like us, the cost of falling in love is too high." After thinking for a moment, Duke nodded in agreement. That's true. Whether it was Duke's profession as a director or Irene Lauder's status as a businesswoman, time equaled career, time equaled money. "I've looked over your schedule. Your future is packed with work." Irene Lauder continued. "Luckily, I've already passed my busiest stage. I don't have to fly around so frequently these next few years." "Can't be helped," Duke said helplessly. "Even with a mature team, ample funds, and sufficient manpower, making a film still takes a year. For me, there's never enough time." He wanted to be like the rumors, directing 2 to 3 films a year, finishing editing in 10 days or even a week. But was that even possible? Could something produced under those conditions still be called a movie? Under such circumstances, the films he directed would only become unwatchable garbage. If not for his past experience, even the current pace of 1 film per year would be impossible to maintain. Hollywood films especially. Large-scale productions follow their own inherent rules, and making a film involves a lot of work that can't be done by a director alone. After chatting for a while, Irene Lauder stood to leave. When Duke walked her to the door, he casually asked, "Want to walk the red carpet with me tomorrow?" "No interest." Irene Lauder shook her head directly. "I don't want to be involved in a scandal with you. Good night. Get some rest." She waved to Duke and walked out. Duke closed the door, returned to his room, and was about to shower and sleep when his phone suddenly rang. When he answered, it was Scarlett Johansson. "Hi, Duke," she said amid background noise. "I just got off the plane." Had he invited her? Thinking for a moment, Duke opened the door and walked toward the study where Tina Fey was. As he walked, he said, "Wait a moment. I'll have someone pick you up." Entering the study, Duke handed the phone to Tina Fey and conveniently passed the troublesome girl off to her to handle. Not only the invited guests, but many fans had also rushed to Chicago. Because Batman Begins adopted a relatively conservative release strategy, there were no advanced screenings. Although quite a few unexpected events had occurred beforehand, for Duke and Batman fans, seeing the film as early as possible was still a blessing. As a die-hard Duke-style fan, Norman Schiller didn't give a damn about Anne Hathaway. To him, she was just a minor actress. Even if she messed around and got AIDS, What did that matter to people who loved Duke's movies? He had missed the test screening for various reasons, and this time he flew from Los Angeles to Chicago simply because Batman Begins was a film by Duke Rosenberg. In contrast, Brad Miller was not previously a fan of Duke's, not even a film lover. But the Lord of the Rings trilogy changed everything. Since then, he had become deeply interested in every film Duke directed, even pushing aside work just to fly to Chicago for an early viewing of this film. He always believed that Duke would never disappoint his fans, just like during the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Marshall was a typical Batman fan. He had already watched the test screening, but even so, he still traveled a great distance to come to Chicago. Because he believed Batman Begins was the best Batman movie ever made, a masterpiece worth coming to Chicago for. As a Batman fan, if even such an incredible Batman film isn't worth supporting, then what kind of film is? A large number of Chicago fans were also stirred up. This was the first time Duke held a premiere in Illinois. When the noonday sun just passed overhead, many fans began gathering at the Chicago Classic Theater. The premiere of the film was about to begin. The cheers and shouts of the fans, the click of camera shutters from the press. Before the premiere even started, the sounds had already drifted through the skyscrapers of the city, reaching every corner of Chicago. On this day, the protagonist of the city of Chicago was no longer the Chicago Bears, but a gigantic human shap. Chapter 537, Sowing Discord. Chapter 537, Chapter 537, Sowing Discord. The night sky gradually dimmed. Lights illuminated every inch of the red carpet, yet they couldn't change how the starry sky above had turned a deep, inky black. One star after another walked the red carpet, but none could capture more attention than the moment that was about to arrive. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shot into the pitch-black sky, as if something had flown upward. In the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the light gradually gathered, eventually forming a giant bat shape in the sky. "Batman!" someone shouted, and the two sides of the red carpet instantly boiled over like a pot of water. "Batman! Batman! Batman!" The chaotic shouts became rhythmic, gradually spreading through the area, like the citizens of Gotham from the comics, calling for their protector. Does Batman exist in the real world? And where is Bruce Wayne? The roar of an engine suddenly sounded, drawing closer. Many people stood on tiptoe, looking toward the street corner. They were not disappointed. Just a few seconds later, a prehistoric black beast of a car turned onto the road leading to the theater, gradually approaching the red carpet. Countless fans finally got to witness with their own eyes the Batmobile that had already stolen the spotlight in the trailers. Cool, wild, agile, unbeatable. I wish I had one. I just want to get a closer look at that awesome car. Voices of praise erupted on sight. The Batmobile then stopped in front of the red carpet. Its door automatically lifted, and in a tailored suit, Bruce Wayne, or rather, Christian Bale, stepped out amidst a barrage of camera flashes and onto the red carpet. This specially designed grand entrance stole the spotlight in an instant. From the moment the bat signal lit up the sky to the moment Christian Bale stepped out of the Batmobile, only a few minutes had passed. Yet the premiere was already at its peak, as though every member of the audience had been transported into that fantastical world where Batman exists. If only Superman and Wonder Woman joined him, Doug Walters said to Duke in the photo area in front of the theater, watching the commotion caused by the Batmobile and Bale. The Trinity of Justice appearing together would definitely cause an even bigger sensation. Don't rush it, Doug. Duke retracted his gaze from the red carpet. This is only the beginning. There will be many opportunities in the future. He had already communicated with Warner Brothers. The current Batman trilogy was a standalone side story, separate from the broader franchise. There would be no Superman or Wonder Woman, beings close to gods, as they didn't match the tone of the films. In fact, the hardest part about the DC movie universe wasn't Superman. Even if a Superman film lost money, the losses wouldn't be large, thanks to his popularity and merchandise support. The real difficulty was Wonder Woman. As the most well-known female character in all American comics, she was virtually synonymous with feminism. Such films didn't appeal to the male demographic. No matter how loudly people proclaimed gender equality, this was still very much a patriarchal society. Not just Wonder Woman, any female superhero movie was hard to make. Like Black Widow, for instance. At that thought, Duke glanced sideways. Scarlett Johansson was talking to Irene Lauder. According to the plan, Duke would introduce Black Widow into Iron Man. Like Nick Fury, she was a key figure linking the Avengers together. Unlike Nick Fury's cameo appearances, Black Widow, though not slated for a solo film, yet would have significant roles across several projects. Moreover, Marvel screenwriters hadn't used the old setup. This version of Agent Natasha Romanoff, like Captain Steve Rogers, was a relic from World War II. As a veteran agent, she had the clout to bring one superhero after another into the fold. Of course, if the timing was right, Marvel would also launch a standalone film for Natasha Romanoff. After Christian Bale, the final appearance, finished walking the red carpet, the cast gathered for a customary group photo. Duke then led the way into the theater, entering the VIP lounge with Doug Walter. Long time no see, Duke. Seeing the approaching pair of siblings, Duke greeted them calmly. Hello, David. David Ellison introduced. This is my sister, Megan Ellison. Nice to meet you, Miss Ellison. Nice to meet you, Director Rosenberg. The two lightly shook hands. David Ellison then said, We're really looking forward to your film. Is that so? Duke gave a faint smile. Actually, I'm even more looking forward to Flyboys, the one you're producing. Unlike David Ellison's slightly sarcastic tone, Duke's words sounded as if he genuinely anticipated that film. But when those words fell into David Ellison's ears, they carried a different undertone. Looking forward to David's movie being successful. The speaker was Megan Ellison. Duke glanced at her, but said nothing. Given his age and status, there was no need to fuss over a girl, not even 20. You think his movie will succeed? Just behind Duke, a girl's voice rang out. Not loud, but clearly mocking. You're so naive. Scarlett Johansson, stepping in high heels, walked over and stood by Duke's side. Before Megan Ellison could respond, she gently sneered. Do you know what people in Hollywood call your brother? The moment she said that, David and Megan Ellison stared daggers at Scarlett Johansson. But Scarlett, having spent years attending high society events with Lady Leah, was well-trained. The well-behaved persona she wore depended on the person and the occasion. Though she'd gone through family upheaval as a child, some of her old personality still lingered. She smiled politely, though her words were hardly so pleasant. In Hollywood, everyone says David. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Thanks. Scarlett continued. They say he's waving around blank checks. She didn't finish the sentence, merely shrugged. But even an idiot could tell the rest wouldn't be flattering. You? Megan Ellison still had the temper of a spoiled child and was instantly provoked by Scarlett. Thankfully, she knew where they were and tried her best to keep calm. She said, I know you. You're Scarlett Johansson, right? One day I'll enter Hollywood too. I'll invest in every project you want to be in, and then I'll kick you out. At that, Duke nearly laughed. Clearly, the girl didn't understand how Hollywood worked, just a spoiled brat. David Ellison tugged at his sister, but Megan glared back at him and continued. No production will ever cast you. You'll end up worthless, Scarlett Johansson. Sounds terrifying. Scarlett lifted her hand and wrapped it around Duke's arm, saying, Duke's already decided to use me in a series of films. I wonder how you're planning to convince him to dump me. Oh, perhaps you don't know yet, but his personal assets are close to $10 billion. Your little bit of money probably won't help much. Megan Ellison's face darkened. Scarlett Johansson's gaze swiftly swept across David Ellison's face. Her eyes gleamed as she deliberately said in a reminding tone, I know your dad's very rich. But don't forget, Miss Ellison, the person next to you is the primary heir. With him around, how much inheritance do you think you'll actually get? Duke couldn't help but glance at Scarlett. The Ellison siblings were once quite famous in Hollywood, but he vaguely remembered that once both came of age, their relationship had nearly broken down. The subtle sowing of discord might not have a direct effect, but it clearly unsettled Megan Ellison. When it came to verbal sparring, she was no match for Scarlett, who used to be a chatterbox. In the end, Megan turned and left in a huff. David Ellison gave Scarlett Johansson a proud glance, nodded at Duke, and followed his sister away. How did I do? Scarlett clung to Duke's arm, beaming. I helped you chase off two villains. Not bad. Duke thought for a moment, then added, Your tactic was too crude. You don't understand how girls this age think. Scarlett Johansson sounded like an expert. The simpler and more direct the provocation, the more effective it often is. Duke checked his watch and walked toward where the crew was gathering. Scarlett returned to Irene Lauder's side. She knew Duke's personality well. He didn't like to be distracted by meaningless things during work. As for the siblings movie, Scarlett Johansson didn't take it seriously at all. She knew they'd played a few tricks recently, but if they thought that could bring Duke down, they were way too naive. She'd known him for over a decade, back when he was a young man with iron resolve and unshakable nerves. Duke and Charles Roven led the crew and other guests into the screening hall. The seats for regular viewers were already packed. Nearly 1,000 audience members were waiting for the screening of Batman Begins. It had been 8 years since the last Batman film, Batman and Robin, hit theaters. Whether the franchise would continue to decline or be reborn would be revealed this weekend. Sarah from the Los Angeles Times knew that opening weekend box office would basically determine Batman's fate on the big screen. If it met Warner Brothers' expectations, given Duke's usual box office consistency, Batman would surely rise again. But if the opening weekend gross fell far short of expectations, the consequences could be severe. Chapter 538. A Legend is About to be Born. Chapter 538. Chapter 538. A Legend is About to be Born. As a die-hard fan of The Lord of the Rings, this was the first time Brad Miller walked into a cinema to watch one of Duke's non-Rings movies. To be precise, last year's Taken didn't suit his taste. After watching the trailer, he hadn't bought a ticket. But Batman Begins was different. From the moment he saw the trailer, its inky darkness and realistic style stirred a deep desire to see the film. So much so that he flew from Los Angeles to Chicago. Walking past the crowd of eager fans, he arrived at an empty seat and politely asked the young man next to it, "Hi, is this seat taken?" "Nope," the young man replied courteously. "You can sit anywhere." After sitting down, Brad Miller glanced at the young man again. He looked familiar. He tentatively asked, "Are you from Los Angeles too?" "Yeah." The young man nodded slightly. From his accent, Norman Schiller could tell the man was probably from California too. "I'm Brad Miller," said Brad, extending his hand despite being older. "From Valencia, in Greater Los Angeles." Norman Schiller shook his hand. "I'm Norman Schiller, from Venice, Los Angeles." "I remember now." Brad Miller suddenly realized. "You're the head of Duke Rosenberg's Los Angeles Fan Association." "Just one of them," Norman Schiller said modestly. Two strangers, drawn together by a shared passion, instantly became familiar. Their conversation centered solely on Duke's films. "I'm really looking forward to it." In the second row, Scarlett Johansson sat beside Irene Lauder and whispered, "This is Duke's first superhero movie." Irene Lauder withdrew her gaze from the front row where the crew sat and turned to Scarlett. "Dear, are you worried?" "Worried?" Scarlett shook her head. "Why would I be worried, Irene? I started working with Duke from his second film, The Rock. He's never failed, only become more and more successful. Sure, this Batman franchise was ruined by Joel Schumacher, but I believe Duke will breathe new life into it." She also turned her head to look at Irene Lauder. "You and Duke are so close. Don't you have faith in him?" "I've never doubted that he'll keep succeeding." After stating that naturally, Irene suddenly thought of something else and asked, "Scarlett, I heard you're set to star in Duke's next film?" "Yeah." Scarlett lifted her chin slightly. "More precisely, it's a whole series for Marvel." Irene Lauder knew well how an actor's career could soar after starring in a Duke film, and given Scarlett Johansson's close relationship with Duke, she was undoubtedly destined to become a superstar. Thinking of this, Irene Lauder added, "Scarlett, interested in becoming the face of Estee Lauder?" Scarlett Johansson was slightly surprised, thought for a moment, then replied, "I agree in principle, but you'll have to talk to my agent." Friendship was one thing, business another. She drew that line clearly. "The movie's about to start." Someone nearby made the comment, and the entire theater fell silent. First to appear was the Warner Brothers intro, followed by the DC Comics logo, both tinted in eerie greenish-black hues. For those like Irene Lauder and Scarlett Johansson, who were familiar with the film, this clearly symbolized the movie's dark tone. "It's starting." Norman Schiller and Brad Miller exchanged phone numbers and wrapped up their chat, both fixing their eyes on the big screen. They knew well that if Duke was rebooting the Batman franchise, the first film needed to reshape Bruce Wayne's image and establish the series' tone. Pre-release promotions had already revealed enough. Bingens would tell the story of how and why Bruce Wayne became Batman. Batman wasn't born Batman, nor did he become one willingly. It was a painful, even dark transformation. Bruce Wayne's soul underwent a kind of cleansing during the process. Fear was undoubtedly the most important theme introduced at the film's start. From the beginning, young Bruce Wayne falls into a well and is attacked by a swarm of bats. Fear, this primal human instinct, is triggered and runs through the entire film. In a sense, this fear indirectly caused the death of his parents. The hatred toward the killer, the anger in his heart, the city's corruption, the uncertainty of the future, the hatred for crime. All of these drive Bruce Wayne, the heir to a billion-dollar fortune, to change. But how should he change? What should one do when faced with anger and hatred? Watching Bruce Wayne leave Gotham, Norman Schiller also ponders this question. If it were him, what would he do? The best way is to unleash the anger and hatred to the fullest. But in the process of unleashing, would he, like the League of Shadows, end up hurting the innocent, or even be consumed by the fear hidden beneath the anger and hatred? For a person to become strong, they need more than just a strong body, they need a strong heart as well. Without a doubt, before meeting Henri Ducard, Bruce Wayne, though he had learned some solid combat skills during his travels and experience fighting crime, did not have a strong enough inner self. But Bruce Wayne is no coward. Because of his past, he hates crime and wants to fight it. As the pride of Gotham City, he even more so wants to save his city. What he needs most is to find himself and face his inner fear. Why do people fall? So they can learn how to get back up. Bruce Wayne never lacked the courage to stand up. His father's teachings also played an important role. At the peak of the snow-covered mountains, Bruce Wayne endured Henri Ducard's rigorous training and spiritual guidance. His once-lost mind gradually found the path he was meant to take. Fear had brought him pain, but it would also bring him strength, the strength to save Gotham City. Gotham City is a dark metropolis breeding criminals, full of filth and corruption, where gangs run rampant, the police are corrupt, and the people live in misery. Bruce Wayne personally witnessed his parents being ruthlessly murdered by a thug, leaving a permanent shadow in his heart. He hated his own powerlessness. He wanted to become stronger, so he wandered the world, training in various places. He encountered the League of Shadows and met Henri Ducard, a figure who was both a mentor and a father to him. If you can push beyond your limits and devote yourself entirely to a noble ideal, they cannot stop you. You will become something else. A legend. This was what Henri Ducard told Bruce Wayne in the prison. How does one surpass oneself? By overcoming oneself. How does one overcome oneself? By conquering one's primal instinct, fear. The transformed Wayne returns to Gotham City, well, that once filled him with fear. Bruce, why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. This was the line Bruce Wayne remembered most clearly from his father. As he stood up among a swarm of screeching, swirling bats, he conquered his fear. A legend was about to be born. In the underground cave, as Bruce Wayne slowly stood surrounded by bats, he was reborn. He turned his fear into a symbol of fear, Batman. Undoubtedly, this seemingly meaningful shot is actually meant to be emotionally stirring. A lost boy finally finds himself, ready to become Gotham's guardian. The majestic soundtrack, combined with Duke's carefully designed long take, gave the scene an extraordinary feeling. At the moment Christian Bale stood up, Norman Schiller and Brad Miller couldn't help but clap. The theater burst into applause, as if everyone deeply empathized with Bruce Wayne's journey. There weren't any overly intense action scenes, but he still performed excellently. Not far from Scarlett Johansson, George Lucas, who attended the premiere, nodded slightly. Duke is always improving. He never stops. He knew very well that after the disaster caused by Batman and Robin, if Duke had continued the Gothic style, the new Batman series would likely have limited potential. But Duke clearly understood this too, and directly broke away from the pattern of the past 4 Batman films, producing Batman Initiation with an entirely new concept. The film completely abandons the flashy, superficial elements. While maintaining Duke's signature intense action scenes and sharp editing, it dives directly into Bruce Wayne's inner world, aiming to move the audience through emotional resonance. Judging from the live response, Duke's approach seems to have hit the mark. In Hollywood's decades-long history, There's never been a director who could continuously improve with every film they make. If one must name someone, it could only be Duke. As someone who once guided him and watched him grow step by step into a top-tier director, George Lucas was certain of that. His father and Henri Ducard are undoubtedly the two most important figures in Bruce Wayne's life, especially the latter. He taught Bruce powerful combat techniques and ninja skills, and guided him out of fear, helping him release the immense power brought by that fear. But in the end, he and Bruce Wayne had fundamentally different beliefs. Chapter 539, Early Exit. Chapter 539, Early Exit. In Duke's Batman Begins, the disagreement between Henri Ducard and Bruce Wayne stems more from differences in ideology, essentially, irreconcilable ideological conflicts, especially regarding their views on the fallen city of Gotham. Henri Ducard inherits the League of Shadows' long-standing doctrine. Evil must be eradicated, and order rebuilt on its ashes. But Bruce Wayne believes Gotham is still worth saving. Even though he becomes the embodiment of fear, he is not an enforcer, nor does he represent any person or force with the authority to execute criminals at will. Thus, Batman establishes a core principle: no killing. This principle reigns in the power Bruce Wayne gains from anger and fear, restricting the violence buried deep within him. At the same time, it acts as a shackle. Everything has two sides. So, a billionaire playboy by day, and the embodiment of fear and justice by night, seeks justice from those responsible for Gotham's destruction, among them Henri Ducard and the League of Shadows. Norman Schiller and Brad Miller, like the other moviegoers, watched the big screen intently. In their minds, Batman Begins might fall short of Duke's most epic work, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, but within the Batman franchise, it is unquestionably the most outstanding. Not just because of the plot setup, but also because of the various props shown throughout the film. Unlike the four Batman films from the 1990s, the tools Bruce Wayne uses are not overly exaggerated or sci-fi. They are closer to real-world technology, even the Batmobile. What's showcased is more wildness and raw power. Watching the Batmobile rampage across the screen on roads or rooftops alike, as if it were on flat ground, coupled with its muscle-bound design, prompted many audience members to shout, "Cool. This is the Batmobile that suits Bruce Wayne." Even the older Brad Miller couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Norman Schiller agreed, saying, "I really wish I had a car like that. That's a Batmobile." From pre-release publicity, Norman Miller knew that the Batmobile would be released after the film premiered, but the base price of over $100,000 was far beyond his means. Why did Duke choose this Batmobile design? Irene Lauder frowned slightly, murmuring to herself. Sitting next to her, Scarlett Johansson, an industry insider, explained in a low voice, "The film's action style is all about wild power. The Batmobile obviously has to match Bruce Wayne's aesthetic." "That makes sense," Irene Lauder nodded. "If Bruce Wayne fought the way he does in the film, yet drove a sleek sports car, wouldn't that be jarringly off?" In Chicago's classic theater, Batman Begins had reached its final showdown, while over in Los Angeles, Kingdom of Heaven, due to the time difference, had only just begun its premiere screening. Krishi, a fan of epic films since watching The Lord of the Rings, was among the audience at the Kingdom of Heaven premiere. He once led protests against Duke's adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, but the trilogy's strength and brilliance eventually turned him into a fan. However, deep down, he still preferred epics. Even after watching post-ring flops like King Arthur and Alexander the Great, he still held high hopes for Kingdom of Heaven. So he chose not to attend the Chicago premiere of Batman Begins, and instead went to the Kingdom of Heaven premiere in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the film wasn't much better than those notorious flops. Not even a quarter in, Krishi was yawning repeatedly. If it were just him, it could be chalked up to personal taste, but from what Krishi could see, most of the audience wasn't fully engaged. Some were eating popcorn, others drinking soda, stretching, whispering, and a few even seemed to have fallen asleep. As the film progressed, Krishi felt increasingly bored. Many scenes clearly attempted to imitate the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which was expected, since most epic war films post-rings tried to follow its example, but Kingdom of Heaven's imitation was far from successful. Most critically, the war scenes, which are the heart of this genre, felt grand but terribly chaotic. Perhaps real battlefields are chaotic, but for Krishi and most viewers, watching chaotic war scenes in a film isn't entertaining at all. Where's the cinematic pleasure in that? Then came the issue of casting. Orlando Bloom was made famous by Duke as Legolas, but without Duke behind the camera, his flaws became obvious. In Krishi's view, Orlando Bloom is better suited to playing male eye-candy characters like Legolas. Taking the lead in this film felt like a miscast. Had the role gone to an actor with more masculinity, someone who could really embody a true hero, then Kingdom of Heaven might have qualified as an epic, instead of just being the sorrows of young Werther. Even among other performances that were far from brilliant, he was like a waning moon surrounded by a sea of stars. Let's not even mention anything else. Just from the casting choices alone, one could clearly see the gap between Ridley Scott and Duke. This was truly a painful viewing experience. Krishi confirmed that without hesitation, the best way to end such pain, without a doubt, was to walk away. Though the screening wasn't over yet, and even though it had taken great effort to get a ticket to the premiere, Krish decided he couldn't bear it any longer. A boring movie like this wasn't worth the suffering. "Excuse me." He hunched over and stood up. "Can you let me through?" The man gave Krishi a puzzled glance and suddenly asked, "You're leaving?" Upon hearing that, Krish gave a slight nod. That man didn't move aside. Instead, he also stood up. "I'm leaving too," he said. Just as his words fell, a few others nearby also stood up one after another, following in Krishi's footsteps as they made their way down the aisle toward the exit. Clearly, they too had no interest in continuing the film. Entering the corridor leading to the exit, lit faintly by the glow of the screen, Krishi realized it wasn't just them. In the general audience seating further back, quite a few people were also trickling out, some even ahead of them. In fact, certain rows toward the rear were already completely empty. It was obvious some had left long ago. Shaking his head, even though he wasn't a professional, Krishi could vaguely guess that this so-called epic war film titled Kingdom of Heaven would likely fare no better than King Arthur or Alexander. What's more, as he walked out of the theater, he couldn't help but glance eastward. Far off in Chicago, Duke's film was premiering. That 20th Century Fox and Ridley Scott had the audacity to pit such a film against Batman Begins. The odds of winning were astronomically low. Although the Batman series had also produced its share of terrible films, in the eyes of loyal fans like Krishi who loved Duke's style, Batman Begins could never possibly be worse than what he had just watched. After falling in love with Duke as a director through the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Krishi had gone back and watched all of his films. Even the worst-reviewed one, Critical Emergency, was several times more exciting than Kingdom of Heaven. He withdrew his gaze from the east. Several more people exited the theater beside him, and fragments of their conversations inevitably reached Krishi's ears. What a load of garbage. If it weren't for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, maybe this movie could be called an epic. Thank God I got so bored I fell asleep less than 10 minutes in. Orlando Bloom's performance after leaving Duke is honestly hard to watch. More and more people were leaving the theater. In just a few minutes of standing there, Krishi saw over 20 people file out one after another. For the premiere of a so-called epic blockbuster with a budget of over $100 million, this was simply unimaginable. Inside the theater, Ridley Scott's face was ashen. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, people around him had told him what was happening with the general audience in the back rows. For a renowned director, this was almost a personal insult. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of people walking out during the premiere. What an embarrassing spectacle. He had originally hoped to use this epic masterpiece to compete with the top-tier directors of the industry, but before the competition had truly begun, it seemed he was already about to lose. Was he willing to accept that? Of course not. Ridley Scott couldn't help but turn to glance at the 20th Century Fox executives seated nearby. If not for them, how could Kingdom of Heaven have turned out like this into a film that was nearly unrecognizable from the one he had envisioned? But he knew that no amount of frustration could change things. How could a mere director possibly go against the entire Hollywood system? In all of Hollywood, directors who had final cut on every single one of their films could be counted on one hand. Duke Rosenberg was undeniably one of them. In the end, he had to admit, he and Duke were not on the same level at all, whether in status, filmography, or box office results. Chapter 540, Becoming Fear. Chapter 540. Chapter 540. Becoming Fear. At the Chicago Classic Theater, the screening of Batman Begins was nearing its end. Facing his own principles and Henry Ducard's desire to destroy Gotham City, Bruce Wayne chose neither to kill nor to save, letting the leader of the League of Shadows fall with the monorail. The final villain of the film was Batman's mentor, Henry Ducard. Batman's combat skills were all taught by him, but at the time, Ducard had no idea how unwavering Bruce Wayne's beliefs and unshakable conscience were. This could be seen from Bruce's firm refusal to behead the farmer. After defeating Henry Ducard and protecting Gotham City, Bruce Wayne finally found the meaning of his existence. He was no longer someone who lived only for revenge, but had become the protector of the city. At the film's end, Batman converses with Commissioner Gordon on the rooftop. People had begun to see hope again, and signs of Gotham's revival had appeared. But crime had not been eradicated. Justice and evil would continue their battle. A playing card instantly ignited Norman Schiller and Brad Miller's anticipation for the next installment. Who is the Joker? Why does he dress as a clown? What has he done? How will his confrontation with Batman unfold? As Batman unfurled his cape and soared through the night sky of Gotham, thunderous applause erupted in the theater. David Ellison and Megan Ellison had no difficulty sensing that Batman Begins, as the opening chapter of a new trilogy, had clearly gained the approval of the ordinary audience. To defeat an enemy, you must first understand them. David Ellison had done plenty of homework on Duke and Batman beforehand, and having studied at the USC School of Cinematic Arts himself, he could now reach a conclusion easily compared to the previous 4 Batman films. Duke Rosenberg's Batman Begins had a unique style, and it was outstanding. Even though he now viewed the director as an enemy, he would not deny this. That was just as well only by defeating a strong opponent could he prove his own abilities. Like Duke, David Ellison was never one to fear competition and challenges. He sat there, using the knowledge he had gained at USC Film School to recall the entire film, analyzing its strengths and weaknesses to extract some lessons that might benefit him. As the first film in Duke Rosenberg's Batman trilogy, Batman Begins aptly showcased the relationships and traits of its main characters. It also planted the seeds for the fate of each character later on. One of its most prominent features was that, compared to his 4 predecessors, the Batman in Duke's hands stepped down from the pedestal and became a flesh-and-blood human being. Next to him, Megan Ellison's eyes also shimmered with thoughtful light, completely lacking her previous arrogance. As someone who had once made it in the complex world of Hollywood, even with help from the Ellison family, her personal abilities couldn't have been lacking. She, too, had been a student at USC Film School, and her taste in film leaned more toward the artistic. Naturally, her perspective differed from David Ellison's. Although she had previously had conflicts with Duke and Scarlett Johansson, in her heart, Megan Ellison believed this film far surpassed the previous 4 Batman movies. Director Duke Rosenberg's continued success in Hollywood was definitely no coincidence. He had infused his own opinions and insights into Batman Begins, making this trilogy full of philosophical and profound social meaning. Unconsciously, she began to dissect the film like a student completing an assignment from a mentor, breaking down important parts of the film into several segments for analysis. First segment. A large number of bats fill the screen, vaguely forming the image of one giant bat. Megan Ellison believed this symbolized Batman. Most viewers like her, without being prompted, were clearly startled by this scene. That was the fear the movie wanted to convey. The formation of the large bat image represented usable fear, which served as a foreshadowing for the film's subsequent message. Second segment. Bruce and Rachel play hide-and-seek. Bruce, holding a spear, falls into a well, and a swarm of bats attacks. Bruce awakens. This was his earliest encounter with bats, and the moment they became his inner fear. Third segment. Bruce is imprisoned after a fight. Henry Ducard appears and talks to him. This is the first confrontation between the protagonist and antagonist. Ducard says the League of Shadows exists to fight crime. Bruce argues they are vigilantes. The Ninja Master explains that only those who lose the struggle are called vigilantes and are usually imprisoned. Only those who surpass their limits and devote themselves to ideals become legends. Fourth segment. Henry Ducard's series of training sessions for Bruce He taught Bruce to accept the reality of anger and revealed the two most critical reasons that drove Bruce Wayne to become Batman: becoming fear itself and becoming unseen fear. Fifth segment. Bruce completes the training, but clashes with the League of Shadows over killing the farmer. He learns of their plan to destroy Gotham and destroys the League, saving Henry Duckard. Here, the issue of killing the farmer sparks Bruce's direct conflict with the League of Shadows. The League kills the farmer and wants to destroy Gotham to eliminate evil and rebuild justice. But Bruce believes Gotham can still be saved and must not be destroyed. This directly leads to Batman's future conflict with the League. The former believes in not killing and in handing criminals to the law, while the latter believes all evil must be annihilated. Sixth segment. The final battle is imminent. Before Bruce's mansion is burned, Duckard and Bruce have a conversation. This is the prelude to the film's climax. Megan Ellison believed the central conflict was fully expressed here. For centuries, the League of Shadows has played the role of destruction and rebirth. Henry Duckard said they once tried to destroy Gotham City, but were stopped by kind-hearted people like Bruce's father. Ironically, the suffering masses they helped ended up killing those who had helped them. This time, the League of Shadows has returned to destroy Gotham City again. From this, it can be seen that the League of Shadows does not determine whether a city is beyond saving based on its actual condition, but rather uses their own standards to judge. In other words, the League of Shadows sees itself as God, possessing the ultimate authority to decide a city's life or death, and all of its standards are self-imposed. At this point, it's clear that Bruce saving Gotham through Batman is actually the greatest excavation of social value. The League of Shadows ignores the objective existence of society for the sake of its own existence, while Batman is its greatest protector in return. As for the entire Batman Begins film, because of Duke Rosenberg's consistent production style, Megan Ellison could easily tell that the film's commerciality far outweighs its content and ideological depth. However, the large amount of dialogue in the film has already laid the groundwork for the following two sequels. Overall, this is a story about how Batman was born. The birth of Batman outweighs the exploration of the entire city and society. After Megan Ellison briefly analyzed the film, she couldn't help but whisper, "This is essentially a story about a man who overcomes and becomes fear and uses it to fight crime." Turning her head slightly, David Ellison looked at his sister. Amid a wave of enthusiastic applause, he quietly stood up. "Let's go. No need to stay here any longer." Megan Ellison nodded gently and followed him toward the theater exit. The two of them were well aware that compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Batman Begins was indeed somewhat weaker and a bit lacking in entertainment value. But the film was exciting enough that even people like them who had prejudices against Duke Rosenberg could vaguely feel that the film's market response wouldn't be bad. How do you feel? In the theater, Scarlett Johansson had already stood up along with everyone else. She was clapping vigorously and leaned close to Irene Lauder's ear to ask, "Wasn't it amazing?" "Very good," Irene Lauder also applauded. "It's just a bit too realistic. I think that kind of style is great. I've had enough of those omnipotent superheroes." Scarlett Johansson said curiously, "I didn't expect a director known for making non-realistic films to make a realistic film that's so good." In Scarlett Johansson's mind, Duke's best and most successful works were always those non-realistic sci-fi and fantasy films. "Dear," Irene Lauder reminded, "did you forget Saving Private Ryan?" "Oh, right." Scarlett nodded and naturally said, "Those who always criticize Duke should really watch this. His realistic films are just as wonderful. He's always been the best." Irene Lauder said this last sentence. She had known Duke for 10 years. The man was so formidable it could only be described as unbelievable, and he had always maintained enough forward momentum to make those chasing behind him inevitably feel powerless. Applause continued. Duke and Charles Roven had already gathered the crew and walked onto the small stage in front of the screen for a curtain call. After bowing twice, the applause gradually died down, and the audience began to leave. After all, this was only the beginning of the whole series. It couldn't possibly cause a sensational impact right from the start. That would be unrealistic. With that, the film screening ended. Duke led the main crew into a temporary press room on the other side. Chapter 541, Batman's Rebirth. Chapter 541. Chapter 541. Batman's Rebirth. This movie mainly tells the story of Wayne's growth. What impressed me the most was not how he later saved the city as Batman, but his process of learning martial arts and swordsmanship at the snowy mountain peak and overcoming fear. Walking out of the cinema, Brad Miller was still discussing Batman. Begins with Norman Schiller, whom he had just met. A good movie can provoke thought and resonance every minute. Often, a single shot or line can stir blood or emotional connection. Movies that can do this are undoubtedly good ones. This film is no exception. The two seem to be getting along very well, chatting as they walk toward a nearby bar. Norman Schiller also shared his opinion. Actually, some of what Henri Ducard said made a lot of sense. For example, the only way to conquer fear is to face it. People are always afraid of the unknown and the unfamiliar. We often instinctively reject choices and things that don't align with the mainstream. We're afraid to try areas we haven't explored because we fear change, fear that life after change will be worse than now. So we often deceive ourselves and play it safe living our whole lives like that. As they entered the bar, Brad Miller added, "So, after watching Batman Begins, I feel that a life without risks can sometimes be just too boring." Christian Bale is also a great actor, especially his eyes, Norman Schiller said again. That face of his, equally capable of good and evil, is perfect for portraying conflicted characters. Yeah, Brad Miller fully agreed with him. Duke isn't just good at making movies, he's also excellent at casting actors. In the temporary press room at the cinema, Duke and the crew were still being interviewed. Already, many moviegoers were sharing their thoughts about the film online through the fast-reacting medium of the internet, especially on IMDb. Many veteran film fans left comments on Batman Begins. In Batman The Begins, director Duke Rosenberg innovatively presents Batman as immortal and profoundly explores the relationship between fear, anger, and power. The distinct traits and connections of each character are made crystal clear, allowing viewers to understand the origins, ideologies, and stances of all the major characters, laying the groundwork for their fates and choices in the following two films. As a reboot, it explains the origin of Batman, why he became Batman, and how he became Batman. In terms of storytelling, the film feels like it's narrating his personal resum or growth trajectory. Duke shaped Gotham City into a dark metropolis crime, corruption, and ever-present high technology. This city has reached the lowest point of its moral baseline. It breeds boundless fear, and fear is the core of this film. His viewpoint was echoed by other fans. Exactly. There has never been a movie that, like Duke's, uses a film to illustrate the relationship between fear, anger, and power. Anger stems from fear. Anger then generates power. This power can create evil, or it can combat evil. It's an individual or localized resistance. When the evil power exceeds what the law can handle, justice must step in. Justice, too, is a force beyond the law. Once it eliminates evil, it can easily become a new form of evil. There's no solution to this, because that power ultimately comes from fear. Fear is a human instinct. As long as humans exist, the struggle continues. The good news is, people eventually die. The bad news is, humanity always exists. Better to believe in the law. It might let humanity live better and longer. Just like how The Matrix was analyzed, everyone has different interpretations of a film. Some even far exceed what the screenwriter and director originally envisioned. As the premiere concluded, more and more of Duke's fans logged on to IMDb. Although this wasn't a typical Duke-style film, these people still felt it was brilliant. This is the best Batman movie. The impact it delivers both visually and emotionally is thrilling. It's a textbook example of an action film. Duke has given Batman a rebirth on the big screen. Batman Begins is truly stunning. Though, by typical superhero movie standards, it has quite a bit of oppression. That's precisely where the film shines. Duke shot an entirely different kind of superhero movie. The film gives a complete and rich account of why Bruce Wayne became Batman, transitioning from self-doubt to forging his resolve, then reclaiming justice. The entire process is seamless. The emotional depth of the characters is also very real and rich. An excellent series opener. Among existing Batman films, this version of Batman is the most captivating. Duke's Batman breaks away from the increasingly formulaic Hollywood superhero trend. The scenes and scale are grand and spectacular. The characters are vivid and full of depth. The story is both exciting and nuanced. From script, cinematography, editing, scene coordination, characters, music, props, every aspect makes this film a new benchmark for blockbuster entertainment. In a way, Duke has once again raised the standard of commercial filmmaking. This might be bad news for his fellow filmmakers, but it's absolutely great news for audiences. Of course, some people like a movie while others don't. Moreover, Batman Begins is fundamentally incomparable to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Duke wanted to explain clearly how Bruce Wayne became Batman, which naturally required a large amount of dialogue and runtime. For some hardcore action fans, this might be a bit lacking. Other than explaining Batman's origin, which was relatively standard, the story doesn't break too much new ground. However, since Duke broke the mold of traditional heroes, it's still quite impressive that the film resonates so strongly. But the biggest problem with the movie is that, compared to previous works, its pacing is slow, and it puts too much emphasis on Bruce Wayne's psychological transformation, which results in a lack of action scenes. Apart from the Batmobile chase and the final showdown between good and evil, Duke's strengths in action and sci-fi films have little room to shine. The second half of the film is fine, exciting, and thrilling enough, but the first half is too dull, and the frequent scene switching makes it somewhat difficult to follow. That part just isn't likable. Simple films are the ones that can dominate globally. The more complex a film is, the narrower its reach. Duke understood this well, so his exploration of Bruce Wayne's so-called inner world only went skin deep. As long as Batman could rediscover himself, that would suffice. There was no need to dig further in that direction, otherwise it wouldn't be a commercial film but a niche art house movie. Even Christopher Nolan, the former cut film director, stuck to the commercial blockbuster formula despite the changes in his trilogy. No one would be foolish enough to spend hundreds of millions of dollars producing a niche art film. After the press conference ended, Duke didn't immediately leave the theater. Instead, he walked into a lounge to wait for a while. After all, there were a large number of media reporters gathered outside. Even if he got in his car, he would just be stuck in traffic because of them. It was better to wait until Christian Bale and the others drew some of them away before heading back to the hotel. Sitting on a high-backed chair, Duke asked the female assistant who came in with him, "Tina, is the Hathaway incident still being hyped by the media?" Tina Fey sat beside him and replied, "Fox and Disney's media are still on it. Although Anne Hathaway was bailed out by us, and the press conference softened some media's tone, she was indeed involved. It's going to be very hard to completely clear her name. Remember to notify her PR and agent," Duke instructed. "Tell Hathaway to talk less. If reporters bring up the incident, crying her eyes out is the best way to handle it. That shouldn't be difficult for her." Tina Fey noted it in her work log. "I'll emphasize it again to her agent once we're back at the hotel." As Duke's representative, no one ignored Tina Fey's words. She was gradually becoming a heavyweight figure in Hollywood. It's no exaggeration to say that with Duke's support, Tina Fey could absolutely make it onto the Hollywood power rankings. A light knock suddenly came at the door. Tina Fey walked over and opened it. Irene Lauder and Scarlett Johansson walked in together. "Hi, Duke." Scarlett greeted him cautiously. Duke nodded at her, while Irene Lauder walked over and gave him a gentle hug, saying, "Congratulations, another successful film series is about to be born. It's just the premiere." In front of friends, Duke allowed himself a rare moment of modesty. "The market response going forward is still uncertain. Darling, I've been watching your movies for over a decade." Irene Lauder chuckled lightly. "I have some idea of how the market will respond to your films." Scarlett Johansson suddenly interjected, "Duke, you've already given Batman new life." Duke just smiled and didn't say much. After all, the fierce competition of the summer season was right in front of him. Even though he was confident, nothing could be guaranteed. In North America's relatively mature film market, the box office is ultimately determined by the market and audience, not by personal will. It's just like the impact of social circumstances. There are many factors influencing a film's success or failure. A movie never succeeds just because you want it to. After waiting about 40 minutes, Duke finally left the theater with the other three and took a car back to the hotel where they were staying. The premiere was completely over, but for many movie fans, this movie night had only just begun. Chapter 542, The Right Choice. Chapter 542, Chapter 542, The Right Choice. The bright moonlight shone over the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza, seemingly overshadowing even the glow of the streetlights. Delph and Adrian parked their car, and after entering the plaza, they didn't hesitate and walked directly into one of the theaters. As student film fans who didn't have work the next day, they could pour out their energy at the midnight screening. As for the fan community, Delph and Adrian could only be considered newbies. Although they had grown up in North America's strong movie-watching atmosphere and had seen many films, it was only recently, just after turning 17, that they truly gained independent viewing rights, rather than passively watching movies chosen by parents or older friends. Since they came for a midnight screening, their goal was very clear: the just-released summer blockbuster. But when they walked into the theater and saw the two massive posters standing side by side at the entrance, they hesitated. On the left was the poster for Kingdom of Heaven, featuring Orlando Bloom, one of their favorite stars. As for the reason, of course it was the impossibly elegant and handsome elven prince. On the right was the poster for Batman Begins, with Bruce Wayne standing proudly atop the new Batmobile. Both the vehicle and the man had such a powerful design it stirred a young man's heart like a blonde beauty. Standing in front of the posters, Delph asked Adrian, "Which one should we choose?" Adrian scratched his head and said, "Remember when we watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy with our families? Epic films are really charming, and the lead actor is Orlando. Yeah, epic films are really fascinating." Delph looked at Orlando Bloom, sword in hand. "Then let's pick Kingdom of Heaven." With that, he was ready to head to the ticket counter. "Wait." Before Delph could walk far, Adrian called him back. "We overlooked something important." "What?" Delph turned around to look at Adrian, confused. Adrian strode to the poster for Batman Begins and pointed to a prominent line that they had just missed. "This film's director is Duke Rosenberg." Delph looked at where Adrian was pointing. "The Duke Rosenberg who directed the Lord of the Rings trilogy? The one who directed The Matrix? That explosion maniac." "That's right. It's him." Although they were still novices among movie buffs, the name Duke Rosenberg had long reached their ears through various channels, especially The Matrix and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Those films were practically cinematic pinnacles. Screw Kingdom of Heaven. Delph, usually indecisive, suddenly made up his mind and said directly to Adrian, "Let's go see Duke Rosenberg's film. I've watched the most of his movies, and they're all quality productions." Adrian had no objections. "Of all the movies I've seen, his are also my favorites." The two bought their tickets and entered the theater. They found that the midnight screening of Batman Begins had quite a turnout. The hall, which could hold more than 300 people, was at least half full. Since there was still some time before the movie started, Adrian deliberately went next door to check the theater showing Kingdom of Heaven. Very few people over there. When he returned, he said to Delph, there were fewer than 20 people, most of them young girls, clearly all there to see Orlando Bloom. The two exchanged glances. Part of the reason they initially wanted to pick Kingdom of Heaven was indeed because it starred Orlando Bloom. But in terms of movie achievements, could Orlando Bloom compare to Duke Rosenberg in any way? Maybe he looked better than Duke Rosenberg. Maybe his acting was better. But those two qualities were completely useless when it came to directing a movie. The film that followed proved this point. Although Batman Begins wasn't as stunning as they had expected, like the Lord of the Rings trilogy or The Matrix, it was definitely worth the ticket price. Especially the action choreography, it was eye-catching. It wasn't the overly flashy fighting that had become annoyingly common in recent years. Instead, it was a kind of fierce, powerful combat that looked more direct and deadly, giving a strong sense of realism. And that Batmobile, every car enthusiast's dream. Perhaps by coincidence, Delph and Adrian left the theater a bit late after the movie ended. They happened to bump into the crowd exiting the Kingdom of Heaven screening. Just as many people were discussing Batman Begins, those coming out from the other hall were also talking about Kingdom of Heaven. The difference was that the discussions about Batman Begins were mostly filled with praise, while those about Kingdom of Heaven were almost entirely criticisms. Probably only people interested in that history can sit through it. Orlando Bloom had a deadpan face the whole time. Once he's away from the Lord of the Rings and Legolas, His performance is completely worthless. And Eva Green, if she's not going to strip or show anything, what's the point of casting her? The plot progresses in a very dull way, and the battle scenes have nothing that gets your blood pumping. Don't even compare it to the battles in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It doesn't even match up to Troy. The pacing is so slow, I felt exhausted watching it. I kept wanting to fall asleep. The story starts strong and ends weak. The character relationships are a mess. The war scenes are neither here nor there, and the pacing makes you drowsy. The only remotely memorable thing is the soundtrack. Hearing all these opinions, Delph and Adrian couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. It was undoubtedly a very correct decision not to go watch Kingdom of Heaven. Though the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza hadn't closed in the early hours, most stores had either already stopped operating or were completely empty. However, a gift shop located in the cinema district was on high alert, as if the hottest sales peak of the night was just about to begin. Voss, you're in charge of display cabinet number 2. Restock immediately if any Batman product sells more than 1/3. Standing in front of the glass wall of the manager's office, George Joe looked at the store filled with Batman merchandise and other products related to Duke Rosenberg's movies. He continued giving orders through the walkie-talkie. Michael, you and Norlin, maintain order. David, tidy up the warehouse passage. The midnight screening of Batman Begins had already ended. Based on past years of experience, every time a Duke Rosenberg film finished showing, there would be a sales peak of its merchandise. As a veteran in this industry, George Joe had witnessed this countless times. It had practically become a law in Hollywood. Would this time be an exception? This shop was situated along the main thoroughfare leading to and from the cinema district. When footsteps and the buzz of chatter rang out at the entrance, and silhouettes began flooding in, a smile slowly appeared on George Joe's face. A season of harvest was beginning once again. People naturally follow the crowd. Seeing many people enter the store, Delph and Adrian followed as well, and soon they realized that they seemed to have entered Batman's world. The store's front door was designed like the Batcave, decorated with batarangs, so finely crafted they triggered an instant buying urge. Going deeper inside, it was as if they'd stepped into Bruce Wayne's gear room. The Batsuit, Batmask, Batcape, Batbelt. Every prop Bruce Wayne used in the film was there. There were also figurines, dolls, toys, keychains, kaleidoscopes. Among all of these, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Batmobile displayed at the center of the store. Upon hearing the related explanation, the two of them found out that this was an actual, drivable Batmobile, one that was also for sale. Like many others, Delph and Adrian couldn't help but walk up to the Batmobile. Like Muslim pilgrims on a sacred journey, they gently reached out and touched the captivating war machine. The solid, heavy feel of it was so intoxicating, it made them almost unwilling to let go. How they longed to have a car like that. However, facing the hefty $320,000 price tag, they could only sigh and step away, heading to the other side, where they pooled all their pocket money and each bought a scaled-down model of the Batmobile. Customers were checking out nonstop. The cashier counter was a hive of activity. From behind the glass wall, George Joe watched the real-time sales data come in, and his smile grew even wider. Merchandise from Duke Rosenberg's movies truly was a sales guarantee. This weekend, both Batman Begins and Kingdom of Heaven were released. Yet he had unhesitatingly reserved the store's prime positions for the Batman series merchandise. Even the less prominent spaces were used for merchandise from Duke Rosenberg's past films. As for Kingdom of Heaven, not only was it relegated to the farthest corner, its display shelf was the smallest of all 35 shelves. From the current situation, this strategy was absolutely correct. The merchandise from Kingdom of Heaven, except for a few little girls who bought Orlando Bloom figurines, was completely ignored. Suddenly, a voice came through the headset. "Manager, someone wants to buy that Batmobile." What? George Joe was slightly surprised. After all, this Batmobile had only basic specs. Despite its eye-catching design, its actual practicality was low. The $320,000 price tag had been personally set by the owner, Peter. Although Warner Brothers and Lamborghini jointly launched the Batmobile, production was limited and only a small number existed on the market. This car had been placed in the store mainly as an attention grabber to attract customers. When it came to actually selling it, George Joe couldn't make the final decision. so he had to call the boss Peter for approval. Soon, the customer interested in buying the Batmobile was invited into the manager's office. Business is always about profit. When the buyer agreed to raise the price to $380,000, the deal went through smoothly. As the busy night gradually wound down, Peter received the final sales report and, like the other staff members, burst into a happy smile. Even excluding that Batmobile, the merchandise sales for Batman Begins exceeded $100,000, and the film also boosted sales for other Duke Rosenberg movie merchandise. Those items alone sold more than $20,000. Letting out a soft breath, Peter knew very well, when the merchandise sells this well, the box office definitely won't be bad either. Chapter 543, 5-1. Chapter 543, Chapter 543, 5-1. The sun had just risen when a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the Warner Building in Burbank. Duke stepped out of the car and, together with Tina Fey, headed toward the large conference room of Warner Brothers. Though there was still some time before the official start of the workday, the top executives of Warner Brothers were already waiting inside the conference room. CEO Doug Walter sat silently at the head of the table, like the others, just quietly waiting for the main character of today's meeting to arrive. That man had every reason to keep them waiting, because he had created glorious achievements for Warner Brothers alone. He had supported nearly half of Warner Brothers' film successes. With him around, there would never be a lack of box office hits under Warner Brothers. And this time, he might just revive Batman. It was a franchise that had once fallen into an abyss, now lifted up by him alone. Judging by the midnight screening results, it was almost ready to soar again. The conference room door was gently knocked, and a secretary led Duke and Tina Fey inside. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on him alone, as if they were looking at a savior. As Duke walked toward his seat, he nodded one by one to those looking his way. Others might see him as Batman's savior, but he could never see himself that way. Such a mindset was dangerous. Just as he reached the table, Doug Walter stood up and came over to greet him. He extended his hand and gave Duke a firm handshake. Once Duke was seated, Doug announced the start of the meeting. This was a business meeting with very clear goals and direction. There was no unnecessary chatter. The discussion went straight to the point. The midnight screening box office numbers for Batman Begins are out. The speaker was Doug Walter himself. As the parent company of DC Comics, Warner Brothers had long wanted to restore the glory of DC superhero movies. Doug Walter dreamed of seeing Batman escape his decline in Duke's hands. Everyone perked up their ears. Present were Warner Brothers' top executives. The company's performance was closely tied to their careers and futures. No one didn't want to see Batman Begins become a major success. The midnight box office was $7.56 million. As Doug Walter spoke those words, many people's faces showed faint smiles. Indeed, compared to the $11.26 million midnight box office record Duke had set with The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, $7.56 million wasn't an eye-popping number. But everyone here was a true industry insider and understood very well what this figure meant for a reboot of the Batman franchise. This was a series that had completely failed before. To achieve such a midnight box office, the name and brand of Duke Rosenberg likely played a bigger role than Batman itself. Some people might have concerns about the film's long-term performance, but the data that distribution head Jamie Johnson shared next largely put their minds at ease. CinemaScore audience approval rating is as high as 89%, with an average grade of on IMDb, 38,775 users rated it 9.1. Audience popularity, Popcorn Index, is 88%. Metacritic, 45 media critics gave it a series high score of 86. Similarly, for a reboot of a failed series, this kind of word of mouth was already more than good enough. Moreover, they all understood that with such a strong audience response as a foundation, even if the word of mouth drops later, it would never sink to the level of Batman and Robin, a notorious flop. As long as the opening weekend box office maintained the midnight screening momentum, Batman Begins would undoubtedly be a success, and the Batman franchise could be reborn on the big screen. For DC Comics and for Warner Brothers, this summer is a crucial time. Doug Walter's eyes swept across the Warner Brothers executives, speaking with grave seriousness. The key project this summer is Batman Begins. Mobilize all appropriate resources and go all in on supporting this film. Specific tasks were assigned one by one, and the meeting ended quickly. Duke barely said anything. He was skilled at making movies, but when it came to distribution and promotion, Warner Brothers' professionals far outperformed him. "Hey, Duke." After the meeting, just as Duke was about to leave, Doug Walter called out to him. He hurried over and said, "Can we talk for a bit?" Of course, Duke naturally wouldn't refuse. "I believe Batman will achieve greatness in your hands." Years of experience had built Doug Walter's strong confidence in him. "Batman Begins already has a great start. Why don't we keep going?" "Doug, it's just a one-year gap." After thinking for a few seconds, Duke added, "I'm going to direct Iron Man, which is also being distributed by Warner Brothers. We're still working together, and next year we've also got Zack's 300. Has he agreed to direct Superman?" Doug Walter asked again, still considering it. Duke didn't hide anything and said directly, "But he's very interested. However, it won't be finalized until after 300 is released." Because Marvel had reached a distribution agreement with Warner Brothers, Marvel's grand cinematic universe plan was no secret to Warner. As the owner of DC Comics, Warner Brothers also wanted to bring the Justice League heroes together on the big screen. As one of the Trinity, Superman inevitably came back into focus. This time, they weren't acting hastily, but still had their eyes on Duke's studio. Among the directors at Duke's studio who could independently helm a project, realistically, only Duke and Zack Snyder qualified. Wallace Lee's film was in post-production and scheduled for a September release. Whether it would succeed was still unknown. If Underworld Legend didn't meet expectations, Duke would definitely kick him out. Although the other party was his college classmate, in the face of commercial profit, these things were not an obstacle at all. Both men were very busy. After a brief chat, Duke left the Warner Brothers building. Just as he got into the car, Tina Fey in the passenger seat turned her head, clearly having something to say. "Just received a call from a chain marketing distributor around the West Coast." The caller was Pete. Seeing Duke recalling, she reminded him, "He's the one who recommended Amanda Seyfried. His company is the largest gift chain store marketing distributor on the West Coast." Duke nodded, remembering the Chinese man. It seemed he had left his number. He asked, "What does he want?" His company had 5 Batmobiles in total. From last night until now, all of them have sold out. Tina Fey glanced at the work log and continued, "Currently, there are still 7 people placing orders. Lamborghini and Warner Brothers are both tight on supply, so he's turning to us for help." Sales meant profit. Without even thinking, Duke said directly, "Help him out." The Batmobile was undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching elements in Batman Begins. The Batmobile toys, models, and real vehicles were the film's key peripheral products. On Friday, to both promote the merchandise and the film itself, the crew organized a Batmobile Grand Parade in Los Angeles. A fleet of 16 Batmobiles, driven by an equal number of stunt drivers dressed in Batman armor, took to the streets of LA. The parade passed through famous streets like Hollywood Boulevard, the Walk of Fame, and Sunset Boulevard, attracting tens of thousands of people to the streets. Several TV stations with good relations with Warner Brothers even dispatched helicopters for live coverage, and CNN repeatedly aired related news clips during its top-of-the-hour broadcasts. Main actors like Christian Bale and others all took part in the parade from start to finish. Duke also made brief appearances at the beginning and end of the parade, accepting quick interviews from reporters. Facing their microphones, he praised the entire crew, from actors to prop masters to the Batmobile design team. Maybe such interviews weren't anything unusual, but with 16 imposing Batmobiles as the backdrop, they easily stole people's attention. Without a doubt, at the beginning of the 2005 summer season, Batman Begins effortlessly overshadowed its rival Kingdom of Heaven, becoming the most talked-about film. This was especially apparent online. On the Instant Share website, as of Friday night, Batman Begins had been reposted 523,255 times, while Kingdom of Heaven only had 101,211 shares. On Google, Batman Begins had been searched 657,856 times, compared to Kingdom of Heaven's 133,578, an equally stark contrast. Most importantly, the difference in audience reception was glaring. Kingdom of Heaven only had a 57% positive rating on CinemaScore, with an average audience grade of C. On IMDb, 18,775 users gave it a 6.7 rating, a popcorn index audience approval rating of 63%, and Metacritic had 45 media outlets averaging 68 points. From any perspective, Kingdom of Heaven was simply not in the same league as Batman Begins. As Friday night arrived, more than double the weekday crowd flooded theaters across the United States. These people had a very clear goal: to watch the newly released blockbusters of the summer season. In North America's highly developed movie market, the top picks for summer films are always the major commercial productions. Both Batman Begins and Kingdom of Heaven were prime candidates. However, the effects of audience reviews and various data were reflected clearly on both films. For every 5 people buying tickets to Batman Begins, only 1 would choose Kingdom of Heaven. So, when the first day box office numbers came out for both movies, the gap was self-evident. Chapter 544, a huge gap in box office. Chapter 544, a huge gap in box office. Night was gradually deepening. The light in the study remained on. Saturday's early morning was about to end. The gray-haired Ridley Scott extinguished his cigarette. Amid the swirling smoke, he looked eastward through the window on his left. The sky was already tinged with pale light, and the sun would soon rise above the horizon. A new day was about to begin. Withdrawing his gaze, Ridley Scott let out a heavy sigh, his brows tightly furrowed. He picked up the phone, dialed a number, asked a few questions, and then hung up. Although the final result hadn't come out yet, the British old man was very clear this time. He was likely going to take a huge fall, possibly even worse than Black Hawk Down. In fact, from the moment he saw the audience leaving after the premiere, from the moment 20th Century Fox rejected his edited version and re-edit a new version, Ridley Scott had already felt a premonition of failure. The midnight box office results released yesterday also confirmed this $1.98 million in midnight box office was by no means a success. A wrong version, at the wrong time slot. Going against the wrong opponent, how could Kingdom of Heaven possibly have a good outcome? In recent years, Ridley Scott had been harboring a deep frustration. Across North America, Hollywood, and even the global film industry, the resurgence of epic films was entirely attributed to Duke Rosenberg and his The Lord of the Rings trilogy, completely ignoring him and his Gladiator. Gladiator was even repeatedly dragged out by some media to compare with The Lord of the Rings trilogy, serving as a stepping stone for the other's success. So, he really wanted to have a direct confrontation with Duke Rosenberg. When 20th Century Fox insisted on not changing Kingdom of Heaven's release date, letting it clash directly with Batman Begins, he had secretly hoped that with this carefully crafted film, he could properly compete against what he saw as a failed franchise reboot. Yes, Ridley Scott admitted that it was unfair. He directed a meticulously prepared major production, while Duke Rosenberg produced a film whose reputation and goodwill had already been ruined by Joel Schumacher. But he knew very well how powerful that young director was. Perhaps only under such circumstances could he have a chance to defeat him. Yet all of this crumbled before 20th Century Fox. Fox did not place enough importance on this film, which had raised funds through pre-sales. The marketing resources invested were relatively limited. Most importantly, they vetoed his version of the cut. This left Ridley Scott feeling deeply unreconciled, yet there was nothing he could do. After all, not even James Cameron and Duke Rosenberg combined could resist the entire Hollywood system. As the sun gradually rose and the first rays of sunlight streamed into the study, the telephone suddenly rang. Ridley Scott picked up the receiver, listened for a moment, and then slowly placed the receiver back onto the base. On his tired face, with heavy eye bags, first appeared a trace of unwillingness, followed by a hint of relief. The first day box office was out. All his ambitions had been dashed. There was no need to consider so much anymore. With his fame and experience, getting another chance wouldn't be too difficult. I truly am not a director of the same level as Duke Rosenberg. Ridley Scott slowly stood up. Even if 20th Century Fox had used his edited version, so what? Could it have defeated Duke Rosenberg and Batman Begins? Absolutely impossible. Kingdom of Heaven premiered in North America and, in 3,216 theaters, grossed $5.32 million on its first day. Batman Begins premiered in 3,925 theaters in North America and grossed $22.21 million on its first day. The two films were simply not in the same league. With the first-day box office results out, 20th Century Fox began to gradually scale back its promotional efforts for Kingdom of Heaven. Since most of the film's production budget came from pre-sales, even if it lost money, 20th Century Fox itself wouldn't suffer much in terms of production costs. And since all the marketing expenses were borne by Fox, knowing the film was bound to fail, there was no way they would continue to maintain heavy investment in promotion. Because Kingdom of Heaven was not like those sleeper hits that came from behind, it failed not just at the box office on its first day, but also had extremely poor audience word of mouth. After the first-day box office was released, it wasn't just the film studio that made changes, so did the major commercial theater chains. Led by Regal Entertainment and AMC, theater companies quietly reduced Kingdom of Heaven's screen share by 5% starting Saturday. The screens that were cut were naturally allocated to Batman Begins. By Saturday night, in major mainstream commercial cinemas across North America, a new screening of Batman Begins would begin every 15 to 20 minutes. The sufficient number of screening halls and high screening rate ensured that audiences could enjoy the film at any time, which served as the basic guarantee for its high box office. Batman Begins had solid audience word of mouth as support, and the competitors released at the same time were essentially no threat. Naturally, its single-day box office on Saturday climbed higher, reaching $24.26 million. On the same day, however, Kingdom of Heaven showed a downward trend in box office, only earning $4.67 million. With the competition between the two films clearly decided, and the gap being substantial, many of the attacks surrounding Batman Begins instantly diminished, especially the fraud scandal involving Anne Hathaway. Before and after the film's release, 20th Century Fox and Walt Disney's media arms had kept latching onto Anne Hathaway's issues with her Italian ex-boyfriend. But now that there was no benefit to be gained, 20th Century Fox naturally withdrew from the offensive, which also lifted much of the public pressure from Anne Hathaway's shoulders. Though her role as Rachel didn't take up much screen time, her performance was rather decent. Among the audience who had watched Batman Begins, she left a deep impression. As a former Disney teen idol, she also received a lot of praise from the media. Her path to transformation had clearly begun successfully. Duke, I really don't know how to thank you. In the office of Duke's studio, Anne Hathaway looked gratefully at Duke sitting behind the desk. Without you, I wouldn't have made it through this. Her eyes locked straight onto Duke's, full of an expression that suggested she was ready to do anything he asked. But Duke, having been through so much, was no longer who he used to be. He just slowly shook his head and said calmly, "Don't do anything stupid before the second film is finished." Anne Hathaway was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Duke, known for being a playboy, to say such a thing. She had thought about completely severing ties with that Italian man and finding a more powerful partner. The director in front of her was obviously the ideal choice. He had enough wealth to support her lavish lifestyle and could offer immense support in her career. Duke couldn't care less what Anne Hathaway was thinking. He glanced at Tina Fey beside him. The female assistant immediately walked over and whispered a few words. Anne Hathaway, visibly reluctant, left his office. How could Duke not understand the meaning behind Anne Hathaway's words? But the reason he and Warner Brothers helped her, even pulling her out of the hands of the FBI, was purely for the market potential of Batman Begins. It had nothing to do with personal feelings. Their relationship was purely business. Everything was driven by commercial interests. However, this actress really did work hard. Her performance in the film was far better than that of the former Mrs. Cruz. Duke had already decided to keep Anne Hathaway for the second installment, The Dark Knight, though the condition was that she doesn't stir up any more scandals like the fraud incident. If she did, she would definitely be replaced. In Duke's eyes, even in a superhero sequel, no actor is truly indispensable. Although Batman Begins had shown strong performance for 2 consecutive days, Duke and Warner Brothers didn't ease up. All promotional efforts continued as planned. On Sunday night, NBC invited George Lucas onto a program. Besides promoting his own Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith, this mega-director also highly praised Batman Begins. Of course, All this had been coordinated in advance. Duke had also supported the promotion of the Star Wars prequels quite a few times. George, it's well known that Duke was introduced to Hollywood by you. What's your opinion of his new film, Batman Begins? Faced with the host's question, George Lucas answered as follows. Before this Batman, there were already 4 Batman films. In the beginning, Tim Burton created a fantastical Gotham City, and Batman fought evil in that city. But as the series progressed, it fell into cliches, relying too heavily on big-name stars and massive special effects, while ignoring the story itself. Eventually, the Batman franchise hit a dead end and couldn't come back. Its failure in both box office and reputation was inevitable. The whole series gave off a feeling of more and more characters being stuffed in while the quality kept declining. After many years of silence, Duke decided to take over Batman. Honestly, it was a huge challenge because he was inheriting a mess, like a skyscraper left unfinished high up but out of touch with the times. There are only 2 ways to deal with an unfinished building. The first is patching it up on the original foundation. This doesn't harm the structure and saves a lot of money, but the risk is you don't know how solid the foundation really is, whether it can still support the building. The second is straightforward. Tear it down and rebuild. That way, the whole structure, from foundation to design, can follow a brand new logic. But the cost is too high, and there will be resistance from all directions. Clearly, Duke chose the second method when he took over Batman. He wanted to completely overturn the existing image of Batman. The pressure he faced was obvious, but he succeeded. Batman has been reborn. Chapter 545, the world's largest film market. Chapter 545, Chapter 545, the world's largest film market. Every Monday holds special meaning for Hollywood production and distribution companies whose films have just opened. In this era, it's extremely difficult for any film to maintain a theatrical run of 6 months or more, as was possible in the 60s and 70s. Hollywood companies have been acquired by major media conglomerates one after another, and their promotional capabilities are far beyond what they used to be. Under the overwhelming media coverage and marketing, more and more moviegoers are being driven into cinemas within the first few weeks or even the opening weekend of a blockbuster release. As a result, the opening weekend box office has become increasingly important for commercial blockbusters. Some films make up 1/3 or even half of their total North American gross during the opening weekend. Inside the CAA office on Wilshire Boulevard, Michael Ovitz put down the briefing in his hand and looked at David Ellison sitting across from him, saying, Duke Rosenberg's films always perform well in the opening weekend. Given the competition from Ridley Scott's Kingdom of Heaven, I'm not surprised he still pulled in those numbers. I'm not surprised either. Though arrogant and prideful by nature, David Ellison wouldn't underestimate a director who's already at the pinnacle of Hollywood. However, he was also very confident in himself. Batman Begins didn't even reach $70 million in its opening weekend. Even if the drop next weekend stays below 50%, that's just over $30 million. Our Flyboys is sure to snatch the top spot from Duke Rosenberg. This aerial war epic ended up costing $115 million to produce. With Walt Disney as the distributor, it's more than capable of becoming this summer's box office bombshell. Michael Ovitz, however, remained cautious. As a longtime rival, he was fully aware of how terrifying Duke Rosenberg's films could be. Even taking into account Critical Emergency, which had the worst audience reception, none of his films had ever seen a second weekend drop of over 50%. The performance in the first few weeks was always exceptionally strong. Flyboys would face serious competition. In his view, even if Batman Begins was entering its second weekend while Flyboys was opening, the competition between the two would still be fierce, and the outcome was far from certain. Ovitz had already seen the rough cut, which was full of marketable elements and scenes. In his eyes, it was very good. If not for a strong competitor like Batman Begins, he would be confident that Flyboys could surpass $50 million on its opening weekend. $40 million. David Ellison said again from across the table. Michael, we only need $40 million to beat Duke Rosenberg and Batman Begins. Nearing 60, Michael Ovitz slowly nodded, clearly agreeing with David Ellison's assessment. With his 20-plus years of experience, the Ellison family's ample funds, and Walt Disney's distribution and marketing channels equal to those of Warner Brothers, how could Flyboys, an epic aerial war film packed with every advantage, lose to the second weekend of a rebooted series with a formerly awful reputation? Moreover, Batman Begins made $68.85 million in its opening weekend. Even if it holds strong, the second weekend couldn't possibly stay above $40 million. Could it be that Flyboys, a film with every favorable condition imaginable, couldn't surpass $40 million in its debut? Michael Ovitz, with his 20-plus years of industry experience, was certain this would not happen. David Ellison still wore his rebellious smirk, fully confident that the mega production he pulled together with over $100 million in funds through various channels would absolutely meet both his and Disney's expectations. Experience is a great thing. It often can't be bought with money. On a private jet, Duke closed the newspaper in his hands and placed it on the table in front of him. Glancing at the curious Scarlett Johansson across from him, he continued, "But sometimes, experience can also lead people into a trap." Scarlett Johansson didn't care about the glances from others on the plane and just kept her eyes locked on Duke, asking, "Like what?" "Like how war epics have been successful in recent years. The successful experiences tell us that as long as you make this type of film with decent quality, it will be a hit." Duke lightly shook his head, took a sip of water, and then said calmly, "But reality is quite different from what experience tells us. Whether it's rigorous war epics, entertaining confrontations, or films filled with artistic flair, they've all failed." Frowning slightly with her golden brows as she recalled the performance of war epics after The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, Scarlett Johansson nodded lightly. "It really does seem that way." Resting her chin in her hand and tilting her head toward him, she added, "Ovitz seemed very confident in his interview. He acted like Flyboys was definitely going to be a hit. Clearly, he does have a wealth of experience. Going back over 10 years, the projects he led were practically synonymous with success." While thinking about how the later trajectory of this super agent's life was drastically different between past and present, Duke tapped his forehead slowly with his fingers and said, "But he doesn't belong to this era." Doesn't belong to this era? Although Scarlett appeared carefree on the surface, she was definitely not stupid. Linking this to the drastic societal changes in recent years, she quickly understood the meaning behind Duke's words. She put down the hand propping up her head, slowly sat up straight, and said seriously, "It's not just Ovitz. In the past few years, the films of Spielberg, Ridley Scott, and Robert Zemeckis have also been repeatedly failing. It's not just Michael Ovitz who's become outdated. The cycle of old being replaced by new is inevitable. Perhaps some directors, as they age, become more accomplished in the complexity of so-called artistry and film themes like Stanley Kubrick, but a great many lose touch with the market as they grow older. Because even if all of Hollywood banded together, they couldn't change one rule. The main audience of the movie market has always been the youth." Thinking of this, Duke couldn't help but sigh lightly. Making mistakes based on past experiences isn't rare. Even when he grows old someday, he'll probably end up as conservative as those old men in the academy, unable to grasp the pulse of the mainstream market. Seeing Duke deep in thought, Scarlett Johansson picked up her glass, took a small sip of water, and said, "I remember you said, Duke. The current North American film market is primarily made up of viewers born in the 1980s and 1990s. So it's only natural that someone like Michael Ovitz, born in the 1940s, can't grasp what people like me are thinking." Duke nodded in agreement. "What you like is what becomes popular. Every age group has different tastes and preferences, but in modern society, the preferences of the youth undoubtedly represent the trending elements." Scarlett blinked and asked, "Then what kind of movies are popular now, or will be in the coming years?" Seeing this mischievous girl being serious for once, Duke simply voiced the answer in his heart. "Superhero movies. Comic book movies?" Scarlett immediately thought of DC and Marvel Comics. After all, characters from these two companies have already found success on the big screen. Propping up his chin with one hand resting on the armrest, Duke thought for a moment and said, "There are also other superhero films similar to comic book heroes. Take Optimus Prime, for example. To a certain extent, this leader of the Autobots is very similar to the lead characters of DC and Marvel superhero comics. Is that why you got me to play Natasha Romanoff? Scarlett asked curiously. To make me the key connecting the Avengers? Scar, you need to understand one thing. Facing the girl across from him no matter what, she was his mother's goddaughter. Duke couldn't treat her like he did other Hollywood actresses. Becoming a superstar takes more than just acting skills. I understand. Scarlett Johansson nodded seriously. No matter how great the acting, at most you become someone like Meryl Streep. A superstar also needs fame and box office results. Scarlett Johansson wasn't dumb before, and growing up with a businesswoman like Lady Leah, she was even less likely to become an artsy dreamer. Scarlett Johansson suddenly leaned on the table with a cheeky smile, moved a little closer, and said, I knew it. Even though you're always grumpy with me, you've always cared about me. Duke looked up and glared at her. Scarlett instinctively shrank back and quickly returned to her seat like she had countless times over the years. Glancing at Scarlett once more, Duke didn't bother to keep bantering with this troublemaker. He picked up a sleep mask and put it over his eyes, blocking the light inside and outside the cabin, and slowly closed his eyes. The private jet flew back to Los Angeles. Duke had arranged a car specifically to take Scarlett Johansson to Burbank, where she would report to Jimmy Carter and begin an extremely rigorous regime of physical training, endurance drills, and combat training in preparation for Duke's next film. Not only did Duke introduce the Natasha Romanoff character in the first Iron Man, he even designed an action scene specifically for her. No matter how Iron Man might change as the starting chapter, it must explain how Tony Stark becomes Iron Man, but many small scenes and characters in it would certainly be adjusted. Of course, whether it was Pepper Potts or Natasha Romanoff, the actresses had to be white. First, that's the comic book setting. Second, in this era, is there any other market worth altering the heroine's identity for? Not now, and not even 10 years from now, would there be a market worth making Duke do that. North America is still the largest movie market in the world. Chapter 546. Wherever there are people, there will be strife. Chapter 546. Chapter 546. Wherever there are people, there will be strife. With the release of Batman Begins, some of Duke's attention inevitably shifted to the soon-to-be-launched Iron Man project. However, since it was a crucial period for promoting the Batman film, he still cooperated with the production team and Warner Brothers, attending press events across North America. He only kept in close contact with producer Kevin Feige by phone to finalize the story. Direction of the entire script. Although Kevin Feige was the producer, Duke's authority on this project was beyond question. As usual, the final cut rights would undoubtedly belong to him. But Duke was never the kind of person who couldn't take others' suggestions. As long as someone's input truly benefited the film, he wouldn't insist on having his own way. Perhaps due to underestimating Kingdom of Heaven, which was financed through pre-sales and other methods, or perhaps because the film's reception was too poor, when Duke returned to Los Angeles to promote Batman Begins together with Warner Brothers via television, radio, the internet, and print media. Kingdom of Heaven's publicity was much more subdued. Especially on the internet, which heavily influences teenagers, the number and volume of negative reviews were so overwhelming that even the entire army of PR firms in Hollywood couldn't suppress them. The disparity between audience and critic reception for Kingdom of Heaven, the war epic, set a new low since Ridley Scott's Alien, undoubtedly a career trough for the director. The final cut rights did play a role, but in Hollywood, directors who secured final cut rights were very few and far between. Starting from the weekdays, the difference in market performance between Batman Begins and Kingdom of Heaven far exceeded that of the previous weekend. Describing it as a gap between heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration. In terms of screenings, Kingdom of Heaven's showtime rate in commercial chain theaters plummeted below 20%, with some theaters even dropping below 15%. For a big-budget film with an investment of over $100 million, this essentially meant the theaters had given up on the film and were only screening it at the contractual minimum. In contrast, Batman Begins' screening rate soared past 60%. After the nearly $70 million opening weekend box office haul, the theater's concerns were completely dispelled. Duke Rosenberg truly lives up to his name. Standing in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window in his office, Emperor Entertainment Group CEO Robert Carlos spoke with his back to several high-level executives behind him. He can so easily revive a movie franchise that was considered dead. One of the executives chimed in. Our early scheduling and release strategy were still a bit too conservative. Being conservative isn't wrong, Robert Carlo said softly. Although he hadn't been CEO of Emperor Entertainment Group for long, he had always worked in the film industry and knew very well that even the most successful directors have their missteps. Not to mention, Duke Rosenberg had picked a comic book series that Joel Schumacher had nearly destroyed in terms of reputation and popularity. By adopting a relatively conservative strategy, the theater companies minimized their risk. The best example was Kingdom of Heaven. Director Ridley Scott was world-renowned, but had the company relied solely on his fame and allocated a massive number of screens, the losses from the previous weekend might have been astronomical. Though it only takes 6 to 10 viewers in a small theater to break even, Kingdom of Heaven's opening weekend brought in only $10.29 million from nearly 3,300 theaters. Averaged out, even small screening rooms likely didn't have 6 people per showing. For box office failures, theaters always had just one strategy. Starting tomorrow, continue to reduce the number of screens for Kingdom of Heaven. Hardly hesitating, Robert Carlo made the decision based on the opinions of the other executives. By Thursday, bring the number of theaters and the screening rate for Kingdom of Heaven down to the contractual minimum. No one objected. This was the standard treatment for failed films. Robert Carlo turned around and added, as for the vacated screens and theaters, he was just about to habitually suggest allocating them to Duke Rosenberg's film when someone reminded him, Flyboys will begin its wide release in North America starting Friday. Walt Disney has invested heavily in its promotion. According to screening feedback, the film has strong commercial appeal. Michael Ovitz and Michael Eisner have each called several times to check on the film's release preparations. Robert Carlo nodded thoughtfully and said, the screens vacated by Kingdom of Heaven will be divided between Flyboys and Batman Begins. As for the screening ratios of the two films, another person suddenly spoke up to remind. Duke Rosenberg's films have consistently shown strong legs. Batman Begins is no exception. After the opening weekend, the CinemaScore audience approval rate is still above 86%, and the IMDb rating is 8.8. Online praise completely outweighs any negative buzz. I know. Understanding what his subordinate meant, Robert Carlo said directly, compress Kingdom of Heaven's screening rate as much as possible. There was no doubt that Kingdom of Heaven had become the sacrificial lamb. Not just Emperor Entertainment Group, but other film companies made similar decisions. With theater chains across the board making adjustments, the already uncompetitive Kingdom of Heaven became practically irrelevant during the weekdays compared to Batman Begins. Starting Monday, Duke led Liam Neeson and Hathaway, Gary Oldman, Christian Bale, and other major cast members on a promotional tour across North America. The daily box office updates were promptly delivered to Tina Fey by Warner Brothers. On Monday, Kingdom of Heaven's daily box office fell below 7 figures, taking in just $882,566. On the same day, Batman Begins brought in more than 10 times that amount in North America, raking in $8.92 million. On Tuesday, Kingdom of Heaven experienced a slight rebound, with single-day earnings climbing back above the million-dollar line to $1.03 million. But Wednesday saw another decline, with only $810,000 in revenue. Meanwhile, Batman Begins earned $9.15 million and $8.56 million over those 2 days, respectively. As of its 6th day in theaters, Batman Begins had grossed $95.48 million in North America, while the simultaneously released Kingdom of Heaven had earned a pitiful $13.02 million. Considering its production budget of over $100 million, Kingdom of Heaven was unlikely to recover its costs, even with additional income from television rights, DVD sales, and online distribution. Films with mediocre box office performance can't sell those rights for high prices either. That's a simple rule of the market. TV networks and streaming platforms aren't foolish. In today's world, it's very difficult for a film to be profitable purely through box office earnings. So why do studios still place such importance on box office numbers? Because box office is often the most fundamental measure of a film's commercial value. Critically acclaimed, award-winning films still can't match the follow-up licensing revenue generated by box office blockbusters. Perhaps in the future, the way films are released and distributed will undergo a dramatic transformation. But for now, the importance of box office results to any film goes without saying. Before the second weekend arrived, Duke led the cast to New York. As one of the largest cities in the world, the Big Apple is a must-visit on every Hollywood press tour. Although the events and appearances were largely similar in format and content, after a full day of work, surrounded by far more fans than in other cities, Duke felt exhausted. The Batman Tour event at Times Square, co-hosted by Time Warner, attracted hundreds of thousands of spectators, almost turning the entire Manhattan Island into a parking lot. Just after returning to his suite at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Tina Fey informed Duke that someone had come to visit him. Due to Leah living in New York, Duke had many acquaintances in the city, but the visitor turned out to be a rather unexpected one. "Long time no see, Bob." The man Duke was shaking hands with was a roughly 50-year-old Jewish acquaintance. "It's really great to see you. I didn't expect to run into you in New York." Giving Duke a firm handshake, Robert Iger sat down on the couch across from him and said, "I think you forgot that I'm a New Yorker." During Duke's honeymoon period working with Walt Disney, Robert Iger was the direct liaison between him and the company, and the two had built up a certain rapport. Robert Iger had once climbed into the upper echelons of Disney's management. But as his talents became more evident and Michael Eisner's power grew, Iger's position gradually became more precarious. He was even removed from his post as president of Touchstone Pictures and reassigned to a relatively idle department. Michael's power is steadily increasing. Speaking of Disney, Robert Iger clearly had mixed feelings. He won't tolerate anyone who poses a threat to his power. "After your short collaboration with Disney ended, I became an unwelcome figure too. Why not just leave Disney?" Duke couldn't help but ask. "I've thought about that too," Robert Iger replied after some consideration. "But I don't want to leave as a loser. If I'm going to leave Disney, it will be after Michael Eisner steps down. No company is ever truly united. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts." Clearly, Robert Iger was not favored by Michael Eisner. Duke couldn't be sure whether, after Eisner was eventually ousted from Disney in disgrace, this future Disney leader had done anything behind the scenes to influence that outcome. Chapter 547, Premiere Invitation. Chapter 547. Chapter 547, Premiere Invitation. Robert Iger didn't stay long. After a brief chat with Duke, he took his leave from the Waldorf Astoria. Their conversation didn't delve too deeply into the disputes between Walt Disney, Duke, and Warner Brothers. At this point, everyone in Hollywood was well aware that Pixar Studios was truly about to break away from the Disney system. Although negotiations with Warner Brothers and Duke Pictures were still ongoing, Steve Jobs' attitude had gradually become clear. If nothing major happened, the deal was bound to go through. "He really just came to visit you?" In the suite, Tina Fey slowly turned the cup in her hand and asked curiously, "Or did he have some other purpose?" "We used to work with Walt Disney, but now..." Leaning back in the high-backed chair, Duke slowly shook his head. "Pixar Studios is too big a piece of cake. So big it can make any partners turn against each other. Besides, it's been too long since we worked with Disney." How did his previous enemies come about? They were all people who reached into his plate to steal his cake. It was the same logic with Pixar Studios. Duke, leveraging his position as a major Apple shareholder, had exerted some influence over Steve Jobs, which had led to sharp conflict with the Disney side, especially Disney's Emperor Michael Eisner. Losing Pixar Studios would have a huge impact on his future. At Disney's shareholder meeting earlier this year, a considerable number of shareholders had already voiced dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Eisner's stellar past performance, he might have already been voted out. According to Disney's regulations, once 40% of voting shares cast a vote of no confidence, Michael Eisner would be required to resign. Even though today's Walt Disney was no longer the Disney of the Disney family, and though Michael Eisner was wildly ambitious, he still wasn't at the point of calling the company his own. Iger is a talented guy. When speaking with Tina Fey, Duke was always direct. And he's ambitious. Robert Iger, back then, became CEO of Walt Disney after Michael Eisner stepped down, leading the group to acquire Marvel Comics and Lucasfilm. He launched a new era of fairy tale movies, at one point making Walt Disney the #1 media group in the world. A man like that, how could he be willing to endure Michael Eisner's suppression indefinitely? The fact that he still hadn't left Walt Disney meant he was after something. By the same token, coming to meet Duke and trying to strengthen their relationship again wasn't just about some past friendship. Unless Duke was a fool, he wouldn't believe Robert Iger came just to see him. A Walt Disney as strong as it once was would undoubtedly go against Duke's interests. Currently, under years of pressure from Michael Eisner, Disney's management team remained fairly united. If Michael Eisner stepped down, and Robert Iger, who was inexperienced in filmmaking but more gentle in temperament and skilled in marketing, took over, it might actually be a blessing for Disney. Duke had interacted with Robert Iger many times and knew the man was highly capable. Are you going to help him? The only person who could ask Duke such a direct question was Tina Fey. Help him squeeze out Michael Eisner. How could we help? Duke glanced at his assistant, picked up a water glass, took a slow sip, thought for a bit, and then said, "If he were the CEO of Warner Brothers, I'd have the means to help him. But we can't get our hands inside Disney." He did hold significant status and power in Hollywood, but that didn't make him the center of the world. Tina Fey suddenly switched to a joking tone. If he manages to win back Pixar Studios, squeezing out Michael Eisner shouldn't be all that difficult. Duke slowly shook his head. I don't want Robert Iger to succeed. Tina Fey thought for a moment and immediately understood what Duke meant. A rapidly growing Disney isn't good for us at all. At this point, something else came to her mind, and she abruptly changed the subject. By the way, Duke, I heard a rumor. What kind of rumor? Duke asked. Walt Disney is planning to invest heavily in China to build the largest Disney theme park in Asia. After saying that, Tina Fey added a few more explanations. According to Hollywood estimates, China's economy is developing rapidly. Within the next 10 years, it could become the second largest movie market in the world. But due to their unique national conditions, getting any film into that market isn't an easy task. As his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, Duke's brows slowly furrowed. If he were just a simple director, he wouldn't have to worry about this kind of issue. But he was a major Warner Brothers shareholder and held massive shares in Marvel. Some things had to be considered. He asked slowly, Tina, how many Disney parks are actually profitable? Besides the ones in California and Florida, most are operating at a loss. Tina Fey recalled the data as she spoke. If we're only talking about theme park revenue, the overseas Disney parks aren't doing very well. Disney has long wanted to sell partial shares of the Paris and Tokyo parks to ease financial pressure. In truth, Duke knew very well that the cost of maintaining a Disney park was simply too high. The purpose of building Disney parks was never just about the amusement aspect. For example, it acted more like a giant platform. The Disney retail village in front of the park was actually the main revenue source. And when Disney transferred shares of its theme parks, it always excluded the Disney retail village. This is a stepping stone. Standing up and pacing the living room, Duke quickly made other connections. Building a Disneyland requires a massive investment. And it's not just Disneyland itself adding in the surrounding hotels and other supporting facilities. The investment effect driven by Disneyland could very well exceed $30 billion. In any country, Tina Fey looked at Duke and said, this would be an irresistible investment. She looked a bit confused. But there's already a Disneyland in Hong Kong. But the significance of this Disneyland is greater. Duke stopped pacing, stood by the hotel window, and looked westward. If such a large investment can be achieved, Disney will definitely be favored by that government. Its products could even enter the opposing market in full scale, such as movies and movie-related merchandise. Just the fact that the release date wouldn't be too far behind North America would bring massive revenue to a film. Has there ever been a Hollywood blockbuster that truly performed extremely well when released a month later in that market? This is bad. For us. Tina Fey immediately picked up on the key point. They have a quota for the number of films imported each year. If Disney takes too big a share, our films. She instantly thought of the Marvel and DC Cinematic Universe plans, which are huge investments that cost upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. If the opposing market is really as tempting as predicted, Disney would definitely harm their interests. Walking back to his seat, Duke slowly sat down, frowning as he thought about the future. In the past, after Disney played the Disneyland card, it undoubtedly gained enormous success, and the actual investment wasn't as high as imagined. The most typical aspect, without a doubt, is funding. Even the Walt Disney Group couldn't possibly produce such a huge amount of capital to build a Disneyland. If he remembered correctly, the funding for the Disneyland that Disney built came from several state-owned banks on the other side. Disney just used future income as collateral, and the amount of its own funds actually used was almost negligible. All of this was tied to Robert Iger and happened during his tenure. Tina, have someone keep an eye on Iger. Duke looked at his assistant. A chaotic Disney is more in line with our interests. The best outcome would be Robert Iger and Michael Eisner fighting to the death. That would definitely impact Disney's performance and operations. He then said, go back to Los Angeles and see Doug Walter. Tell him it's my idea. See if Warner can consider building a Warner World over there. If it's possible, have them make initial contact and leak a bit of information. Tina Fey immediately understood Duke's intention. Squeeze Disney out by offering even more favorable conditions? It'd be best if we could. Duke sighed lightly. Although Warner World is also well known, its recognition over there is far from matching that of Disneyland. The two of them discussed a few more details. After Tina Fey called Duke's private jet captain, she was about to head back to her room to pack. Suddenly, there was a crisp knock at the door. Tina Fey went to open the door. She spoke with a member of the crew for a while, then closed the door and walked back in, holding an exquisitely designed invitation in her hand. Duke looked at the gilded design and asked with mild curiosity, who sent the invitation? Someone invited you to a premiere. Tina Fey walked over and handed the invitation to Duke. David Ellison specifically had someone send it. He's inviting you to the New York premiere of Flyboys. He's quite thoughtful. Duke glanced at it and put it aside. Looks like David Ellison is very confident in his new film. I heard he even played a role in the movie. Tina Fey asked, are you going? Of course I am. Duke stood up. Why wouldn't I? Chapter 548, Ellison. Chapter 548. Chapter 548, Ellison. Why did you pull me along to attend such a premiere? In the VIP lounge, after dealing with a few people coming over to greet them, Irene Lauder turned to Duke beside her. Have you noticed? So many people are looking at us with hostility. Duke paid no attention to those strange looks and directly ignored the latter half of his friend's sentence. Yesterday when we talked on the phone, you said you were a bit bored recently, so I thought I'd bring you here to watch a really interesting movie. Really interesting? Irene Lauder rolled her eyes without showing much emotion. Can it be more exciting than your movies? Before Duke could reply, someone else approached. It was a middle-aged man with brown hair, a few horizontal wrinkles on his face, and eyebrows raised so high they nearly reached his forehead, making him look extremely arrogant. Even someone unfamiliar with him could guess he had an overwhelmingly arrogant personality. This man was very famous. Although his wealth didn't match Bill Gates, his fame was definitely not lacking. Across the entire U.S., there were really very few who did not know Larry Ellison, this madman. Hello, Duke. They had met on other occasions before. Larry Ellison came over, greeted him briefly, then turned to Irene Lauder. Is this your new companion? Hearing such an impolite remark, Irene Lauder frowned slightly, but having good manners, she only furrowed her brow briefly before relaxing it. Larry's personality was well known across the U.S. Before he could say more, Duke spoke up. This is Miss Irene Lauder from the Lauder family. She is a good friend of mine. Oh, Larry Ellison extended his hand proactively. Perhaps because they were both of Jewish descent, his tone softened a bit. Hello, Miss Lauder. Please give my regards to Mrs. Estee Lauder. Thank you, Irene said faintly. It was obvious she didn't like Larry Ellison's personality. However, Larry Ellison hadn't come for Irene. He was clearly here because of Duke. I heard you've refused David's investment proposals several times. This madman spoke very bluntly. What? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Duke's mouth. Instead of answering directly, he asked back with the same tone. Larry, if someone suddenly came to invest a huge amount in your company, would you accept? Why should I? Larry's eyebrows rose even higher. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? Well, do you think I'm someone who lacks money? Duke repeated his words. Hearing this, Larry's raised eyebrows suddenly dropped. The arrogance on his face slightly retracted, and the look in his eyes turned serious. Although arrogant and rude in speech, to become the third richest person in the U.S. and to be self-made, Larry Ellison was definitely no fool. He immediately realized that standing opposite him was not just a Hollywood director. This was someone like him, belonging to the top tier of North American billionaires. A director worth nearly $10 billion. How could he lack funds for filmmaking? Moreover, this director had close cooperation with a company like Warner Brothers. Larry Ellison knew very well that at this level, saying too much was pointless. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Duke and suddenly laughed. I've seen David's movies. They're very impressive. His eyebrows rose high again. He will defeat you. Duke was never one to not fight back, and he smiled in return. Larry, is that your opinion? Of course. Larry snorted. I'm just a movie director. I'm an amateur at predictions. Duke linked arms with Irene and prepared to leave. Before going, he said one more thing. Just like your expertise is software design. After finishing, he and Irene Lauder headed toward the theater hallway. Larry Ellison was slightly stunned, watching their backs, suddenly understanding the meaning behind Duke's words. He snorted again. Calling me an amateur at movies? Once Flyboys is widely released tomorrow, you'll see who wins. He believed in David Ellison's abilities, especially with Michael Ovitz and Walt Disney backing him. Entering the theater, Duke and Irene found their seats. Just after sitting down, someone came over to greet them. Hi, Duke. Hi, Ralph. Duke lightly shook the hand Ralph Fiennes extended. Ralph politely greeted Irene Lauder, then turned to Duke. Never expected to see you here. The reason Duke knew this very charismatic actor was through Liam Neeson, who was Fiennes' friend. During the filming of Taken and Batman Begins, Duke had visited the sets multiple times. I was invited, Duke answered casually, then asked, what about you? How come you're here? My younger brother Joseph also has a role in it. After saying that, he proactively changed the subject. Batman Begins must have passed the $100 million mark at the North American box office, right? It should have, Duke replied. By Wednesday yesterday, Batman Begins had already reached over $94 million in North America. On Thursday, breaking the $100 million mark was almost certain. As the Flyboys crew entered the theater, both Duke and Ralph Fiennes stopped chatting and turned to look toward the crew. In Duke's eyes, there were familiar faces all over this crew. The lead was James Franco, with supporting roles by Joseph Fiennes and Jean Reno. Compared to the usual war-themed films, the cast was quite decent, and with an investment exceeding $100 million, the special effects were expected to be impressive. In Hollywood, special effects are the clearest reflection of how much the producers invest. Outstanding special effects require big money. A special effect budget of $10 million versus $30 million is immediately obvious on the big screen. It's about to start. Sitting in the front row of the theater, watching the large screen gradually light up, David Ellison's face was full of uncontrollable excitement. This was his first film he invested in and acted in within Hollywood. It would also be the start of his glorious career. Although Duke Rosenberg wasn't seen in the VIP lounge, David Ellison glanced back. He knew Duke had come to attend the premiere and must be sitting somewhere further back. That was fine. Let him witness with his own eyes how David succeeds. If he couldn't defeat his rival in person, the joy of success would inevitably diminish significantly. Turning back, David Ellison fixed his gaze on the big screen. The pivotal moment in his life was about to unfold. The big screen lit up. Duke ended his whispering with Irene Lauder, and his gaze focused forward, watching this film about the air battlefield of World War I. More precisely, he had never seen this film before. All he knew was it was notoriously a bad movie. The only reason he remembered it was because it was invested in by David Ellison. Anyone familiar with Hollywood knew the arrival of the Ellison siblings brought a new change that the traditional powerhouses did not want to see. The established interests of Hollywood certainly did not want this change. Duke was undoubtedly one of them. To some extent, he disliked the personality of the Ellison father and son, just as he would never like Donald Trump. But at the core, Duke's refusal of David Ellison was mostly due to competing interests. As one of the vested interests, Duke naturally did not want new forces to jump in and share their cake. However, whether Flyboy succeeded or failed wasn't up to him to decide. Even David Ellison's confidence was meaningless. The real deciding factor would be the ordinary audience sitting behind them. Thanks to the powerful Warner Disney promotional platform, Flyboys attracted plenty of attention. At least all the premiere seats were fully occupied, and many were looking forward to it being an exciting aerial combat film. It was worth noting that since Top Gun, there hadn't been a truly aerial combat film that the audience widely accepted. Billy Emerson was someone who really liked air combat films. From the moment he noticed Flyboys, he had been full of anticipation. He even brought 2 friends to attend the premiere with him. "Why don't we watch Batman Begins again?" one of them complained. "Why come to watch these antique airplanes instead? Didn't you see the screening reviews online?" Due to his age and experience, Billy Emerson, under 20, obviously didn't know about paid posters. Many people praised this film, saying it would be a groundbreaking aerial combat movie. Is that so? Another companion was still somewhat doubtful, but since they had come, there was no reason to leave. So he settled quietly in his seat. "If the movie is good enough, I'll rally everyone around me like I did last week for Batman Begins." Is this movie really good? Perhaps the hype on the internet and media was exaggerated. Perhaps Michael Ovitz, who was getting older, believed it would succeed. But less than 30 minutes into the screening, Billy Emerson was already bored and looked around. The expressions on the faces nearby were almost the same as his impatience, as if they were trying hard to endure something. Seeing the old-fashioned biplanes, the cowboy mannerisms of the male lead, and the utterly incomprehensible and stupid sci-fi plot, Billy Emerson really wanted to curse. What kind of crap is this? Chapter 549, Ready to Launch. Chapter 549, Chapter 549, Ready to Launch. The film screening had already gone on for over 2 hours. Billy Emerson had lost count of how many yawns he had let out. If it weren't for the occasional explosions, he might have already fallen asleep. Meanwhile, his 2 companions showed no interest at all. One was bored playing mobile games with his head down, and the other was completely focused on finishing off the popcorn and cola, clearly not paying any attention to the movie. As an air combat film enthusiast, Billy Emerson was one of the very few around who could persist in watching the movie seriously. Though this film wasn't as boring as Kingdom of Heaven, which had caused viewers to leave early, its watchability was just average. For Billy Emerson, after enduring this long 2-plus-hour ordeal, all he felt was disappointment. As the screening gradually neared its end, looking back at the scenes he had watched, Billy couldn't help but curl his lips. There were very few parts of the entire film that were likable, yet countless elements he disliked. For example, some of the plot and dialogue, although the screenwriter tried hard not to use the language and behavior of the post-80s generation to portray characters supposedly from their great-grandfather's era, the protagonists, supporting characters, and even antagonists all came off as either painfully outdated or ridiculously absurd. It didn't feel like a film about courage and daring air battles, but rather a chaotic mix of Western, sci-fi, and animation elements. In Hollywood, a chaotic mix is often synonymous with a bad film. Take the lead male role, Pilot Rawlings, played by James Franco. His actions made Flyboys feel more like a Western. This troublemaker carried a record of assault and fled across the ocean to France, bringing the cowboys' free and unruly style into the Lafayette Aviation Unit, which was supposed to honor strict military discipline. He could actually pilot a fighter plane to secretly meet a French girl, then smuggle her and her 3 nieces and nephews out of the German-occupied zone. Yet the commander casually let him slide. He could act like a lone cowboy, landing his plane calmly in a battlefield that should have been riddled with German machine guns and heavy artillery, and rescue a stranded comrade without a scratch. It felt as if he wasn't facing the well-equipped German army, but instead Native Americans armed with axes and bows. As for the final scene where he shoots a German pilot midair with a pistol, it looked more like cowboy horse tricks. Only his horse was a biplane flying at 100 miles per hour, and the classic laws of physics seemed irrelevant to this rogue and science-ignorant cowboy. The actors' performances were also noticeably dull and lackluster. Though Flyboys should have been an ensemble piece, aside from James Franco, other pilots had very limited screen time, making character development insufficient and the ensemble feel inevitably weak. However, even James Franco, despite the director's high hopes and his own earnest effort, remained superficial in his performance. Joseph Fiennes, by contrast, wore a grim, war-weary expression full of heaviness and gloom. But standing next to Franco's rogue cowboy, He looked like throwing a lit match into a nitrogen tank. No reaction at all. Of course, Billy Emerson admitted James Franco did look very handsome in the film. Even if he became more charismatic than Leonardo DiCaprio, he alone could not save this boring movie. Throughout the screening, David Ellison shifted restlessly in his seat. From time to time, he glanced backward. This was his first film as a producer, an investment of over $100 million naturally. He was nervous. But what comforted him was that no one had walked out en masse like they did during the premiere of Kingdom of Heaven. Wasn't that a good sign? Perhaps this was the beginning of success. As David Ellison thought this, the credits slowly rolled. He slightly turned his head and looked back, eyes full of expectation. What he expected was applause. Loud and thunderous, rolling like waves. David had heard that Duke Rosenberg's premieres always drew spontaneous applause that lasted nearly 10 minutes. He wanted that applause too. At least it would mean the premiere audience recognized the film. Yet as the credits finished, the cinema buzzed with murmurs, but no applause came. David's brow furrowed, but he didn't panic. He had heard that for many great films, applause often came after a delayed moment, as the audience lingered in thought. He believed applause would inevitably break out. Seconds ticked by, the murmuring grew louder, and more viewers stood up to leave, yet no one applauded. His heart skipped a beat. Then suddenly, sparse applause sounded from various seats. It seemed the applause was a reminder of the viewing etiquette after a premiere. The audience finally clapped, but it was far from enthusiastic, as if going through the motions. The loudest applause came from the few initial seats and the VIP seats in the front row. David Ellison's expression darkened. The front row was filled with premiere guests who would never be rude in public. Those first few claps clearly came from planted audience members paid shills. Even with the shills leading, the applause was so weak. Could it be that the film? With this thought, David Ellison shook his head. One idea naturally sprang to his mind. This was just a premiere. It didn't necessarily reflect the real situation, right? David, it's a very impressive movie. David, you did well. This film will definitely be a big hit. Amid the applause, many people approached with bright smiles, congratulating David Ellison. He perked up and smiled back, thanking them. Perhaps because these people's praise seemed sincere, David Ellison gradually regained his confidence. So many people complimented the film that meant Flyboys must have some merits. How do you think it is? Standing up from his seat, Irene Lauder asked Duke. Will it pose a threat? What do you think? Duke countered. Irene thought for a moment and said, the special effects are quite good, but they can't cover up the plot's flaws. With so many effects-driven movies nowadays, the audience might not buy it. She fixed her gaze on Duke after speaking. Duke understood his friend's meaning and could only say, in my personal opinion, the film is slightly below average. Slightly below average. Irene tilted her head and walked forward beside Duke. For someone like David Ellison, a newcomer to Hollywood as an investor and producer, you're slightly below average is basically a compliment. In the film industry, even counting this cheater like him, directors and producers who succeed with their first work are extremely rare. Even James Cameron had Piranha 2, a less impressive entry. In Duke's eyes, Flyboys seemed full of elements popular with audiences. Nostalgic cowboys, battlefield heroism, a badass protagonist, an idealized World War I air. Combat with sci-fi flair. But putting these elements together didn't win over the audience. The reason was simple. In nearly 20 years of Hollywood history, mashup movies have never truly succeeded. Maybe others didn't realize this, but Duke did. Among A-list Hollywood productions, the only truly successful mashup was The Avengers, and that success came after years and many films building up. Seeing the film's chaotic style, Duke knew it might have some box office appeal, but matching the super hit expectations of David Ellison and Disney would be extremely difficult, practically requiring a miracle. Although many people were approaching David Ellison and others, Duke had no interest. He had already seen the film and knew the real state of his competitor. There was no need to go over and mock them. Even if he did mock them a bit, it wouldn't affect the Ellison family much. Arrogance often comes with a thick skin. Besides, words are the weakest form of retaliation. What he wanted was to use all means to strike Flyboys in the market, to make those seemingly indifferent father and son feel real pain. Even if the Ellison family was wealthy and the film was funded through many channels, David Ellison must have invested a lot in this project. If the box office flopped, the losses would surely anger that pair. Compared to faint and meaningless ridicule, this was a far stronger counterattack. Leaving the theater, Irene Lauder and Duke got into their cars one after another. The car started amid a sea of flashing lights. Duke glanced at the rearview mirror. Some paparazzi had followed, clearly hoping to see if Irene would get out. Duke quietly instructed the driver, "Go to the Upper East Side." He had no plan to return to the hotel. He wanted to drop Irene home first, then visit his mother. Although she was currently in Europe, since she came to New York, he had to visit home. The Rolls-Royce gradually picked up speed. Duke took out his phone and dialed a number, saying calmly, "You can initiate it now." Chapter 550, A Wave of Negative Reviews. Chapter 550, A Wave of Negative Reviews. Early the next morning, as soon as he got out of bed, Billy Emerson turned on his computer and logged onto the IMDb website. After watching that terrible movie the night before, a film that had drained so much of his enthusiasm, he was full of frustration and naturally needed an outlet to vent. As one of the most influential websites on the internet today, IMDb was the best place to do just that. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and a line of text appeared in the comment section for Flyboys. Just finished watching Flyboys. Really disappointed, lackluster plot, completely idiotic storyline, formulaic and utterly unsurprising performances. The worst part? How did theaters even allow such garbage to be screened as a war film? After posting his review, Billy Emerson gave Flyboys a score of 4. He then went to the bathroom for a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. When he returned to his computer and refreshed the page, the line of text he had typed was already buried under a sea of comments, most of which were negative. "This movie is utterly ridiculous and not worth watching. Apart from James Franco and the French Beauty, there's basically nothing worth seeing. A very standard film completely lacking in surprises. Very average, really just average. Not much else to say, the movie just isn't good. For a film that's full of melodrama most of the time, the fact that my favorite character didn't die might be the movie's greatest reward to viewers who managed to sit through it. I only made it through Flyboys because of James Franco. He's just too handsome. Aviator caps, French countryside, golden birch leaves, stallions, blue skies, biplanes, seriously. Girls and War." The director tried to cram all these classy elements into one movie, but ended up falling flat on every front. The barroom scene where the veteran and the recruit have their first face-off is the ultimate display of the director's immaturity and incompetence. Using drunken revelry, decadence, and lion taming to convey an attitude toward death is just too hippie and kitsch. After briefly scanning the comments, Billy Emerson's eyes shifted to the ratings. Following the midnight release, more viewers had seen Flyboys, as evidenced by the number of users who had rated the film. On IMDb, 25,638 users had submitted ratings, and Flyboys had a score of 6.1. How is this possible? David Ellison's eyes almost bulged out when he saw the compiled data, as if he couldn't believe Flyboys had received that kind of viewer rating. He turned to look at Michael Ovitz, sitting next to him. Such a low score. Michael Ovitz was sitting on the terrace, calmly regulating his breathing. In fact, he had noticed something was off right after the premiere ended last night. Unlike the mixed reactions from the test screenings, the premiere's audience, larger in number, had mostly shown lukewarm responses. "David, calm down." The other man was still young. No way he could compare to a seasoned veteran like Ovitz when it came to composure. IMDb doesn't mean everything. There have been films in the past with low IMDb scores that still made huge profits. IMDb is merely a trend indicator, much like the Golden Globes or the Oscars. There's no guaranteed correlation between it and a movie's box office performance. Besides, many insiders know that IMDb ratings are often manipulated. Take, for instance, the top 3 movies currently on IMDb's all-time rating chart: The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, The Matrix, and The Godfather. The first 2 are both directed by Duke Rosenberg. Everyone in the upper echelons of Hollywood knows that this director controls one of the largest and most responsive online influence teams in Hollywood, perhaps even in all of America. Michael Ovitz was certain that with Duke Rosenberg's personality, there was no way he would sit idly by and let Flyboys be released without interference. He would definitely stir things up online. Although he and Disney's own PR team were monitoring IMDb, they still lagged behind in terms of online warfare. This rating would have some impact, but it wouldn't be fatal for the film. As long as market research showed positive audience feedback, Flyboys still had a chance to recover. Mr. Ovitz. His assistant suddenly walked onto the terrace and handed a briefing to Michael Ovitz. This is the statistical report just faxed over from Disney Studios. Oh, before Ovitz could reach for it, David Ellison snatched the report first. After a quick scan, his eyes sharpened like two blades, filled with rage, confusion, and disbelief. What is it? Michael Ovitz instantly sensed that something was wrong. The midnight box office was only $2.02 million. David Ellison closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them again. The arrogant expression on his face was gradually disintegrating. It didn't reach our projected $5 million. It only missed by about $2 million, Michael Ovitz said, slightly relieved. That doesn't count as a failure. David Ellison glanced at him and snorted softly, saying, I know. For a midnight screening, this box office isn't terrible. After all, he was a student of USC's School of Cinematic Arts and had studied Hollywood in depth over the years. If the film followed the momentum of its midnight release, then with international box office revenue and merchandise sales, it was still possible to recover the costs and even turn a profit. But the problem was, the audience feedback is very unfavorable, David Ellison continued. According to CinemaScore's survey, Flyboys only received a 65% favorable rating from theatrical audiences, with an average score of B-. Such numbers signified that the film would severely lack staying power and would inevitably experience a sharp box office drop after the first week. David Ellison's right hand clenched tightly into a fist, and he slammed the statistical report heavily onto the table in front of him. Young and hot-blooded as he was, it took great effort to restrain himself from losing his temper, because the education he had received since childhood told him losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. Would throwing a tantrum make Duke Rosenberg back down? Would it stop him from attacking the film across traditional and online media? Just as he and Disney kept clinging to Anne Hathaway's scandal, the other side would never let him off easily either. As the heir of a business dynasty, David Ellison knew very well that this was no longer about personal grudges. Differing interests had already determined their opposing stances. Compared to David Ellison, Michael Ovitz found himself unusually calm. Deep in his heart and subconscious, he seemed to believe that this was the expected outcome, as if losing to Duke Rosenberg was the most natural thing in the world. Why was that? Michael Ovitz only had to turn his mind slightly to figure out the crux of it. He had lost too many times in past confrontations with Duke Rosenberg. So many times that it had already become a habit. But Ovitz would not give up. A man capable of creating a super entertainment agency like CAA would never admit defeat so easily. Just like Michael Ovitz, Duke would never give up, not on any opportunity to strike his competitors. Starting Thursday night, Panny Callis's network troll army was fully mobilized, causing a stir across most movie-related websites, including IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, and Yahoo Entertainment, steering the direction of online discourse. If Flyboys had been a film of sufficient quality, this might have caused some impact, but wouldn't have dealt a serious blow to its box office and market reception. But how many people who had seen Flyboys thought it was a good movie? Perhaps the more forgiving viewers might say the film had a few watchable moments, but most audiences had already classified it as a bad movie. Even if the other side had also deployed an online troll force, steering netizens who already felt Flyboys was mediocre into criticizing it online wasn't all that difficult. And once the wave of negative reviews took shape, not even Ovitz and Disney's troll army could change the direction of public opinion on the internet. At the same time, in traditional print media, Duke wasn't about to let Flyboys off the hook either. The more he could shrink the film's market space, the more it would benefit Batman Begins, which was entering its second weekend of screenings. Not to mention the media controlled or heavily influenced by Warner and Disney. Just among relatively neutral outlets facing such a bad film, Duke and Warner Brothers' PR team didn't even have to exert much effort before a slew of negative reviews began appearing in print. Whether as a wartime adventure story or a love story, Flyboys fails to deliver. Even the special effects set within a historical context are so dull, they'll put you to sleep. Nothing can save this overly long and boring film. The Washington Post. You call this a movie? Clueless actors following a clueless director's orders. Sitting in prop planes, it's almost laughable. The only thing remotely memorable are the dogfight scenes. The New York Times. The film used a large number of CGI-generated effects, but they were poorly executed. It didn't feel like World War I at all. Rather, it felt like a story set in a futuristic world, a cheap, third-rate sci-fi story at that. Entertainment Weekly. This is a textbook example of a big-budget aerial combat film that accomplishes nothing. The story follows a formulaic pattern: plot, battle, romance, plot, battle, plot, final showdown, utterly devoid of uniqueness. The only highlight is its liveliness. You could watch it as a laughable glitch comedy. The New Yorker. In his Silicon Valley office, Larry Ellison had just returned to California. After finishing work, he specifically set aside time to read the newspapers and magazines commenting on his son's film. But faced with a sea of negative reviews, his elderly face flushed bright red. If not for having mellowed out in recent years, he would have flipped his desk by now. Chapter 551, Negative Impact. Chapter 551. Chapter 551, Negative Impact. However, Friday's criticism was only the beginning. When the North American first-day box office data of Flyboys was delivered to Larry Ellison, who had been closely following the film, even someone as arrogant as him realized that David Ellison's career in Hollywood was likely going to start with a failure. A first-day gross of $4.12 million couldn't be called outstanding in any sense. Though not an insider in the film industry, Larry Ellison knew very well that such a box office number was far from enough to top the charts. Mr. Ellison, standing across from the desk, the female secretary looked at her boss's unpredictable expression and managed to maintain her composure. This founder of Oracle was never one for subtlety. After briefly glancing through Flyboy's box office numbers, Larry Ellison looked up at the secretary and asked, "What about Batman Begins?" At the New York premiere, he had boasted in front of Duke Rosenberg, though he was used to his words falling flat and countering the awkwardness with thick-skinned indifference. It wouldn't look good if the loss was too overwhelming. The secretary, aware of her boss's tolerance level, didn't hesitate and answered directly. Batman Begins grossed $12.13 million yesterday, making it yesterday's top film in the North American box office. An $8 million difference. Hearing this, Larry Ellison frowned slightly. The gap between the two films was far too big. Next time he met Duke Rosenberg, he would definitely lose face. That thought only circled his mind once before being tossed aside. Someone at his level wouldn't lose composure over a single success or failure. Besides, the box office numbers of two movies weren't enough to catch his attention anyway. What he did regret, though, was that the son he had always considered a genius seemed about to suffer a major blow right at the start of his career. Still, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Failure was also a valuable experience. Of course, no one wanted to experience the bitterness of failure, and neither did David Ellison. In the Beverly Hills mansion, David Ellison sat silently on the sofa in the living room. Megan Ellison glanced at the report sent over by Walt Disney, then at her brother's expression, wisely refraining from mockery. Having grown up around astronomical investments, even if the film's box office truly tanked, it wouldn't hurt him financially. But he wasn't someone like Larry Ellison, seasoned and weathered. Recalling his previous confidence, and then looking at the first-day box office figures in front of him, how could he possibly feel happy? Yes, Flyboys wasn't entirely without a chance at recovery, but David Ellison had studied at USC's School of Cinematic Arts and had spent the past 2 years researching the Hollywood film industry in depth. He knew very well that the odds of a turnaround were incredibly slim. And would Duke Rosenberg just stand by and watch him turn things around? David stood up and paced the living room a few times, muttering to himself, "Is there really no one who can challenge Duke Rosenberg and his films during the summer season?" That sentence reached Megan Ellison's ears. She blinked, thought for a moment, then started counting on her fingers as she said, "Seems like that's really the case. Robert Zemeckis, Michael Bay, Steven Spielberg, Mel Gibson, Anthony Minghella, Ridley Scott." She listed a series of famous directors, then concluded, "All of them have lost to Duke Rosenberg in direct competition. So your film flopping is actually pretty normal." Pretty normal? David Ellison was so enraged his hair nearly stood on end. "Why can't I just win once?" Megan Ellison shrugged, as if she hadn't recently quarreled with Scarlett Johansson at all, and said matter-of-factly, "Because he's Duke Rosenberg. He's the explosion maniac. He's the king of the summer box office. He's the #1 in Hollywood commercial filmmaking." David Ellison's face turned black in an instant. He glared at his sister fiercely but couldn't come up with a single rebuttal, because the data was right in front of him. If Flyboys had won, he could have gone to Duke Rosenberg and mocked him to his face. But now that he'd lost, even in front of his younger sister who wasn't even of legal age, he had no counter-argument. What could he use to argue back? That $4.12 million opening day number? According to the projections of Michael Ovitz, Walt Disney, and himself, Flyboys opening weekend was expected to pull in around $40 million, which meant the first day had to gross at least over $10 million. But the actual figure was not even half that. And based on current audience feedback, whether the film could even cross $15 million over the weekend was now questionable. If a film fails at the box office but receives good audience feedback, it can still turn a profit through various post-release licensing revenues. However, Flyboy's audience reception is even more dismal than its opening day box office. CinemaScore audience approval rating has dropped below 50%, down to a miserable 43%, with an average grade of C. IMDb rating is 5.6, borderline a flop. Keep in mind, the film has only been out for one day. According to usual patterns, as screening continues, ratings tend to drop further. Now look at the competition. Batman Begins has been in theaters for over a week, and CinemaScore still shows over 85% audience approval. While the audience grade has slipped slightly, it's still an A, and the IMDb rating is an impressive 8.6. Audience reception represents more than just numbers. It reflects the staying power of a film. Back in his chair, David Ellison pressed his forehead firmly, trying not to let the depression show on his face. After all, he had a net worth in the billions. Even if it was inherited wealth, he was still among the richest in North America, wasn't he? Megan Ellison teased her brother for a bit, and then stopped. No matter what that Scarlett Johansson said, she could still tell who her family was. David Ellison was still deep in thought about the movie. After all, this was the beginning of his career. A box office flop and poor audience feedback, these aren't the end of the world for a film. He understood that very well. Many films that sweep awards season often perform poorly at the box office and don't attract mainstream audiences. Yet after award success, they still recoup costs and even turn a profit. Can Flyboys make a mark during awards season? David Ellison couldn't help but ask himself. No one answered him, but he soon shook his head. The reason was simple. Flyboys had equally terrible audience feedback. Everyone in Hollywood knew Duke Rosenberg was a frequent target of professional critics. Sometimes, the reviews of his films were less criticism and more outright venomous attacks. For example, with Batman Begins, critics gave it an average score of 6.5, and its Rotten Tomatoes score was only 63%. Its professional reception was mediocre at best. But Flyboys was even worse in terms of professional feedback. David Ellison's eyes scanned the stats report again. Critics' average rating was 5.1, and Rotten Tomatoes freshness was 42%. His film neither pleased critics nor resonated with audiences. A film like that, even with a heavy investment in PR, would never stand a chance in awards season. By conventional logic, David Ellison should be your rival. Professional critics don't like you. They should be supporting Flyboys, right? In the villa at Duke's estate, Scarlett Johansson was fussing with a tea set, cheerfully brewing black tea while casually tossing out questions. But they're tearing Flyboys to shreds. Did those bloodsuckers suddenly grow a conscience? She had just gotten back to Los Angeles that morning, and by the afternoon, Scarlett had already come over. Duke was a bit tired, but having someone to chat with felt nice. There's some truth in the old saying, the higher you stand, the fewer true friends you have. In the past, Duke could casually chat with Tina Fey, but now Tina was busy following his orders, teaming up with Warner Brothers to dig a hole for Disney. Scarlett was one of the few people he didn't have to guard against, someone he could speak freely with. Duke took a sip of the black tea Scarlett had brewed, nodded slightly, and said, Do professional critics have professional ethics? Scarlett set down the porcelain pot and tucked her golden curls behind her ear, deliberately putting on a thoughtful expression. If they had professional ethics, there wouldn't be any con men in the world. But she circled back to the earlier topic. Why did they side with us this time? The critics didn't take our side. They're still standing where they've always stood. Duke offered a brief explanation, raising one finger. David Ellison, like most other Hollywood studios, didn't invite any professional critics to the test screening or the premiere of Flyboys. Those self-important jerks never forget that kind of slight. Then he raised a second finger. He's a Hollywood newcomer, and instead of backing a niche indie film, he chose to fund a full-blown commercial blockbuster. Of course the critics hate him. Makes sense, Scarlett nodded thoughtfully, poured herself another cup of tea, and after a sip, added, "Still, their reviews help us a little." Not by much, Duke shrugged nonchalantly. And without them, we'd still be fine. These days, the number of viewers influenced by professional critics is tiny. Compared to the massive North American summer movie market, their impact is negligible. However, with Flyboys flopping both with audiences and critics, the massive negative fallout was inevitable. Chapter 552, Rise and Fall. Chapter 552, Rise and Fall. Saturday is extremely important for movies released over the weekend. It's often the single highest grossing day during a film's theatrical run, especially for non-sequels. No matter how overwhelming the pre-release publicity may be, audience word of mouth takes time to build. Quite a few box office hits, after a full day of screenings and sharing on Friday, generally see peak attendance on Saturday. Correspondingly, Saturday is also the busiest day for every commercial theater chain. At the Nokia Theater in Los Angeles, no employee is allowed to take Saturday off. This is to handle the surge of moviegoers. As night just began to fall, Philip James stood behind the counter and looked up ahead, seeing nothing but a sea of dark heads. The number of people who chose to come to this famous multi-screen cinema to watch movies was truly large. As the head of the operations department, Philip James didn't need to stand at the ticket booth personally, but he didn't dare relax either. He would come by to check in from time to time. After all, sales performance directly impacted his income and even future promotions. "Darling, aren't you really into airplanes?" Suddenly, a customer's voice came from the front of the counter. Philip James looked up. It was a couple. The woman, a young lady, asked her husband, "There's a movie about planes here called Flyboys. We could pick that one." "No, no, no." The husband shook his head repeatedly. "Don't watch that movie. I specifically looked it up online. Most people say it's a terrible film, and one of my co-workers has seen it too." "Oh," the woman asked. With interest, "What did he say?" "He fell asleep after watching for 10 minutes. The husband didn't even glance at the Flyboys poster. The woman scanned the list of movie titles. Kingdom of Heaven had a handsome actor, but no showtimes. There was only one screening near midnight. Flyboys was starting in 15 minutes. But how boring must a film be to make people fall asleep? Finally, her eyes landed on Batman Begins. Even though she wasn't particularly into superhero movies, she chose it anyway. The reason was simple. Among all the currently showing films, this seemed like the only one worth watching. Even though it was a superhero movie, she knew very well that the name Duke Rosenberg in the director's column was practically a guarantee of quality. 2 tickets for Batman Begins. Hearing the couple's choice, Philip James wasn't the least bit surprised. Over 60% of the people coming to Nokia Theater today were here to see Batman Begins. The similarly large-scale and also newly released Flyboys was receiving little attention. Its ticket sales were even lower than several niche films. If yesterday's underwhelming first-day box office had been considered a fluke, Saturday's performance confirmed to Philip James that Flyboys was definitely a bad film, or at least a flop from the theater's perspective. The criteria for theaters to judge a movie are very simple. A film that sells is a good movie. A film that doesn't sell is a bad one. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Just as Philip James returned to his office, a projection technician rushed in. "Phil." The man went straight to the point. "The 7:15 showing of Flyboys might have to be canceled." "What?" Philip James frowned. The man quickly explained, "There isn't a single audience member for that showing." Again, no audience? Without hesitation, Philip James made a decision. "Cancel the screening, and add another showtime for Batman Begins half an hour later. The technician swiftly left. Sitting behind his desk, Philip James shook his head slightly. The performance of Flyboys was even worse than expected. This was the second empty auditorium today at Nokia Theater, and both were Flyboy screenings. This was Saturday, after all, and that particular showtime had been a prime slot. To be completely deserted, just how terrible must the word of mouth be for this aerial combat film? Philip James had carved out time that morning to watch part of the film. Though he didn't finish it, he did see several key scenes. To be honest, Flyboys used many elements that should have worked, like handsome leads, romance, heroism, and rescue, but the film as a whole felt awkward, as if these elements were forcibly stitched together. He suddenly thought of Flyboy's main competitor, Batman Begins. This rebooted Batman epic about fear, rage, and power had indeed impressive creativity. While it also contained Hollywood cliches, Duke Rosenberg managed to blend them all into a single film that delivered a rich experience, from visuals to sound to emotional impact. In Philip James' view, Flyboys losing to the second-week release Batman Begins was entirely justified. Then again, who would say Duke Rosenberg didn't deserve to win? After 10 years in the theater industry, Philip James had long gotten used to it. Used to Duke Rosenberg's movies releasing, used to Duke Rosenberg's movies winning, used to Duke Rosenberg's movies topping the box office. Putting aside these thoughts, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Boss, it's Phil. About tomorrow's screenings, I have a suggestion. Just keep one auditorium for Flyboys. Based on my observation and analysis today, even one is probably too many." If it weren't for the screening contract, Philip James wouldn't even want to allocate a single screen to that guaranteed box office flop. In a few weeks, the film would likely be forcibly pulled, wouldn't it? With that in mind, Philip James ended his workday. He also received the general data for ticket sales, and as expected, Flyboy showed a clear downward trend, while Batman Begins continued its momentum with a rebound. The sun set and rose again, and a new day began. Peter, the West Coast's largest offline distributor of movie merchandise, walked into the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza with his girlfriend. He glanced at the cinema briefly, then headed into his chain store. "Hey, George." "Hello, boss." George Joe first shook Peter's hand, then turned to the person beside him and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Seyfried. Your performance in Taken was excellent." Amanda Seyfried knew this was someone her boyfriend trusted and responded politely, "Thank you." There were quite a few customers in the store. Many people seemed to recognize Amanda Seyfried, and their eyes kept darting toward her. George Joe quickly led the two of them into the manager's office. Once seated, Peter asked, "How are sales going?" "Extremely well." George Joe beamed. "Whenever a Duke film hits theaters, it's always a peak period for our store's sales. Since the release of Batman Begins, our daily sales have exceeded $150,000, and that doesn't even include the 5 Batmobiles we've sold." "That many?" Amanda Seyfried was a little surprised. $150,000 might not sound like much, but she knew very well that Peter's stores were spread across major cities throughout the Midwest. Even if those locations didn't match the Santa Monica store in volume, their combined total would surely be a terrifying number. What's more, movie merchandise was mostly low-cost, high-profit goods. "Not bad," Peter replied calmly. "Still falls short compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Matrix merchandise." Amanda Seyfried offered a smooth compliment. "Even so, you're still making a lot of money." "Me?" He pointed to himself, then shook his head and said, "What we make is pocket change. The ones making real money are Warner Brothers and Duke Rosenberg. Unless something unexpected happens, Duke Rosenberg is about to receive another massive payday." Amanda Seyfried was well aware of just how terrifying that director's ability to rake in cash was. His movie fees definitely ranked first in Hollywood. Seeing Peter and George Joe start to talk shop, Amanda Seyfried simply stayed quiet and gazed out through the one-way glass at the display shelves and merchandise outside. When their discussion wound down, she couldn't help but ask another question. "Why don't I see any Flyboys-related products?" Peter's company mainly focused on Duke's films, but didn't exclude other movies from their merchandise catalog. They were on display the day before yesterday and yesterday. It was George Joe who answered, keeping it concise. "But over 2 days, we only sold a few James Franco figurines and plushies." Daily sales didn't even hit $100. Once this morning's Saturday box office figures for Flyboys came out, I had all the related products pulled off the shelves and replaced with items from other Duke films. The other stores, Peter added, I had them pull the displays too. According to the data, Flyboys merchandise sales weren't just incomparable to Batman Begins even with the new movie effect. They didn't come close to the merchandise sales of Duke's decade-old films. What was the point in keeping that movie's merchandise on display? Amanda Seyfried asked another question she cared about. How much did Flyboys make on Saturday to get you to pull the merch so decisively? $2.62 million. Pete Kerr shook his head. The film's Saturday box office actually dropped significantly compared to Friday. The opening weekend's total is probably going to be low enough to make the investors cough blood. Chapter 553. A huge gap in the weekend box office. Chapter 553. Chapter 553. A huge gap in the weekend box office. Just yesterday, the second weekend of the 2005 North American summer season came to an end. Due to the poor performance of the only widely released film, Flyboys, the overall box office took a dip. Fortunately, Batman Begins, which entered its second weekend of release, maintained a stable trend, preventing this past weekend from becoming the lowest-grossing second week in summer movie history. As Monday had just begun, the weekend box office rankings, along with reviews from Premiere, The New York Times, and many other media outlets, were delivered to countless readers. The media used mostly similar headlines. Batman Begins easily retained its crown last weekend. Flyboys had a disappointing debut, and Kingdom of Heaven slipped out of the top 5 at the box office. A box office summary was also delivered to Duke's estate. Scarlett Johansson, who had stayed over the previous night, was sipping morning tea while reading the morning paper, feeling rather relaxed. In the absence of Leah, Duke allowing her to stay here meant that their relationship had taken a significant step forward. Of course, seeing their own film winning the competition, while those two annoying rivals failed, also made her happy. The second weekend of the summer season saw neither newly released films nor expanded ones making big waves, with the market still dominated by older films. The Batman reboot Batman Begins, directed by famed director Duke Rosenberg, showed excellent performance in its second weekend, dropping only 43% from its debut weekend, pulling in another $39.24 million and easily retaining the weekend box office crown. Flyboys, invested in by David Ellison, son of famous IT mogul Larry Ellison, earned only $8.86 million in its opening weekend, far below industry expectations and just 1/14 of its massive production cost. Although it ranked second on the box office chart, it's hard to say the producers and investors would be satisfied. Flyboys chose to release in the second weekend of Batman Begins, which had already been predicted by many industry insiders to be a terrible decision. But with David Ellison, who had just taken over the trust fund, having ample funds at his disposal, the film was eventually pushed to this extremely poor release window. This World War I aviation film went into wide release in North America on Friday. Its midnight screenings only brought in $2.02 million, a poor showing. On Friday, it earned $4.12 million from nearly 3,300 theaters across North America, falling far short of Disney's $12 million expectations. By Saturday, Flyboys experienced a significant drop in box office due to extremely poor word of mouth, earning only $2.62 million. The film continued to decline on Sunday, taking in only $2.12 million. Based on its poor word-of-mouth reputation, current forecasts predict the film's final North American box office may not even reach $30 million. The film's opening weekend had a higher female audience share at 55%. After the first 3 days, word of mouth plummeted. Audience rating, Cinema Score, was AC, Popcorn Index only 53%, and Rotten Tomatoes, which collected reviews from 111 media outlets, had its freshness score fall to 23%. The average rating was just April 5, 10. On Metacritic, 43 major outlets gave it an average of 34. In addition, Flyboys was hit by a barrage of negative media reviews. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch criticized the director as seeming clueless when faced with such a script, failing to inspire any audience interest in the characters. The Oregonian stated that while the film can't be said to lack entertainment value, it's colorful, filled with action scenes and impressive effects, and James Franco's performance is sometimes brilliant, sometimes terrible, it still fails to be truly engaging. Variety slammed the film, saying none of the characters were ever interesting, which is a fatal flaw for a movie. Compared to Flyboys, Batman Begins performed strongly, continuing Duke Rosenberg's trend of steady box office results, with another $39.24 million added in its second weekend. The film's total North American gross has reached $143.31 million, and it's expected to ultimately challenge the $250 million mark. At this point, Scarlett Johansson closed the newspaper. Kingdom of Heaven, which had dropped out of the top 5, failed to pique her interest at all. She picked up a fork, put a few pieces of fruit from her plate into her mouth, swallowed, then took a sip of black tea. Her eyes turned to Duke sitting across from her, who had been on the phone nonstop since breakfast, seemingly dealing with something very important. In fact, Scarlett had wanted to read him the article from the newspaper, but knowing Duke for over a decade, she was definitely one of the people who understood him best. She knew that he absolutely hated being interrupted while in work mode. Something urgent? Seeing Duke end a call, Scarlett couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Busy so early in the morning? Tina called. Setting his phone aside, Duke picked up his coffee cup and said before taking a sip, "Some business negotiation matters." "Oh," Scarlett nodded, wisely not pressing further. She knew that apart from making films, Duke had many other business ventures, and Tina Fey was undoubtedly his agent. Duke didn't eat much, and this breakfast ended quickly. He stood up and walked out of the dining room, with Scarlett Johansson following behind, staying just half a step behind and closely walking beside him. "Don't you have work today?" Turning his head to glance at Scarlett, Duke asked in a soft voice. "I remember your training just started. No need to go today." Walking out of the eye-shaped villa, Scarlett naturally linked arms with Duke. "Jimmy Carter is training my 2 stunt doubles and gave me the day off." At that moment, the black Bentley slowly drove up. Scarlett looked at Duke and asked, "Are you going to work?" "To the studio." Duke looked at Scarlett's hand tightly holding his arm, but in the end, said nothing. "Then I'm going to Warner and Marvel Studios as well." Scarlett immediately showed interest. "Is the preparation for Iron Man about to start?" She had been waiting for this movie, waiting for a third collaboration with Duke. Aside from her 2 minor childhood roles, she had never officially starred in one of Duke's films. To Scarlett Johansson, who had watched Duke climb step by step from a regular director to one of the best in the world, this was her biggest regret. Actually, she knew well that if she had acted as spoiled as she did as a child, she could have appeared in Duke's films a long time ago. But at that time, due to her talkativeness and other issues, their relationship wasn't as harmonious as it was now. Even if Duke had let her act for Madame Leah's sake, they would have grown distant afterward. And that wasn't the outcome Scarlett Johansson wanted. "Can I come with you?" she asked tentatively. Duke turned his head and looked at the blonde girl. Scarlett, not yet. 21, had long since lost her childhood mischief. Most of the time, she behaved like a tame lamb in front of him. But Duke was well aware that this was just a fad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done what she did on Oscar night, which became the catalyst for his breakup with Ivanka Trump. Of course, at this point, Duke didn't blame Scarlett for it. Just like she said, his problems with Ivanka were never about Scarlett or any other woman. Even without that incident, the two of them would have drifted further apart. "I promise." Scarlett raised one hand. "I absolutely won't cause trouble." At this, her eyes suddenly shifted, and she used the tone she had 10 years ago. "I'll definitely be an egg." Hearing this line, Duke thought of the childhood Scarlett and couldn't help but shake his head as he walked toward the car already waiting at the door. Scarlett Johansson immediately followed. They first went to the Duke studio, then to the Warner building. Since his movie was still in theaters, and because of Scarlett Johansson's presence, there were inevitably paparazzi and reporters secretly taking photos. Duke didn't mind and kept his focus on work. Scarlett, however, observed closely, especially after entering the Warner building. The way Warner employees looked at Duke was as if they were seeing an all-powerful savior. Those who thought they had a chance to speak with him all scrambled to greet him, and every time Duke nodded slightly in return, those people showed satisfied smiles, as if his acknowledgement was something worth bragging about. Wasn't it natural for someone who saved a failed movie franchise from the edge of a cliff to be respected? Scarlett understood Duke's status at Warner. Setting aside his stakeholding, his influence in filmmaking was something no other director working with Warner could catch up to, even if they drove a car. One could even say that he could affect the choice of Warner's CEO, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, having grown up beside Madame Leah, Scarlett knew a bit about business. She was sure that without Duke's support, no Warner CEO could hold their seat for long. Duke's studio, Warner Brothers, Marvel Studios. Duke switched locations all day. Besides matters concerning the official prep for Iron Man, there were also negotiations involving Walt Disney and the other side, as well as talks with Pixar Studio. Warner Brothers accepted Duke's suggestions, and the people at the Far East branch had already made formal contact with the other party. Of course, such matters wouldn't yield immediate results, especially since the investment involved was quite large. Besides, the fame of Warner World couldn't compare with Disneyland in that region. As for the Pixar talks, after prolonged haggling, Duke's side, Steve Jobs, and Time Warner had found many points of agreement. Although no deal had been signed yet, their differences had narrowed down to pricing. Additionally, there was the matter of Batman Begins' overseas release. Perhaps deliberately arranged by David Ellison, both Flyboys and Batman War Begins would start large-scale international rollouts next weekend. Chapter 554. Chapter 554. Chapter 554. Films that perform well overseas and say farewell to the North American market generally attract worldwide attention. Because of its strong response in North America, Batman Begins had already garnered significant attention from overseas fans early on. Major overseas markets and cinema chains also poured a large amount of resources into distributing this film. In contrast, due to the poor box office performance and audience reception in North America, Flyboys had already been blacklisted by overseas audiences and cinema chains. Many companies continued pushing for the film's release in their own countries, mostly because of contractual obligations with Disney Studios. Confirmed countries importing Batman Begins number 95, while Flyboys only has 42. Looking at the data on the report, David Ellison shifted to a more comfortable sitting position, his eyes filled with slight confusion as they landed on Cook Dick from Disney Studios. Why such a big difference? I remember more than 60 countries wanted to import Flyboys just a week ago. Can't be helped. Cook Dick's face showed a trace of helplessness. Over 10 overseas distributors who were negotiating saw the first week box office and directly dropped out. Some who had already signed distribution contracts would rather pay the penalty for breach of contract than release Flyboys. Some words Cook Dick didn't say directly, leaving David Ellison some face. Those breaching distributors believed paying a relatively small penalty was definitely more cost-effective than investing resources to distribute Flyboys. David Ellison's expression darkened considerably. The fewer overseas markets the film entered, the lower the box office revenue would be. Although he didn't care much about that money, it represented face. If Flyboys ultimately couldn't even recoup its production costs worldwide, how would he face Duke Rosenberg in the future? Also, would his father reclaim some control over the fund management? These were all things he had to consider. Only now did David Ellison realize that the film industry was far more complex than he had imagined. Originally, he thought with huge financial backing, his own deep research into Hollywood, and the strong partnership of Michael Ovitz and Walt Disney, success was guaranteed. The facts prove that he had seriously underestimated the situation. Besides causing some trouble for Duke Rosenberg regarding the Anne Hathaway incident, he was completely overwhelmed and lacked any ability to counterattack. Though unwilling deep down, David Ellison understood that the downward trend of Flyboys as irreparable. To succeed, he would have to start over. But for someone with his stubborn personality, accepting failure was definitely very difficult. Before leaving Disney Studios, David Ellison asked, "Cook, I remember Batman Begins signed formal contracts with over 80 overseas distributors before May. Why do we have so few?" He wasn't questioning Walt Disney's ability, but rather hoping Flyboys would have broader distribution channels. The final box office figures might then look somewhat better. Cook Dick sighed and answered frankly, "Because the director of Batman Begins is Duke Rosenberg." Upon hearing this, David Ellison suddenly understood something. As he got into his car, A helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Exactly. Because the director was Duke Rosenberg. Because the other party was a super director whose global box office total approached $9 billion. Because he had built an illustrious reputation. Because Duke Rosenberg's name had long become a golden brand in Hollywood and the global commercial film industry. Looking from another angle, if he weren't Duke Rosenberg, would he have sought him out at the start to invest in his film? The other party was indeed very powerful, but as long as he learned from experience, he could eventually defeat him. Just like Larry Ellison, David Ellison would never collapse from one setback, nor would he abandon Hollywood. It was just that the dismal box office numbers for Flyboys really left David Ellison speechless. Ignoring the overseas markets that would only open over the weekend, starting Monday, Flyboys faced its first weekday test. Unsurprisingly, the daily box office plummeted below seven figures to a mere $620,000, a figure only a fraction of what Batman: Time to Fight earned that same day. The latter, though also declining, maintained a relatively stable trend with a single-day take of $5.21 million. Over the next 3 weekdays, Flyboys slid further like on a slide. Tuesday, $530,000. Wednesday, $450,000. Thursday, $410,000. During the same period, Flyboy's daily box office remained just a fraction of Monday's take, a mere fraction of Batman Begins' numbers. Duke's blockbuster maintained a steady pace with a healthy rate of decline. Over 4 weekdays, it grossed $17.21 million, pushing the North American total past $150 million, reaching $160.52 million. Then, as a new weekend began, Duke left North America. The main cast split into 2 groups to head to London and Berlin respectively to promote Batman Begins in Europe. Compared to East Asia, which was deeply influenced by Japanese manga, Europe had greater exposure to DC and Marvel Comics. Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man were all household names. Since Batman Begins had done well in North America and the audience reception, though not as high as Duke's previous Lord of the Rings trilogy, was still very positive. These factors drove strong turnout in overseas theaters. Duke stayed a day in Berlin for 2 promotional events, then rushed to Munich, specially attending the first Bundesliga match of Bayern Munich in the newly completed Allianz Arena. The camera frequently caught his image during the game, and at halftime, the stadium's big screen even aired a trailer for Batman Begins. Of course, this was definitely a paid advertisement. Even Duke appearing at the stadium to watch the game accompanied by Rummenigge was part of a plan from Warner's German branch. Duke didn't know much about football. The matches he occasionally watched were mostly from the Premier League. This current Bayern Munich team was relatively unfamiliar to him. The only player he could recognize was Ballack, thanks to the latter's later stint in the Premier League. Duke, are you interested in cooperating with Bayern Munich Club to make a football movie? Because Duke did not understand German, Rummenigge spoke to him in English. We have been planning to shoot a very influential football film. Sorry, Carl. Duke politely declined. I don't know much about football. I'm not suitable to direct this kind of movie. That was only one reason. Football is undoubtedly the world's #1 sport, completely overshadowing American football and basketball on a global scale, but football movies remain decidedly niche. Besides, he really wasn't familiar with English-style football. Even if he wanted to shoot a sports-themed movie in the future, the American football he had experience with was undoubtedly more suitable. During the 3-day weekend, Duke stayed 2 days in Germany, and on the last day went to Vienna to attend the premiere of Batman Begins in Austria. After the short weekend, this overseas promotion temporarily came to an end. Duke left Europe and returned to Los Angeles. As a culturally closer overseas market, the results Batman Begins achieved in Europe were more than satisfactory. The UK made $12.65 million in the opening weekend, Germany $14.32 million, France $10.35 million, Spain $9.21 million, Italy $8.55 million. Although Batman Begins was somewhat coldly received in East Asian markets led by Japan and South Korea, it also scored a solid $11.78 million opening weekend in Australia. Batman Begins was released in 77 countries and regions overseas. earning a total of $122.17 million this weekend. Meanwhile, the competing film Flyboys only made a fraction of Batman Begins' overseas box office, and that fraction wasn't counted in tens of millions, but just $2.17 million. The Flyboys premiered first in 41 countries and regions, and its box office numbers were barely passable. Duke was done paying attention to this competitor. Seeing it could only be described as a complete failure, he just set it aside and didn't even bother to check its second-week box office in North America, as there was simply no need. Even if God himself came down, it could not save this film. In North America, Batman Begins went through its third weekend. Because there were no major new releases this week, Batman Begins easily held onto the top spot with $20.12 million, effortlessly, achieving a three-peat. At this point, Batman Begins' North American box office had accumulated $180.64 million, with global box office combined reaching $302.81 million. At this moment, no one would dispute that Batman has been reborn on the big screen. However, the reign of this film was about to come to an end. Memorial Day was approaching, and a film that had become a cultural symbol in North America and worldwide was about to premiere. George Lucas was bringing his Star Wars prequel 3, Revenge of the Sith, with a strong force. Moreover, in the film's promotion, George Lucas openly stated this would be the last installment of his Star Wars series. For Star Wars fans, this naturally meant the final chapter of the saga. The final Star Wars film, its appeal to fans is self-evident. Even those who are not Star Wars fans were itching to see it live, to bid farewell to this great series. Chapter 555, Sentimental Appeal. Chapter 555, Sentimental Appeal. Although Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith had already held its world premiere at the Cannes Film Festival, a grand North American premiere was still organized. Duke, among many other celebrities, accepted the invitation and attended the premiere in person. Quickly walking down the red carpet, Duke saw many renowned figures in the industry waiting outside the theater. All four great directors Martin Scorsese, Francis Coppola, and Steven Spielberg were present. Harrison Ford, Liam Neeson, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, and others made the premiere glitter with stardom. Standing in front of the theater and looking toward the red carpet, guests were still continuously arriving. Duke knew very well this was the power of the Star Wars franchise. After all the guests had stepped onto the red carpet, two squads of Imperial stormtroopers charged in and took positions on either side of the carpet, causing fans in the vicinity to erupt in cheers. Then, a heavy breathing sound came through the loudspeakers on site. It was the most iconic sound of Darth Vader. The crowd along the red carpet immediately quieted down, seemingly focused on listening to that sound. Their beloved Darth Vader was back. Duke could even see some fans wiping their eyes, as if they were brushing away tears. He once liked the series as well, but more so for the bald-headed girl who once stood beside George Lucas. After coming to this country, he truly experienced the unique charm of Star Wars. Some might say the series has nothing but special effects, but as long as it's called Star Wars, that's enough. As long as the film is a part of the Star Wars franchise and not horribly made, it's practically guaranteed to be a box office success. Then again, no matter how bad it gets, can it ever be worse than Attack of the Clones? Without a doubt, playing Darth Vader's voice at the premiere was for sentimentality to evoke the emotional appeal of the Star Wars fandom. Sentiment in cinema is intangible, but it can be converted into real, tangible profit. Take Duke's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, for instance. After this year's Oscars, Warner Bros. Released a new edition of The Lord of the Rings trilogy DVD. This wasn't the extended edition personally edited by Duke, just a repackaged set of the original DVDs, with an added hour of footage and behind-the-scenes extras. Even so, countless people still paid for it. In its first week on the market, it sold over $130 million worldwide, and by now total sales had surpassed $200 million. These buyers were clearly driven by their feelings toward The Lord of the Rings. Even without a survey, Duke could easily guess that at least 70% of the buyers had already purchased the previous DVD sets of the trilogy, and at least 90% had watched the series multiple times through various channels. Yet they still paid for The Lord of the Rings. More precisely, they were paying for their emotional attachment to it. What are you thinking about? A nasal voice suddenly spoke from beside him. Duke didn't need to look to know who had come over. Without turning his head, he replied, "Thinking about how long it's been since we last saw each other." "Not long. Just a few months." Clicking her sharp and thin heels, Sofia Coppola walked up beside Duke and deliberately changed to a curious tone. "Why'd you come alone?" Duke shrugged slightly. "Aren't I alone now?" "That's not right." "I heard." Sofia leaned in slightly, teasing. "I heard Scarlett's been getting pretty close to you lately. It's about time." Duke ignored her, checked his watch, and started walking into the theater. "Let's go in." "Still not over your last relationship?" Trailing behind, Sofia continued mumbling. Among Duke's few friends, only Sofia dared to say these kinds of things without restraint. "No way. A guy who changes women like clothes can't possibly be heartbroken, right?" As if he didn't hear a word, Duke didn't respond to her and directly entered the VIP lounge. Once inside, Sofia Coppola immediately stopped her joking monologue. After all, there were many people in the lounge, and some came over to greet her and Duke. "Long time no see, Duke." It was Steven Spielberg. Duke took a step forward and shook his hand. "Indeed, long time no see, Steven." "Hello, Uncle Steven." Sofia was smart enough to see Spielberg had come specifically to find Duke. After a quick greeting, she stood silently by Duke's side. Spielberg didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Duke, is the movie license for Hasbro's Transformers toy line in your hands?" "That's right." Duke didn't deny it and nodded. "I acquired it a few years ago." Hearing that, Spielberg looked slightly disappointed but still asked tentatively, "Can we collaborate with DreamWorks?" "Sorry, Steven." Duke politely declined. "I have no plans to produce that series in the short term." There were no personal grudges between him and Spielberg, but undermining DreamWorks was a matter of principle. Even if Duke were ready to shoot a live-action Transformers movie now, he wouldn't accept DreamWorks' investment. Today's DreamWorks was struggling. The once called seventh major Hollywood studio was now on the edge of a cliff and might fall into the abyss this summer. As for the reason though Scarlett didn't star in it, the island would still be released this summer. Michael Bay, who hadn't had much success in recent years, would likely be unable to change the film's fate. Even if the film turned out better than the original, with 6 hungry wolves surrounding DreamWorks, success wouldn't come easily. Spielberg wasn't foolish. Seeing Duke's attitude, he didn't push further and instead changed the topic. "I heard Iron Man is officially entering production. Are you searching for an actress to play Pepper Potts?" Duke nodded slightly. "That's right. I'm planning to hold a large-scale audition for the role." "Duke, I have a goddaughter." As expected, since Spielberg brought up the role, he definitely had an agenda. "You should know her, Gwyneth Paltrow." "I'll have someone send her an audition invitation," Duke said tactfully. After all, it was just an audition. This kind of favor had to be given to Spielberg. Everyone in the industry knew the Jewish old man treated his godchildren well. "Thank you." Spielberg gave a word of thanks, then left. Watching his departing figure, Sofia Coppola suddenly sighed. "You don't intend to use Gwyneth Paltrow, do you?" "You can tell." Duke turned his head and looked at her. Sofia shrugged. "Darling, don't forget, I was your personal assistant for years." "I really don't plan to use Gwyneth Paltrow," Duke admitted. "But I couldn't just reject Steven to his face over something so minor. Could I?" "Why not?" Sofia didn't follow up on Duke's words, but instead asked, "I've read some Iron Man comics. Gwyneth's personal image does resemble Pepper Potts a bit. What's her working style like?" Duke reminded her, "I'm not talking about relationships or private life, but her behavior on set." Sofia understood what Duke meant. Hollywood's most notorious diva. If she were half as smart as you, she wouldn't be in her current situation. Duke was stating the truth. Gwyneth was famously difficult to work with in Hollywood, frequently causing strange troubles on set and falling out with many directors, including top ones. Ever since she won the Oscar for Best Actress, her career had been on a downward spiral. If not for Spielberg as her godfather and the status she maintained through fashion and high culture, she would never have been able to hold her current position. Duke also knew very well that hiring Gwyneth Paltrow wouldn't bring many benefits. Her diva tendencies would only worsen. Just like Australians hated Nicole Kidman, and the British never liked Hollywood's English Rose, in a few years Americans would be sick of Gwyneth Paltrow. Pepper Potts was a recurring character in many Marvel movies. Though just a decorative supporting role, if other options were available, why choose a troublesome actress? From beginning to end, Duke had never considered using Gwyneth Paltrow. A staff member entered the VIP lounge and led the guests toward the screening room. Duke and Sophia walked in together, changed seats again, and sat side by side, preparing to watch the movie. The waiting time was always dull. Sophia looked at the bald woman standing next to George Lucas in the front row and suddenly said, "I heard you had a thing with her too?" That was a long time ago. Duke didn't shy away and looked at the woman who now had a buzz cut. A very smart and calculating woman. Sophia asked, "Smarter than me?" Duke glanced at her and replied bluntly, "In terms of scheming, planning, and patience, even two of you wouldn't compare to her." Oh, Sophia didn't mind. She batted her eyes playfully and deliberately said, "Seems she left quite an impression on you." The big screen lit up, and Duke reminded, "The movie's about to start." This was the darkest Star Wars installment. Though the film had a glaring flaw, Anakin Skywalker's transformation was too abrupt and unconvincing. But that didn't matter. After all, it was Star Wars, and George Lucas himself had called it the final Star Wars film. There was no surprise. As the new week began, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, not only knocked Batman Begins off the top spot and became the box office champion, but also set a new North American weekend box office record with $150.04 million. Despite being squeezed out by Revenge of the Sith, Batman Begins still earned $12.15 million. Combined with the previous 4 weekdays, it had accumulated a North American box office total of $202.79 million. As the film's hottest release phase ended, Duke gradually shifted his focus to preparing his next project. Chapter 556, The Ultimate Version. Chapter 556, Chapter 556, The Ultimate Version. Time gradually stepped into June. On June 1st, Marvel Studios, in collaboration with Warner Brothers, held a grand press conference in Burbank to officially announce the launch of Marvel's very own superhero film, Iron Man, which had entered the preparatory stage. Previously, there had been widespread rumors that Duke's next film would be Iron Man. Now, as he sat in Warner's press hall, it was undoubtedly an official confirmation of that fact. Hundreds of journalists filled the press hall. Marvel Studios CEO Kevin Feige personally acted as the host. Sitting beside him were Duke, Warner Brothers CEO Doug Walter, the father of Marvel superheroes Stan Lee, and Marvel Comics CEO Avi Arad, each a heavyweight figure. Their presence clearly demonstrated that both the production and distribution parties had placed high hopes on Iron Man. However, the media's attention was still focused on Duke. After all, he was the most famous person present and was serving as both the film's director and producer. When the press conference entered the open Q&A session, one journalist after another began to fire questions at Duke. A reporter from the New York Times was the first to stand up and asked, "Duke, Marvel owns a large number of superhero characters. According to confirmed sources, the reason Marvel Studios chose Iron Man as the first project is due to your suggestion. Why did you choose Tony Stark first?" In the comic world, the Iron Man series is as well known as Spider-Man, X-Men, and Fantastic Four. This comic has been popular for decades and has always been followed by readers. Tony Stark can be said to be the hottest character Marvel could turn to at the moment. With the loss of Spider-Man's rights, there weren't many first choices available. Duke didn't explain further. After briefly organizing his words, he added, "Because he isn't a biological mutant, nor bitten by some insect. He's just an ordinary man who uses his intelligence to create a suit of iron, a greatest invention of mankind. Tony Stark is a superhero with weaknesses, and he lives the glamorous life of a playboy, which is why I specifically chose this story as the very first film under the new Marvel Studios." Duke paused for half a second and continued, "We think Iron Man is a very interesting character. Spider-Man and X-Men have already brought godlike heroes to audiences. The reason this story is well suited for adaptation is that it touches on social issues and the world we live in. This story is about redemption and how an ordinary man can transform into a hero, but only after facing misfortune can he unleash his strength." Since the film had just entered the preparation stage, it was not yet time for full-scale publicity. Questions regarding Tony Stark's character settings and such were all passed over to Marvel Comics' Avi Arad and Stan Lee. The press conference lasted nearly the entire morning. After a simple lunch at noon, Duke left the Warner Building and returned to his Duke studio to begin preparations for the film. To prepare a film, the top priority is funding. At the same time as the press conference was being held, Marvel Studios had already allocated $40 million in initial preparatory funds. Without money, even Duke could do nothing. Iron Man's estimated production budget was $130 million, with the bulk of the expense going to Duke's $15 million base salary as director and producer, as well as the all-important special effects production. To put it bluntly, Duke's Iron Man would still be a film driven primarily by special effects. Of course, the charm of Tony Stark's character couldn't be ignored either. The previous Iron Man had become one of the most successful series among Marvel superhero films, thanks in no small part to the lead character's design. Even in the later Avengers, Tony Stark remained the key figure known for his witty and sarcastic remarks. Among them, Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal of the character was undoubtedly a major success. Perhaps due to his personality and personal experiences, he was essentially playing himself. So, Duke's first choice for the male lead was still Robert Downey Jr. Charles Roven was currently in contact with him and his agent. For Robert Downey Jr., who had been mired in drug addiction, there was no way he could turn this down. The biggest point of contention between both parties was Duke's requirement for him to sign a special clause regarding drug use. But that wouldn't be a real issue. With Robert Downey Jr.'s career in a slump, he had no other choice. Not to mention a big-budget commercial production like this, Robert Downey Jr. was even eager to take roles in some not-so-famous TV shows just to make ends meet. It was only because of his tainted past that many refused to hire him. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, Robert Downey Jr. was foolish enough to turn down the role, Duke had already prepared backups. This was his usual style. There's always a first choice, but never an irreplaceable actor. Ever since the rumor that Duke might direct Iron Man began circulating, Nicolas Cage and Tom Cruise had both shown strong interest in playing Iron Man. Cruise even considered producing the film. But with Duke already on board as a highly paid director, and given Marvel's usual business practices, it was impossible to bring in someone like Tom Cruise, who would demand equally high pay. Moreover, Cruise later picked up a project called Valkyrie, and his interest in Iron Man quickly faded. That left Nicolas Cage as the backup choice. From a cost perspective, he was quite suitable for Marvel's appetite. This Oscar-winning actor, who was already showing signs of becoming the king of bad movies, was currently facing a financial crisis. After the Christoph Rokencourt incident back then, Duke had subtly tried to warn him through Sofia Coppola, but Nicolas Cage clearly didn't take it to heart and went down the same old road. He had once been an actor Duke really liked. All he could do now was this much after all. He was friends with Sofia Coppola, but didn't have much of a relationship with Nicolas Cage. Besides, this was a country that highly values personal freedom and extreme privacy. Saying too much would definitely backfire. Although Nicolas Cage's perpetually bitter and angry face was a major issue, he was only a backup after all. And to be honest, it was Iron Man that made Robert Downey Jr. As for the two most important female roles in the film, Pepper Potts and Natasha Romanoff, the latter was already confirmed to be played by Scarlett Johansson. The former would be decided through auditions. Recently, well-informed agents had been passing along their actresses' profiles to Duke and his assistants through all kinds of channels. These people were well aware of Duke's deep connection with Scarlett Johansson, and all targeted the lead female role. Although Pepper Potts was a standard vase role, the number of actresses who had become famous by playing vase roles in Duke's films was countless. Even someone like Charlize Theron had entered the ranks of A-list stars by relying on a vase role. Duke soon finalized a shortlist for auditions, which included many familiar names, such as Rosamund Pike, Rachel McAdams, Amy Adams, etc. These actresses might not be as famous as Gwyneth Paltrow right now, but in terms of looks, acting skills, and fashion taste, they were not far off. In short, with Duke's current appeal, finding a suitable actress was not difficult at all. To exaggerate a bit, as long as he lifted a finger, the number of actresses wanting to star in his film could form a line stretching from Warner Brothers Studios to Beverly Hills. After the project was approved, the script finally settled after numerous revisions. The script was written by Marvel's comic writers, who were the people most familiar with Marvel's characters. Then, Combining the opinions of Stan Lee and Duke, and with the need to align with the larger series, Iron Man's era was moved into the modern day. As everyone knows, Iron Man was born in the 1960s. The character of Tony Stark was modeled after the legendary figure in the American entertainment industry, Howard Hughes. In Stan Lee's words, Howard Hughes was one of the most interesting people of that era. He was an inventor, adventurer, millionaire, playboy, and absolutely a madman. The reason Marvel Comics created the character, Iron Man, was to make a superhero who was different from the others. At that time, among all Marvel comic characters, Iron Man received the most letters from female fans. Readers of all ages were concerned with the character's human side. In Duke's opinion, the character of Iron Man was not only widely loved, but was also the only self-made superhero in the Marvel series. His superpowers all came from the iron suit that Tony Stark created himself. In the original comics, Tony Stark participated in the Vietnam War, which was later changed to the Gulf War. Now, for the movie adaptation, the battlefield had to be relocated again. Duke chose to set it in Afghanistan. First, to fit the needs of the Marvel Universe plan. Second, because as a film aimed at teenagers, the story couldn't feel too outdated. It had to be infused with a sense of modern-day realism. After the script was finalized, Marvel Comics, incorporating Duke's opinions, officially named the universe space in which the story took place as the Ultimate version. The entire Avengers project and the future expansion into space would all occur in this universe. At the same time, as long as the first movie became a hit, a variety of comics centered around the Ultimate version would also be released, including those superheroes whose movie rights weren't owned by Marvel, like Spider-Man and the X-Men. Even if the film rights couldn't be recovered, the comic rights still belonged to Marvel, and Marvel certainly wouldn't let go of the chance to make money. Apart from that, Duke personally contacted the Pentagon. This film required a large amount of military equipment, and with the support of the military, it would definitely save a lot of effort and cost. Ever since The Rock, he had maintained a good relationship with the Pentagon. The Pentagon also responded enthusiastically, even sending a liaison team to Los Angeles specifically, hoping to use Duke's film to promote a new advanced weapon they were about to deploy. Chapter 557, The Raptor. Chapter 557. Chapter 557, The Raptor. Duke, this is Lieutenant Colonel Howard from the Department of Defense. Introduced by the Pentagon's Hollywood liaison officer, Duke shook hands firmly with a military man sporting short chestnut hair. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you too, Director Rosenberg. To be appointed as an officer liaising with the media industry, one certainly couldn't be a stiff character. Lieutenant Colonel Howard flashed a rather brilliant smile at Duke. Just call me Duke, Lieutenant Colonel. Although he had made some achievements, Duke had never been an arrogant man. Besides, maintaining good relations with the Pentagon was nothing but beneficial. There would be plenty of occasions in the future when his films would need Pentagon support, and only an idiot would assume that everyone in the Pentagon was a fool. This was the reception room of Duke's studio. Lieutenant Colonel Howard introduced his accompanying team members to Duke, and the two sides began a small negotiation regarding film cooperation. As is well known, the Pentagon has always supported Hollywood film productions, often offering equipment and personnel support for free, provided the films align with the military's consistent propaganda goals. Although the script of Iron Man had some elements alluding to the Afghanistan war, it still carried strong American patriotism. After finalizing the script, Duke had it specially delivered to the Pentagon's Hollywood liaison office. Aside from a few minor details that didn't affect the film's market value, the Pentagon raised no significant objections. Since The Rock more than a decade ago, Duke had been collaborating with the Pentagon. The subsequent Independence Day and Saving Private Ryan not only deepened their working relationship, but were all about America saving the world. Furthermore, after September 11th, Duke actively cooperated with the government and the military on various proposals. It's no exaggeration to say that he was the Pentagon's most trusted partner in the film industry. This also had much to do with Duke's character and mindset. Whether in the past or now, he was always keenly aware that an individual could never go against mainstream society and the massive machinery of the state. His experiences were unique, but only a fool would choose confrontation over cooperation. Just like, As a Hollywood director, he wouldn't be foolish or arrogant enough to fight against the traditional Big Six studios. Instead, he established very deep partnerships with some of them. Since both sides had aligned on the major direction of collaboration, the negotiation went quite smoothly. The Pentagon would send in a military Humvee convoy, over 20 fighter jets, and a large number of professional personnel to participate in filming, charging only symbolic fees. But what Duke hadn't expected was that the Pentagon also brought along a luxurious bonus package. Duke, there's a scene in the script where Tony Stark encounters Air Force jets. Initially a confrontation, then a rescue sequence. Though a non-combat officer, Lieutenant Colonel Howard maintained a perfectly upright posture. After briefly recalling the script, he said, "I remember you suggested the Pentagon use F-16s or F/A-18 Hornets in that sequence." "That's right." Duke nodded slightly. He couldn't recall which year the F-22 Raptor would be officially deployed, but it was clear that the U.S. military hadn't yet put it into service. So he didn't bring it up. What he didn't expect was that Lieutenant Colonel Howard would mention it on his own. "Have you heard of the F-22 Raptor?" Of course Duke knew about it, and he replied, "The new generation main battle aircraft? The F-22 is about to be officially deployed." Lieutenant Colonel Howard got straight to the point. "The Pentagon wants the F-22 Raptor featured in your film, so its name can quickly become known worldwide. There's no reward without a price." The Pentagon's support wasn't a free lunch. Duke understood this well, and it would only benefit the film. Tony Stark, after becoming Iron Man, battling with the F-22 Raptor would undoubtedly add a huge highlight to the film. So Duke didn't hesitate and said, "I completely agree with the suggestion." Lieutenant Colonel Howard stood up and extended his hand. "I believe this will be another pleasant collaboration." Duke shook his hand. "I've always thought our cooperation has been very pleasant." After seeing off the Pentagon delegation, Duke left Duke's studio and headed to the nearby Warner Brothers studio lot to check on some of the preparation work. As usual, aside from some staff from Marvel Studios, the core team for this film was still composed of Duke's own crew. In terms of producers, in addition to himself and Kevin Feige, Charles Roven took on the extremely important role of executive producer. As in the past, he was specifically responsible for handling all of Duke's miscellaneous affairs. His most important task at the moment was negotiating with the lead actors. After about a week of back and forth, Robert Downey Jr.'s contract had been finalized. Not only had he officially signed the actor agreement, but he had also signed the supplementary terms. According to those supplementary terms, Robert Downey Jr.'s total $2 million payment would be split after deducting the $500,000 the crew had already paid in advance to help him pay off debts. The rest would only be paid after the film was pulled from theaters in North America. If during that period he relapsed into drug use, the remaining payment would be automatically forfeited. Of course, the drug use here refers to incidents that are exposed to the public by the media. As long as it doesn't cause any negative impact on the film, even if Robert Downey Jr. turns to injecting heroin, Duke couldn't care less. This industry indeed can't be measured by normal standards, but in the end, the path is one you choose yourself. In addition, the crew also signed a formal actor contract with Scarlett Johansson. Her salary was only $500,000. At first glance, this seems extremely mismatched with Scarlett Johansson's fame. But in fact, Marvel Studios was already offering a huge discount out of respect for Duke. Scarlett had a certain degree of fame, but she had never acted in a commercial film before, and thus had never proven her market value. In a sense, this is a major sorrow for art film actors. Just like Daniel Day-Lewis and Meryl Streep, their asking price in commercial films is not high at all, especially the latter. With her acting skills and number of awards, she should be an A-list or even super A-list actress in Hollywood, already a member of the $20 million club. But the truth is quite the opposite. Acting skills and awards have always been only a part of what makes a superstar, and not even the most important part. For example, Julia Roberts. Even if she hadn't won the Best Actress Oscar around the turn of the century, no one would deny that she was the most representative Hollywood actress of the 1990s. The price tag of $500,000 is enough to confirm Scarlett Johansson's current market value. In fact, Duke vaguely remembers that the real-life Scarlett Johansson, in order to transition to commercial films, was reportedly paid less than $300,000 for Iron Man 2. Inside the large soundstage at Warner Brothers Studios, Duke made a round through each department, checking on the progress of various preparations. Although California doesn't offer tax incentives, Duke still decided to shoot the main scenes of the film in the greater Los Angeles area. Although Iron Man's comic book setting is mainly in New York, just like all Marvel superhero comics, I want to set the story on the West Coast. Walking inside the soundstage, Duke spoke to his assistant Anna Prince. Too many superhero films in the past have placed the battleground in New York. Tony Stark is fundamentally different from other superheroes. We have to bring something fresh to the table. Compared to Zack Snyder, Anna Prince was an excellent executor, but not a decision-maker. After thinking for a moment, she said, "You mean, to differentiate this from other superhero movies? Is that why you insist on letting Tony Stark reveal his Iron Man identity at the end of the film? All superheroes hide their heads and show their tails, leading double lives. Even though there's no aesthetic fatigue yet." When they reached the entrance of the soundstage, Duke stopped, looked up at the vast sky, and said, "We still need to bring something new. Wouldn't an Iron Man who dares to publicly admit he's a superhero feel more refreshing?" In the real-life version of that film, Tony Stark publicly admitted at the end that he was Iron Man. That scene had a huge impact, as no superhero had ever done such a thing in a movie before. Duke didn't know what kind of considerations Marvel had when they agreed to shoot the film that way. Maybe because it was too early. When Duke brought up the idea, he was strongly opposed by Marvel's writers, led by Stan Lee. Superhero comics had developed for so many years that certain patterns and thinking habits had inevitably formed. The reason Duke was ultimately able to convince them had a lot to do with his past achievements. After all, no one could ignore the advice of such a successful director. Besides, according to Marvel Studios' development plan, the Avengers would eventually appear. The Avengers were bound to cause earth-shattering events. Under such circumstances, if superheroes' identities could still be kept secret, it would simply be insulting the audience's intelligence. "I'm working with a few assistant directors to draft the script schedule and storyboard illustrations." Seeing that Duke was about to leave, Anna Prince handed him a folder. "This is the completed portion. Now wasn't the time to look at it." So Duke merely flipped through it quickly before handing it to the bodyguard following behind him. He waved to Anna Prince to indicate that was all for now, then turned and headed toward the training facility next to the soundstage. The main actors for the action scenes and their stunt doubles were currently receiving professional training from Jimmy Carter in the training center. When Duke entered the facility, aside from spotting Scarlett Johansson's familiar figure, he also saw another main actor, Robert Downey Jr., who was playing Tony Stark. Chapter 558, The Shadow over the Downey Family. Chapter 558, Chapter 558, The Shadow over the Downey Family. This used to be a medium-sized studio, but in recent years, since Duke had been shooting action-related films, Jimmy Carter needed a professional training facility. At Duke's suggestion, Warner Brothers invested in renovating the studio, turning it into a professional venue that integrated fitness, combat, and endurance training. Standing in the rest area, Duke watched as a few of Jimmy Carter's assistants helped Scarlett with her action training and asked the person next to him, "How are they doing?" They had been partners for many years, and Jimmy Carter didn't hold back. He said directly, "Scarlett's very hardworking, but limited by her figure and build. She doesn't have much talent in this area." Duke nodded lightly, not surprised by Jimmy Carter's words. If someone with such a sexy figure could also become a close combat expert without difficulty, it would defy every law of physics. But after all, this was a movie. A sexy and hot Natasha Romanoff agent was far more appealing to the audience than a scrawny Black Widow. Besides, apart from a few relatively easy moves, Scarlett mostly flaunted her figure and face in the film. Those high-difficulty stunts would naturally be done by stunt doubles. Duke believed that if Scarlett Johansson got injured, his mother definitely wouldn't be happy. Just like he had said in the past, no matter what kind of relationship, it required time to cultivate and settle. After spending more than 10 years together, his mother treated her goddaughter with enough seriousness. Taking his eyes off Scarlett Johansson, Duke looked to the other side of the training facility. A man with long dark brown hair was working out under the guidance of a professional coach. Perhaps because of his long beard, he looked somewhat haggard, just like his current situation. This man was Robert Downey Jr. He's working hard too, Jimmy Carter added. He wasn't originally included in our training plan, but after officially being confirmed for the role of Tony Stark, he volunteered to join the fitness training. Looks like he understands the importance of hard work now. Duke looked at Robert Downey Jr. and said, "Keep an eye on him. Our collaboration with him won't stop here." Robert Downey Jr. used to be the epitome of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. But Duke had spent many years in Hollywood and knew how muddy the waters in this circle could be. Whether Robert Downey Jr. had really kicked his drug addiction, perhaps only his agent and personal assistant knew for sure. The Downey family could be said to be deeply shrouded in the shadow of drugs. His father, Robert Downey Sr., was a famous producer and screenwriter in Hollywood, a textbook addict. Robert Downey Jr. rose to fame in the early 1990s, but then sank into drug addiction and couldn't extricate himself, even being arrested and imprisoned at one point. Not long after, Robert Downey Jr.'s son was also exposed by the media for drug use. This could be described as a typical Hollywood family. The only consolation was that Robert Downey Jr. had once messed up, but at least he finally woke up, and not too late. Anyway, from Jimmy Carter's observation, Robert Downey Jr. had shown enough effort and professionalism. Duke was also reassured about his choice. After all, this was an actor he had strongly insisted on using. If any scandal broke out, it wouldn't look good for him either. Retracting his gaze from the training area and discussing some work progress matters, Duke suddenly changed the subject. "Jimmy, have you ever considered opening a school and taking students?" he said jokingly. "Like Bruce Lee?" Jimmy Carter asked. Duke nodded slightly, something like that. "My interest is still in film, Jimmy." Carter thought for a moment and said, "You know me, I'm not very interested in that stuff. Besides, the fighting in movies and real combat are two totally different things." Seeing the other party wasn't interested, Duke didn't bring it up again. The two turned to discussing the fight scenes needed in the film. This wasn't just about real hand-to-hand combat, but also the action scenes after putting on the Iron Man suit. Jimmy Carter suddenly asked, "Duke, have you ever read Japanese mecha comics?" "No." Duke slowly shook his head. "I haven't explored that area much. I think Iron Man's close combat scenes." Jimmy Carter had clearly done plenty of research, could borrow from the close combat styles of mechas. Duke thought for a moment and said, "Put together a complete plan for me." When it came to designing action scenes, Jimmy Carter was the expert. Although Duke also did some designing, he excelled at shooting and editing action scenes. Fight choreography wasn't his strong suit. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. "Hey, Duke." Just finishing her training, Scarlett Johansson walked over. She was wearing a white training outfit, wiping sweat from her forehead with a towel while greeting Duke. "Did you come all this way just to see me?" Jimmy Carter could guess something and didn't say a word. He simply left the rest area. "This is my job." Seeing Scarlett hand her towel to the assistant who had followed her, Duke took a bottle of specialized sports drink, handed it to her, and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Pretty exhausting, huh?" "Yeah, way more tiring than acting in an art film." In front of Duke, Scarlett had no need to hide anything. She lightly complained, "I thought playing a pretty face would be easy, but turns out even a vase has to work hard." In the stereotypical view, compared to those actresses known for their acting in art films, it seemed the vases in commercial films always easily handled their roles and rose to fame without much effort, but in many cases, that just wasn't true. How long did Charlize Theron train for her vase role in The Matrix? Orlando Bloom spent months practicing archery and working out for Legolas, even straining his tendons at one point. Not to mention Duke's films. Take former vases like Megan Fox, for example. How much did she go through while filming Transformers? The agony of sprinting thousands of feet in sky-high heels is something only she would truly understand. In this industry, everyone who makes it big is incredibly lucky, but behind that luck is unseen effort. Likewise, even with two stunt doubles, if Scarlett wanted to play Natasha Romanoff well, the effort she needed to put in wouldn't be any less than for an art film, probably even far more. "You look like you've lost some weight," Duke said as he took the drink bottle back from Scarlett. "Looks like you've really been working hard. Do I still seem like that nagging, mischievous little kid? In your eyes? I've grown up, you know." Scarlett's eyes suddenly dropped to just below her neck. "These are kind of too big, and during training they're a total burden." Duke didn't respond to her comment. He checked his watch and said, "Keep going. I've got other things to do." "All right." Scarlett leaned in close to him. "I'll come see you in Malibu tomorrow." Just before exiting the training center, Duke suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around to see Robert Downey Jr. rushing up. It looked like he had something to say. Director Rosenberg. Meeting Duke's gaze, Robert Downey Jr. quickly walked over. "May I have a few minutes of your time?" "No problem." Duke nodded at him. "No need to be so formal." Robert Downey Jr. stopped 4 feet away, a very sincere and grateful expression on his face. I, Director Rosenberg, I just wanted to say thank you." Duke looked at him, clearly aware that Robert Downey Jr. hadn't finished what he wanted to say, so he didn't respond. "After I got out of prison, everyone treated me like poison. Nobody wanted to associate with me. In many auditions I went to, I was eliminated as soon as it began." It seemed that this experience had made him especially emotional. Robert Downey Jr. let out a long sigh and said, "Those who haven't been down and out can't truly understand how important success is. When I finally understood that, I realized I didn't even have the chance to succeed. Thank you for giving me that chance," Robert Downey Jr. said sincerely. "If you ever need me in the future." Duke smiled slightly and said, "I'll definitely give you a call when the time comes." Robert Downey Jr. also smiled. Perhaps because of what he'd been through, he had clearly become a lot smarter. Deliberately leaving Duke with the favor to call in wasn't a bad way of giving himself another opportunity. Giving Robert Downey Jr. a light pat on the arm, Duke walked out of the training center. Although they hadn't interacted for long, he could vaguely sense that Robert Downey Jr. was a man of genuine character. But thinking about everything that had changed since he entered Hollywood, it felt like some things were finally returning to the right path. Back in the day, when Robert Downey Jr. got out of prison and made his comeback, Mel Gibson played a crucial role. That's why later, during negotiations with Marvel Studios, Downey directly said that as long as Mel Gibson directed Iron Man 4, he'd continue in the role, wanting to repay the man who had been completely ostracized by Hollywood's mainstream. But now, Mel Gibson had long since been schemed against and driven back to Australia by Duke and Tom Cruise together, leading to a situation where Robert Downey Jr., post-prison, faced an even tougher road than before. However, with Iron Man arriving early, combined with Duke's reputation and influence, it might not be a bad thing for Robert Downey Jr. after all. Isn't it strange how the world works sometimes? Preparing Iron Man was just as complicated. A new company like Marvel Studios severely lacked hands-on experience. If not for Duke's seasoned team and the strong support from distributor Warner Brothers, Iron Man's preparation alone would have taken a lot more time. It would have been impossible to release it next summer as planned. Even so, a mountain of work still lay ahead. After the brief relaxation following Batman Begins, Duke once again dove into a whirlwind of intense labor. Chapter 559, DreamWorks Collapses. Chapter 559, Chapter 559, DreamWorks Collapses. Throughout June, Duke was busy preparing for Iron Man. While working, he also kept an eye on the box office performance of Batman Begins, since the stronger the foundation this film laid, the more explosive the release of the second installment would be. Following George Lucas's Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, the North American movie market in June welcomed Mr. and Mrs. Smith starring Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, DreamWorks Animation Studios' major production Madagascar, and War of the Worlds directed by Steven Spielberg. Coupled with the residual popularity of two May blockbusters, the competition in the market became even fiercer. The box office of Batman Begins inevitably showed a downward trend, but overall, the decline remained stable. During the entire month of June, it grossed $36.28 million, and by the time July arrived, the North American box office had reached $239.07 million. Breaking the $250 million mark was basically a certainty. In overseas markets, Batman Begins was released in more than 90 countries and regions, grossing $235.66 million internationally. The global box office totaled a staggering $474.73 million, and surpassing $500 million wouldn't take much longer. However, compared to Duke's other films, the overseas box office performance of Batman Begins appeared slightly lackluster. Generally, For today's blockbuster action, sci-fi, fantasy, and war films that perform well in North America, the international box office tends to be 1.2 to 1.5 times the North American box office, or even higher. Batman Begins leans toward a dark and realistic style, and after leaving the North American market, it somewhat affected the audience's reception. In other words, the film was relatively a bit more complex and not joyful enough. But such results were already enough to satisfy Warner Brothers and Duke. After all, this was a reboot that had suffered a painful failure before. These box office numbers already proved that Batman had been reborn. In fact, Warner Brothers' top executives had already decided that when Duke produced the second Batman film, there would be no budget cap. Of course, this was relative. After all, Duke wasn't James Cameron. Although his films had always been major productions, he wasn't the type of director who was a bottomless money pit. That was a matter for the future. The second Batman movie wouldn't arrive until after Iron Man was released. One film a year was Duke's limit. If the pace was accelerated, first, he couldn't guarantee quality, and second, the other members of the team couldn't handle it either. Besides its impressive box office, Batman Begins also performed well in merchandise sales. After nearly 2 months of screening, various related products generated over $130 million in sales in North America. Overseas, nearly $80 million worth of merchandise was sold, especially the comics. After Batman's resurrection on the big screen, all versions of Batman comics became bestsellers overnight. DC Comics' performance in June increased by nearly 30% compared to the previous month. And then there was the Batmobile. This wildly cool-looking car sold nearly 400 units in various configurations from the beginning of May to now, bringing huge revenue to both Lamborghini and Warner Brothers. According to the contract signed between both parties, in addition to a 20% box office share, Duke would also receive an 8% cut from all Batman-related merchandise revenue. A blockbuster film brought in astonishing income. In Hollywood, when a studio invests in 3 to 5 large-scale productions at the same time, often just one successful hit can recover the costs and even turn a profit. Even those films that incur short-term losses, if they're not too awful, can potentially break even through long-term offline operations. Of course, Duke's films didn't fall into that category. Even the worst-performing ones in terms of box office could recoup costs and basically achieve profitability. In July, something major happened in Hollywood. Released during the Independence Day holiday, The Island suffered both critical and commercial failure, just like Kingdom of Heaven and Flyboys released in May. This high-budget sci-fi film, which cost $126 million to make, only grossed around $12 million in its opening week. By the second weekend, it plummeted to just $5 million. Its North American box office was unlikely to surpass $50 million, making a massive loss inevitable. As if it were the last straw that broke the camel's back, The Island exposed all the crises plaguing the struggling DreamWorks. Even the personal relationships among David Geffen, Steven Spielberg, and Jeffrey Katzenberg were on the verge of breaking apart. With external wolves circling and internal crises mounting, DreamWorks, which once aimed to become a new Hollywood giant, had come to a turning point in its fate. By mid-July, earlier than Duke remembered, DreamWorks officially announced bankruptcy and restructuring. It shut down heavily loss-making departments such as its record and television divisions, and it would no longer distribute its self-produced films independently. Giving up distribution rights meant that DreamWorks had completely bowed down to the 6 major studios. Everyone in Hollywood knew that only studios with expansive distribution channels could stand at the forefront of the industry. Although DreamWorks could still restructure, the restructured DreamWorks would no longer be the same company that the original 3 giants envisioned. Looking back, Duke still vaguely remembered the glorious scene when DreamWorks was founded in 1994. David Geffen, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Steven Spielberg, these 3 Jewish geniuses, might never have thought of failure when they finally decided, on the advice of Robert Zemeckis, to create a film company independent of Hollywood. These 3 had many things in common. All were of Jewish descent, none had a complete college education, all were full of creativity, and all had vast personal resources. At the time, many people who were dissatisfied with the domination of major corporations in Hollywood placed high commercial hopes on DreamWorks, the newborn studio, hoping that these three geniuses with massive resources could create a new landscape for Hollywood. When DreamWorks was founded, Spielberg once held a business dinner at his home. Duke still remembers that due to the growing number of curious guests, Spielberg's wife even had to run to a nearby store to buy more linen tablecloths as additions. The brilliance of that time stands in stark contrast to the current situation. Why did DreamWorks fail? The 6 major Hollywood studios are an unavoidable factor. They, along with people closely connected to them, such as Duke, never relaxed their siege on DreamWorks. Of course, aside from the external environment and business management factors, the failure of DreamWorks also had a lot to do with the vastly different temperaments and areas of focus of the 3 founders. To put it simply, what kind of scene would it be if these 3 vastly different personalities held a breakfast meeting together? Duke had heard Tom Hanks mention more than once David Geffen's words were usually short and gentle in tone. Jeffrey Katzenberg was a substance-over-style guy and would strictly control the meeting time to within 22 minutes. Spielberg, on the other hand, had a cartoonist's mindset. He could draw anything on paper and then make it a reality. For example, when discussing something with someone, David Geffen would say, "We think you're amazing. If you can join us, that would be perfect. If not, we still think you're amazing." Katzenberg would say, "You're amazing. Now, here are 17 reasons why you should work with us." Spielberg would say, "I loved your performance in that film 5 years ago, the scene where the platypus dances at the table. Because you could do that, it means you can do anything." That's how their meetings went, and they definitely ended within 22 minutes. The 3 had enormous ideological differences. If DreamWorks had developed smoothly, these wouldn't have been a problem. But in times of crisis, the collision of different ideas leads to conflict. As DreamWorks sank deeper into the mire, those work and ideology-based conflicts inevitably evolved into personal conflicts. So, the 3 titans split up, and DreamWorks' ability to deal with external crises was weakened. From DreamWorks' outcome, Duke saw an alternative future for himself. If, after his initial success, he had chosen not to continue collaborating with Warner Brothers and instead ambitiously pursued independence, where would that have led? Most likely to something even worse than DreamWorks. What follows failure is either a counterattack from rock bottom or an even greater disaster. DreamWorks had no capacity to counterattack. After announcing bankruptcy and restructuring, the 3 founders eventually went their separate ways. David Geffen completely withdrew from the DreamWorks system and the Hollywood film and entertainment industry, devoting himself to philanthropy with his billions in wealth. Jeffrey Katzenberg took control of DreamWorks Animation Studio, the only profitable branch of the DreamWorks system, and continued his battle with his longtime nemesis Michael Eisner and old rival Disney Animation. Steven Spielberg became the new owner of the live-action DreamWorks studio, which had been split off independently. However, this director, who never once attended a DreamWorks finance meeting, was not a qualified operator and is currently looking for a suitable distribution partner. In just a short period, the once 7th largest film studio in Hollywood fell apart, and the dominance of Hollywood giants became even more pronounced. Although there's some wistfulness about the fate of DreamWorks and the 3 founders, Duke doesn't feel much sympathy. After all, DreamWorks collapsed even earlier than it might have, and his own emergence was one of the important reasons. Someone who personally dealt a blow to DreamWorks has neither the right nor the need to feel sympathetic. Of course, Duke has no regrets. If given another chance, he still wouldn't stand on DreamWorks' side. After shifting his attention from DreamWorks' fate, Duke continued with his preparations. After several rounds of large-scale auditions, the crew had narrowed the choice for the female lead to a relatively small range. Chapter 560, The Leading Lady Candidate. Chapter 560, The Leading Lady Candidate. Inside the film strip room at Warner Brothers Studios, Anna Prinz left her seat, walked over to the projector, and shut off the power. The small screen returned to stillness. Sitting near the door, John Schwartzman pressed a switch. The curtains automatically rose, and the room was once again bathed in light. Recalling the footage from the second audition, Duke slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, share your thoughts. We still need to finalize the leading role from the last few candidates." Due to his trip to inspect Edward Air Force Base, Duke had missed the second round of auditions for the female lead. With Anna Prinz in charge of the auditions, he felt reassured. There was on-site footage available, and finalizing the female lead now wouldn't be too late. I think Rosamund Pike isn't suitable. Charles Roven, who oversaw production matters and had a say in the main casting choices, spoke up and immediately gave his reason. She's British. Under normal circumstances, a British actress playing a typical American character wouldn't be an issue, but this was the inaugural project of Marvel's grand plan. Charles Roven, being somewhat conservative in thought, preferred to avoid any unnecessary risks, a stance that was perfectly understandable. No one present was British, nor did anyone have a special fondness for British actresses, so nobody objected to Charles Roven's opinion. If no one has any objections, Duke looked around at his core team members and said, then we'll exclude Rosamund Pike. Next, Amanda Seyfried, who had been recommended by regional marketing partner Peter, was also ruled out. The reason was simple: she was too young and didn't fit the role of a mature female assistant. Flipping through the files in her hand, Anna Prinz said, I also think Amy Adams isn't suitable. She paused briefly and then gave her reasoning. Amy Adams is too short, and her baby face makes her appear not mature or steady enough. I don't think she fits the image of a professional woman. Gwyneth Paltrow is actually quite good. John Schwartzman suddenly chimed in. Her demeanor and acting are on point, it's just her attitude on set that's hard to deal with. No one disagreed with the opinions being voiced. Duke gradually came to realize that, having missed the second audition, he had clearly missed something important. Anna Prinz, Charles Roven, and John Schwartzman seemed to have a shared favorite. Go ahead. Duke directly looked at Anna Prinz. Who's the one you all prefer? Rachel McAdams. Anna Prinz answered and gave her reasoning as well. In terms of acting, appearance, and personal aura, she all fits Pepper Potts' character perfectly. The only issue is her hair color, but she's agreed to dye it honey blonde. The others all nodded in agreement, one after another. Taking a sip of his coffee, Duke once again recalled Rachel McAdams' audition footage. Although the actress wasn't American, she was North American. The relationship between the U.S. and Canada, both officially and among the public, was very close. They often used North America as a joint term, especially in the film industry. There has never really been a Canadian film market, only a North American one. After considering all aspects, Duke finally said, let's go with her. Charles, start negotiations with her as soon as possible. With that, the final key cast member was confirmed, and the footage review meeting was declared over. As Duke and the others left the room, John Schwartzman walked beside him. The cinematographer, who had recently resolved to lose weight, actually looked a bit slimmer. The two of them chatted as they walked, discussing matters related to cinematography. John, according to my vision, there will be some scenes in the film where Tony Stark is recording himself. Seeing Anna Prinz walk over from the other side, Duke couldn't help but raise his voice slightly and said, we'll use a first-person perspective to show Tony Stark's process of making and testing the Iron Man suit. Don't worry. John Schwartzman was full of confidence. That's a piece of cake for me. For one of Hollywood's top cinematographers, this truly wasn't difficult. Duke's decision to shoot it this way was also to enhance audience immersion. Immersion is crucial for superhero films. What the audience experiences isn't just the story and special effects. They need to follow the characters on screen and feel like they're saving the world together. As he walked, Duke continued to give instructions. We also need to change the cinematographic style. For all scenes where the Iron Man suit appears, I want the camera to have a metallic texture. I'll find a way to make it happen. John Schwartzman nodded. Give me a week, Duke, and you'll see the results. Duke had always trusted John Schwartzman, who had worked with him for over a decade. After leaving the soundstage, their conversation gradually drifted away from work-related matters. Once outside, John Schwartzman glanced up at the scorching sun. July's sun had baked California's air like a steam oven. Tugging at his oversized t-shirt, he suddenly said to Duke, actually, during the second audition, I thought of someone even more suitable for Pepper Potts than Rachel McAdams. Turning his head, Duke couldn't help but glance at John Schwartzman in confusion. Walking on Duke's other side, Anna Prinz asked curiously, who is it, John? Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's not that I didn't want to bring it up. It's that we simply can't get her. John Schwartzman showed a strange smile, deliberately keeping them in suspense for a moment before saying, Anna, What do you think of Tina? Anna Prinz couldn't help but roll her eyes. That was indeed a very suitable choice. She would only need to play herself. But what could they possibly offer to get Tina Fey? If she had wanted to be an actress, she probably would have already become a Hollywood star. Reaching out to tap John Schwartzman, Duke couldn't be bothered to respond and directly got into the driver's seat of an electric cart. Once Anna Prinz and Charles Roven, who was behind them, got on, he started the vehicle and drove out of the Warner Brothers studio lot. At the parking lot, they switched to a business vehicle and headed toward Hollywood. They were scheduled to meet representatives from the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, since the film was set to shoot on location in the Hollywood area. In the past film, the battles were confined to Stark's factory vicinity, but Duke had shifted the setting away from New York and brought it to the greater Los Angeles area on the West Coast. Naturally, he needed to destroy some well-known West Coast landmarks. The Golden Gate Bridge was a bit too far, and Las Vegas wasn't close either. The Hollywood Walk of Fame was undoubtedly a great option. Of course, the shooting was only for location footage. The actual destruction scenes would all be CGI composites created by Industrial Light and Magic. The film's special effects were divided into two parts. All prop-related and standard computer effects were handled by Industrial Light and Magic, while the live-action motion capture for Tony Stark was assigned to Weta Workshop, which had more expertise in that area. After meeting with the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, they did a thorough tour around the Walk of Fame. In recent years, Duke had been extremely busy with work and life, and it had been a long time since he'd strolled through Hollywood so attentively. Their group specifically drove around Highland Commercial Center and near the TCL Chinese Theater to get a better look. If nothing unexpected happened, this would likely be the area affected by the battle between Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. However, these would just be secondary battlefields. The ultimate showdown between the two opposing forces would still return to the arc reactor for its climax. Director Rosenberg. As they were preparing to leave the Chamber of Commerce's office, one of the officials came over specifically and asked, "Are you interested in the Walk of Fame?" The man was referring to the stars on the Walk of Fame. Duke naturally understood and smiled, replying, "Mr. Paul, how many stars are you planning to award me?" Just as the official froze for a moment, Duke took his leave from the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. If this were 20 or even 10 years ago, getting a star on the Walk of Fame would have been hugely attractive to anyone striving in Hollywood. Back then, applying to the chamber was a dazzling honor, enough to blind people with its brilliance. But starting in the late 90s, major Hollywood stars, directors, screenwriters, and producers gradually lost interest in applying for stars through the chamber. Even top-tier celebrities had little enthusiasm for it anymore. Most well-known stars who appeared in the news for getting a star did so only when their movies or albums were being heavily promoted. The Walk of Fame was no longer a symbol of glory, but had become a commercial promotion tool. In fact, no one could be blamed for this. It was the chamber's own doing. No one knew exactly when it started, but as long as you paid the association a certain fee, you could get a star on the Walk of Fame. Although the location might not be great, this was completely different from the regular maintenance fees stars usually paid. This purely commercial practice had undermined the significance the Walk of Fame once held. For someone at Duke's level, having a name on the Walk of Fame was entirely optional. Forget about applying if the location wasn't good enough. Even if the chamber invited him directly, he would refuse without hesitation. In fact, this behavior had become increasingly common in recent years. Many top-tier stars and directors had turned down the chamber's invitations. Of course, if the chamber was willing to give him stars for each of his roles as screenwriter, director, editor, and producer, Duke might actually consider it. After leaving the Hollywood area, Duke and Charles Roven went to the Hughes aircraft plant, where several hangars had recently been converted into massive sound stages. Following the production of Batman Begins, which built sets and shot scenes here, Duke had also placed parts of the Iron Man set inside these hangars. The most important was the cave where the terrorists imprisoned Tony Stark. Duke led a highly experienced team, and the entire pre-production process was proceeding in an orderly and efficient manner. Chapter 561. Chapter 561. Chapter 561. In addition to completing their own work, members of Duke's team were also passing on relevant experience to the staff from Marvel Studios who had joined the crew, using a mentorship approach. Just like every company that had just entered Hollywood, without help, Marvel Studios would also take quite a few detours. Duke was the largest shareholder of Marvel Comics, and in the future, it would be impossible for him to only make superhero movies for Marvel. The faster Marvel Studios grew, the more it would undoubtedly align with his interests. Duke, I think you're still too conservative in your construction of this parallel world. After walking around the set under construction, Stan Lee, who had come all the way from New York to Los Angeles, said to Duke, "A lot of the technology and powers from the comics aren't really described much in the script, which is based primarily on your ideas." Duke slowly shifted his gaze from the model of Tony Stark's mansion that had been set up ahead and said, "Stan, this is the beginning of the entire series. It takes time for audiences to truly accept a world full of superheroes. We still have many films to make in the future, so there's no need to rush. You seem even more confident than I am." Stan Lee took off his sunglasses and looked at Duke. "Will our world really succeed?" Duke laughed. "Don't you want to see Marvel's superhero movies sweeping across the globe?" Stan Lee also laughed. As the creator of Marvel's most famous superheroes, he wanted to see Marvel films succeed more than anyone. According to the contract signed between Marvel Comics and Stan Lee, for any superhero created by him that was adapted into a movie, animation, or TV series, Stan Lee could earn nearly 8% of the profits. Not to mention anything else, just the Spider-Man series alone could bring the old man an enormous income. That's right, Stan Lee was indeed quite old now. It seemed like he was at a stage where money didn't matter anymore. But Duke remembered very clearly that back when Marvel superheroes dominated the world, Stan Lee once sued his former employer Marvel Comics over profit-sharing issues. Now, every cent of revenue generated by Marvel Comics was closely tied to Duke. He had already discussed with Avi Arad the idea of further refining the profit-sharing contract between Marvel and Stan Lee to avoid unnecessary troubles in the future if the old man became too greedy. Of course, every issue has two sides. From Stan Lee's perspective, he was just defending his rightful interests. But from the standpoint of Duke and the other major shareholders, the other party was coveting a slice of the cake that rightfully belonged to them. After chatting with Stan Lee for a while, Duke handed him off to an assistant from the crew to host him. Although the old man was undoubtedly the spiritual core of Marvel Comics, the crew was currently in a busy preparatory phase, and Duke couldn't afford to spend too much time on him. Moreover, the Marvel writers led by Stan Lee were most useful when it came to world building and writing storylines. When it came to film production, they were complete outsiders. Duke wasn't foolish enough to let outsiders meddle in the filmmaking process. For example, Tony Stark's suit of armor was one thing in the comics, but presenting it on the big screen was something entirely different. Comics and movies were fundamentally two completely different media. Industrial Light and Magic was responsible for creating Tony Stark's armor. Ever since Duke entered Hollywood, due to his relationship with George Lucas, Industrial Light and Magic had offered him considerable support. Every film Duke made involved a heavy use of special effects. Aside from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which, for convenience, used Weta Workshop, Industrial Light and Magic had participated in the special effects of almost every one of his films. Originally, Duke wanted to use the workshop of model-making master Stan Winston for the prop design in Iron Man. But the head of Industrial Light and Magic personally approached him, expressing strong interest in participating in the special effects for the film, and promptly submitted a complete set of design proposals. Every director likes to work with familiar people during film production, and Duke was no exception. Although CGI technology was constantly advancing, in Duke's vision, the film would not rely entirely on computer-generated effects. It had to combine real props in the shooting and production process. And this approach of combining props with digital effects was first created and used by Industrial Light and Magic, so there was nothing to worry about entrusting them with the task. Even a decade later, Industrial Light and Magic would still be the best special effects company in Hollywood, if not the entire world. During the earlier preparations, Duke had already communicated extensively with the crew's two concept artists. They had combined elements from the original comics with Duke's suggestions to create the initial concept designs, which were handed off to Industrial Light and Magic's modeling department to produce the first-generation prototypes. These prototypes had to go through Duke's review before the final version could be confirmed. Walking into a showroom next to the set, Duke found Phil Sanders, who was in charge of Iron Man at Industrial Light and Magic, already waiting. On the two fixed display racks beside him stood 4 Iron Man suits in 2 different versions. One of them, relatively tall and dull gray in color, looked a bit rough. The other, slightly taller than a real person, had red and gold coating on its surface and looked exquisitely made, like a work of art. Well done. After a brief greeting with Phil Sanders, Duke circled the 4 suits twice and said, "When were these completed?" Phil Sanders followed closely beside Duke. "They were finished just yesterday afternoon. I had them rushed overnight from San Francisco to Los Angeles. These prototypes are made of polystyrene and are just models," he explained next to Duke. "After the final version is confirmed, in addition to polystyrene, the key moving parts will be made from lightweight and durable titanium alloy. Actors will have no issues wearing them during filming. If we go into mass production," Duke asked the next question he cared about, "will the cost be very high?" "The cost will drop significantly with mass production." Phil Sanders did a quick mental calculation and said, "Titanium alloy can be replaced with aluminum alloy. In that case, we can keep the cost within $2,000 or $3,000. Duke nodded lightly. If the movie becomes a big hit, Mark I and Mark II suits could be released as wearable real-life versions, and no doubt a lot of passionate fans would be willing to pay for them. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Iron Man suits must look cool and stylish enough to be appealing. The 4 prototype models in front of them clearly didn't make the cut. Designs that looked good on paper, once turned into real-world items, seemed to lack something whether viewed by the naked eye or through Duke's camera lens. Phil scrapped these 2 versions. After circling the Mark I and Mark II Iron Man suits again, Duke stood to the side, thinking for a while. He then had the 2 designers called in, along with the model makers from Industrial Light and Magic, and held a brief meeting in the exhibition room. The meeting's topic was Tony Stark's armor. According to the script, Tony Stark designed the first Iron Man suit while being held captive, referred to as Mark I. In early Marvel comics, it's also known as the Gray Armor. Duke reiterated his idea to combine the design with the comics concept. Mark I was designed while he was captured, especially under enemy surveillance. In my vision, this suit should look like something built in a junkyard from scrap. Weapons. It should be the most original prop in the movie. Phil Sanders was not only a well-known model maker in the industry, but also one of the top concept designers. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "We could use clean metal sheets as the base material, inject some visualized tech elements into the design, and add panel accessories to make Mark I look like a combination of weapons and military equipment." That works." Duke nodded in agreement and added, "But you guys need to remember a few things. This isn't an original movie, after all. It's based on a comic with a massive fan base." He laid out the points one by one. First, it must not deviate too much from the original. Second, it should show Iron Man's progression. Ideally, the suit should look like something worn during an escape, like a powerful humanoid tank. After thinking a bit more, Duke added, "And it needs to be light enough, preferably under 90 pounds. Mark I isn't just for display. The actor needs to wear it for some scenes. If it's too heavy, forget about filming. Just putting it on would be a challenge. We can completely separate the upper and lower parts." Phil Sanders walked to the display rack and pointed to Mark I's waist. "This will make both wearing and shooting much easier." Duke nodded and also walked over, though this time his focus was on Mark II. The overall design of the Mark II suit is good, but the biggest problem lies in its color. He pointed at the red and gold paint on Mark II and said, "The colors are still too dull. Think about it. Given Tony Stark's show-off personality in the story, if he chose these 2 colors, wouldn't he go with the brightest versions possible? Red and gold are undoubtedly vivid and eye-catching, perfectly fitting Tony Stark's flamboyant style." Tony Stark's armor is not only a crucial part of the film's early-stage production, but will also be a major product line after the film's release. And the group most likely to buy these products will surely be teens. That group, generally speaking, doesn't like dull colors. Both the Mark I and Mark II suits require significant time not only to design and make, but also to test. The finished suits must undergo a series of real wear and filming tests. Otherwise, if problems arise during official shooting, it would definitely impact the movie's production schedule. By mid-August, suitable versions for both suits were finally confirmed. Just as Duke was about to relax, he received an invitation from Rupert Murdoch. Chapter 562, Cameron's Project. Chapter 562. Chapter 562, Cameron's Project. Los Angeles has never lacked good hotels, especially in the Beverly Hills area where Hollywood stars gather. Yet, the Peninsula Beverly Hills Hotel remains renowned. Its unique Renaissance-style private mansion design exudes the atmosphere of a private residence. For those who value elegance and taste, it's the best choice. It's also deeply trusted by both entertainment industry stars and business elites. The party hosted by Rupert Murdoch, the head of News Corporation, was held in the rooftop garden restaurant of the Peninsula Hotel. A black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Renaissance-style entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. A valet hurried over to open the car door. Dressed in a black tuxedo, Duke stepped out unhurriedly. Before he could take a step forward, countless flashes lit up, illuminating the dusk as if it were noon. Mr. Rosenberg. A staff member came over, gesturing toward the red carpet at the entrance. This way, please. Thank you. Duke nodded to him, ignoring the frenzied photographers and paparazzi, and walked straight into the hotel. He took the dedicated elevator and headed to the rooftop garden. This was a party hosted by media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. Though he was often criticized by the public and his reputation was not great, given his status and influence, everyone he invited was undoubtedly a person of prominence. Hey, Duke. Just as he exited the elevator and stepped into the rooftop garden where the party was being held, Duke heard a warm greeting. Then, an elderly man with graying hair and a black-haired woman approached together. The three of them had met at many events. Though not close, they weren't strangers either. Duke quickened his pace and extended his hand to shake Rupert Murdoch's, greeting him warmly. Long time no see, Rupert. You haven't changed a bit. But you have. Murdoch gave Duke's hand a firm shake. You're more famous than ever. Duke smiled faintly and turned slightly toward the woman beside Murdoch. Hello, Ms. Deng. The woman, known worldwide for her status as Mrs. Murdoch, returned a warm smile. Although he didn't ignore anyone, Duke only greeted her briefly before shifting his focus back to Rupert Murdoch. After all, what kind of person the woman was had nothing to do with him. After exchanging a few polite words with Murdoch, Duke began to mingle on his own. As the hosts of the party, the Murdochs had dozens of guests to attend to and couldn't possibly spend too much time with any one individual. He asked a waiter for a glass of soda water, and while exchanging greetings with familiar faces, Duke walked toward the open-air dining area of the garden. Many familiar faces were seated there, making it a true gathering of Hollywood elites. The rooftop garden must be over 8,000 square feet. Not only did it include a restaurant and pool, but there were also tall palm trees and even a gently flowing stream. Looking around, one could clearly see Beverly Hills and the Century City Shopping Center. Wouldn't it be nice to get a penthouse apartment with a similar setup in such a scenic location? As he walked through the garden, Duke found the formulaic socializing rather dull, and such a thought unexpectedly popped into his mind. Hey, Leo, why are you leaving just as I got here? Just as he approached the dining area, Duke saw Leonardo DiCaprio walking out, holding the hand of a strikingly tall blonde woman. Where are you headed? Leonardo winked as he approached, then said softly, I've got something to do and need to leave early. I'll catch up with you in Malibu later. Duke gave him a light nod and didn't pay further attention to Leonardo DiCaprio. He walked straight into the open-air restaurant and suddenly saw a chubby man sitting alone under a tall palm tree, sipping wine with frustration written all over his face. It was an old acquaintance, someone he had worked with long ago. Duke walked over and sat down across from him without ceremony. If someone can piss off the famous John Landau, it must be something serious. The chubby man across from him was the producer of Titanic. Duke raised his soda water in a mock toast and said before taking a sip, Why are you sitting here alone? Because I've just about pissed off everyone. John Landau took a sip of champagne, shook his head, and said, Some people are driving me to the point of selling my ass. Seeing that John Landau didn't mind speaking candidly, Duke asked with curiosity, What happened, John? Who could push you to this point? Though a bit behind the likes of Kathleen Kennedy, Charles Roven, and Jerry Bruckheimer in the producing world, John Landau was still a powerful figure. The number of people who could make things difficult for him could be counted on one hand in all of Hollywood. Who else could it be? John. Landau looked toward his left. He nearly drove me insane once. This time he definitely will. Duke followed his gaze. About 30 feet away in a corner, a bearded man sat alone, silently staring into the distance as if contemplating something important. That man had been out of Hollywood's spotlight for a long time, so long that many had forgotten about him or didn't even know whether he was still in the film industry. But Duke hadn't forgotten. He knew that this man's temporary retreat was just to build up strength for future madness and to lay the technical groundwork. That's right, the man who had once nearly driven John Landau crazy was James Cameron. I haven't heard that James is preparing a commercial blockbuster lately. Duke feigned a confused expression. Don't tell me he's chasing you for money again. He is asking for money, an unrealistic amount. Muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear, John Landau withdrew his gaze from James Cameron and looked back at Duke. Memories from the Titanic days surged into his mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Though he was complaining, John Landau had a close working relationship with James Cameron and was currently helping the king of the world look for funding for his next project. It was an extraordinarily massive amount, so massive that even with the success of Titanic backing him, 20th Century Fox didn't hesitate to outright reject his full investment proposal. The man across from him was different from James Cameron. He wasn't just a director, but also an investor and a businessman. 10 years ago, when James Cameron had faced a crisis of trust from Paramount Pictures and 20th Century Fox, it was this man who signed off on a massive investment and saved the Titanic project. Thinking of this, John Landau couldn't help but ask tentatively, Duke, you had a pleasant collaboration with James during Titanic, didn't you? Seeing Duke nod slightly, he continued, James is planning a new project. Are you interested? A new project? Duke's eyes lit up slightly, though his expression quickly returned to calm. He shook his head and smiled. John, don't tell me James wants to do another underwater expedition and shoot a documentary. If that's the case, I'm not interested. As everyone knew, ever since Titanic, James Cameron had practically become a part-time deep-sea explorer. Of course, Duke was well aware that the king of the world wasn't exploring just for fun. He was experimenting and preparing for a new project. No. John Landau on the other side shook his head repeatedly. It's not an underwater documentary. It's a science fiction film, the genre you and James are both best at. Oh, Duke immediately showed an interested expression. So, James is planning to return to Hollywood. He deliberately paused, then asked, how much is James expecting to invest? Even with John Landau's thick skin, he revealed a slightly awkward expression when he heard Duke's question. This wasn't something that could be faked. James Cameron's extravagant investment style was well known. After a moment's hesitation, he still said, the preliminary estimate is around $200 million. Then it'll be at least $400 million. Duke immediately doubled the number he'd been given. John Landau didn't refute it. He simply spread his hands in helplessness. James Cameron's notorious reputation truly preceded him. It was no wonder 20th Century Fox had turned him down. Duke lightly tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, not in a hurry. Judging from the current situation, this project was still in its early fundraising stage, and such a huge investment wasn't something any single person or company could swallow. Even with the prestige James Cameron had built from Titanic, anyone would be cautious when facing a project of this scale. Let alone James Cameron, who hadn't shot a commercial film in nearly a decade. Even Duke himself would have to go through necessary reviews and preliminary assessments by Warner Brothers' audit committee when launching a new project. I want to talk to James. After saying this, Duke, accompanied by John Landau, walked over to James Cameron. James Cameron had also noticed the two of them. Though he was notoriously proud, he still took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with Duke. Although this had once been the idol he admired the most, Duke had enough professional composure to treat it purely as a business discussion. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point about James's new project. James Cameron was currently short on funds, while Duke held a large amount of liquid capital. The two had a solid foundation for cooperation. And after James Cameron gave a brief introduction, Duke also confirmed it was that film. However, he was well aware that even if Cameron lacked funding at the moment, a A project like this wasn't something he could take on by himself. Duke's goal was very simple, just like with Titanic. Carving out a slice of the pie would be enough. Chapter 563, Murdoch's Merger Deal. Chapter 563. Chapter 563, Murdoch's Merger Deal. Now is not the time for detailed discussions. Duke and James Cameron hadn't talked for long before the party officially kicked off. Such matters didn't require lengthy talks between just two people. Once they reached a preliminary agreement, professionals would naturally take over to conduct more in-depth negotiations. Perhaps it was the good impression left by their collaboration during Titanic, or maybe the expected investment from the king of the world was just too high. James Cameron showed a certain interest in Duke's investment. After the party began, Duke went to a secluded spot and called over his bodyguards, instructing them to record the matter and promptly notify Tina Fey and Nancy Josephson. Although the party wasn't held as a formal banquet, it was divided into many tables. Wherever there were people, there were cliques. In this business-heavy party, fame and wealth defined the social circles. Undoubtedly, with Duke's current status and position, he was naturally among the top-tier circle at the party. After enjoying the carefully prepared dinner by the hotel, Duke originally didn't plan to stay long, as there was still preparatory work for Iron Man tomorrow. But Rupert Murdoch came over proactively, seeming to have something to discuss. Led by Mrs. Murdoch, Duke and Rupert Murdoch entered a reception room on the top floor. After a waiter served coffee, they sat down on opposite sofas. "Duke, to be honest, I have some grievances about you being a major shareholder of Marvel Comics," Murdoch said half jokingly, half seriously. It's one thing that Marvel didn't cooperate with the Fantastic Four promotion, but they caused a lot of trouble. Understanding Murdoch's meaning, Duke gave a helpless smile. "You should know, Rupert, I have no authority over Marvel's specific operations." This was the truth. Apart from the big picture and necessary oversight of finances, Duke, as a Marvel Comics shareholder, was not involved in management, nor was he skilled in that area. But Duke was well aware of the Fantastic Four issue Murdoch mentioned. Fantastic Four, like Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Hulk, and Captain America, was a flagship character of Marvel Comics. Due to previous financial crises and bankruptcy, Marvel had sold the Fantastic Four movie rights to 20th Century Fox. After Duke's investment, Marvel's financial situation greatly improved. With the comic industry's winter passing, operations steadily improved. Especially after the success of the X-Men and Spider-Man movies, Marvel's upper management fully realized the power of their superheroes on the big screen. Thus, Marvel inevitably wanted to reclaim their wandering children. After Ang Lee's Hulk failed, they regained the movie rights to the Hulk and then set their sights on Fantastic Four. But 20th Century Fox was no fool. Even if Marvel offered enough to repurchase the rights, they refused and carefully crafted Fantastic Four, releasing it officially in July. Because of a clause in the Marvel-Fox movie rights contract, if Fantastic Four box office was too low, Marvel had the right to buy back the rights at the original sale price. Marvel used some small tricks when Fox's Fantastic Four was about to release. In a July comic of the Fantastic Four world, Marvel turned the four characters into villains and killed them off in a tragic way. Perhaps the comic had some effect, or maybe the absence of Jessica Alba, whose whereabouts were unknown, played a part. Fantastic Four box office did not meet Fox's expectations. However, it still reached $100 million in North America, so the buyback clause wasn't triggered. Duke knew this, but had no intention to intervene. It was a minor matter to him. Rupert Murdoch only mentioned it briefly, then set it aside. Compared to what they were about to discuss, Fantastic Four was insignificant. "Duke, I heard that the three-party negotiations between Duke's Studios, Pixar Studios, and Warner Brothers are at the final stage." Changing the topic from Fantastic Four, Murdoch went straight to Warner Brothers. If this negotiation succeeds, Warner Brothers' strength will become even greater. Knowing Murdoch had more to say, Duke just watched him. The media tycoon didn't keep him waiting and soon said, "Regarding Warner Brothers, I have a proposal." Duke raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment before replying, "I'm just a director." As soon as he said this, Murdoch interrupted, "Duke, no need to be modest. Nowadays, who doesn't know your importance to Warner? You're not only the largest individual shareholder of Warner Brothers, but the revenue generated by your related movie projects is heavyweight, in all of Warner. Looking at Duke, the old man's face turned extremely serious. If this three-party negotiation completes, you will become one of Warner's major shareholders. Although I don't know the details, I guess you and Steve Jobs will definitely demand seats on Warner's board. And he seemed to want to expose Duke's hidden side beneath the director's guise. You've already initially revived DC Comics and brought Marvel into Warner's system. If these two systems achieve expected success, your influence within Warner will become crucial. Moreover, you can influence that guy Steve Jobs. Hearing this, Duke couldn't help but show a helpless smile that only he himself understood. He could indeed use incentives and other means to sway Jobs, but honestly, to say he could really influence him was giving himself too much credit. Controlling shares and board seats of Time Warner, and being able to influence Warner's overall performance through business operations, Duke, you will become the key point of Time Warner. Those eyes that should have been clouded with age were instead shining with brilliance. Rupert Murdoch stared at Duke for a few seconds, then suddenly sighed. Originally, you were supposed to become a partner of News Corporation, but that idiot Thompson Roseman. After Murdoch said a few more words, Duke picked up his coffee, took a sip, and after putting down the cup, said, "Rupert, what exactly do you want to do?" "I want to acquire Time Warner." Hearing Murdoch's words, Duke was not shocked. He glanced at him and said, "Why should I support you? The chance you'll succeed is very low." Since this was a business negotiation, he didn't beat around the bush. Duke was unfazed, while Murdoch was somewhat surprised. In his eyes, Duke was overly calm, but he showed nothing, continuing, "How can you succeed if you don't try? Time Warner now is not what it used to be." As if to demonstrate his determination and confidence, Murdoch said lightly, "Time Warner is not News Corporation. Its shares are dispersed among thousands of shareholders. Anyone holding 5% of shares can be called a major shareholder. As long as you can gain the support of major shareholders, this acquisition has a chance to be completed. Without a doubt, if the tripartite negotiation among Duke's studio, Pixar, and Time Warner were to conclude, Duke and Steve Jobs would become major shareholders of Time Warner in Murdoch's eyes. What about the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division and the Federal Trade Commission? Duke wasn't shocked because he had seen the news about Murdoch trying to acquire Time Warner before. This is the media industry. How could they just stand by and let such a behemoth appear? There's always a way. Murdoch just smiled. Duke clearly understood the meaning behind this sentence. Having lived in North America for many years, he knew very well that many federal agencies were not as clean as imagined. Rupert Murdoch, quite boldly, tempted him. "Duke, don't you think that together we could open a new chapter in the global media industry, a historic feat to be remembered?" Duke shook his head directly. Such fame without practical gains did not interest him. This conversation had long been about business negotiation. Murdoch, also not stupid, knew mere words couldn't sway Duke, so he added, "If the acquisition moves forward, I will buy the Time Warner shares you're about to get and the Warner Brothers shares you hold at a premium. You can obtain power independent of all the movie companies under News Corporation. All your project companies will get full support, and you'll share 30% of the profits from the films you produce." Upon hearing this, Duke suddenly thought of something else. "Rupert, you want more than this, don't you? If the Marvel movies succeed, isn't that part of your plan?" "Why not?" Murdoch's words were straightforward. "Duke, you know News Corporation can't provide that much cash flow. Our deal will inevitably be share swap based. You won't just be a shareholder of the group. I'll also ensure you have an important position on the board." Duke was silent for a good half-minute before slowly saying, "I will seriously consider it. Hope we can cooperate going forward." Murdoch smiled. "We already have cooperation opportunities now." Duke suddenly shifted the topic. "Rupert, although the rise of the internet has brought some changes, the media market is still limited. The emergence of new companies will definitely harm News Corporation and Time Warner. I think, compared to an uncertain future acquisition, the urgent task is to strike at those newly rising media groups, for example, Walt Disney." Chapter 564, Directly Targeting Disney. Chapter 564. Chapter 564, Directly Targeting Disney. Walt Disney used to be just a brand focused on the animation industry, but since the end of the last century, they have continuously shifted towards becoming a media conglomerate and have basically succeeded. The atmosphere in the room suddenly reversed, with Duke speaking and Rupert Murdoch listening. I believe you are well aware that while Walt Disney maintains its advantage in children's content, it is steadily advancing into the adult market, encroaching on a considerable part of the market that originally belonged to us. The rise of any media company inevitably harms the interests of the established powers. Although Rupert Murdoch neither nodded nor spoke in agreement, Duke could see a look of approval on his face. Have you heard, Rupert? Duke threw out a piece of news. Walt Disney has reached a preliminary cooperation intention with Steven Spielberg. If nothing unexpected happens, Disney Pictures will become the distributor for DreamWorks live-action studio. This means Walt Disney will gain the greatest supplement in the weakest area of live-action projects. Disney's foundation in North America is solid enough. Rupert Murdoch finally spoke. Even if we target it, the effect won't be too obvious. That's true. Duke agreed with his words, then shifted his tone. What about emerging markets? Which emerging markets? Murdoch was a bit puzzled. Duke pointed west, hinting, Rupert, the country across the Pacific that you've always wanted to enter. You probably know better than I do the vastness of that market. Before Murdoch could answer, Duke continued, regarding other aspects of the media industry, I'm not too familiar. I'll just talk about the film industry. I'm involved in films and related products. These are the main pillars of Fox's performance. Now, the film markets in North America, Europe, South America, and even Southeast Asia are basically mature. Even if there's growth, it won't be explosive. Looking at Murdoch, who was thinking, Duke picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and said, everyone in Hollywood has long reached a consensus on where the final explosive film market will be. Murdoch seemed about to say something, but Duke raised his hand to stop him. I understand your concerns, Rupert. Right now, the revenue share for films there is indeed pitifully low, but don't forget the WTO memorandum on films and other cultural products. It will take effect in a few years, and the Hollywood film revenue share will increase to 25%. Besides, box office is always only a small part of our film income. Once films enter that market, it means opening a broad sales channel for other related products. Hearing this, Murdoch slowly nodded. What does that have to do with us targeting Disney? Because even if the WTO memorandum starts, there will still be a quota on the number of films introduced, and that quota is very small compared to Hollywood's huge film output. At this point in time, unless someone is very naive, they could see the potential and vastness of that market. Duke's words, though serving another purpose, were all based on the most basic facts. Otherwise, how could they move someone like Rupert Murdoch? He stated in a matter-of-fact tone, if a distribution company can win favor over there, it will undoubtedly get more import quotas. Rupert, you have had a lot of dealings with those people. You should know the characteristics of that market. Murdoch sighed softly. Unlike here, favors mean more over there. At this, he glanced at the woman beside him. Duke noticed the gesture since there have always been rumors that Murdoch married her to leverage her identity, but the effect was basically zero. Disney plans to build the largest Disney park in all of Asia over there. Duke said calmly. The investment involved will reach tens of billions of dollars. Once this was said, Murdoch immediately understood Duke's meaning. Disney's approach is quite clever. Indeed. Duke looked at him with a serious tone. If Disney really reaches an investment agreement, it's not hard to imagine their products flooding into that market. This is not imagination but a fact that has already happened once. What do you intend to do? Murdoch asked. Duke was silent for a few seconds before saying, I've also been there and have done some basic research on their film and related industries. By my calculations, in at most 8 to 10 years, they will become the second largest film market after North America. I am a major shareholder of Marvel and Warner Brothers, and have also invested in many fairly popular film series. The Harry Potter series, Mission Impossible series, the Matrix series, even Murdoch would feel envious of. These. Owning the copyright and continuing to invest in these film franchises, wanting to maximize profit, is only natural. If Disney takes too much market share, the films I invest in and Fox's works will be squeezed. Duke naturally positioned himself on the side of 20th Century Fox. Rupert, my idea is, why can't we squeeze out Disney? You mean obstruct Disney's plan to invest and build the Disney park? Murdoch immediately understood Duke's meaning. Duke said directly. I've reached consensus with Warner Brothers and Time Warner, and have already proposed building a Warner World over there, with a total investment amount even more than Disney's. But after all, we are a step behind Disney, and Warner World's reputation in Asia is far inferior to Disney parks. Hearing Duke's words, Murdoch slightly twitched his mouth and said, So, you want me and News Corp to join in? Yes, Duke admitted. If it were only Time Warner alone, we wouldn't have enough confidence, but with your participation, we have a great chance to squeeze out Disney. As early as the 1990s, Rupert Murdoch ambitiously wanted to enter that market across the ocean. Although to this day, almost all attempts have ended in failure, even Phoenix Television did not succeed. Murdoch certainly left behind extensive connections there. Murdoch smiled, but said nothing. This is beneficial for both of us. Duke understood that without enough benefit, the other side wouldn't be tempted. I will take responsibility to persuade Warner. As long as the investment plan succeeds, News Corporation will occupy a significant share of the investment, and Warner World can also be called Warner Fox World. Using works and famous movie characters from both companies, supporting a theme park will be more than enough. The other side is a society built on personal connections. Although this won't completely erase their suspicions, under similar conditions, they will definitely prioritize introducing our products. At this point, Duke emphasized, these products are not just movies. Rupert, don't you want Phoenix Television to appear anywhere in that country? From any perspective, targeting Disneyland is overwhelmingly advantageous for both Duke and Murdoch. But Murdoch still did not speak, only looked at Duke. Duke sighed silently, realizing that trying to appeal through friendship or closeness was useless. To move the other side, only concrete benefits worked. James Cameron has a new project, but the investment is too high, resulting in excessive risk, so Fox rejected it. Of course, Duke was not a fool. I know you still have some confidence in James Cameron. The biggest concern is investment risk. Rupert, I can share the investment risk with Fox. That was not all, Duke continued. As long as I remain the largest shareholder of Marvel Comics, I will try to prevent Marvel from reclaiming the film rights of X-Men and Fantastic Four. Rupert Murdoch stood up, clearly preparing to end the discussion. I will consider your proposal, Duke. Duke nodded and also stood up, walking out with Murdoch and his wife. He knew very well that decisions involving future business strategies and huge sums of money would make even Rupert Murdoch cautious. If Murdoch agreed on the spot, Duke would doubt his sincerity. The party ended here. When Duke left, he specifically walked alongside James Cameron. Although they were not close, they were not enemies either, and there was still potential for cooperation. Besides, discussing new film technology always provided common ground. In the past, Duke had considered making an Avatar-like film, but eventually gave up. Regardless of whether James Cameron truly had the initial concept for Avatar over a decade or two ago, Duke faced many technical challenges. To shoot this sci-fi blockbuster, James Cameron had been preparing for years, continuously filming 3D documentaries deep underwater, cooperating with Sony Electronics and IMAX to improve filming technology, and holding numerous patents. Making a film is not as simple as copy-pasting. Understanding Avatar's production is one thing. Actually producing it is another. Without Cameron's many years of preparation, don't even think about it. If given about 5 years, Duke was confident he could make the film, but he couldn't spend so much time and energy on just one movie. To put it simply, although he was categorized as a technical director by outsiders, he was not a technical fanatic like James Cameron. After the party, Duke left related matters to Warner, Tina Fey, Nancy Josephson, and others to negotiate, while he continued preparing Iron Man. After more than 4 months of preparation, official filming began in Los Angeles. Chapter 565, The Diligent Robert Downey Jr. Chapter 565, Chapter 565, The Diligent Robert Downey Jr. The soundstage, converted from the large hangar of the Hughes Aircraft Factory, had been decorated to look like a cave. 3 cameras were cleverly positioned at reserved spots, each shooting from different angles without interfering with one another. The focus of all lenses was fixed on the worn workbench where a gaunt man stood. Eyes locked tightly on the director's monitor screen, Duke watched Robert Downey Jr.'s performance. This Hollywood genius from the early 1990s shared quite a few similarities with the Tony Stark character he was playing now. Both were prodigies, each facing the most difficult moments of their lives. The script's Tony Stark was trapped in adversity and ultimately chose to save himself. But what about Robert Downey Jr.? Having been on set for over 4 months, Duke had received nearly all positive feedback about Downey. Like a prodigal son who had suddenly awakened, this no longer young genius, while still retaining his playful nature, had shown enough effort physically, mentally, and in his acting appearing completely prepared. In Hollywood, the importance of opportunity is undeniable, but opportunities only go to those who are ready. On the monitor, Robert Downey Jr. picked up a hammer and struck the metal sheet before him heavily. His expression was grave, his gaze resolute, not only playing a terrorist in the script, but as if even Satan descending from hell could not stop his self-rescue. Hammer blow after blow hit the metal plate. This wasn't a prop, both were real materials. He seemed to have fully entered Tony Stark's world. Downey's swings were powerful, and the loud clangs echoed through every corner of the soundstage. The recoil wasn't easy to endure, but Robert Downey Jr. seemed completely unfazed. Unless Duke called cut, he would keep hammering. Months of fitness training now paid off, giving him strong enough muscles not only to swing the hammer with force, but also to absorb the corresponding recoil. Cut, Duke called out. That's a wrap for this shot. This was the first shot of filming, and Robert Downey Jr. had gotten into character very quickly. After only one test take, it was declared finished. Move to the next set. After saying this, Duke glanced over at Robert Downey Jr., who was gently massaging his wrist and walking toward the resting area. Duke was very satisfied with Downey's performance. This was someone who understood how to cherish an opportunity. Want some water? A familiar female voice came from behind. Duke turned and accepted the water cup Scarlett Johansson handed him. Taking a sip, he asked, "How did you get here?" "I'm part of the crew too." Scarlett took back the cup. "It's the first official shooting day. Of course, I have to come see. Besides, Tina is very busy now. Someone has to take care of you." Duke glanced at Scarlett but said nothing. He directed the crew to switch to another cave set to shoot the terrorist scenes. All morning, except for one scene featuring Tony Stark, the rest of the time was spent filming the terrorist footage. Thanks to thorough preparation, filming went smoothly. Although many NGs, no good takes, were inevitable, the morning's shooting schedule was completed before noon. Lunch was at Hughes Aircraft Factory, where the crew rented the internal cafeteria. Duke and Charles Rowan never cut costs on food, ensuring the crew's needs in food, clothing, lodging, and transportation helped maintain high work energy. Even in October, California's noon weather wasn't very cool, so having air conditioning in the cafeteria guaranteed proper rest. Duke got his tray and just sat down when Scarlett Johansson appeared opposite him with her lunch. Duke glanced at her plate. It was no surprise, just vegetables and fruits. In Hollywood circles, even those who claimed they never dieted paid close attention to their food, and Scarlett was no exception. "Sorry to interrupt you two." A man's voice came from beside them, and Charles Rowan approached their table. Scarlett knew well he had something to discuss with Duke. Smiling, she said, "No problem, Charles. Feel free to sit." Duke gestured to the seat on his left, and Charles Rowan sat down, took a sip of coffee from his tray, and said, "We just received notice from Warner Brothers. The exact North American box office figures for Batman Begins have been tallied." "How much?" Duke asked. The film officially ended its North American run the day before yesterday, after screening for over 5 months. Scarlett Johansson also looked interested. "Was there a final surge?" "I was hoping for a surge too." Charles joked to Scarlett, then turned serious. "But, dear, that's impossible." He recalled a moment and said, "The final North American box office was $282.56 million. Hearing this, Scarlett muttered, "Didn't break 300 million. Crossing 300 million in North America isn't that easy." Duke shook his head. "It's already far beyond my expected 250 million. "What about the global box office, Charles?" Scarlett asked again. "How much is it now?" 562.78 million US dollars. Charles Rowan sighed softly. The response overseas was a bit lukewarm. Style issue. Duke picked up a fork, speared a piece of apple from Scarlett's lunchbox, and popped it into his mouth, saying, dark and realistic superhero films often get that kind of overseas reaction. Compared to North America, overseas audiences prefer simpler superhero movies. Still, having earned over $550 million worldwide, Duke was quite satisfied. This also laid a better foundation for the next installment. What about our competitors? Scarlett Johansson asked again. Especially that annoying guy named Ellison who invested in a film. How did his movie do at the box office in the end? Flyboys. Charles Rowan chuckled. Low enough to be unbelievable. He didn't keep Scarlett waiting and said, Flyboys was pulled from theaters after just 7 weeks, with only $23.09 million from North America, and overseas was no better. They basically ended overseas screenings already, making only $13.44 million. The global box office won't exceed $50 million. What about the merchandise? Scarlett continued. I haven't specifically followed that data. Charles Rowan thought for a moment. But so far it's only a bit over $2 million, which is nothing compared to Batman. Begins merchandise sales of over $300 million. No matter how you look at it, Flyboys was utterly defeated by Batman. Begins. Not only this film, but Kingdom of Heaven, released the same period, didn't do well either. Ridley Scott's epic war movie took in only $27.11 million in North America and $47.39 million worldwide. Even with decent TV and DVD rights sales later, it was destined to lose money. In fact, if not for George Lucas' Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith, Batman Begins would have undoubtedly taken the North American summer box office crown. Duke, with Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith out. Scarlett Johansson put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said, It's going to be hard for you to get the annual box office champion this time. There's always next time. Duke finished eating, glanced at his watch, and stood up first. You guys rest here. I'll go check the preparations for this afternoon. With that, he left the dining room directly. Scarlett waved at Charles Rowan and then followed him. The afternoon shoot started quickly. Here the filming focused mainly on Robert Downey Jr.'s scenes, shooting some sequences of him assembling the Mark I Iron Man suit. On the other side, the set was ready, and Duke led the crew to move over to shoot Tony Stark putting on the suit. The Mark I suit, carefully crafted by Industrial Light and Magic's model and effects department, carried a strong, rugged style. Just as Duke required, it looked like a humanoid tank. Of course, although the suit was mainly made of lightweight polystyrene, it was far from comfortable to wear. Even though Robert Downey Jr. had practiced several times wearing this suit before filming, shooting was still tough. Every few minutes of shooting, he had to rest for a while. Luckily, Duke prepared 2 identical prop suits and assigned a stunt double specifically for Robert Downey Jr., so they could take turns, ensuring the shooting schedule stayed on track. Also, minor flaws in the footage could be fixed later with CGI effects. During shooting, a small accident happened. After finishing a cave scene, Robert Downey Jr. accidentally fell headfirst. Fortunately, the sturdy Mark I suit protected him, while neither the suit nor his head was injured. But Robert Downey Jr. didn't like this suit much. After the afternoon shoot ended, he came to complain to Duke a bit. I've acted for many years, and my body is still pretty strong, but the first time I wore the Iron Man suit, I kind of lost it. I don't have claustrophobia, but after wearing this costume for several hours, your mood starts getting a bit restless. I just hope someone can rescue me with the stunt double soon. He was also using this as a way to get closer to Duke. More importantly, this suit looks awful. When can I get back to being a rich and handsome guy? Chapter 566. The Clever Actor Robert? Chapter 566. Chapter 566. The Clever Actor Robert? Tony Stark's miserable cave life lasted only a week before Duke restored his identity as a wealthy and handsome man. The crew left Hughes Airport and moved to the Malibu beachfront villa area to start filming Tony Stark's luxurious private life. In the script, Tony Stark is not only a billionaire with nearly tens of billions of dollars in assets, but also someone who lives life very ostentatiously. His principle, in a way, is to only buy the most expensive things, not the right ones. If Peter Parker and Steve Rogers are considered common heroes, then Tony Stark is a standard rich hero. Of course, besides being rich, he's also a playboy. In the rented seaside villa, Duke took a final look at the room setup and consulted a top designer who specializes in serving the wealthy to ensure that the background was perfect. Then he nodded at the script supervisor. Scene 2, Act 17. The script supervisor placed the slate in front of the camera. Action. In the lavishly decorated beachfront villa, Lily Aldridge from the Victoria's Secret Angels team walked in front of the camera. Tony. Like a wife waking up in the morning searching for her missing husband, Lily Aldridge, wearing a loose men's shirt, wandered around the huge living room of the villa but didn't find her target and curiously looked around. She first admired the room's decoration, then walked to a closed door. Probably because she was used to runway walking, throughout the process, she naturally displayed her beautiful figure, doing her best to play the role of a vase. Lily Aldridge reached the door and saw a button. Curious, she pressed it. A synthetic mechanical voice immediately sounded. You do not have permission to enter. You do not have permission to enter. In the film, this was the voice of JRVS, but it was just a recording hanging there. What Lily Aldridge pressed was the playback button. Duke signaled to the camera crew, and the main camera, personally operated by John Schwartzman, immediately shifted from Lily Aldridge to the center of the villa's living room. The female lead, Rachel McAdams, dressed in a black business suit, was already standing there. This is JRVS. He is the butler here. Rachel. McAdams raised the clothes in her hand, gesturing to Lily Aldridge. These are your clothes. They've been dry cleaned and ironed. She pointed outside the villa. The car is waiting outside, ready to take you anywhere you want. Lily Aldridge turned and walked over. You must be the famous Pepper Potts. That's right. Rachel McAdams nodded lightly. Never thought it's been so many years. Lily Aldridge's tone was obviously sarcastic. Tony still lets you do the dry cleaning and clothes picking up. Mr. Stark tells me what to do, I do it. Perhaps influenced by Lily Aldridge, Rachel McAdams also adopted a heavily sarcastic tone, including sweeping his leftover trash out the door. Any problem with that? Cut. Duke shouted to stop. Rachel, your line. Rachel McAdams was quite perceptive. Once Duke called cut, she immediately realized the problem and said, was my tone too sarcastic just now? Pepper Potts is a quiet and mature assistant. Even if it's irony, it should be expressed in a more steady manner. Exactly. Duke gestured to the crew to prepare. We'll do it again in 5 minutes. However, the second take still failed because of Lily Aldridge. After all, she wasn't a professional actor and couldn't always maintain such a good state. Duke was patient and after a few takes, finally declared it a pass. Then Rachel McAdams returned to the makeup trailer to change clothes, and Duke started shooting some solo scenes of Tony Stark to show his tech geek side. Everyone has their own hobbies. For a super rich tech fanatic like Tony Stark, what would be the biggest hobby? Naturally, making tech others can't replicate, like manufacturing the Iron Man suit. Robert Downey Jr. kept his good form throughout. Although some shots needed multiple takes to pass, Duke was very satisfied with his performance, and the shooting progressed slightly ahead of schedule. In many people's fixed impressions, actors in big commercial films usually have mediocre acting skills. But in fact, Robert Downey Jr.'s acting is quite outstanding. Even if it weren't for the role of Tony Stark tailored for him, he could still handle it easily. In Duke's view, his acting might not be any worse than some Oscar-winning actors. However, even Duke could not deny one fact. Playing a superhero, especially a popular one, easily traps an actor's image, narrowing their range of roles afterward, sometimes turning them into box office poison. Robert Downey Jr. and Johnny Depp were typical examples. But the world is like this. You gain something, you lose something. No one can take all the good things. About an hour later, Rachel McAdams, having finished makeup, returned to the villa. Duke gave her a few brief instructions and began filming the scenes between her and Robert Downey Jr. This Canadian actress might not match Downey Jr.'s acting skills and occasionally made some mistakes, but she was smart enough to quickly spot her errors and self-correct. Every director likes smart actors, and Duke was no exception. The relatively strong performances of Robert Downey Jr. and Rachel McAdams saved the crew quite a lot of trouble. Filming proceeded according to the preset plan, steadily moving forward. Duke maintained a slightly faster pace than scheduled. He had planned a 3-month shooting schedule for the film, leaving ample time for post-production. The film used an extraordinary amount of special effects scenes, even more than his previous record holder, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. This was closely related to the rapid development of special effects technology. A few years ago, it would cost $20 million to create effects now done for just over $10 million, or even less. For example, motion capture around 2000, companies specializing in it were few, with Weta Workshop undoubtedly the leader. Weta still holds a leading position today, but many companies have made great strides in effects capture technology. Using motion capture to create vivid monster characters has become a Hollywood trend. Those static or minimally moving scenes allowed Robert Downey Jr. to wear the prop Iron Man suit during filming, but all combat scenes had to be shot in front of a green screen using motion capture. The Robert Downey Jr. of the past was more of an artistic actor and less skilled in this area. To improve the shooting effects, Duke invited Andy Serkis, with whom he had worked before, to teach Robert Downey Jr. some experience and techniques during breaks. Andy Serkis, known for playing Gollum, wasn't a standout performer in live acting but was recognized as Hollywood's top motion capture actor. When The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was released, many felt the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor should have gone to him. However, Serkis didn't even get nominated. The Academy simply would not award a performance prize for an animated composite character. Nonetheless, in numerous media assessments, just like the LOTR trilogy's frequent appearances in World's Top 100 Classic Film lists, Andy Serkis' portrayal of Gollum and his iconic line, "My Precious," remain staples in various classic character and quote rankings. Since the rented Malibu villa couldn't be used for too long, after finishing indoor scenes, Duke did not return to the Burbank studio where sets had already been built. Instead, he stayed on to shoot Tony Stark's daily life scenes. The roar of an engine sounded as a silver latest model Audi sports car came driving up from a distance, performing a sharp drift before stopping in front of the villa. Robert Downey Jr., wearing a dark casual suit and sporting Tony Stark's signature beard, stepped out of the car. Though middle-aged, his every move radiated the charm of a mature man. It was hard not to catch anyone's eye. In a way, Tony Stark was also a vase role. His appeal to female audiences rivaled even Legolas. "Well done, Downey," Duke called out after approving the take, walking over to the Audi and lightly tapping the still-warm hood. "How's this car?" "Excellent." During filming, Robert Downey Jr. had become quite familiar with Duke and joked, "Audi sponsored so many cars for the crew. Let me drive this one home." Of course, before Robert Downey Jr. could celebrate, Duke added, "But only after the entire shoot is done." Audi was one of the main sponsors of this movie, having formed a strategic partnership with Marvel Studios. Going forward, Audi would have priority sponsorship rights for all Iron Man films' automotive ads. Of course, this was also related to Duke, even Batman, a character who had almost lost his chance for revival on the big screen, was reborn under Duke's direction. So, how much more so for the originally very popular Iron Man? Rather than saying Audi was investing in Marvel Studios, it was more accurate to say they were investing in Duke's films. Chapter 567. Chapter 567. Digital Armor. During the filming process, the crew also borrowed some of Duke's personal belongings, such as a black Rolls-Royce sedan and his private business jet. Originally, Marvel Studios proposed using the Duke estate as Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, but Duke declined, citing that it lacked the futuristic sci-fi feel. All other personal items were freely available without Duke charging even a single dollar, but using his home as a filming location was off the table. Despite the increasing speed of information exchange making celebrity privacy harder to keep, Duke didn't want to expose his home to the public through the film. The interior scenes of Tony Stark's mansion could easily be shot by renting a seaside villa, and wide shots could be realized through scale models. As time passed, some of the drama scenes were gradually completed. After the blue screen stage was built at Warner Studios, the motion capture scenes of Tony Stark were also scheduled by Duke. "Andy, Rob, how's the preparation going?" After checking the work of other departments, Duke walked to the blue screen. Andy Serkis turned his head and said, "Don't worry, Duke. With me here, Rob will definitely deliver his best performance." After answering Duke, he looked at Robert Downey Jr. Downey wore the Iron Man helmet without the mask and a motion capture suit specially designed by Weta Workshop, covered with dozens of motion capture markers. Along with the special cameras used by the crew, Robert Downey Jr.'s movements would be recorded without any gaps. Filming was about to start. Andy Serkis gave Robert Downey Jr. his final instructions. Rob, forget the trackers on your body and the green screen behind you. Treat this as a real performance. Remember, be real. Perform just like you always do. You don't need to worry about motion capture. The whole system is working with you. Of course, this didn't mean that Robert could perform exactly as usual. Although the Mark II armor was designed according to Tony Stark's physique and habits, wearing this metal suit inevitably affects a person. This was the reason Duke brought Andy Serkis. He provided Robert with some simulation training to slightly alter his walking style during motion capture. The change couldn't be too large, but had to be noticeable on camera. Otherwise, the setting of the Mark II armor would be contradicted by the film itself. During motion capture filming, Duke only controlled the big picture. The technical details, scene setups, and CGI were all handled by professional technicians from Weta Workshop. However, the initial shooting didn't go smoothly because Robert Downey Jr. was a novice at motion capture. Even with Andy Serkis' help, he couldn't instantly become a master in this field. Everyone's talent varies. In terms of live-action acting, Robert Downey Jr. might easily outshine Andy Serkis, but when it came to motion capture, he kept making mistakes. Duke had expected this. He was patient and had allocated ample time. There was also Weta Workshop. Unlike the time Duke filmed the Lord of the Rings trilogy with them, Weta had completely updated their motion capture technology. The motion capture equipment Duke used back then was now obsolete. Thanks to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Weta Workshop gained worldwide fame and received many special effects orders, including Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean series. The filming environment for motion capture during Pirates was far more challenging than during Lord of the Rings. The Giant Lake set, originally discovered by James Cameron for Rosario, was both humid and stuffy, placing high demands on equipment. Weta took this opportunity to upgrade their gear and developed a system called IMO-CAP. The version used in filming Iron Man was the second generation of this system. Unlike previous motion capture systems based on optics, magnetic fields, mechanics, or ultrasound, IMO-CAP directly identifies human movements from video images captured by cameras. This huge innovation made IMO-CAP almost unaffected by environmental conditions. As long as the camera image was clear and recognizable, motion capture could be performed. In other words, this system wasn't confined to blue screens and could be used in real environments if needed. In fact, in Duke's view, no motion capture system was a 100% solution. It was just a tool for CGI production. According to Duke's directing philosophy, the upgraded version of IMO-CAP provided by Weta didn't focus particularly on accuracy. Its advantages lay in being lightweight, easy to use, and highly mobile. Moreover, Duke always hoped that the motion capture equipment would be highly versatile, meaning it would impose as few restrictions as possible on the set and actors. Therefore, after improvements, the IMO-CAP system could use any model of camera, required no special treatment of the filming location, and needed no other complicated equipment. It could capture motion at any time. Additionally, even if occasional issues like occlusion or jumps occurred during capture, and some data is incomplete, it doesn't affect the overall production. According to Duke's philosophy, the goal is to simplify the requirements for live-action capture and leave the relatively complex processing to the post-production team. This leads to a reduction in the difficulty of motion capture for actors, making Robert Downey Jr. the biggest beneficiary of Duke's initiative. This also greatly benefited Robert Downey Jr. After several motion capture scenes were filmed. He earnestly asked Duke to reduce the times he had to wear the prop Iron Man armor and instead shoot more scenes using motion capture. Sanders and his team told me those beautiful suits were custom-made to fit my figure, so they must be comfortable. Just like the character Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. stood beside Duke's director's chair, rambling nonstop. But the truth is, that armor is very uncomfortable and severely restricts my movements. It's really hard to pose the way you want, or move as the script requires. Faced with Robert Downey Jr.'s chatter, Duke said nothing, feeling a strange sense of Tony Stark somehow appearing in the real world. Duke, dear Director Rosenberg, Robert Downey Jr. didn't stop but crouched down, leaning on the armrest of the director's chair, speaking very earnestly. Could you consider digitizing the armor from now on? When I saw that thing, my head hurt. I really don't like it. Turning his head, Duke looked at Robert Downey Jr., thought for a moment, and then said in response to Downey's hopeful gaze, "That means we'll need to do more VFX shots than expected." Well, Robert Downey Jr. scratched his head awkwardly. Just as he lowered his head to leave, Duke suddenly said, "Rob, everything the crew does is to help actors perform better and without hindrance, so I can agree to your request, but you have to deliver an even better performance than before." "I will." Robert Downey Jr. was almost raising his hand to swear. "Really?" Duke smiled mysteriously. Some shots that originally required stunt doubles wearing the suit could be done through motion capture instead. "How about we shoot Tony Stark flying scenes this afternoon?" Although Duke's smile seemed to imply something, Robert Downey Jr. didn't hesitate and said, "No problem, I'll get ready now." But when it came time to shoot, Robert Downey Jr. found that even using motion capture equipment to film Iron Man flying felt uncomfortable. Although he was suspended under a rig arm, only needing to pose in the stunt team's specially designed Iron Man flying posture without moving much, maintaining the position for a while made him feel as if he would fall apart. Duke swore he was not taking revenge on Robert Downey Jr., and even if there was a bit of that, he wouldn't tell anyone. This shoot only required Robert Downey Jr. to hold a pose. No extra movement was needed. When Iron Man was flying, the camera footage was made to look like a continuous long take covering the entire motion. Duke tried to make the shots look like they were taken using a tripod with camera panning and tilting, or on a dolly track or crane, avoiding the feeling that the camera magically glided through space. "We need to process the movements as necessary, but we shouldn't obstruct the actor's movements. The overall motion should look like silly cartoonish action." This was Duke's instruction to Anna Prinz beside him. As always, Anna Prinz would lead a setup team to shoot certain shots. Everyone likes to think in their preferred way, and filmmakers are no different. Even with longtime collaborators deeply influenced by his style, Duke never forgot to give essential instructions when necessary. After finishing the flying scenes, Robert Downey Jr. was taken down from the rig arm. Although only a few minutes had passed, when he walked toward Duke, he swayed constantly, seeming like he could fall at any moment. But Duke ignored him because someone had come specifically to find him on set. "You're getting engaged, Wallace?" Hearing Wallace Lee's invitation, Duke was somewhat surprised. "Who's the bride?" Wallace Lee showed an embarrassed smile. "You know her, Kate Beckinsale." Duke wasn't too surprised by the answer. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'll be there on time." Chapter 568, Underworld Legend. Chapter 568. Chapter 568, Underworld Legend. Driving through the beachfront villa area of Santa Monica, Duke deliberately went to see his former home, then turned around and drove to the yacht marina. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, a staff member came to lead the way, guiding him onto the long pier. Although this was a strictly managed private yacht club, as he walked along, Duke still spotted quite a few paparazzi who had clearly received related information. To the media and public, the name Wallace Lee wasn't familiar. Only those within the circle who paid attention to Duke knew that he had been the assistant director of the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Taken, and that his first solo-directed film would be released soon. However, Kate Beckinsale had some name recognition. Although she had never made it to the A-list, and calling her a B-list actress was a bit of a stretch after Van Helsing flopped, she had once been popular and still had quite a few fans and supporters. To entertainment media, she was still worth reporting on. Moreover, those well-informed knew that she had a daughter out of wedlock, so this engagement drew the attention of many paparazzi and entertainment reporters. Boarding a luxurious yacht, Duke saw Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale coming toward him. He gave a slight smile and said, "Congratulations to you both." After speaking, he handed over the gift he had prepared, which was received by a little girl around 5 years old standing next to Kate Beckinsale. "Thank you." Although he only joined after 2000, Wallace Lee was one of Duke's core team members. Without saying much, Kate Beckinsale thanked him and pulled the little girl over to introduce her. "This is my daughter, Lily." "Hi, Lily." Duke bent down, looked at the little one, and said, "How old are you?" The little girl blinked and answered shyly, 5 years old. "You're very cute." After saying that, Duke left. Other guests were arriving, and he couldn't take up too much of Wallace Lee's time. Walking to the foredeck of the yacht, Duke found that most of the guests attending the engagement party were members of his team, along with a few of Kate Beckinsale's friends. What Duke hadn't expected was that a cameraman was taking photos under the direction of Nancy Josephson. Seeing his agent, Duke walked over. Nancy Josephson gave a few instructions to the cameraman, then accompanied Duke to the port side railing. "What's going on here?" Duke rested his hands on the railing, glanced at the cameraman who clearly looked like a media professional, and asked, "You invited media people?" "We're just taking some photos, mostly of Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale." Nancy Josephson slightly tidied her windblown hair and said, "They're not you. They need to seize every opportunity." She turned around and looked at Duke. "Darling, I guess you forgot. Underworld, directed by Wallace and starring Kate, is being released next weekend. The film had limited funding and needs explosive news to draw market attention." Nancy Josephson was also the agent for Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale, so taking advantage of such opportunities was part of her job. Duke thought for a moment and understood. Like most Hollywood stars, Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to promote themselves through engagement publicity. Wallace was in a slightly better position, being a director, but Kate Beckinsale could strictly be classified as a washed-up actress. Trying to make a comeback was no easy task. If Duke remembered correctly, after Van Helsing, even though Kate Beckinsale starred in the Underworld series, she never truly regained her popularity. However, now that she was back under Nancy Josephson's management, she might still have a chance in the future. As for her and Wallace Lee, Duke didn't think much of their relationship. The reason was simple. This deputy and classmate of Duke's was somewhat like him in his younger years. The odds of those two ending up together were extremely low. Duke, if there's a chance, perhaps still optimistic about Kate Beckinsale's potential and the possibility of a good return on investment, Nancy Josephson said. "Give Kate a suitable role in one of your films. As long as she's only starring in small productions like Underworld, she'll never make a comeback. I'll keep that in mind." After all, this was the agent who had worked for him for over a decade, and Duke wouldn't refuse such a small request. Nancy Josephson, knowing where to draw the line, quickly changed the subject. "I heard the negotiations with Tina have been settled?" "Yeah, the tripartite talks have basically reached a consensus. There was no need to keep this matter secret." Duke said directly, "Warner Brothers will fully acquire Duke's studio and Pixar through a combination of cash and equity exchange. To address the investment issue brought on by the acquisition, they'll prioritize my capital in the new round of equity financing." After thinking for a moment about the specific numbers, Duke added, "In total, I'll probably gain about 7% of Warner Brothers shares through Duke's studio and a large sum of capital, and I'll become a member of the Warner Brothers board of directors along with Steve Jobs." This deal might look like a win for Duke, but Warner Brothers wasn't stupid. Just the rights to Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings that Duke's studio held were gold mines. Simply put, it was a matter of long-term versus short-term gains. From 2000 to now, even excluding box office revenue, various Harry Potter products alone had earned over $10 billion globally. Moreover, as time passes, the influence of the Harry Potter series becomes increasingly ingrained in people's hearts, and the resulting income grows even more apparent. Although Duke's studio only holds part of the rights, it is still an asset coveted by the entire Hollywood and even the entire American business world. Besides, this also means that Duke has now fully boarded Time Warner's War Chariot. In the past, Steven Spielberg once proved how important a hugely successful director can be to a company, and throughout Duke's rise, he too has proven his value and influence on Warner's performance. Steve Jobs was able to profit entirely because of Pixar Studios, and Pixar Studios itself was worthy of attention from any corporate group. These days, no one would object to calling Pixar Studios the leading force of Hollywood's entire animation industry. Although the three parties have yet to reach a formal written agreement, this years-long negotiation is approaching its conclusion. The end of this negotiation will bring another benefit. Time Warner Group, Duke, and Steve Jobs will become a tightly bound community of interests. The parties can then concentrate their efforts on targeting the most promising market on the opposite side, aiming to use Warner World to overtake Walt Disney's Disneyland. Currently, Warner Group has the DC Comics series, Harry Potter series, Lord of the Rings spin-offs, the Pixar animation series, and distribution rights for Duke's planned Transformers series and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. These increasingly large productions require an immensely vast market space. Furthermore, Time Warner's products have never been limited to just movies. Of course, the planned amusement park may also end up being named Warner Fox World. After Duke's proposal, and following a period of weighing and consideration, Rupert Murdoch and News Corp have shown a willingness to cooperate. Although Disneyland has a more prestigious name, the forces gathered on Duke's side, two major media conglomerates, are strong enough to compete. The engagement ceremony was not complicated. After the routine rituals came a party, and afterward, per Nancy Josephson's plan, engagement photos of Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale were sent to major media outlets and websites, appearing in several entertainment sections the next day. Perhaps it was because this English rose, Kate Beckinsale, hadn't been completely forgotten, or maybe it was because of the reputation Wallace Lee carried as associate director of the Lord of the Rings trilogy in Taken, but their engagement still garnered some attention. The Underworld production crew and distributor Warner Brothers also used the opportunity to promote the film. Since the production budget was only $30 million, the promotional campaign wasn't large. It mainly leveraged the relationship between Wallace Lee and Kate Beckinsale to stir interest. At the same time, Duke also endorsed the film during promotion. After all, he was one of its investors. He even posted his opinion about the film on Instant Share. Underworld is unlike any previous vampire or werewolf film. It systematically explains the origins of vampires and werewolves and the centuries of hatred and blood feud between them. For audiences who enjoy this genre, it's definitely worth a trip to the theater. Perhaps the advance buzz was enough, and the film's quality was reasonably decent. When Underworld premiered in North America in mid-November, it earned more than $27.5 million in its opening weekend. For a film with a $30 million production budget, that was a pretty good start. Although the film could only be considered a niche movie close to a B-grade production, it received favorable responses from its target audience. A film like this could never become a mainstream hit, but as long as it attracts enough of its core viewership, it's enough to turn a profit. By Thanksgiving, Underworld had already grossed over $50 million in North America. Despite the genre's tendency to quickly burn through its popularity, the box office alone had recovered its costs. Subsequent television and home video rights would essentially be pure profit. As a result, the sequel was naturally put on the agenda. Kate Beckinsale also managed to shake off some of her bad luck from the past few years. Among fans who liked Underworld, she even earned the nickname Goddess of the Night. Chapter 569, Easter Egg. Chapter 569, Chapter 569, Easter Egg. Compared to the vampire woman in Underworld, my character is still considered a normal person. After finishing her makeup, Scarlett Johansson stood next to Duke, watching the crew from other departments busily adjust the equipment. It seemed like her old habit of being talkative was starting to resurface. Celine is almost 1,000 years old, while Natasha Romanoff is not even 100 yet. She pulled a face and said to Duke, "Why does my character have to be so old?" Duke couldn't be bothered to respond and didn't even turn his head. Is the Celine-type female character the trend now? Scarlett seemed to be talking to herself, yet her voice was just loud enough for Duke to hear. Celine is on the cold and glamorous route, which is very different from Natasha Romanoff's style. You're absolutely right. Duke finally spoke. Natasha Romanoff and Celine are two completely different types of characters. Perhaps sensing the seriousness in Duke's tone, Scarlett Johansson also switched to a more professional attitude. My character is a close combat expert. Not entirely accurate, Scarlett. Duke was clearly discussing the character with her. Natasha Romanoff is not just a close combat expert. She's a killing machine. She received intense training from the former Soviet Union, learning lethal offensive techniques. She even fought alongside Captain America on the battlefield of World War II and has seen enough cruelty and bloodshed. Unlike the former version of Agent Natasha Romanoff, Duke based her character's setting on the comic book depiction. Like Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff had also been used in experiments by the former Soviet Union and Hydra, making her an ageless monster. Of course, Duke still retained some widely popular elements, such as Natasha Romanoff teasing quite a few upcoming superheroes. However, this female agent would hold to one fundamental principle: love is for children and there would be no melodramatic and cringeworthy romance plots. Since shooting wouldn't begin for a while, Scarlett stood next to Duke and discussed various aspects of the character and film with him. Duke also directly told her his expectations. "Scarlett, your character is as deadly as her nickname. Are you sure a female character like this will be well received?" Hearing Scarlett's question, Duke simply said, "Who doesn't like watching a beautiful and sexy woman in an action scene?" True. Angelina Jolie's Tomb Raider and Kate Beckinsale's Underworld both had decent reactions. Scarlett seemed to think of something and added, "I heard DC Comics and Warner Brothers are also planning to make a live-action Wonder Woman movie." "Not for now." Duke shook his head. "I vetoed that." Knowing Duke had a say in DC's comic film projects, Scarlett couldn't help but ask curiously, why? "Because Diana Prince is different from Lara Croft, Selene, and Natasha Romanoff. Her character is heavily infused with feminist ideologies." At this point, Duke gave a brief explanation. Why did Diana Prince become the most famous female superhero? It's not just because she debuted early, it's also due to her undeniable feminist label. "But her comics are really popular," Scarlett responded. Duke crossed his arms and continued explaining the reasoning. "Comics and movies are completely different mediums. The latter delivers a more direct and impactful experience. Though the female audience is on the rise, sometimes even accounting for up to 60% in romance or light comedy films, superhero movies require massive investments, and relying solely on female viewers can't support the market. How to handle Diana Prince's feminist ideology and statements will be a big challenge," Duke added. "If we stick to the comic book setting, we'll inevitably lose many male viewers. But if we ditch the feminist aspect, the comic book fans and feminist organizations are bound to make a lot of noise. So the live-action Wonder Woman is being scrapped." Scarlett sounded somewhat unwilling. Duke shook his head. "I wouldn't say scrapped, it's just not the right time. There will be opportunities in the future. Movies are heavily influenced by the social climate. As the feminist movement continues to rise, feminist films that aren't well received by the mainstream market now will inevitably see changes in the future. Strictly speaking, among the Trinity of Justice, Wonder Woman is indeed the most difficult to film, even more so than Superman. Diana Prince's demigod identity already affects audience immersion, and her various ideologies and lines that place her above men clash with this male-dominated society. "We're ready." The assistant director's notification broke Duke's train of thought. He nodded at Scarlett Johansson and returned behind the director's monitor. Dressed in a tight agent suit, Scarlett Johansson found action director Jimmy Carter, who would be responsible for the upcoming action scenes. This part of the shoot wasn't complex. It depicted the final battle, where Agent Coulson attempted to arrest Obadiah Stane, but was ambushed by the Ironmonger under his control. After Iron Man arrived to support him, they were surrounded by mercenaries. Natasha Romanoff, undercover at Stark Industries, arrived just in time and used close combat skills to eliminate and drive away the mercenaries, rescuing Pepper Potts and Agent Coulson. Filming began quickly. Like all action scenes, Natasha Romanoff's fight sequence was broken down into countless fragments. The longest shots lasted just over 10 seconds, and the shortest were barely over a second. Apart from the actors' pre-training and rehearsals, most action scenes in films rely heavily on post-production editing. Whether it's Hong Kong films or Hollywood action movies, unedited raw action scenes usually look pathetically fake. Jimmy Carter, having learned from Yuen Wu-ping, fused elements from Hong Kong cinema into modern combat. After honing through several films, he had gradually matured in this craft. He specially designed some fierce and direct fighting techniques tailored for Scarlett, matching the comic book feel. Natasha Romanoff's action scenes had no frills. Every move was meant to kill. All the gear she carried was designed by the props team to be lethal tools, perfect for close combat. According to normal standards, such fighting styles wouldn't look good on screen unless they were paired with heavy blood scenes. But this film could never go that route. If it did, the PG-13 rating would be lost. If the film were rated R, a massive number of teenage viewers would be lost. Yet after a day of filming ended, Duke did a simple cut of the footage and found, just as he expected, that Natasha Romanoff's action scenes were extremely compelling. If her screen time hadn't been so limited, she might have even stolen the spotlight from the main character, Tony Stark. The reason was very, very simple. Those sharp combat moves may seem straightforward and not all that visually exciting, but once they were performed by Scarlett Johansson, everything changed. A sexy and beautiful woman, using extremely fierce techniques to fight and weave her way through enemies several times her number. How pleasing was that to the eye? In Duke's opinion, Scarlett Johansson was more than enough to make many hormone-driven teenage boys have massive nosebleeds. Of course, only a very small portion of these action scenes were performed by Scarlett herself. In fact, it was quite easy to tell. Any shot with a clear facial close-up was done by Scarlett Johansson herself. Those rear, side, or hair-covered shots were all handled by two stunt doubles. Among the two stunt doubles, one was even a male whose back silhouette was extremely similar to Scarlett's, specifically responsible for completing those particularly difficult moves. When the film hits theaters, those male viewers drooling over Scarlett Johansson's sexy back will never guess that the object of their fantasies at that moment was actually a man. But this is the magic of movies. This is the effect movies bring. Though months of pre-production had gone into it, Scarlett's screen time wasn't particularly abundant. After all, this movie was called Iron Man, not Black Widow. She was merely one of the key characters linking the Avengers together. Among the characters appearing in this installment, aside from Natasha Romanoff, Agent Coulson, and their superior Nick Fury, some of Tony Stark's lines also mention stories from his father's past, such as how Howard Stark not only fought side by side with Steve Rogers, but was also close friends with him. However, this was just the beginning of a major series. Many things were merely touched upon lightly without too much explanation, since there would be a series of future films to be produced. After about 10 days of shooting, Scarlett Johansson's scenes gradually wrapped up. The set was pitch black. A sliver of dawn light streamed in through the window. Scarlett Johansson stood beside Samuel L. Jackson in his Nick Fury costume. "Mr. Stark, do you think you're the only superhero in the world?" Facing this question, Robert Downey Jr. shifted his gaze towards Scarlett Johansson. "I've never thought that. Isn't there a female superhero standing right next to you?" He put on a slightly angry expression. "Why did you come undercover into my company? Who exactly are you? I'm someone worthy of your trust." Scarlett Johansson looked straight at him, as if searching for the shadow of someone else, but eventually gave up and said, "I once fought alongside your father Howard Stark and Captain America Steve Rogers." "That's impossible." Tony Stark looked shocked. Scarlett handed him a few photos. On them was a giant green figure going berserk on an ice field. "While tracking him, we discovered a plane under the glacier. We need your help. We need you to wear the Iron Man suit and dive into the ice to rescue your father's closest comrade." Undoubtedly, this was the Easter egg Duke had prepared for the film. Chapter 570, Downey and the Joker. Chapter 570, Downey and the Joker. It's finally over. When Duke called out pass, the three actors in the scene walked over. Scarlett Johansson deliberately let out a yawn and said, "This past half year has been like living in purgatory. This is the hardest film I've ever shot. Really envy you." Robert Downey Jr. chimed in jokingly, "You get to return to a happy life. But I still have to roll in purgatory. Is my crew that terrifying?" Duke raised his head from behind the monitor. "Do you need me to add a scene just for you?" "Absolutely not." That flying scene that relied on motion capture had already made Robert Downey Jr. regret it bitterly. He quickly said, "Duke, I think my scenes are more than enough. You should consider Scarlett instead." Samuel L. Jackson checked the time and said to Duke, "I have a date with Quentin Tarantino tonight." "Duke, I'll take my leave now. I've prepared a party at home tonight." Hearing Duke's words, Samuel L. Jackson hesitated for a moment, but in the end still shook his head with only one eye. "Sorry, Duke. I made the appointment with Quentin a few days ago." The first actor Duke confirmed for Iron Man was Scarlett Johansson, while the first actor confirmed for the entire Marvel series by Marvel Comics was Samuel L. Jackson. In the already published Ultimate version of the comics, the character Nick Fury was portrayed as an African American, and from appearance, personality, to behavior, he was modeled after Samuel L. Jackson, with his personal approval. In return, Samuel L. Jackson, who received full compensation, also played the role of SHLD's director in the film series. Leaving Warner Studios, many from the crew rushed to Duke's estate to attend the party he was hosting. However, Since filming would continue the next day, the party was limited to drinking only and did not evolve into a typical Hollywood-style wild bash. Duke, I heard that in your next Batman movie, the Joker will be the main villain? Holding a large glass of beer, Robert Downey Jr. found Duke. What do you think of me? He didn't seem to be joking and clearly wanted to keep working with Duke. You want to play the Joker? Duke could clearly hear what Robert Downey Jr. meant. That role is very difficult, and it doesn't align with your usual acting style. Every actor has roles they're suited for and roles they're absolutely not. The kind of actor who can do everything simply doesn't exist. I think I can do it. Perhaps because his performance during recent shoots had been improving, Robert Downey Jr.'s confidence was also rapidly recovering. Someone once said that he was the best Joker in the world, that no one could surpass his 1989 version. Duke frowned slightly. It was obvious Robert Downey Jr. was referring to Jack Nicholson. Robert Downey Jr. took a big gulp of beer. Without waiting for Duke to ask anything, he continued, Jack Nicholson once mocked me and my father. He said we were a family of idiots, that the Downeys were a fallen family, full of perverts and peeping toms. I want to show him something. But you know, I don't have that kind of power right now. Hearing this, Duke had already silently ruled out the possibility and replied tactfully, I'll consider it. Even without the personal grudge, Duke didn't think Robert Downey Jr. was suitable for the Joker. There's no such thing as an irreplaceable actor. Even Heath Ledger wasn't indispensable. But not every actor fits a given role, and Robert Downey Jr.'s personal traits clearly contradicted those of the Joker. Last year, Duke had met Heath Ledger. Judging by the timeline, he was probably already in Ang Lee's crew. As long as the conditions were right, he was still the first choice for the Joker. As for whether he'd end up dead because of it, that never factored into Duke's consideration. Besides, Heath Ledger's drug addiction wasn't something new. Even without this film or this role, given his heavy drug use and personality, the chances of him dying were still extremely high. And really, how many Hollywood stars who die tragically are actually worth pitying? River Phoenix died of a drug overdose. Whitney Houston drowned in a bathtub after drug use. David Carradine died in Thailand while playing a sadomasochistic game with a ladyboy, and Heath Ledger died of drug addiction. This truly is a circle that can't be judged by common sense. But there are also many stars with just as much pressure who remain healthy and alive. In the end, it's all about the choices you make. Even in the worst case, what kind of outcome would come from rushing to save someone? This is a society that places extreme importance on privacy and personal freedom. Touching someone else's privacy or secrets is often a thankless task. When it comes to things like that, Duke will always just be an onlooker, just like when Nicolas Cage encountered a financial crisis. At most, he could give a few hints and reminders in passing. Because filming was scheduled for the next day, the party ended before 10 o'clock. Everyone, including Robert Downey Jr., gradually bid farewell and left, leaving only Scarlett Johansson lingering behind. Walking out of the banquet hall, Duke entered the villa's living room, and Scarlett Johansson followed from behind. Can I stay here tonight? She suddenly asked. Due to her mother's connection, there had always been a room for Scarlett Johansson in this villa. Duke had also had a few drinks tonight. Upon hearing this, he turned to look at her, his eyebrows raised slightly. Are you sure you want to stay here? Although the look he gave her was like that of a hunter eyeing prey, making Scarlett subconsciously recall how Duke looked when he was in her childhood, she still straightened up and said, Of course I want to stay here. This is my home. Your home. Duke stared at her. Scarlett met his gaze with equal intensity. Duke, you know what I went through in my childhood. You and my godmother were the ones who gave me the warmth of a family. As she spoke, a hint of resentment entered her eyes. Even though you later grew distant from me because I talked too much and was a bit of a troublemaker, those are just trivial flaws. I've always been paying attention to you. Your growth, your success, every single achievement you've made has accompanied me through my own growth. She suddenly sighed. When a girl enters puberty and is supposed to start dating, I sadly realized I had no interest in people my age. I was too used to seeing rationality, maturity, and strength. People my age seemed to me the very definition of childish and foolish. That's when I understood I liked mature men. Do you know why that is? The earlier Scarlett Johansson had a deep obsession with older men. The current Scarlett, who had grown up following her mother, had changed quite a bit in character and temperament from before. Duke hadn't expected that the one thing that hadn't changed, her obsession with older men, was actually because of him. The little girl who used to babble endlessly before him had completely grown up. Their relationship had indeed gone through a period of coldness due to Scarlett's talkative and troublesome nature, but in the end, they still ended up on this path. Just like with Ivanka Trump, when it came time to make a decision, Duke never lacked the courage to do so. In the next moment, Duke took Scarlett Johansson's hand and walked up the stairs to the second floor. In a place he couldn't see, the corner of Scarlett's mouth suddenly curled into a very wide smile. This manor is about to welcome its second hostess. So thought the housekeeper standing in the corner of the living room. Having served Duke for many years, she knew that Scarlett had her own advantages. Compared to Ivanka Trump and her troublesome father Donald Trump, Scarlett Johansson's family basically posed no problems. Scarlett Johansson and Ivanka Trump had completely different personalities. Over the years, Scarlett's talkativeness and tendency to cause trouble had lessened considerably, but she still wasn't the quiet and introverted type. However, Scarlett also wouldn't cause any business-related conflict with Duke or the Rosenberg family. Even to this day, Donald Trump's investment in the instant share website remained a huge obstacle between Duke and Ivanka Trump. Although the two had broken up peacefully, they never met again. Duke also never loosened his stance on Donald Trump's involvement in that investment. Ivanka Trump wanted to bring the Trump family's funds into this company, which was highly favored by Wall Street and countless IT giants. But Duke, with his one-vote veto power, was the mountain she could never cross. Of course, Duke's main career was in film, and instant share wasn't something he couldn't give up, but he simply didn't want Donald Trump, who had taken advantage of him so many times, to profit from it. Everyone has a bottom line. Donald Trump's past actions didn't warrant Duke's retaliation, but they had touched that bottom line. Besides, there were many companies interested in the shares Duke held. He could easily exchange them for things he actually wanted. For example, the two founders of Google had always wanted to acquire instant share and had contacted Duke several times. However, they were hesitant about Duke's offer of a stock swap, because even after multiple rounds of equity dilution in recent years, Duke still held nearly 20% of Google's shares. If his holdings increased further, it would inevitably impact the founder's control over the company. Such stock swaps wouldn't happen without sacrificing Class A shares with voting rights. So, Google had continued to engage with Duke. The shares of instant share were not his untouchable treasure. The two sides just needed to find common ground amid the differences. There was also Apple. Steve Jobs was very interested in this side as well, but most of his focus remained on developing new mobile products. When Duke attended Apple's latest shareholder meeting, he also saw the concept version of the new product. Chapter 571, Concept Version of the Kidney Machine. Chapter 571, Chapter 571, Concept Version of the Kidney Machine. A smartphone. Flipping through the Apple concept phone in his hand, Duke leaned back in his chair and looked at Steve Jobs across from him. This is Apple's next flagship product. Steve Jobs nodded. Perhaps because there were now more interests entangled between him and Duke, the businessman in him was acting up. His attitude seemed much better than before, and he rarely showed a smile as he said, "How does it feel?" "Pretty good." Duke placed it on the table between them. "I believe it will definitely become popular all over the world in the future." Definitely. Steve Jobs was always full of confidence. Although he hadn't used it before, Duke was sure this was basically the first-generation iPhone. Judging from what Jobs said, the phone was still in the experimental improvement stage, and far from being ready for market release. Of course, even if the phone hit the market, Duke would rather continue using his custom-made Nokia. Despite the fact that this smartphone combined all the most advanced technologies available, it still couldn't compare to any knockoff smartphones he had seen in the past. According to Steve Jobs' introduction, the first-generation iPhone only supported AT&T's 2G network. Not only was it prone to packet loss and disconnection, but the key issue was that the speed was turtle slow, comparable to the torment of dial-up internet in the old days. "Duke, you're good at science fiction films and always full of imaginative ideas," Jobs suddenly asked. "What do you think could be improved on this phone?" Seeing that Jobs rarely asked such a question, Duke couldn't help but furrow his brow. He recalled for a long time before saying, "Steve, I think the App Store could definitely be placed on this smartphone. The App Store is a part of the Apple ecosystem. It's a service software available on many Apple devices. It allows users to browse and download applications developed specifically for Apple devices. Users can purchase both paid and free content and have the apps directly downloaded to their Apple terminals. It includes games, calendars, translation tools, photo galleries, and many other practical software. Jobs' eyes immediately lit up, but he wasn't overly excited. He continued to ask, "Anything else?" This concept phone can't change many backgrounds. Only the system's default black. Duke, rare to have a chance to show off in front of Jobs, and being a major Apple shareholder, the better the iPhone sells, the more he profits, continued. The system also doesn't have copy-paste functionality, and it can't connect to a computer wirelessly. No navigation, the camera resolution is too low, and it can't record video directly. As Duke spoke, Jobs kept nodding. "I really didn't expect it, Duke. You actually know so much about phones. What you've pointed out are indeed shortcomings of the concept phone, and there are also technologies that need improvement in the future." The future? Duke was slightly surprised. "Of course the future," Steve Jobs said as if it were a matter of course. "My plan is to release a new model every once in a while, changing some corresponding functions each time. For example, we can add the App Store in the second generation, enhance entertainment functions in the third, and completely update the camera in the fourth." He spread his hands and said, "Only by constantly improving features will users continue to buy Apple products. Releasing everything at once does not align with Apple's interests." Upon hearing this, Duke couldn't help but nod heavily. Steve Jobs truly deserved to be called a businessman, an ideal model for Duke to learn from. When leaving, Duke originally wanted to take a concept phone with him. He wouldn't use it himself, but giving it to Scarlett Johansson as a toy wouldn't be a bad idea. However, Steve Jobs sternly refused. Duke didn't mind. After all, this was a product still in development, and confidentiality was a must. With a renewed appreciation for Steve Jobs' business instincts, Duke returned to Los Angeles from San Francisco and threw himself back into the intense filming schedule. During the days he was away, the crew didn't stop working. They continued operating normally. Anna Prinz had temporarily taken over Duke's position and managed the filming progress. Even after Duke returned, she still led a small team for filming. The dual-line shooting ensured the crew stayed on schedule, leaving ample time for complex post-production. In the studio, Robert Downey Jr. wore motion capture equipment and jumped down from a 3-foot platform, landing heavily on a black mat. Duke watched all of it through the monitor, his brows tightly furrowed. "Robert," he called out in front of the camera, "do it again." Robert Downey Jr. nodded and went back onto the platform. After the clapperboard signaled the start, he jumped again, landing with both feet on the mat. This time, Duke didn't look at the monitor. His eyes were fixed on Robert Downey Jr.'s side. Watching his feet land, he finally saw the problem. "Jimmy, Robert." Duke raised his hand and called over the lead actor and the stunt coordinator. "Let's have a quick meeting." Jimmy Carter had been in charge of action design. He realized Duke was dissatisfied with the scene he designed and asked, "Something wrong? Don't you think Robert's landing from flight looks too plain?" Duke pointed at Robert Downey Jr. "Jimmy, Iron Man just jumped straight to the ground. It's way too bland." Robert Downey Jr. scratched his head and deliberately said in a cocky tone, "I think Duke's absolutely right. This kind of entrance can't showcase my stylish and cool side at all." "Robert," Jimmy Carter pointed at him. Perhaps he had been annoyed by this clown before and simply ignored him this time. He turned to Duke and asked, "Give me a hint. I'm good at designing based on your requests, but I struggle with abstract ideas. Every superhero has their own distinctive way of showing up." Duke thought for a moment and said, "In Iron Man, after Tony Stark becomes Iron Man, he always appears flying. Jimmy, what you need to do is make Iron Man's flying style stand out from other superheroes. You can't let the audience's first thought be that Superman or Spider-Man." These conceptual matters had always been Duke's responsibility. He explained, "Iron Man doesn't have superpowers. He's merely wrapped in a heavy but bulletproof high-tech suit. Superman takes off quickly but prefers to land slowly, while Iron Man takes off slowly because of the heavy outer suit. But he lands quickly and with a dull thud." Over the years, Jimmy Carter had accumulated enough experience. After hearing Duke's words, he immediately thought of a solution. In normal landings, Iron Man can also take a slow, decelerated landing approach. But when he appears on the battlefield, he can descend like thunder from the sky. This will create a huge impact force, and Tony Stark will need to land on one knee to absorb the shock, and this pose is cool enough. Robert Downey Jr. immediately agreed. Good idea. After speaking, he and Jimmy Carter both looked at Duke. They both knew clearly that the person who truly had the final say was Duke. This is indeed unique compared to other traditional superhero characters already established. It's also great for us. With this issue resolved, Duke temporarily changed the shooting plan and moved on to shoot other scenes, giving Jimmy Carter and Robert Downey Jr. enough time to practice. Don't underestimate this seemingly trivial motion to achieve the desired filming effect also requires a great deal of repetitive practice. Of course, this only solved part of the problem. Other issues still existed. For instance, Iron Man is grounded in realism. He requires natural movement. This isn't just about filming post-production special effects must also help solve it. Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Workshop worked closely together. According to Duke's requirements, they embraced a fearless attitude toward producing massive amounts of CG. While filming, they intensely created numerous keyframe animations for the film, along with a few straight-line motion capture animations. Just like Duke said, those superheroes who succeeded on screen all have iconic traits, signature moves that leave a lasting impression on audiences. For example, Superman stands upright with chest out and fists on hips, cape fluttering in the wind. But Duke designed Iron Man's style to be more organic. Although he wanted Iron Man to have amazing mobility, he didn't want audiences to be distracted by fake comic book constructs. Instead, he tried to insert poses into various movements to enhance memorability. One scene had already completed its initial special effects, Ironmonger flying back to attack Iron Man grabbing both of his arms, and using rocket propulsion to leap into the air. This set of actions was far stronger than simply striking a pose in place. Another key moment was when Iron Man, mid-air, quickly raised his fist to counter Ironmonger's attack. At that frame, Iron Man was right in the center of the shot. With some of the action scenes' problems resolved, the filming schedule gradually sped up. Before Christmas, Duke had finished all the action scenes. The remaining ones were just some fragmented shots. After spending Christmas vacation in New York with his mother and Scarlett Johansson, he returned to work. The sooner filming wrapped, the more time there would be for post-production. According to the plan, this film had to be released during next year's summer box office season. The remaining scenes were mostly of Tony Stark being snarky and relatively humorous moments. Just like actors, directors also have areas they're not good at. Duke had never been good at filming comedy scenes, but Robert Downey Jr. himself was an expert in this. With his lead, the actors started improvising, and Duke was happy to select suitable material from that. For example, in a scene between Robert Downey Jr. and Rachel McAdams, Rachel played Pepper Potts, complaining about flying all over America to buy mansions for Tony Stark. After you buy the next estate, I can put your name on the front gate, call it Potts Manor. Upon hearing this, Rachel McAdams had a sudden flash of inspiration and said, better to put it on the deed. During the final days of shooting, the crew was rarely filled with such a cheerful atmosphere. After the new year, when 2006 arrived, filming for Iron Man was officially completed. Chapter 572, Ski Vacation. Chapter 572, Ski Vacation. Hey, Duke, you're as slow as a snail. Holding ski poles in both hands, Scarlett Johansson slid past Duke. After a clever sharp turn, she skillfully circled around him once. Ignoring the biting wind in her face, she shouted loudly, "Aren't you the one who calls himself a sports genius? Why haven't you improved after practicing all morning?" Duke pressed his ski poles firmly into the thick snow, carefully maintaining his balance. He paid no attention to Scarlett Johansson's mocking words and continued moving forward at a slow but steady pace. He did have some athletic talent, but he wasn't a genius when it came to skiing. At the moment, he could only manage a few glides on flat ground. "You're too slow." Scarlett exhaled a puff of white air and circled around Duke again. She pointed her ski pole toward the crowded intermediate slope and said, "I'm going to check that out." "Go ahead." Duke lifted his sunglasses and nodded, reminding her at the same time, Don't go too fast on the way down. Be careful. Got it. Scarlett waved her hand, leaving Duke only a view of her down jacket, clad back. This was Whistler Mountain Ski Resort in the Vancouver region of Canada. After finishing the filming of Iron Man, Duke didn't rush into post-production. He gave the whole crew, who had been busy for several months, a break, and gave himself one too. After consulting with Scarlett Johansson, they came to Canada for a winter vacation. Canada's high latitude and forest-rich geography make it an excellent skiing destination. The long winter is the prime season for ski enthusiasts from all over to come and enjoy themselves. Whether experienced pros or families out for fun, everyone can find a place of their own here. Especially in British Columbia on the western side of the Rocky Mountains, the region's natural conditions allow for a snow season lasting up to half the year, with world-class ski resorts too numerous to count. In terms of skiing alone, this area could even put Switzerland to shame. Whistler Mountain Ski Resort is located 80 miles north of Vancouver in the town of Whistler. Two interconnected peaks form this internationally renowned ski destination. Whistler has been named North America's #1 ski resort and best ski vacation resort by Snow Country magazine for 4 consecutive years thanks to these two peaks. However, given Duke's current skill level, it was difficult for him to truly appreciate the marvels of this ski paradise. He came here more for Scarlett's sake. Since she wanted to ski, of course he wouldn't say no. After practicing for a while longer without much improvement, Duke simply took off his skis and carried them into a nearby private VIP lounge they had booked. He sat down beneath a windproof fireplace on the veranda, gazing out at the snow-covered mountains and forests. This ski resort was very large, with more than 100 ski trails, including professional courses, intermediate trails, and beginner slopes. It boasted the most ski trails in all of Canada. The snow season lasts from November through May, and if weather permits, can even be extended to August. Thank you. He took the hot coffee offered by the server, held it in his hands, and continued to enjoy the view of Whistler Mountain. Some trails were covered in thick snow, some had drops nearly vertical, and others were as fine as champagne foam. In the distance, tourists raced across the vast snowfields, letting the powdery snow blast against their backs. As Duke looked out over the snow-covered coniferous forests, he could take in all of Canada's vastness and grandeur. Although his skiing was mediocre, he still felt that the cold season could bring warmth-filled memories. After sitting there for about half an hour, Scarlett Johansson came back with her skis in her arms. Her red down jacket still had some snowflakes stuck to it. Seeing this, Duke quickly got up and took her skis from her hands, asking with concern, "Did you fall?" "I'm fine." Scarlett casually flopped down next to the fire, grabbed Duke's coffee, and downed it in one gulp before saying, "On the way back, I wasn't paying attention and got knocked over by someone." That's how it goes when skiing in a crowd. Being skilled yourself doesn't guarantee you'll dodge sudden hits from beginners coming from the side or behind. Duke called the server over to refill 2 cups of coffee, then sat beside Scarlett Johansson and asked, "When did you learn to ski? How come I never knew?" "You forgot." Scarlett took off her thick gloves and held the coffee cup with both hands, imitating Duke's manner. "There was a time you didn't want to talk to me, so I followed my godmother around Europe. Back then, my mood was really bad because of my parents' divorce. My godmother often took me to scenic places to cheer me up. France and Switzerland were a must. I learned to ski in the Alps. Looks like I missed quite a few key moments in your growth." Duke sighed lightly. Scarlett deliberately pouted. Maybe it's just that all actors express their emotions more openly, but she naturally showed a touch of grievance. "At least you know now." Duke reached out and gently ran his fingers through her golden hair. "I won't anymore." Feeling Duke gently smoothing her golden curls, Scarlett narrowed her eyes slightly, like a Persian cat. After a short rest, the two took the cable car up the mountain again. Scarlett clearly enjoyed skiing very much, and Duke accompanied her wholeheartedly. During that time, Scarlett also suggested going to the nearby Blackham Mountain. At the summit, there were 2 glaciers that never melted, and tourists could rent snowmobiles to experience the thrill of glacial skiing. They stayed on the mountain until mid-afternoon before returning to Whistler town. The town wasn't far from Vancouver. There were daily train services between the two, but like most tourists, they chose to stay in the town's hotels. Duke and Scarlett checked into the Fairmont Chateau Hotel, the most iconic hotel in Whistler. Shaped like a castle, it offered hot springs, a golf course, and other facilities. Although a lot of documents had been faxed from Los Angeles, Duke was dragged by Scarlett Johansson to soak in the hot spring first. After enjoying the high-end buffet dinner provided by the hotel, they finally returned to the sweet study, where Duke began dealing with his latest work emails and faxes. Still working during a vacation, Scarlett Johansson sat bored across from Duke, grumbling under her breath. "Every night you." Duke looked up and turned to her. Scarlett immediately covered her mouth and muttered, "Okay, I'll shut up." After speaking, she got up and went to the living room to make a cup of coffee for Duke, brought it back, and sat down again. Apparently truly bored, Scarlett's gaze fell on the faxed documents Duke was quickly skimming through. Curiously, she asked, "Can I take a look?" Duke glanced at her again and then gently nodded. Scarlett took the documents, and her eyes scanned across them. Soon, a delighted smile pulled at the corners of her lips. It was a box office report for Batman Begins. This film had ended its overseas screening tour right after the new year. The specific box office data had clearly just been finalized and faxed to Canada today. Although the figures were far less impressive compared to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Scarlett Johansson, being an insider in the industry, knew that this result was already quite an achievement. After 8 months of international screening, Batman Begins had grossed a total of $329.87 million overseas. Looking at this number, Scarlett recalled Batman Begins' North American box office, quickly calculated in her mind, and soon arrived at the global box office, $612.43 million. He did it again. Scarlett looked at Duke, but felt neither surprised nor amazed. Since she was 10 years old, she had watched this man across from her achieve success after success, constantly setting new box office records. She had already grown used to it. In her eyes, it would be odd only if Duke's films were met with market indifference. Flipping past the box office brief, Scarlett Johansson continued to skim rapidly. This was a North American DVD sales summary for Batman Begins. After the new year, both the standard and deluxe editions of Batman Begins DVDs were released for sale in North America. Just over 10 days had passed, and the total sales had already reached more than $115 million. This single item alone was generating staggering profits. Scarlett also noticed a particular point in the report. Sales on Amazon and eBay accounted for nearly 1/3 of the DVD sales of Batman Begins. She had also bought things from online stores before and knew how convenient such purchasing methods were. Duke. Seeing Duke's eyes leave the laptop and pick up the coffee cup, Scarlett couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you increase investment in online merchandise sales?" The current Scarlett Johansson, compared to the one in Duke's memory, was most different in her business acumen. Having grown up with Mrs. Leah, she had been greatly influenced by her. Putting down the coffee cup, Duke gently rubbed his forehead and said, "That's right. Warner and Duke Studio have already established strategic partnerships with Amazon and eBay. The internet represents the future?" Scarlett furrowed her golden brows, clearly considering the matter. "I saw the DVD sales have taken. Compared to Batman Begins, the proportion from online sales was less than a quarter. The growth of online sales is way too fast. It'll be even faster in the future." The rapid development of the internet brought not only increased DVD sales. Duke was well aware that in just a few years, the DVD industry, once a major source of Hollywood revenue, would sharply decline. Various HD streaming and on-demand services would deliver a heavy blow to the industry. In the future, films would never again see North American DVD sales hitting $100 million in the first week as easily as they did now. After a week of vacation in Canada, Scarlett went to Europe to visit Mrs. Leah. Duke, on the other hand, returned to Los Angeles to begin post-production on Iron Man. Chapter 573, Complicated Special Effects Production. Chapter 573, Complicated Special Effects Production. During the early preparation and filming process, only 2 special effects teams, Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Workshop, were serving the crew. But when it came to post-production, in order to meet the summer 2006 release schedule, Duke had to ensure that the complex and tedious special effects work could be completed on time. Therefore, he hired more special effects studios to join the process. Among them was a visual effects studio also renowned in Hollywood. Although its scale and reputation were far inferior to ILM, it had its own areas of expertise. However, the special effects work still mainly revolved around industrial light and magic and Weta Workshop. Newcomers like the visual effects studio mainly handled peripheral details and patchwork. Just like how Duke didn't follow rigid logical editing patterns at the beginning, he was never a rigid person during post-production either. Editing was overseen by Mike Dawson, who had always adhered to Duke's style, while Duke encouraged the VFX artists to create characters and scenes with an exploratory mindset rather than just mechanically following his instructions. This incident was quickly picked up by Marvel Studios and Warner Brothers, who used it as an early promotional highlight for the film. Phil Sanders, the person in charge of ILM for the Iron Man production, even gave an exclusive interview to Yahoo Entertainment. "We were all very surprised by Duke's demands, and even a little bit scared of some of the unexpected scenes we were encouraged to create," he said during the interview. But Duke is a great director. He knows how to inspire the entire crew's creative enthusiasm. It's a very interesting kind of expression, because although we didn't directly participate in the pre-production, we were invited by Duke early on to contribute our ideas. That was really nice. But this is just one of those things. In the past, we often hoped for creative opportunities, but in this movie, we were amazed at how much we suddenly got. While post-production was underway, the promotion of Iron Man was also gradually gaining momentum. Of course, all of that was handled by dedicated personnel. Duke's main task was still to complete the post-production work with high quality and on schedule, because after consulting with him, Warner Brothers had already selected a release date for Iron Man. Just like last year's Batman Begins, this major debut of the Marvel film series would be officially released in North America at the beginning of the summer 2006 season. Perhaps because Kingdom of Heaven and Flyboys, which competed directly with Batman Begins last year, lost so badly they couldn't even recoup costs. Many distribution companies, while not saying anything publicly, privately distanced themselves from that release window. For the first weekend of May when Iron Man would be released, there were simply no competitors of the same level. Only 2 weeks later would Paramount's Charlotte's Web, a film Duke vaguely remembered, be released. All promotional tasks were handled solely by Warner Brothers, with Tina Fey on Duke's side, helping with coordination. He didn't have to worry much about that. What he cared about most was completing the special effects production brilliantly. After all, special effects were one of the film's biggest selling points. In most movies, storyboard-based effects shooting usually supports smaller visual effects input. Then the editors piece them together, and the sequential frames, along with instructions, are sent to the VFX team so they understand how to proceed. Subsequent director meetings usually revolved around specific topics, such as a character moving too fast, or where to move an object, and so on. Though Duke wasn't a perfectionist like James Cameron, he also wasn't easily satisfied. Whenever the VFX department sent him newly completed footage, he would always say to Phil Sanders, "You know, this is far from what we want. This is just preliminarily acceptable. Remember, you guys are the top VFX experts in Hollywood. For those shots to be used or those effects to be combined, Duke had to make choices to ensure they better served the film as a whole. So once he got into work mode, if he found some shots didn't meet the film's standards, he wouldn't explode with rage like James Cameron. Instead, he would try to stay relaxed, consider other suitable types of replacements, rethink it, and then hand it back to the VFX team for revision. Encouraging innovation also brings problems. For example, those working in CG production are often wildly imaginative, and sometimes their creativity can go overboard. By early February, a considerable amount of completed work had been rejected by Duke. For a long time, the post-production team privately believed this was a case of digital effects being misused. Digital effects had become a standard running through Hollywood's entire production line. They were not only used to solve problems or add flashy highlights, but also to create complete scenes and workflows critical to the whole film and product. However, few directors acknowledged the talents of these providers, and even fewer recognized the contributions they made to a film's success. Being repeatedly rejected by a top-tier director like Duke left the VFX team unsure of what to do next. Communication was the best way to resolve conflicts. Duke took the initiative to approach Phil Sanders, who was in charge of VFX. Originally, Phil Sanders thought that even if Duke didn't lose his temper, he would still deliver some harsh criticism. But Duke didn't do that. He knew very well that one shouldn't use restraints to tie down these imaginative wings. Many people, at the mention of CG effects, automatically associate them with childishness, immaturity, and lack of depth, symbols of assembly line production. But have they ever considered that CG, like their glorified practical effects and other artistic techniques, is also the brainchild of imaginative individuals? When VFX artists craft CG scenes, the imagination and brainpower they expend often far exceed those who champion so-called Dogma 95 rules. Therefore, Duke continued to lead with encouragement. At a short meeting called by Phil Sanders with the VFX artists, Duke showed a brief clip of CG footage that was largely unusable and said to the group, "Let's not rush to dismiss anything yet. Let's take a few steps back and look at the entire sequence of images. It's right there in the film. How can we make it serve the story? This shot might never work. Again, we may no longer need it at all." Looking at the VFX artists, he added, "But no one can deny how imaginative and creatively passionate this visual is. To me, this is something very much worth promoting in the Iron Man project. Everyone needs affirmation and encouragement. In a film crew, recognition from someone like Duke, who wears the dual hat of director and producer, undoubtedly fuels the creative passion of these visual effects artists." Iron Man was a meticulously planned and well-organized project with plenty of fun ideas worth exploring. Though Duke wasn't the type of director who was madly in love with robots, mechanical devices, or technical craftsmanship, he had every reason to enjoy this exciting film, maintaining strong interest throughout the shooting and production process. He graduated from CalArts and, strictly speaking, was an academically trained director. Given the artistic immersion Duke received in film school, it would seem that he should be more inclined toward arthouse films rather than commercial ones. But in this world, who, human or God, has ever decreed that academically trained directors must only direct arthouse films? Some people like commercial movies, others prefer arthouse films. Everyone has the freedom to choose. But Duke has always believed that films are made to be watched. The kind of films that garner broad support are exactly the kind he wants to make. Besides, in the ecosystem of Hollywood, could a director who loses money on every film truly gain power? From the very beginning, Duke was never just a simple director. Here's the most basic question. Between Stanley Kubrick and Steven Spielberg, on a global scale, whose name resonates more with general audiences? Who holds a higher position in Hollywood? Arthouse directors have their own rules for survival, but those rules simply don't apply to Duke. If he had chosen the path of an arthouse director, could he have reached the status he has today? Even a fool knows that would be impossible in Hollywood. Hollywood is ultimately a place where commercial success speaks louder than anything else. Although Duke encouraged the VFX artists to unleash their imagination and be creative, the prerequisite for any team-based creation was to remain within the bounds of permitted character definitions. A heroic figure, dressed in a perfectly fitting humanoid armor suit, capable of flight. For example, although Iron Man's flying scenes were shot using motion capture with Robert Downey Jr., industrial light and magic still needed to add the flight effects. These flight scenes were among the film's major highlights. The size of the reactive force when flying and the style of the jet sparks were both critical. ILM created numerous versions of the effect for Duke to evaluate. After several rounds of revisions, he finally locked in the best version. Then there were Iron Man's weapons, especially those clever, compact gadgets. Too much time had passed for Duke to remember all the details. Designing these tiny tools racked his brains. This was when Marvel's support played a key role. Kevin Feige brought Duke a Bible of Iron Man, a complete catalog of all weapons and props used by Iron Man over the past 40-plus years. Over the past half-century, many brilliant comic artists had designed an eye-popping array of fantastic weapons, giving Duke and weapons VFX artist Audie Grant ample inspiration. So, filmmaking has never been about individual heroism. It's the product of a tightly knit team working in harmony. The entire post-production visual effects process was extremely tedious. Even the VFX suit generated from Robert Downey Jr.'s motion capture had to be modified multiple times using CG. Chapter 574, Character Appeal. Chapter 574. Chapter 574, Character Appeal. Disregarding costume design, Iron Man's armor must reveal traces of industrial craftsmanship. A perfectly fitted suit can let the heroic spirit flow unhindered. The comic version allows flexibility and can ignore segments that disrupt the armor's silhouette. The movie version, however, does not have that luxury. The solution is to create a system where overlapping panels can slide or twist against each other. Creating a realistic and believable metallic image is undoubtedly a very challenging task, especially when it comes to a digital jacket that is both seamlessly integrated and practically feasible. A real brushed metal sheet delivers excellent detail. At the same time, a digitally created rugged brush surface will require more rendering power to resolve issues like flicker and aliasing. Special effects production must utilize the latest technology to simulate those changes that occur on the brushed metal surface. No matter how close or far the camera is from Iron Man, this is a mandatory task. All of it relies on the powerful technical capabilities of Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Workshop. During the production process, surprises often emerge. Some tasks turn out to be simpler than expected. Sometimes results even exceed Duke's imagination, such as the effects composited battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger in front of the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. Initially, Duke had planned for the two characters to fly in and, with overwhelming force, destroy the oddly styled theater. But some VFX artists produced a version where the battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger only destroyed the theater's most criticized archway. The contrast with the remaining Hollywood Chinese theater actually enhanced its architectural aesthetics and added an unexpected comedic flair. So Duke simply abandoned the original plan and adopted this version. As long as it fits the film's theme and style without delaying the post-production schedule, Duke is happy to try and implement some fun new ideas, instead of mechanically using CG effects. The results from that approach are inevitably somewhat limited. In Hollywood, spending half a year or longer to produce special effects is commonplace. Iron Man was no exception. In fact, from the preparation stage, some special effects were already ahead of filming. Though not all would be used, a substantial portion would make it into the final cut. Others would be continuously modified by the production team during post-production and gradually added to the film in new and fitting ways. In addition, Stan Lee seemed eager to demonstrate his importance to Marvel as a whole. He brought his screenwriting team and tried to get involved in post-production, but Duke flatly refused. Even if it caused conflict between the two, he would never allow the screenwriters to meddle in the film's post-production. The reason is simple. The script is indeed one of the foundations of a film, but what the screenwriters write is not necessarily what ends up in the final movie. For instance, Stan Lee was unhappy that Duke didn't follow the script and allowed actors to improvise during filming. He even suggested cutting these improvised parts, but Duke completely ignored him, and the two even had an argument about it. However, Duke held final cut rights. Even if Stan Lee, the father of superheroes, screamed from the rooftops, he couldn't influence Duke's decision. Such conflicts are quite normal. Everyone has their own opinions. Stan Lee wanted to continue influencing Marvel's operations to highlight his importance and gain a stronger position in revenue sharing. Negotiations. But Duke knew very well that Stan Lee didn't belong to this era. Sticking to cameo appearances in the films was the only thing he needed to do. As for the characters and the movie itself, Duke had his own vision. For some improvised scenes, he even prepared up to 7 different versions during shooting, allowing him to select the most suitable ones during post-production editing. No director is omnipotent, and Duke never intended to take over all work during production and shooting. He merely guided the overall direction and used his vision to inspire others, which is not an easy feat. Once successful, the crew would burst with enthusiasm and creativity, turning into an extremely efficient team. In turn, their ideas would bring Duke all sorts of creative inspiration, forming a virtuous cycle in the entire production process. No matter what, Duke would never let people like Stan Lee destroy the synergy formed within the crew. A team with great chemistry could also compensate for issues Duke might overlook. After all, he is just one person, not an all-knowing encyclopedia. For example, during post-production when using CG to enhance the terrorist cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned, an assistant from Weta Workshop offered a suggestion. I've lived in the mountains of Afghanistan before, so I know a bit about the geology and climate there. Standing in front of the large screen, the assistant pointed at Robert Downey Jr., who was breathing on screen, and said, "In remote mountainous areas of Afghanistan, caves can be extremely cold, some even close to freezing. A person's breath would definitely be visible as white vapor." In the footage, none of the actors' breath was visible. Prompted by this assistant's reminder, Duke immediately had someone look up references. In some documentaries about Afghanistan, especially recent TV clips showing interviews with Taliban members inside caves, it was clearly visible that they were exhaling vapor. So Duke instructed the VFX team to use post-production techniques to adjust all cave scenes accordingly, making those scenes feel cold. Their task was to use CG to add visible breath for the actors. Once this was completed, Duke found the effect very effective. Having visible breath from the actors helped portray the harsh conditions of captivity, especially for someone like Tony Stark, a billionaire used to a life of luxury, who would naturally find it hard to endure. This also added an extra layer of credibility to his later transformation. However, while the special effects team's work was one aspect, Duke's decisions in the final editing process were another. Iron Man still maintained the hallmark of traditional Hollywood commercialism, prioritizing entertainment. In such commercially oriented entertainment films, so-called profound themes or artistic value must give way to visual effects and entertainment. Duke was very aware that the main audience for these kinds of movies clearly consisted of viewers aged 14 to 35. They love explosive scenes and high-intensity visual impact, stimulating their nerves with fast-paced editing and loud sound effects, and deriving satisfaction from it. Compared to the previous Batman Begins, Iron Man's final cut would contain far more special effects scenes. Within reason, retaining as many excellent special effects scenes as possible was one of Duke's core principles during the editing process. In addition, the charisma of Tony Stark's character was also a key focus. At first glance, Iron Man's appearance looked too bulky and not stylish enough, but Duke wasn't worried at all. Audiences would be captivated by the overwhelming charisma he exudes. Unlike comic book heroes like Spider-Man or Batman who care greatly about appearances, Iron Man, when you get down to it, is just a suit of battle armor, a weapon. So if you judge him by the standards of traditional comic heroes, it's easy to misinterpret. Most of the time, Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark appears without the suit. His real-life image alone is enough to charm a legion of female fans. In the final cut, Duke also made sure to keep as many scenes and lines as possible that showcased Tony Stark's personality and witty banter. Tony Stark is a character full of personal charm, and it's not just about his womanizing. Though fighting evil forces is the superhero's main task, they are not robots. They're flesh and blood humans with emotions. Especially Marvel's superheroes, who often possess flaws just like regular people. Whether audiences like them or not greatly depends on their personal charisma. Robert Downey Jr. himself was never a goody two-shoes. He always gave off an air of wildness and rebelliousness, along with a kind of toughness and defiance. These unique qualities were fully displayed in the film and made for a sharp contrast with past superhero portrayals, likely giving audiences a refreshing alternative feel. Add to that Tony Stark's talent for cracking jokes and flirting, and most importantly, his immense wealth. Women basically have zero resistance to him. Unlike other heroes who are overly serious or solemn in daily life, Tony Stark is always candid and relaxed, wildly tossing his sense of humor around. Even when he's with robots, he doesn't stop with the wisecracks. Yet he still comes across as steady rather than frivolous, exuding a leader's aura that makes everyone around him willingly follow his lead. It could be said that even without the armor, Tony Stark already carried the bearing of a superhero. To a certain extent, in the rough cut completed by Duke and Mike Dawson, if Robert Downey Jr. spoke 100 lines, at least 90 of them would make the audience laugh. In Duke's own words, Tony Stark's personal charisma alone was enough to win people over. If his combat abilities were strong too, how could audiences not fall in love with him? Then there was the matter of the soundtrack. Since Iron Man was a film full of metallic texture, The main score would naturally be centered around heavy metal rock, but it also needed to reflect the protagonist's personality, mischievous, often breaking convention, unpredictable, and frequently laced with a touch of humor. By March, Duke had basically completed the fine cut. However, many scenes still lacked finalized special effects, which depended on the progress of the effects team. It was also during this month that the collaboration between Time Warner and News Corporation, already secretly agreed upon, began to yield results on the other side of the Pacific. A delegation was sent to Los Angeles for on-site engagement with Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, and Duke, the originator of the proposal, was one of their key contacts. Chapter 575, Conception of Warner Grand World. Chapter 575, Chapter 575, Conception of Warner Grand World. Walking slightly behind the group, Duke entered the exhibition hall of the Warner Building. The first things that came into view were some of Warner's most famous movie characters: Superman Clark Kent, the Batmobile and Bruce Wayne, the little wizard Harry Potter, and the ring-bearer hero Frodo Baggins. Duke wasn't focused on the tour. He'd been here many times and could come anytime he wanted. His eyes kept drifting toward a middle-aged man accompanied by Doug Walter. The man had a slightly balding head, short jet-black dyed hair, and small eyes that gleamed with intelligence. Perhaps others didn't notice, but Duke, with his past experience, could easily tell from the man's demeanor that he was someone long accustomed to holding a high position. Although Duke didn't recognize the man, considering that the renowned Zuashandio, Mountain Hawk, was only there to accompany him, Duke was certain the man had considerable influence in the matter of the Warner Fox Grand World project. Still, Duke didn't say much. This wasn't the time to speak. The group had already toured the Warner studios and office areas earlier, and didn't linger long in the exhibition hall before moving into a nearby corridor and entering a large guest room that Warner had long prepared. With over a dozen people in total, both sides sat according to their respective groups on 2 rows of sofas. While waiters served coffee and tea, Tina Fey, who was seated next to Duke, leaned in. She had just obtained some background information through her contacts in Asia. "This Mr. Liu has significant influence over this project," she whispered, stating the man's position. Seeing Duke nod slightly, she continued in a low voice. "There's confirmed news that the largest city on their side is planning to introduce a world-renowned theme park, and they intend to use that as the foundation to build a world-class, massive amusement park hub." Duke wasn't surprised this was all within his expectations. After all, Disneyland was constructed with the same vision. It wasn't just a theme park, it was the centerpiece of a meticulously planned supporting ecosystem. Undoubtedly, the other party's initial preference must have been Disneyland. But once Time Warner and News Corp joined in and offered even more favorable terms, Disneyland was no longer the only option. This was evident simply by the fact that the other side had dispatched a dedicated team to conduct on-site inspections in Los Angeles. Most of the time, it was Doug Walter doing the talking with Mr. Liu. Duke merely listened, knowing full well that winning the other party over, especially to gain full support for Warner Fox Grand World, wouldn't be easy. Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox would need to show genuine sincerity that translated into visible returns for the other party. Disneyland has a bigger name in the East. Characters like Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and Sleeping Beauty are far more deeply ingrained in the public mind. Mr. Liu raised this concern directly. "Compared to Disneyland, I don't see any advantages that Warner Grand World offers." Doug Walter turned slightly, and Duke knowingly took over the conversation. He didn't raise his voice, but he spoke with clarity. "Mr. Liu, I wonder if you've noticed, Disney has been on the decline in recent years." "I'd like to hear more." Mr. Liu showed a hint of interest. "First, let's talk animation. Disney has been living off its legacy for years now, and its animated characters are gradually losing relevance. There is no good or evil in commercial competition." Though Duke was stating facts, he didn't hold back in exposing Disney's weaknesses. Since The Lion King, Disney hasn't produced any successful new animated characters. Disney animation has clearly declined, and the most popular animated characters at Disneyland over the past few years from the turn of the century until now actually belong to Pixar. Pixar is no longer part of Disney. Not long ago, they signed a merger agreement with Warner. Pixar Animation Studios wasn't just about animated films. Back in late February, Pixar Studios, Duke's own Duke Studios, and Time Warner officially signed an agreement. The two studios had completed a shareholder restructuring, and both Duke and Steve Jobs successfully became major shareholders and board members of Time Warner. We live in an information age, and clearly, the other party had done their homework. Mr. Liu remained silent for a moment before saying, Pixar's departure from Disney is indeed one of our concerns with Disneyland. Everything Duke said was factual. In the past 5 years, the most popular characters at Disneyland had been Woody the Cowboy, Buzz Lightyear, Nemo the Clownfish, and the superhero family from The Incredibles. Everyone in the world chases what's hot and new, and visitors to theme parks are no exception. In addition to that, Disney's top leadership is currently embroiled in a fierce internal power struggle. Duke brought up matters he wasn't worried about being fact-checked. He had been orchestrating some of it since last year. Group Chairman Michael Eisner and Disney family-backed Robert Iger won't see a resolution in just a few years. A significant portion of Robert Iger's campaign funds against Michael Eisner had come from one of Duke's foundations and Warner's support. Though Duke didn't want the business genius Robert Iger to run Disney, after their meeting, they reached a mutual understanding. After all, a chaotic Walt Disney was exactly what he and Warner wanted. Mr. Liu, your country has a saying, when a person leaves, their tea cools. The same applies in America. Glancing at Mr. Liu, Duke continued. The plan to build Disneyland was Michael Eisner's vision. If he loses the power struggle and Robert Iger takes over, the latter may not approve of this investment. There's a real risk of the agreement being torn up, funding withdrawn, or the project being half-heartedly implemented. Mr. Liu slightly furrowed his brow, but continued looking intently at Duke. Duke understood that merely discussing Disney wouldn't achieve the desired effect. He turned to Doug Walter, and the two of them, like performing a duet, continued the conversation. Pixar Studios is currently a wholly owned subsidiary of Time Warner, the best animation studio in the US and even the world. Now, and in the future, it will create countless classic animated characters, all of which will appear in Warner Fox World. Moreover, Time Warner will collaborate with the Hilton Group to build a super 5-star Pixar hotel. Regardless of what the other party was thinking, Doug Walter continued to highlight their advantages. Warner promises to build the world's first Harry Potter theme park in the future Warner Fox World. As Doug Walter finished speaking, Duke added, Harry Potter has already become a global pop culture phenomenon. With his unique experience, he somewhat understood the mindset of the other party's officials and said without hesitation, your country is a top-tier global power, actively aligning with international standards. That city is an international metropolis. I believe your purpose in building this is not just to attract domestic tourists, right? If there's a Harry Potter theme park as a flagship, I believe it can attract many foreign tourists, even Western visitors, thereby bringing more international influence to your country. After speaking, Duke glanced at the other party. Mr. Liu appeared calm, but Duke could still discern that he was intrigued by what he had just said. International influence is undoubtedly something the other party has been striving for. Expecting the other party to make a supportive decision easily would be unrealistic. But since Mr. Liu showed interest, Duke naturally wouldn't let it go. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, we can make the panda the most representative character of Warner World, even its mascot. Without waiting for a reaction, Duke continued, we will tailor a globally popular animated feature film for the panda. Mr. Liu turned to look at Duke, suddenly smiled, and said with a double entendre, Director Rosenberg is one of the world's top directors. The film you propose will surely not disappoint. Duke also smiled slightly. Of course not. Later, he planned to have someone check with DreamWorks Animation. If DreamWorks had already initiated the project, it would be best to acquire it. If not, they could draft a brief outline and have Blue Sky Studios, a subsidiary of 20th Century Fox, produce it. Indeed, Duke never considered Pixar Studios for Kung Fu Panda. Each animation studio has its own style. Assigning this purely comedic genre to Pixar would be a disaster for both the project and the studio. Pixar has never produced, nor planned to produce, this type of animated film. In contrast, Blue Sky Studios, which started with comedic animations, is undoubtedly more suitable. Randomly assigning an animated feature to any studio without considering production concepts and technical styles, is naive. Those people probably never understood the fundamentals of animated filmmaking. Duke and Doug Walter had said everything they needed to. The other party couldn't possibly respond immediately. This formal meeting concluded quickly. Although there was a reception party in the evening, it was more about Warner and Fox doing their part. Of course, since Time Warner and News Corporation had joined forces, the investment scale of Warner-Fox World far exceeded that of Disney Parks. Although Disney successfully transformed into a media conglomerate, losing Pixar Studios, Michael Eisner not stepping down, and other factors made the current Disney far less powerful than it once was. Moreover, with Robert Iger and the Disney family distancing themselves from Michael Eisner, the competitiveness of Disney Parks isn't as strong as it appears on the surface. But Walt Disney wouldn't give up easily. After all, the vastness of the other market is too enticing. Chapter 576. Disney Takes Action. Chapter 576. Chapter 576. Disney Takes Action. They went to the Warner Building yesterday, and today they're visiting the headquarters of 20th Century Fox in Century City. Inside the chairman's office at Disney's headquarters in Burbank, Cook Dick frowned deeply and said to Michael Eisner, "Our people made contact with them, but they rejected our invitation." Michael Eisner's fingers tapped slowly on the desk in front of him. "The situation is unfavorable for us." "It certainly is." Cook Dick considered the feedback from across the Pacific and said, "Initially, our contact with them went smoothly, but everything changed after Time Warner and News Corporation jointly proposed the Warner-Fox World concept. Obviously, aside from the Disney theme park's famous brand name, Walt Disney currently couldn't compete with Time Warner and News Corp on any front. If we lose this project," Michael Eisner also furrowed his brow slightly, clearly having no good solution for breaking through the current predicament, "it will be extremely disadvantageous to Disney's future and to ours. Such an investment is a contest of public relations capabilities and overall strength. In both aspects, Walt Disney is at a disadvantage." Cook Dick understood this as well and also recognized the significance of the theme park project to them. Today's Walt Disney Company is no longer the place where Michael Eisner held all the power like 10 years ago. The Disney family, led by Roy Disney, has become the biggest opposition force. With their support and that of some mysterious interest groups, Robert Iger has been making moves within the company, bringing considerable trouble. 10 years ago, they could have easily pushed Robert Iger out. But now, with part of the voting shareholders backing him, it's no longer easy to get rid of him. Moreover, losing Pixar Animation Studios has caused many shareholders to become extremely dissatisfied with both him and Michael Eisner. These shareholders' positions are gradually shifting. Although they still had many supporters, winning over those leaning toward neutrality was now a top priority. How could they win those people over? Cook Dick knew very well. Their stance was simple. Whoever could bring returns to the shares in their hands, they would support. Looking across North America and even the Western world, Walt Disney is merely a newly risen media group, hardly able to compete head-to-head with those long-established companies. With Pixar gone, its most well-known animation division has lost its foundation, its market competitiveness has dropped drastically, and emerging markets have become a lifeline. That's why they were aggressively expanding across the Pacific, hoping to fully launch their products there. But now, this plan was facing serious threats and might even collapse completely. The chairman's office fell into a brief silence as Michael Eisner carefully considered how he should respond in the event the Disney theme park project fell through. Very few people knew that his ultimate goal wasn't just to transform Walt Disney into a world-class media conglomerate. From the moment Roy Disney brought him in during the 1980s, he had been consistently using financing and stock expansion to achieve two goals: raise the capital needed for expansion and dilute the Disney family's shares. After 20 years of effort, he had finally created the current situation. The Disney family's stake had dropped below 6%. Walt Disney was no longer the Disney family's Disney, but Eisner's stake was just over 5%, so it wasn't his Disney either. Many years ago, Michael Eisner had a vision to become the true owner of a media empire, like Rupert Murdoch or Sumner Redstone. To this end, he created a long-term plan, tightly controlling the chairman's seat at Disney, and used every Opportunity from stock expansion to option incentives to obtain as many shares of Disney as possible, even creating a plan that would take decades to complete. But in recent years, this plan had suffered setback after setback, the worst of which was the departure of Pixar Animation Studios. Now, if the theme park project failed, it would be a blow no less than, or perhaps even greater than losing Pixar. Faced with this predicament, even someone as tough as Michael Eisner felt a sense of helplessness. He knew exactly who was behind this, who was orchestrating and pushing it all. If it were only Duke Rosenberg and Time Warner, he and Walt Disney could still compete. But now that News Corporation had been brought in, it was clear they didn't want Disney to have any chance at all. Just as the rumors in Hollywood said, Duke Rosenberg was never just a director. Behind his calm face was a deeply calculating heart. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much intense competition between the two sides in the beginning. But Pixar was far too tempting. This piece of cake was big enough to turn anyone against one another. It was perfectly normal business behavior for Duke Rosenberg and Time Warner to reach for it. So we're just going to give up? In Cook Dick's view, whether it was the situation in Los Angeles or the news coming from across the Pacific, Disney had almost no chance of winning. If they rashly invested more resources, it would be even more unwise. Rather than wasting time and energy on a hopeless project, it was better to clench their fists and focus all efforts on dealing with the Disney family and Robert Iger, and first stabilize Disney's internal situation. But the market on the other side was too big, and the future market potential was too alluring. How could Michael Eisner be willing to just give up? After thinking for a moment, he said, if something could seriously distract Duke Rosenberg and Time Warner, maybe we'd have a chance to turn the tables. After all, this involved a massive investment project. The other side couldn't possibly make a final decision immediately. Disney wasn't without hope. Cook Dick pinched his chin with one hand, his mind racing. After half a minute, he suddenly proposed. Duke Rosenberg, Warner Brothers, and Marvel Studios have planned a massive project. Iron Man is the beginning of the entire plan. If this beginning encounters trouble, he paused slightly, then added, why don't we move Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Dead Man's Chest up to early May, and use a sequel from a box office hit series to compete with a brand new film? It was well known that, under normal circumstances, the competitiveness of a sequel from a box office hit was something a new film simply couldn't match. But Michael Eisner shook his head in refusal without even thinking about it. We can't take any risks with Pirates of the Caribbean. It's Disney's only flagship in live-action films. Besides, from the day the sequel was launched, all the publicity has revolved around a July release this year. His expression gradually turned serious. Don't forget, Cook, the director of Iron Man, is Duke Rosenberg. There aren't many people in the world named David Ellison. Hearing this, Cook Dick could only let out a bitter smile. The towering figure of Duke Rosenberg in Hollywood over the years was just too imposing. However, there were still people bold enough to challenge him. For example, David Ellison, who had lost miserably on Flyboys, was reportedly actively planning a new project, intending to challenge Duke Rosenberg once again. We're just going to watch them steal the Disneyland project? Cook Dick asked with great reluctance. Watch. Michael Eisner's mouth curled into a sneer. Don't forget, it was Duke Rosenberg who first reached out and snatched Pixar Studios, and then secretly orchestrated the Warner Fox world. How could we just sit back and watch them succeed? Cook Dick could see now that Michael Eisner already had a plan in mind. If they want to escalate the competition, Michael Eisner said in a slightly sinister tone, then we'll compete with the most intense methods. In Hollywood, there were also plenty of tactics that stayed behind the scenes. Michael Eisner whispered a few words to Cook Dick, who, after leaving the chairman's office, immediately pulled out his phone and made several calls in succession. Duke knew that with Michael Eisner's personality and style, Walt Disney would definitely retaliate. He also considered the possibility of the other side using underhanded tactics and had taken many precautions. But that wasn't the focus of his current work. While busy with Iron Man's post-production, Duke also extended an invitation to Zhuo Shandiao, who had come to Los Angeles with the inspection delegation, inviting him to formally visit his Duke Manor. You seem to value him and the market behind him quite a lot. In the living room of the eye-shaped villa, Scarlett watched as housekeeper Emma led the servants in busy preparations for a small banquet hall and asked Duke, who was standing nearby, I've seen the overseas reports for Taken and Batman Begins. If converted into US dollars, the box office over there didn't even reach $50 million, and the actual share received would be even less. My dear, Duke gently patted her back. This is called having an eye on the future. In the past, he could completely ignore that side, but now the explosion of that market was getting closer and closer. The US-China WTO Memorandum of Understanding on Films and Other Cultural Products was about to take effect. It was already time to seize the market. While the North American market was large, it could no longer show significant growth. The market across the Pacific was undoubtedly the biggest slice of cake in the future. Indeed, due to various reasons, the film revenue over there heavily depended on box office. But North America had also gone through such a stage. Consumer habits and awareness among audiences are always cultivated slowly. No market starts out as a mature market. When the sun moved westward, news came from the entrance of the manor the car carrying Zhuo Shandiao had already entered the estate. As the host, Duke, with Scarlet on his arm, walked to the entrance of the villa. Chapter 577. Time is precious. Chapter 577. Chapter 577. Time is precious. What a huge mansion. Its area must be over 10,000 square meters, right? Inside a black Rolls-Royce, a young man looked out the window at the various facilities within the estate and said, "If this were in China, which film director could afford such a luxury home? Is making movies really that profitable?" he asked the person beside him. Zhuo Shandiao lightly patted the young man's arm. "Xiao Lu, did you watch Batman Begins that was released in China last year?" "I did." The young man named Xiao Lu immediately nodded and said, "It was a really interesting movie. Do you know how much Duke Rosenberg made from that film?" Before the young man could answer, Zhuo Shandiao raised one finger. Not counting his share of the profits, just from the position of director alone, he earned at least $100 million after tax. That much? Xiao Lu couldn't help widening his eyes. That's just the publicly announced figure. The actual amount is likely much higher. Zhuo Shandiao sighed. "Xiao Lu, you're about to enter film school. This time, the old leader asked me to bring you here so you can see the latest developments in the global film industry and experience the presence of the industry's top directors." I understand. Although he was a bit of a jerk in some aspects, people who received elite education like him were undoubtedly very serious when it came to important matters and knew how to prioritize. So Xiao Lu nodded firmly. Duke Rosenberg has always been my idol. If he could one day achieve even even just a quarter or a half of Rosenberg's success, then choosing the film industry would be well worth it. The Rolls-Royce that brought them stopped in front of a uniquely designed villa. Immediately, someone came over to open the car door. Xiao Lu straightened his formal attire and followed Zhuo Shandiao out of the car. The first thing he saw was the host standing at the villa entrance. It was a man and a woman. The man was Duke Rosenberg. He looked to be in his early 30s, with short brown hair standing upright, making him appear especially spirited. His deep brown, nearly black eyes were like bottomless pools. No matter how you looked, you couldn't see the end. Even without having interacted with him before, Xiao Lu's upbringing told him that this must be a wise and determined person. The blonde woman standing beside him was a classic American beauty. Though her facial features might seem a bit sharp from an Eastern perspective, she was undeniably sexy and beautiful. Xiao Lu recognized this woman, a moderately well-known Hollywood actress. Judging by how she was holding on to Duke Rosenberg's arm, she was likely the super director's girlfriend. In recent years, with increasing information freedom, a lot of Hollywood-related news had spread to their side. For instance, this director was the most famous Hollywood figure over there, and various stories about his romances were all over the internet. Xiao Lu had even seen a gossip headline claiming that the Hollywood actresses he had dated could form an entire reinforced platoon. However, Xiao Lu didn't dwell on it. On such occasions, given his identity, he would never behave inappropriately. He followed Zhuo Shandiao toward the villa entrance. "Hello, Mr. Han, welcome." Duke took a couple of steps forward and shook the outstretched hand, then introduced, "This is Miss Scarlett Johansson." After shaking hands with Scarlett, Zhuo Shandiao introduced the young man, named Xiao Lu, to Duke. Under Duke's guidance, the group entered a small banquet hall. Dinner was held in the form of a formal banquet. Both parties understood that the dinner was just a formality. Duke inviting Zhuoshandiao over clearly had a purpose, and Zhuoshandiao accepting the invitation of an American director was definitely not just for the meal. After a brief dinner, the group moved to a sea-facing reception room. They chatted about customs and cultures from both sides, and the conversation gradually shifted toward their shared industry film. Cinemas are one of the foundational infrastructures of the film industry. Zhuoshandiao sipped his coffee, put down the cup, and said, "The cinema company jointly operated by Warner and China Film has already built over 50 locations and is currently adding 5 new cinemas every month." He suddenly extended an invitation. "Director Rosenberg, we've always had close cooperation. On behalf of China Film Group, I'd like to invite you to attend the China-US Film Forum this November. I can't confirm my schedule just yet." Since the event was still far off, Duke couldn't yet confirm whether he could make it and didn't want to promise rashly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he couldn't attend. "Mr. Han, I'll need some time before I can give you an answer." "I understand." Zhuoshandiao smiled. Director Rosenberg is a busy man. He suddenly shifted the topic. "Aside from Iron Man, does Director Rosenberg have any other upcoming film projects?" Roughly able to guess some of Zhuoshandiao's intentions, Duke thought for a moment and replied, "For now, just the Batman sequel and a movie about robots." "I wonder if Director Rosenberg has considered investment from China?" Zhuoshandiao suddenly asked. Duke didn't beat around the bush either. His eyebrows rose slightly. "Mr. Han, is China Film Group interested in investing in my films?" Zhuoshandiao slowly nodded. "That's exactly what we're considering. Since China Film Group officially began importing Hollywood films, the director's movies had consistently been the most popular and best-selling in their market. By the turn of the century, Duke Rosenberg had even built a large fan base over there. The films directed by him that China Film introduced were almost always the top-grossing and most profitable among all imported films. Capital ultimately chases profit, regardless of whether that capital comes from private sources or the government. After considering for a moment, Duke finally said, "Hollywood values international cooperation. Personally, I'm not opposed to investments from outside Hollywood. But Mr. Han, you should talk to Warner Brothers about the specific terms. Given the current development status, Warner Brothers might not completely reject outside investment, but these external funds would likely only be entitled to a share of the box office. As for sharing in the revenue from merchandise or other peripheral channels, that would be nearly impossible." Duke's attitude was clear. He wasn't opposed, but neither would he get involved directly. He only focused on making movies. And from the beginning until now, with the exception of Independence Day being too overtly pro-America and Chicago having a relatively niche subject matter, all his other films had been imported by China Film Group. Relatively speaking, he was a director with a very neutral attitude toward the other side of the Pacific. Introducing films by such a director would undoubtedly help China Film Group avoid a great deal of political trouble. Overall, the conversation between the two sides was quite pleasant. This type of cooperation was, after all, a process of seeking common ground while shelving differences. Duke needed the market across the Pacific in the future, and China Film Group was profiting handsomely from importing his films. This laid a solid foundation for cooperation. Director Rosenberg. Zhuoshandiao couldn't stay long. After a little more than half an hour, he rose to take his leave. As he was departing, he said to Duke again, "China Film Group sincerely invites you to shoot a film in our country. We also hope to see some Chinese actors or behind-the-scenes crew involved in your top-tier productions as one of the world's leading directors." Duke shook his hand. "That will certainly happen in the future. As long as the market over there exploded, Duke wouldn't need much prompting. He would naturally begin casting some Chinese actors in minor roles in his films. For instance, according to his plan, when Transformers hit theaters, the market across the Pacific would be entering a phase of rapid development. He was already considering introducing a few actors from over there. Moreover, Transformers held a special significance for many people on that side of the Pacific. As long as the project was properly managed, it was bound to become a wildly profitable film series. Optimus Prime and Megatron were unforgettable memories for countless fans. This series was also relatively easy in terms of difficulty. As long as the special effects were solid and Optimus Prime and Megatron remained, box office attendance would be guaranteed. According to Duke's idea, for commercial reasons, Optimus Prime and Megatron would keep fighting and reconciling on the big screen, loving and hating each other forever. Even if they died, they could be brought back. At the right time, it would even be possible to bring in actors from that region as one of the main cast members in the series. After sending Shan Diao and his team off, Duke returned to the living room and sat on the couch, still pondering his future plans. His project schedule was already booked years in advance, and it was filled almost entirely with big-budget commercial films. One film per year was practically his limit. As for the Oscars, ever since winning Best Director for The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, Duke had no longer included Oscar campaigns in his plans. Unless the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences changed its stance and stopped discriminating against commercial films, he was essentially done with the Oscars. However, being aware of the trend toward increasing niche tastes at the Oscars, Duke knew that possibility was vanishingly small. Although many people constantly criticized his completely commercialized production style, Duke knew very well what he liked and what he needed. He wouldn't change the path he had carefully planned just because of a few dissenting voices. Just like when he first entered Hollywood, if even he didn't enjoy the films he made, what fun was there in making them? Those slow-paced art films might be considered elegant or artistic by some, but Duke understood clearly if he were forced to make that kind of film, forget issues of style, concept, or technique, the lack of interest alone would stifle him. For example, there was word going around the industry that a certain director he'd once thrown out had impressed some investors with a single-shot filming concept and finally secured funding. But Duke didn't care in the slightest. Maybe that director would go on to win big at the Oscars, but so what? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the guy had to talk for years to scrape together a few $1 million in investment? Time is precious. Duke would never waste it on anything he deemed unworthy. Chapter 578, Sophia's Request. Chapter 578. Chapter 578, Sophia's Request. This delegation from across the Pacific stayed in Los Angeles and New York for a total of 1 week before leaving North America. According to the PR departments of Time Warner and News Corporation, after gaining an understanding of Disney's current situation and thanks to the efforts of both companies, the delegation is now leaning more toward Warner Fox World. However, Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox aren't letting their guard down. As long as there's no written agreement, there's still a possibility that things might change. No one underestimates Walt Disney and Michael Eisner's capabilities, especially the latter. During his tenure, he turned a film company primarily focused on animation into the media conglomerate it is today, which is proof enough of his skill. As for that meeting with the Zhu Shandago, Duke believed that, with his fame and influence, along with the relatively neutral stance of his films and his occasionally displayed friendly attitude, his future productions should have no issue entering that market. He might even enjoy the same treatment as Nicolas Cage. Speaking of Nicolas Cage, Duke still couldn't figure out why films starring this actor, no matter how terrible, could always get imported by the China Film Group. The guy really wasn't doing well these days. His financial situation was so bad, even Sofia Coppola was a little concerned. Though he hasn't declared bankruptcy yet, he's not far from it. Sitting beneath a beachside CAF's parasol, Sofia Coppola slowly sipped her coffee and said to Duke, "You should be careful too, Duke." Nicholas was ruined by his financial agent and accountant. Resting his hands on the armrests of the rattan chair, Duke said, "You know me. I don't trust people easily." Sophia turned to look at Duke's side. "What about Scarlett?" She was clearly joking. Scarlett pursed her lips. "Duke trusts you way more than he trusts me." Duke didn't respond to the two women's words and took the initiative to change the subject. "Has Marie Antoinette finished shooting?" "All done." Sofia Coppola picked up the coffee pot, refilled Duke and Scarlett's cups, and said, "Only post-production remains. It should be ready in time for this year's Cannes Film Festival." She suddenly thought of something and asked, "I heard you turned down the invitation to be jury president at Cannes last year." "I was really busy," Duke shrugged casually. "Besides, I don't like the films in the competition section. If I were jury president, the final Palme d'Or list would probably be blank." "You misunderstood Sophia's meaning." Scarlett seemed to be in the know. "If you were jury president, wouldn't Marie Antoinette have the Palme d'Or in the bag this year?" After saying that, both she and Sofia Coppola burst into laughter. Although it was a joke, all film festival juries have personal biases. For instance, when Quentin Tarantino was jury president at Cannes, his close friend Michael Moore walked away with the Palme d'Or. In fact, European film festivals are no more fair than the Oscars. With fewer jurors and more power concentrated in the jury president's hands, they're arguably less transparent than the Oscars, which at least divides up the spoils openly. Are you planning to stick to the artistic route? After a few laughs, Duke shifted the conversation back to business and asked Sofia Coppola, "Not considering a move into commercial films?" Sofia Coppola raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a suitable project? How about a female-led superhero film?" Duke turned and looked at Scarlett, half joking and half serious, like a film about Natasha Romanoff, the agent. Hearing Duke's words, Scarlett immediately perked up and said eagerly, "Sophia, we've known each other for years. I've always wanted to work with you again." "Are you sure?" Sophia looked at Duke with a slight smile. "Aren't you afraid I'll mess it up? I'd need at least $100 million. But not right now." Duke shook his head. "The timing's not right. It'll have to wait a few years. Right now, making a superhero film with a completely female lead would still be too risky. I'm going to the restroom." Scarlett Johansson stood up and temporarily left. Watching Scarlett's back, Sofia Coppola suddenly asked Duke, "You're serious, aren't you?" "Scarlett's a good girl. I know Scarlett better than you do." Duke also looked in the direction Scarlett had left. People grow up in different environments, which shapes different personalities. Influenced by her mother, Scarlett was indeed a good girl, very different from the Black Widow she once played. Of course, Duke wasn't the type to hold the women around him to the standards of a moral purist. It was already the 21st century, after all. "I remember the last time we talked on the phone. You mentioned something." Sophia wisely avoided meddling in Duke's private life and turned to another topic. "You're negotiating with Google. Are you planning to sell your shares in Instant Share?" "I am considering it," Duke nodded. Sophia was a little puzzled and asked in confusion, "Isn't the outside world quite optimistic about this company? Although I'm not particularly fond of Ivanka Trump, she does seem like a competent manager, at least compared to you. You don't know the full picture." Duke thought for a moment and then said concisely, "Wall Street has placed a high valuation on the company, but so far, Instant Share hasn't generated real profits, and according to my estimation, it won't be profitable for a long time." That was only part of the reason. Duke's negotiations with Google were about a stock swap. Although Google's shares wouldn't bring dividends either, from a value preservation perspective, they were far less risky than the company he and Ivanka Trump had built. Besides, if Google completed the acquisition of Instant Share, Donald Trump would no longer have a chance to interfere in it. Duke had never been someone particularly magnanimous. "What were you two talking about?" Scarlett Johansson returned at this point, sat down next to Duke, and curiously asked, "You looked like you were having a great time." "The great director Rosenberg," Sofia Coppola deliberately adopted a teasing tone, "is planning a grand business scheme." At that, she glanced at her watch, then stood up and said to Scarlett, "It's about time. Let's go shopping." "Sure." Scarlett walked over and took Sophia's arm. Just as they were about to leave, Sofia Coppola seemed to remember something and said to Duke, "If there's a suitable opportunity, help Nicholas out." Sophia had rarely ever asked him for anything, so Duke slowly nodded. "I got it." Watching Scarlett and Sophia walk away, Duke sat in the rattan chair, considering how to lend a hand to Sophia's cousin. The debts Nicolas Cage had racked up meant nothing to him, but paying them off for the man would be a truly foolish move. A former A-list star, regardless of acting skill, could only rely on market response to roles and projects to determine his standing. In Hollywood, that standing directly translated to how much he could be paid. In the past, Nicolas Cage had been so desperate to pay off his debts that he stopped caring about the quality of the roles and projects, signing contracts indiscriminately. When those films hit theaters, most bombed at the box office and were trashed by critics. A poorly received project directly reduced his pay. With less income, Nicolas Cage had to take on more low-quality work to make ends meet. As a result, the films continued to flop, and his pay kept shrinking, forming a vicious cycle. For Sofia Coppola's sake, the best way to help Nicolas Cage bounce back was to give him a chance to rise again. As long as the role and film received a strong market response, his future pay would be secured. There wasn't much more Duke could do. The